Chapter 1. Greetings, I am Elysia. Hello, I am Elysia at last. I can communicate with the outside world as the private car passed beneath the sign indicating Cangnan City. A playful voice suddenly pierced through the air, causing Fang You, whose face bore a trace of despair, to perk up. Who? Instinctively opened his eyes in the back seat and inquired aloud. What do you mean, who? Jiang Zhixin, seated in the passenger seat and engrossed in her phone, turned her head to look at her son. Oh, there's no one. Fang Gue, the driver, chuckled. This lad probably heard the news about moving and hasn't slept well all night. It's just auditory hallucination. It's likely just a hallucination. Fang Yu echoed his father's words, turning his gaze toward the approaching exit for Cangnan City, reluctantly accepting the reality that his family would soon be residing there permanently. He had traversed to this world for 17 years. When he was young and learned that the place they inhabited was called Huaihai City, with the illustrious Cangnan City just next door, he realized he had crossed into a novel. The school textbook's descriptions of the myths further confirmed his suspicions. Over these 17 years, he had tried various methods to uncover even a hint of the benefits that should accompany a transmigrator. Regrettably, aspirations were abundant, yet reality remained starkly disappointing. Not only had he failed to awaken a system, but he hadn't even encountered a low-risk or harmless forbidden zone. However, just when he assumed he would never have significant opportunities to engage with the mysterious, his father returned with news that reignited his excitement. Due to a job transfer, Fang Gue was set to assume a position in the neighboring city, and his mother, Jiang Zhixin, expressed a desire for a change in their living environment. Thus, after contacting a moving company, their family embarked on the journey of relocation. Haha, you're not hallucinating, the cheerful voice of the girl echoed once more. Where are you? Fang Yu stifled the surge of excitement within him, instinctively glancing at his parents in the front seat before urgently whispering his question. It seems you're not in a position to speak. Then, simply close your eyes, leave the rest to Elysia following the girl's instructions. Fang Yu shut his eyes, leaning back against the seat, his consciousness quietly fading into stillness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pitch-black space. Hi. It's wonderful to finally meet you, the girl's voice suddenly resonated from behind him, prompting Fang Yu to turn instinctively. With softly curled pink hair tied into a ponytail, her blue eyes sparkled like clear gemstones. The girl, adorned with delicate fairy-like ears, wore a gentle smile as she waved her small hand, her expression radiant as she gazed at him. You can finally hear my voice. Her smile remained bright. Now, let's reintroduce ourselves. Hello, my longtime friend. I am Elysia. Hello, I am Fang Yu. Fang Yu's tone was tinged with hesitation. Longtime acquaintance? Elysia, he had heard that name in his past life, seemingly belonging to a character from a heartwarming game. Regrettably, I have not had the opportunity to engage with that game, thus rendering me somewhat unfamiliar with it. Indeed, I beheld you at the moment of your birth, she mused, her tone light and melodic. However, throughout these years, you have been unable to hear my voice, and I have been oblivious to the happenings beyond this realm. Until just now, she continued, I have finally amassed enough power to transcend this space and meet you, Fang Yu. Taken aback by her words, Fang Yu inquired, amassed power? Yes, I have been gathering it all these years. Yet, according to the original timeline, our first encounter should have been postponed by 2 more years. Then, what transpired in the outside world? Elysia tilted her head slightly, a hint of concern glimmering in her eyes as she gazed at Fang Yu. Is the outside, the mortal divine realm? Contemplating Elysia's words, Fang Yu murmured to himself. After a moment, he elaborated, I believe it is due to our entry into a rather unique domain. With that, Fang Yu recounted the origins of the mortal divine realm to Elysia. Wow, it seems the outside world is not at all tranquil, Elysia remarked with a hint of wistfulness, as if lost in thought. By the way, can you grant me the ability to protect myself? As soon as Elysia regained her focus, Fang Yu hastily posed a question that had been weighing on his mind, which also happened to be his most pressing concern at that moment. Are you referring to my power? Elysia's eyes curved into crescent moons upon hearing Fang Yu's inquiry. I have already bestowed it upon you. With that, she closed her eyes. Just a moment, this system notification is from quite some time ago. Let me search for it. Moments later, several notifications appeared before Fang Yu's eyes. System notification. New hero true self, Elysia acquired. Acquired seal. True Self unlocked. Acquired ability. Immaculate Canopy unlocked. System notification. True Self Elysia's awakening level reaches 49. Acquired passive ability. Chronicle of beginnings and endings. Acquired active ability. Arrows of flower and bird. System notification. When a hero's awakening level exceeds 50 and all abilities are successfully unlocked, the hero can temporarily possess the host. Upon reaching 100 awakening level and unlocking the seal, the hero may detach from the system and awaken in reality. This is the system? Fang You, upon seeing the notifications, instinctively turned to Elysia and asked, "Aren't you a character from a game?" "Indeed, isn't it marvelous?" Elysia's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint as she chuckled. "I never imagined I could awaken once more. Why are there still locked abilities?" Fang You felt a pang of disappointment as he glanced at the word locked beside the seal and immaculate canopy. Wasn't this merely acquiring solitude? Elysia scratched the back of her head. "I can't say for certain. Aside from the initial awakening prompted by this inexplicable system, I have been trapped within this space ever since. Therefore, one's understanding of the system would not surpass that of Fang You." "What is this imprint?" Fang You inquired further. In response, Elysia chuckled softly, explaining, "The so-called imprint represents the crystallization of our powers. You may perceive it as a form of inheritance. As for the extent of power it can bestow upon you, that will depend on your own exploration." "Rely on my own exploration?" Fang You murmured. He then shifted his gaze to the two abilities he had acquired. One was active, the other passive. Passive ability. The history of beginnings and ends arrows imbued with sweet affection will undergo a transformation. Active ability. The arrow of flowers and birds' arrows, blooming like blossoms in one's heart, dance alongside the white birds, leaving behind crystalline flower seeds on the target. A maximum of 4 crystalline flower seeds may exist on the same target. What is this? The abilities left Fang You perplexed, as he was unable to discern their significance. Regarding the awakening degree of the hero, he currently speculated it was related to energy. With this thought, he could not help but recall the moment Lin Xier awakened in the Divine Ruins, when the surging energy was undoubtedly substantial. "All right, it's time for you to leave. Someone outside is calling for you," Elysia suddenly remarked, as Fang You continued to ponder the system. "Ayu, we have arrived." As his consciousness gradually returned, Fang Yu heard his mother's voice calling his name. Chapter 2. The Boy in Black Silk. As Fang Yu's awareness came back to him, he opened his eyes to find Jiang Zixin calling out to him. Huh? Not having caught what she had said before, he inadvertently met Jiang Zixin's gaze and instinctively asked, "I said, we have exited the highway. We are nearing our new home." Jiang Zixin implied that Fang Yu should awaken and prepare to disembark. "Oh, okay." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He turned to gaze out the car window while resting his hand on the window's control button. As the window descended, the cacophony of cicadas accompanied by the sweltering summer heat surged into the car. Wow, is this the outside world? Haha, how nostalgic. Listening to the sounds of honking cars outside, Fang Yu rested his chin on the window, lost in thought. Hearing Elysia's somewhat nostalgic voice, he lifted his gaze. Fang Yu, it's right there, just raise your gaze a little higher. Under Elysia's guidance, he elevated his sight further. Look, that cloud, doesn't it resemble a flower? It's beautiful, just like me, don't you think? The lively voice of the girl echoed in his ears, slightly alleviating Fang Yu's frustration caused by the unresolved abilities. He recalled Elysia's visage in his mind, nodding gently. Huh, I knew it. Elysia's charm is unmatched. Even without entering the space, Fang Yu could envision Elysia's beaming smile as she uttered those words. Sigh. Listening to the cicadas outside and reflecting on the system devoid of an attribute panel, lacking a beginner's tutorial and entirely absent of starter pack, Fang Yu silently sighed. Unlocked. He murmured softly, his mind still in disarray as he absorbed the information displayed by the system. What must he do to unlock it? Was it akin to awakening Elysia, requiring energy, or perhaps something else? What was this flawless dome? Was it similar to the Forbidden Abyss? Do not worry, Elysia will always be by your side within the confines of the system space. Elysia comforted Fang Yu. As the traffic light turned red, Fang Yin Gue smoothly brought the car to a halt at the crosswalk. Xiao Yu, are you awake? You'll have your hands full soon. He glanced at the flickering digits ahead and inquired of Fang You. Raising the car window, Fang Yu turned to face the seat before him. Yes, I've rested enough. He had already sensed that the moving company's vehicle had arrived at their new home while they were still on the highway. They could begin unloading their luggage as soon as the family arrived. Hey, Fang Yu, look ahead. Fang Yu heard Elysia's curious voice. There's a blind person over there. Can a guide stick be used like that? Snapped back to reality by Elysia's intrigued tone. Fang Yu gazed at the boy crossing the street, guided by a little girl, his eyes concealed by a black cloth. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Was it mere coincidence that he encountered Lin Chi Yi upon arriving in Cangnan City? However, it was fortuitous. It at least confirmed that the other party had yet to awaken, and he had not missed the opportunity to absorb energy. Do you think he can see the road like that? Elysia whispered in Fang Yu's ear. Fang Yu stared blankly at the boy before him for a moment, then slowly nodded, murmuring, "He can see." Exhausting, Fang Yu sighed as he placed the last small box in the living room, collapsing onto the sofa, still shrouded in its dust cover. All right, don't lie there, it's all covered in dust. I don't mind a mess, Jiang Zhixing grumbled as she pulled Fang Yu up from the sofa. It's fine, we'll all have to shower soon anyway. Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. In the sweltering summer heat, the weather was already oppressive. After hauling luggage up and down several times, he was drenched in sweat. Get up, go tidy your own room. Under Jiang Zhixing's urging, Fang Yu entered his new bedroom. Sitting at the desk, he gazed out the window, inhaling deeply before slowly closing his eyes. Are you done? The moment he stepped into the system's space, Fang Yu saw Elysia standing before him with a playful smile. Yes, he nodded, then began to take in the surroundings of this realm. While chatting with Elysia in the car, he hadn't had the chance to observe the space. Before him lay an expanse of endless black, although devoid of any light source. He could clearly see the visage of the girl before him. Strange. Yet Fang Yu did not dwell on it for long. How vast is this space? I don't know either, Elysia replied, shaking her head and directing her gaze into the distance. She softly continued, since awakening, I have been exploring this place. Regrettably, nothing has been discovered until today. This place harbored only emptiness and my solitary presence. I wonder where they are now. Observing the fleeting desolation on the other person's face, Fang Yu parted his lips slightly. He yearned to articulate something, yet he found himself at a loss, perhaps due to the years spent confined within these walls. Just moments ago, during their journey in the car, he had discerned a peculiar truth. Elysia appeared to possess an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond, engaging Fang Yu in conversation about the scenery they encountered along the way. Although he offered no response, her enthusiasm remained undiminished. You, ha, it's nothing at all, Elysia interjected, her voice light and airy. By the way, given the perilous nature of this world, it is imperative that you acquire some combat skills. Recalling Fang Yu's recent narration regarding the tales of this city, Elysia's enchanting, fairy-like pink eyes sparkled with mirth. Especially since you have yet to unlock my abilities, mastering some fundamental techniques is essential. As she spoke, Elysia stepped forward with the tips of her toes, gently tilting her body as a beautifully crafted longbow materialized in her hands. Thus, allow this dazzling maiden to instruct you in the art of combat. Gazing at the resplendent gem embedded in the bow's grip, Fang Yu couldn't help but smirk. Where did this bow come from? Elysia's face illuminated with a smile. It is magic, of course. A bow, an arrow, you say? Fang Yu murmured instinctively as he beheld the weapon in her grasp. Not merely the bow, an arrow, you must also learn some close-quarter combat techniques. Elysia gracefully approached a short distance away, conjuring a crystalline target from the ground. Chapter 3. The Flying Flowers of the Past. Learning the art of archery is no simple endeavor. Firstly, one must possess ample patience. As Elysia spoke, she gracefully lifted her bow and arrow, demonstrating the correct posture. Stand firm, with your feet shoulder-width apart. Of course, there is one crucial point to remember. Maintain a slight forward lean, as this aids in achieving balance. As Elysia drew the bowstring, a crystalline arrow formed above the bow, glistening like pure water. A smile danced upon her lips, and in the midst of her words, the crystal arrow was released from the bowstring. Crack! Fang Yu turned towards the sound, witnessing the crystalline arrow striking the bullseye. See, just like that, Elysia exclaimed, handing the bow to Fang Yu. Here, give it a try. This is called the flying flowers of the past. Ode to love, my favorite weapon. I don't have any arrows, Fang You remarked instinctively, gazing at the magnificent bow in Elysia's hands. He certainly couldn't conjure crystal arrows. Are you certain? Elysia beamed, urging him to reconsider. My arrows are already within your heart. As she spoke, she extended the bow, encouraging Fang You to take it. Fang Yu accepted the bow, still bewildered. Within my heart, at that moment, he recalled the singular ability he had recently unlocked, the arrows of flowers and birds. What am I supposed to do? Despite having unlocked the ability, Fang Yu felt no distinct difference from his usual self. He was perplexed and openly expressed his confusion. That is perfectly normal. This ability was unlocked when the system first bound to you. This power has been flowing within you since childhood, so you naturally wouldn't notice it. Just focus on drawing the bow, and let your heart guide you. Recalling Elysia's earlier demonstration, he mimicked her stance. Remember, the essence of archery lies in tranquility. Concentrate on your target and cast aside any distractions. Elysia gently corrected Fang Yu's posture, her voice soothing. Fang Yu nodded, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Slowly, he drew back the bowstring. In that moment, it felt as though something within him was drawn forth, and, simultaneously, a crystalline arrow materialized on the bowstring. Fang Yu aimed for the bullseye and then released. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. As it flew, Fang Yu found himself momentarily stunned by the newly erected target before him. Where did my arrow go? Observing Fang Yu's miss, Elysia narrowed her eyes. Fang Yu. In the confines of the system's space, time passed unmeasured. As an ordinary individual, unfamiliar with such skills, Fang Yu's initial attempts were telling. His aim was utterly off the mark. Witnessing yet another miss, a frown creased Fang Yu's face, and a sense of despair began to settle in. I can no longer endure this. I feel utterly exhausted. Each time I concentrate to conjure an arrow, a fragment of my strength is drawn from within. Initially, I contemplated retrieving the arrows I had previously shot, hoping to utilize them repeatedly. However, to my dismay, as soon as they struck the ground, they vanished without a trace. Elysia mentioned that as long as I continuously infused energy into the arrows, my idea of reusability could be realized, albeit at an energy cost nearly equivalent to direct conjuration. Ultimately, I had to abandon this notion. I rubbed my somewhat numb arms, my fingers aching from the tension of the bowstring. This is exceedingly difficult. With a sense of despair, I gazed at the ornate bow and arrows in my hands, unable to suppress my frustration. Keep it up. I believe you can do it. Elysia exclaimed, her eyes twinkling as she stood before me, gently poking my cheek. Such minor setbacks should be insignificant to me, should they not? Yet, I longed to voice this sentiment. However, upon witnessing the anticipation in her eyes, I opened my mouth, only to swallow my words back down. After a moment of hesitation, I stood up and nodded. Now that is my good boy. Elysia cheered. Let's try again. All right. Taking a deep breath, I once more drew the bow and knocked an arrow, my movements fluid and practiced. Although my shots consistently missed the mark, the fundamental actions had become second nature. I envisioned the arrow in my hand, imbued with my heartfelt affection, transforming into a crystalline seed of blossoms. I felt love coursing through me, synchronizing with the rhythm of my heartbeat, gathering at my fingertips, merging into the shaft of the arrow. I envisioned it carrying the seed of love, blossoming into resplendent flowers upon the target. As the girl softly murmured, my gaze fell upon the target not far away, and I slowly released the arrow I held. The crystalline arrow sliced through the air, ultimately grazing the crystal target. Fragments of crystal scattered across the ground. Very well done. Indeed, a heart filled with love is all-powerful. Elysia encouraged from the side. Seemingly infected by her sweet smile, the corners of my mouth lifted ever so slightly. Thank you, Elysia. Not at all. Let us strive for more. Observing the smile on my lips, Elysia continued. Let us aim to hit the target consistently today. All right. Although I grumbled about my fatigue, I did not oppose the extra practice. After all, I was still a novice, lacking in skills, and I needed to seize every opportunity to enhance my self-defense capabilities. As the crystal target shattered, I gaze at the fragments scattered nearby, wiping the non-existent sweat from my brow, finally having hit the target. Although my aim was still somewhat off, I had at least managed to break the target into pieces. Ha! That was quite simple, wasn't it? Elysia couldn't help but laugh softly. You must master my abilities swiftly, my dear, since she could awaken through this system. What about others? The thought ignited a fervent anticipation within her, making her eager to test this hypothesis. Once you've fully harnessed my powers, I shall descend upon this world through your vessel. Naturally, Elysia had glimpsed the system's prompt as well. Oh, how she longed for that day. Fang You nodded, about to respond when Elysia's voice chimed in once more. Fang You. Someone is calling for you outside. Before he could react, his consciousness was already whisked away from the system space, returning to his physical form. Why can't I hear the outside world from within the system space? It makes me seem rather foolish, Fang You muttered, clicking his tongue before turning his gaze toward the window. The lingering glow of the setting sun spilled through the glass, painting the floor in warm hues, while the distant skyscrapers blurred into soft silhouettes beneath the golden light. Evening already. Time had slipped away unnoticed within the system's confines, and only now, witnessing the dusk outside, did he realize he had spent the entire afternoon immersed within that space. Just then, a knock echoed at his bedroom door. His mother's voice followed. You, come out for dinner. At her call, Fang You belatedly pressed a hand to his protesting stomach. All right, I'm coming, he replied, swiftly rising from his chair and stepping out of the room. Chapter 4. Cangnan number 2 Middle School. Oh, such a sumptuous feast. Fang You feels so fortunate. In the confines of the system space, Elysia gazed at the lavish dishes adorning the table, her eyes sparkling with delight as she couldn't help but express her admiration, her tone imbued with a hint of yearning. Upon hearing Elysia's words, a smile graced Fang Yu's face. Today, in celebration of their relocation, Jiang Zhixing had specially prepared an extravagant spread of culinary delights. While it's quite nice, in the future, you will surely have the opportunity to savor the exquisite cuisine of this world, Fang Yu replied softly, scratching his head in a bashful manner, constrained by the inability to communicate directly. Don't mess with your hair. You just wash your hands, and it's unclean, Mother Fang interjected, halting Fang Yu's actions. All right, Fang Yu responded, sheepishly retracting his arm to take a seat at the dining table. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. In the afternoon, I will take you to handle the transfer procedures, Fang Yin Gue remarked, setting aside his phone and casting a glance at Fang Yu. Okay, Fang Yu nodded in agreement. After dinner, having completed his evening routine, Fang Yu returned to his room and lay down on his bed. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects from outside, heralding the height of summer. However, he did not enter the system space. Instead, he lay idly on the bed, staring at the ceiling that had already been dimmed by the absence of light. In the darkness, his fingers unconsciously caressed the sheets, his gaze reflective. Nightfall seeped through the partially drawn curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Fang Yu's face. The moonlight was soft, yet it could not dispel his worries. Is something troubling you? Elysia, sensing Fang Yu's confusion, inquired with concern from within the space. Upon hearing her voice, Fang Yu nodded. I am aware of the narrative of this world. Yes, I know. Elysia chimed in cheerfully. Fang Yu shared this with me. This is a perilous world, and I am uncertain whether I can protect myself and those I hold dear. Thus, I must strive even harder to strengthen myself. Rest assured, Elysia will accompany you. With me by your side, you may always rely on Elysia. Her voice resonated with warmth and reassurance. Listening to her words echo in his mind, Fang Yu slowly raised his left hand, gently closing it into a fist. With this motion, the ethereal bow of the past materialized in his grasp, the moonlight reflecting into his pupils, infused with a dreamlike pink hue. As he held the bow, he felt a surge of power within him, instilling a sense of confidence. At the very least, he now possessed the means to confront the enigmatic forces that lay ahead. Releasing his grip on the bow, the ethereal bow of the past vanished. He took a deep breath and said, Thank you, Elysia. You're welcome, she replied brightly. However, do you have any plans for the future? Fang Yu pondered for a moment before gradually articulating. In the short term, I suppose my plan should be to join the Night Watch. His voice was low yet imbued with a resolute determination. If Elysia truly enhanced her awakening due to absorbing the dispersed energies of the mortal realm, then it would be improbable for him to evade the Night Watchers. After all, aside from the Night Watchers, he could scarcely fathom another organization that could engage with various divine realms in an open, legal, and safe manner. Though, the Night Watchers were not without their own dangers. The mention of the Night Watchers brought a hint of nostalgia to Elysia's voice, reminiscent of a deeply mission-driven organization. At the entrance of Cangnan No. 2 High School, the cacophony of cicadas echoed in his ears. Gazing at the imposing school gates, Fang You wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but smirk. What a coincidence! With so many high schools in Cangnan City, he had inexplicably transferred here to a school teeming with snake demons. What are you still doing standing there? You're going to be attending classes here. After all, the school gates will always be in view. Ahead, Fang Yin returned to find Fang Yu still rooted in place, urging him to hurry. Since it was still lunchtime, they should expedite the paperwork to ensure he could attend classes that afternoon. To be honest, high school studies were quite rigorous, and due to the recent move, Fang Yu had already missed 2 or 3 days of classes. This naturally caused some anxiety for Fang Yin. Here we are. Fang Yu snapped back to reality, glancing at the school gates once more, a shiver coursing through him as he felt an inexplicable chill. This city was truly plagued with misfortunes. After living in the neighboring city for so many years, he had always managed to avoid mysterious incidents. But this place was different, from divine wars to ghostly encounters. A plethora of perilous events seemed to rush towards him like a swarm of flies. After responding, Fang Yu adjusted the straps of his backpack and hurried to catch up with his father. At the administrative office, after completing his transfer formalities, he was escorted by his homeroom teacher to collect his textbooks. Following the teacher, he cradled his newly acquired books and made his way to the classroom. From self-introductions to settling into his seat, Fang Yu felt as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm. Class 2 of the second year. If his memory served him right, Elysia was also in this class. However, after surveying the room, he did not spot Lin's figure. Perhaps he had yet to transfer. But would he be long now? The plot he had once observed in his previous life seemed to stretch far behind him. He could only recall fragments of significant events, the specific timelines of which had nearly faded from his memory. Casting his gaze at the empty seat beside him, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. If he was not mistaken, this appeared to be the final vacant position in the class. So, the future captain of the night squad would be my desk mate? How intriguing. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, redirecting his focus back to the podium. Although he had resolved to join the Night Watchers, for now, he remained a student. I love learning. Fang Yu hypnotized himself in this manner. Fang Yu, you're almost asleep. In his hazy state, he heard Elysia calling out to him. Her melodious voice carried a hint of playful reproach, which jolted Fang Yu back to awareness. He instinctively glanced at the mathematics teacher at the podium, who was still speaking eloquently, and quietly murmured to himself, I can't help it. I stayed up late last night, and this math class is indeed quite soporific, don't you think? Despite his complaints about the exhausting practice, Fang Yu seized every opportunity to engage in additional training. After all, he had only just begun to delve into these subjects, and the narrative had already commenced. If he did not hasten to enhance his skills, the next encounter would likely be quite dire. Chapter 5. The phantom-faced man as night descended. The sky was shrouded in an inky darkness. With the bell signaling the end of evening classes, the once tranquil campus erupted into a lively atmosphere. Students, their faces alight with joy, poured out of classrooms, their footsteps and chatter intertwining in the corridors. Fang Yu, I'm heading out first, Li Yifei exclaimed, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and giving Fang Yu a playful pat on the back as he passed by. All right, Fang Yu replied, momentarily gazing at Li Yifei's retreating figure before returning his focus to gathering his belongings. He quickly hoisted his backpack and exited the classroom. Is he the snake demon you mentioned? In the confines of the system space, Elysia inquired curiously. He seems no different from an ordinary person. Upon hearing Elysia's question, Fang Yu paused for a moment before continuing his walk outside. How do you know? I guessed it, Elysia replied. a smile gracing her face at Fang Yu's astonished tone. Is that so impressive? Of course. I am the all-powerful Elysia. Listening to Elysia's slightly smug tone, Fang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It's mainly because you were secretly watching him all day. Today, Elysia had considered that if Fang Yu felt fatigued from studying, he might occasionally gaze outside to relieve himself. After spending so long in the space, even a passing bird outside appeared extraordinarily delightful. However, the reality yielded an unexpected outcome. Whenever Fang Yu found a moment of respite, his gaze would instinctively drift towards the boy named Li Yifei. This inadvertently led Elysia to observe Li Yifei's profile throughout the day. Elysia remarked that, fortunately, Li Yifei seemed somewhat oblivious, and Fang Yu's glances were sufficiently discreet. Otherwise, he would have been labeled a creep. Is it that obvious? Not really. Fang Yu is quite adept at concealing it. As Fang Yu walked along the path home, he noticed an overturned manhole cover at the roadside and let out a slow breath. Thankfully, I wasn't discovered. Otherwise, the embarrassment would be the least of my worries. If I had alarmed the snake demon, that would be disastrous. After setting the cover back in place, Fang Yu dusted off his hands. Huh. Fang Yu is indeed a kind-hearted person. Hee. Fang Yu chuckled softly, refraining from further conversation. Strictly speaking, he did not consider himself a good person. After gaining power, his primary concern had been to ensure the safety of himself and his family. Others were not even part of his considerations. Had it not been for the need to unlock the awakening of Ju, he would have avoided the Night Watchers altogether. After all, nothing was more precious than the lives of himself and his family. In his previous life, due to a congenital illness, he spent most of his time in the hospital, becoming intimately familiar with the scent of disinfectant. Therefore, given a second chance at life, even if this world posed its challenges, he still yearned for a stable and peaceful existence. Strolling down the path home, Fang Yu engaged in conversation with Elysia. Suddenly, Fang Yu's expression shifted. His brows knit together slightly as he halted in his tracks. What is it? In the system space, Elysia sensed Fang Yu's unease and inquired. I seem to have caught a whiff of a foul odor. It resembles the stench of something decaying, Fang Yu murmured to Elysia while surveying his surroundings. A foul smell? Is that particularly unusual? Fang Yu shook his head, casting a few glances around him. Perhaps due to the hour. The path he had traversed at noon now appeared rather desolate. Not a single passerby graced the street, and even vehicles were but a sporadic sight. The stillness was profound. Logically, the ghastly figure should be lurking on the outskirts of the old town. Encountering such a specter here was unexpected. Fang Yu silently reassured himself. Owing to Fang Yengui's work commitments, his new abode was situated in the city, albeit not in the heart, but rather on the periphery. With this thought, he adjusted the bag slung over his right shoulder and quickened his pace homeward. Uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect, the odor that clung to his nostrils seemed to intensify as he ran, reaching a point of discomfort, battling the tumult in his stomach. Fang Yu summoned all his strength to sprint towards home. He was nearly there. Just a few turns, and he would reach the nearest commercial district. His new residence was nearby, where he anticipated encountering more pedestrians, even if they were merely ordinary folk. Fang Yu's actions began to induce a sense of anxiety in Elysia within the system space. Yet, constrained by her current inability to act, she could only observe their surroundings through Fang Yu's eyes, hoping to provide a timely warning. The foul odor thickened. Be cautious, to your left. Elysia's urgent voice suddenly echoed in Fang Yu's mind. What? Instinctively, Fang Yu lunged his right, following Elysia's warning. A rush of air accompanied by a pungent stench surged towards him. A chilling claw grazed Fang Yu's throat, and he narrowly evaded the sudden assault. His elbow scraped against the ground, instantly breaking the skin, a sharp pain radiating through his arm. Ouch! That hurts! Gazing at the creature before him, Fang Yu's pupils constricted. At such close range, he could even detect a strong metallic scent of blood. The creature was grotesque, a nightmarish visage that was both human and not. It possessed limbs and a head akin to a human's, but bore the bulk of a brown bear, moving on all fours like a hyena. At that moment, the monster's pale, distorted face was fixed on Fang Yu, its crimson tongue lolling from its mouth, saliva dripping onto the ground. Fang Yu's complexion paled, fear and panic swelling within him. Calm down. I must remain composed. Though he possessed the skills of past life, at this proximity, it was evident that the ghastly figure would not afford him the opportunity to draw his bow and become a target. He had barely encountered this ability for a day. Yet at this distance, he felt assured. As long as he dared to confront the past's fleeting flowers and the ghostly-faced adversary, he would be willing to sever his own head. Fang You swallowed hard, disregarding the pain in his right hand, and seized the fleeting opportunity as his opponent missed their strike. Summoning the strength from his somewhat weakened legs, he crawled upright, using all his limbs. He cast aside the backpack he had been carrying and dashed towards the commercial street. This was dire. It was not at all how he had envisioned it. Originally, he had planned to face this scenario alongside Elysia, with other classmates joining them, allowing ample time and distance for preparation. Such sudden confrontations were hardly acceptable. Breathing heavily, Fang You silently lamented the lack of martial decorum exhibited by the ghostly-faced figure. However, as he ran with all his might, he suddenly felt an overwhelming Chapter 6. As I went to grab my backpack, I was unexpectedly struck by an assault. A bewildered expression lingered on Fang Yu's face, still frozen in confusion. In the next instant, a gaping maw, reeking with a nauseating stench, opened before him. The putrid odor nearly suffocated Fang Yu, causing his stomach to churn violently. With no time to rise, he instinctively pressed his palm against the creature's jaw, albeit for only a fleeting moment. In a frantic roll on the ground, he narrowly evaded the ghastly figure's enormous mouth. Finally managing to rise, Fang Yu beheld the second ghoul that had suddenly appeared, his already pale complexion growing even more ashen, primarily due to the noxious fumes. "Brother, your breath is quite foul. It's utterly overwhelming." A shrill wail erupted from the second ghoul as it lunged once more at Fang Yu, closely followed by the first ghoul. "Run, Fang Yu!" The urgent voice of Elysia echoed in his ears. Faced with the menacing approach of the ghouls, Fang Yu instinctively clenched his palm, long since dampened with sweat. Managing a bitter smile, there was no escape. He had only held his breath to reach this point. Living in fear for so long, he had not yet had the chance to rectify the regrets of his past life, and now he was poised to bid farewell to this world. He wondered if there would ever be another opportunity for rebirth. In that critical moment, as life and death hung in the balance, a glint of cold light suddenly flashed, a meteor slicing through the night sky. A straight blade darted forward like lightning, shimmering with a chilling luminescence. With a dull thud, the razor-sharp edge pierced the second ghoul's body with precision. The second ghoul let out a horrific scream, its body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily several meters away and raising a cloud of dust. Ugh! What a miscalculation. Upon witnessing its companion being hurled away, the first ghoul halted its advance, retreating a few steps while fixating its gaze on what lay behind Fang Yu. The second ghoul, somewhat unsteady, managed to rise, emitting a strange cry. To Fang Yu's astonishment, the anticipated pain did not assail him. He blinked in disbelief, his heart racing within his chest, as if it might burst forth. "Hey kid, what are you dawdling for?" Panting heavily, Fang Yu had yet to discern the identity of his savior. The figure wielding the broadsword uttered a brief remark before sweeping past Fang Yu like a phantom, advancing towards the two ghouls. With a lithe form, each step he took resonated with power and steadiness, as if the very air stirred beneath his feet. His swordsmanship was fierce, each slash accompanied by a rush of wind, the blade flashing like silver lightning slicing through the air. The ghouls stood no chance against him, soon marked with deep crimson gashes. After several rounds, the second phantom faced a gradual decline, its movements becoming sluggish and its attacks losing their ferocity. It seemed to realize that the individual before it was formidable, letting out a reluctant howl before attempting to flee. However, the newcomer lightly touched the ground, pursuing like a shadow, their speed blurring the vision. With a blade raised high, reflecting the moonlight, a deafening war cry accompanied a powerful downward strike. The second phantom, unable to evade, was cleaved in two, releasing a nauseating stench that lingered in the air. The wielder of the blade executed a graceful spin, landing with poise. their figures striking against the night in a fluttering black cloak. The first phantom was momentarily astonished by this sudden turn of events, but after a brief hesitation, it grasped the dire situation and emitted a reluctant screech, turning to escape with even greater speed than before. Observing the retreating figure, Zhao Kongcheng chose not to pursue. With a snap, he executed what he deemed a flawless flourish before sheathing his sword, glancing at his dark red cloak now stained with blood. He then pressed a finger to his earpiece. "Hong Ying, a phantom is fleeing towards your direction from the outskirts. I have an ordinary person here and cannot split my attention to chase." Before Zhao Kongcheng could finish a sentence, a crystalline arrow sliced through the night from behind him. It swiftly caught up to the fleeing phantom, precisely piercing its skull and leaving behind a crystalline seed at the wound. Zhao Kongcheng remarked, "No need. The phantom has been dealt with. You can send the logistics team." Pausing, he turned to face Fang You, who held the legendary bow, and raised an eyebrow, speaking with a leisurely tone. "It seems our ordinary person is anything but ordinary." Once safety was assured, Fang Yu finally exhaled, the tension in his nerves easing. His left hand, still grasping the bow, fell to his side, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed. He gazed intently at the newcomer, a middle-aged man with an unremarkable face, clad in a dark red cloak and wielding a straight sword, the hallmark of a night watchman, coupled with a man's age and appearance. Fang Yu began to form a hypothesis regarding the stranger's identity. Under the scrutiny of piercing eyes, Fang Yu tugged at his clothing, disregarding the recent system notification that had sounded near his ear, and softly inquired, "Why do you keep staring at me?" As he spoke, the bow in his hand transformed into pink petals, dissipating into the air. Zhao Kongcheng, witnessing this, paused in realization. Now, it was clear where this young man had procured such an impressive bow. "Ahem, I was rather dashing just now, wasn't I?" With a slight smirk, Fang Yu was now certain of the man's identity. This playful demeanor could only belong to Zhao Kongcheng. Handsome, with his lips slightly parted. A word squeezed through Fang Yu's teeth. Although the situation was somewhat absurd, one could not deny that his recent swift strike against the ghostly figure was indeed strikingly impressive. No wonder it is said that handsomeness is a sensation. Ha! Little Fang Yu was quite dashing just now as well. Now that Fang Yu had escaped danger, Elysia let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled softly. "Of course, do you aspire to be as handsome as me?" Observing the confidence radiating from him, Fang Yu silently nodded. He had not forgotten his intention to join the night watch. Now that Zhao Kongcheng had presented an opportunity, he certainly intended to seize it. "Wait a moment, I need to grab my backpack." In order to lighten his load, he had discarded it at the beginning. "All right, make haste." Chapter 7. The Oath of Wind and Moon. The excrement of flowers and birds? It seems I have never heard of it. Is this a new forbidden wasteland? Walking through the silent streets, Zhao Kongcheng scratched the back of his head, muttering in confusion. Flowers can defecate. I must look it up later. After all, it is possible that I simply forgot. However, Zhao Kongcheng leans towards the former possibility. The name does not evoke the sense of danger commonly associated with forbidden wastelands. And such an offbeat name, if previously known, would surely remain etched in memory. Indeed, it would be quite unforgettable. Were it not for Fang Yu having obliterated the ghost-faced man before his eyes, he would have considered this merely a harmless forbidden wasteland. Fang Yu, observing the expression of his companion, realized that he had misunderstood, yet he found no motivation to correct him, knowing that in due time, Zhao Kongcheng would come to understand his error when he sought information later. After listening to Zhao Kongcheng's soliloquy, Fang Yu shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. If Zhao Kongcheng were aware, that would indeed be peculiar, as this ability might not even qualify as a forbidden wasteland, but rather belong to a different realm of capabilities. Nevertheless, according to Elysia, Fang Yu's exhibited abilities seem to have been altered. This was likely a consequence of the system. Adjusting the slightly slipping straps of his backpack, Fang Yu contemplated this notion. Suddenly, he recalled the system prompt that appeared upon vanquishing the ghost-faced man. Suppressing the fervor within, he halted his steps. "My home is just over there." Fang Yu indicated the direction of his residence, before turning towards Zhao Kongcheng. "Are you certain you wish to go dressed like that?" They were nearing the commercial street, and the number of people along the roadside was beginning to swell. Having just battled ghost-faced men throughout the night, Zhao Kongcheng still bore the unmistakable scent of blood. Considering this, Zhao Kongcheng shook his head, asserting that he had come to ensure Fang Yu's safety. His tone hesitated momentarily before he continued. Since you have arrived home, I shall resume my patrol. All right, be safe, Fang Yu nodded. See ho, Mia goes for Sidman. Do you not realize who I am? Fang Yu remained silent, disregarding Zhao Kongcheng's self-important musings, adjusting his shoulder straps before turning to depart. Remember, do not head straight home after school tomorrow. I will take you to the office. Zhao Kongcheng's voice called after him. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu did not pause, but raised his hand in acknowledgement. Also, if your backpack keeps slipping, carry it properly instead of leaving it hanging on one side. Fang Yu felt somewhat flustered, especially upon hearing Elysia's stifled laughter. Go ahead and laugh. Holding in feels quite uncomfortable. His voice carried an unusual tone of indignation. Ha ha. Our little Fang Yu is truly adorable. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled as he watched Fang Yu quicken his pace. He is still just a child. At the doorstep of his home, Fang Yu patted his clothes, ensuring there were no unusual traces before opening the door. I'm back. As long as you're home, that's enough. I've warmed up the noodles in the kitchen. After you finish, just place the bowl in the sink, and I'll wash it in the morning. Jiang Zhixing nestled on the sofa with a facial mask while waiting for Fang Yu to return from school, acknowledged the noise, and retreated to her bedroom. As their mother closed the bedroom door, Fang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Casually tossing his backpack onto the sofa, he found a first aid kit in the living room and tended to the abrasions on his arm before proceeding to the kitchen. Wow, what a sumptuous midnight snack! Fang Yu exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he quickly devoured the meal before returning to his bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. Today was terrifying. Closing his eyes, Fang Yu entered the system space. Indeed, today was exceedingly perilous. However, it's fortunate you are unscathed, said Elysia, observing Fang Yu's lingering fear. Yes, thanks to Zhao Kongcheng. If he hadn't arrived in time, I would have likely become the midnight snack for the ghostly figure. You mean that uncle? Yes, precisely him. After saying this, Fang Yu redirected his attention to the system notifications, not forgetting the main event of the day. The system, which had just seemingly perished, suddenly revived, flaunting its presence before Fang Yu. System notification. Elysia's awakening level has reached 50. Acquired ability. Oath of Wind and Moon. Oath of Wind and Moon. Consumes additional power to unleash the Arrow of Love. The Arrow of Love can detonate the crystal flower seeds on the target, inflicting area damage on the hit target. When crystal flower seeds are detonated, nearby targets with crystal flower seeds will also explode. Detonations do not consume the crystal flower seeds on the target, with a cooldown time of 1 second. System notification. Elysia's awakening level has reached a bottleneck. This awakening level can only continue to increase after unlocking the Flawless Dome. Observing the newly unlocked ability, Fang Yu clicked his tongue in astonishment. My goodness, although this explosion has a cooldown, it is still somewhat extraordinary. If it were just a single target, it might not seem impressive. But in an encounter with a horde of monsters, Fang Yu couldn't help but imagine the explosive scene. A chain reaction of explosions, relentless and unyielding. However, he pondered, why had the awakening level suddenly increased? Snapping out of his reverie, Fang Yu began to contemplate the matter at hand. TSK. This wretched system doesn't even provide a user manual. Everything must be discovered through trial and error. With this thought, Fang Yu felt a headache coming on, though he held a treasure trove in his hands. He was left with an uncountable number of keys, forced to try each one individually. This sensation was indeed quite disconcerting. Could it be due to that ghostly figure? After a moment of contemplation, Elysia spoke up. She could distinctly sense that it was only after Fang Yu had slain the masked man that she suddenly acquired a portion of newfound power. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that my killing the masked man is the reason? It is highly probable, Elysia replied, narrowing her eyes with a hint of delight. This presented yet another avenue for awakening, bringing her one step closer to encountering others. Although the possibility of others awakening remained merely a conjecture, She harbored an instinct that this supposition was indeed accurate. She was not mistaken. How wonderful it was! Not only was she blessed with beauty, but Elysia's intuition was also unparalleled. There would be opportunities to test this further. Fang You raised an eyebrow, musing that if this were the case, he would have to compete for his teammates' heads more often in the future. Chapter 8. The Peace Office with a heavy sigh. Fang You hung his backpack on the hook beside the desk, massaging his sore muscles before languidly resting his head on the table. After returning home last night, he had spent considerable time in the system space experimenting with his newly unlocked abilities. He had also deciphered the so-called passive skill, the chronicle of beginnings and ends. It implied that arrows imbued with genuine affection would be corrected, an intriguing notion suggesting that as long as one's intentions were sincere, the arrows would find their mark. Once he became familiar with this passive skill, Elysia began to instruct him in the art of close combat. This experience opened Fang Yu's eyes to an unconventional approach. After all, which archer would hurl their meal aside to engage in a brawl before retrieving it? The most remarkable aspect was that due to the passive skill, even hastily shot arrows could strike true upon being caught, and when shot at close range, the opponent might not even have time to react. It was a rather sinister tactic. Fortunate for him that he was the one employing it. Ah, you seem to have had quite an adventurous night. What did you sneak off to last night, looking so exhausted this morning? Li Yifei entered through the back door of the classroom, his backpack slung over his shoulder, spotting Fang Yu napping at the desk. Fang Yu, without opening his eyes, merely offered a silent international gesture of camaraderie. Had he only practiced within the system space, his body would not have been so sore. However, what he learned there could not be taken outside, compelling him to engage in basic physical training in his room. He had even run to school that morning. I can't do this again. No more late-night training, he mused, realizing that this exercise had brought him closer to understanding his limits. By the standards of this world, he was likely at the threshold of a new realm. Honestly, what were you up to last night? Your dark circles rival those of Panda, Li Yifei remarked, unable to endure the silence any longer. Reluctantly, Fang Yu replied, excitement kept me awake. I was training. Ah, so you thought to sacrifice your health for some late-night workouts, all for the sake of a robust physique? Li Yifei Tessa, settling into his seat, turning to Fang Yu with a grin. Fang Yu could only roll his eyes, finding the absurdity of the situation amusing. Before long, the class bell rang. The teacher entered, textbooks tucked under one arm and a thermos in hand. Did you not say you'd be waiting for me at that office? What brings you here? As the school day ended, Fang Yu stepped out of the campus, where he spotted Zhao, sitting on the curb, flicking ashes from a cigarette. Upon seeing Fang Yu emerge, Zhao Kongchang first extinguished his cigarette, then awkwardly remarked, I was merely concerned that you might struggle to find your way. Observing the other's sheepish demeanor, Fang Yu could only express his resignation. You had better. Zhao Kongchang did not engage with the remark, instead stiffly shifting the topic. You must be on break now, right? Of course, it's Friday. Naturally, I'm on holiday, Fang Yu replied with a subtle smirk, choosing not to press the matter further. After all, he would inevitably be stood up at some point. A little rehearsal in advance wouldn't hurt. Come along, lad. I shall introduce you to the truths of this world. With a pat on Fang Yu's shoulder, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled and proceeded ahead. There's no need for that. Perhaps I know more than you do. Silently scoffing, Fang Yu followed in his wake. The taxi halted before the Peace Affairs office. Wow, this location is rather unique, exclaimed Elysia within the system space, admiring the establishment. The modest storefront was flanked by a wedding planning company on the left and a funeral home on the right, with the Peace Affairs office nestled between the two. Let us go. It's just ahead, Zhao Kongcheng urged as he stepped out of the taxi and approached Fang Yu. The captain is already awaiting your arrival. Captain, Chenmai? A flicker of intrigue passed through Fang Yu's eyes as he contemplated the storyline. Prompted by Zhao Kongcheng, he pushed open the door to the Peace Affairs office. Following Zhao Kongcheng, they descended into the basement, the stairwell lights casting elongated shadows of the two. Where's Lao Zhao? Why hasn't he returned yet? Before they reached the basement door, a bright and lively voice rang out, laced with impatience. This is taking too long. Do not fret. Didn't Lao Zhao mention that the other party is a high school student? Class has just ended, a calm male voice responded, seemingly attempting to soothe the anxious tone. We're back, Zhao Kongcheng announced, raising his hand to push open the basement door and stepping inside with a cheerful tone. See, we've returned. The basement was spacious and well lit, the white light spilling generously into every corner. When Shima stood before a large table, his brow furrowed as he studied the map of Cangnan City laid out before him, while Lung Xin busily polished a firearm nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, several people instinctively looked towards the entrance. After entering, Fang You scanned the surroundings. On the sofa in the lobby sat two young women. One bore an expression of uncontainable curiosity, while the other appeared slightly shy. At a nearby table sat a man engaged in some unknown task. As the two entered, all eyes turned to Zhao Kongcheng and Fang You, curiosity evident in their gazes. Hello there, little brother. I'm Hong Ying, what about you? Upon seeing the two return, Hong Ying sprang up from the sofa and dashed toward Fang You. Greetings, I am Fang Yu, with Fang signifying square and Yu denoting protection. Meeting Hong Ying's gaze, Fang Yu remarked, enough. Let's not linger here any longer. I have tasks to attend to. Zhao Kongcheng sidestepped Hong Ying, casting a sweeping glance around the room. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, where is the captain? He and Xiangnan are still in the archives, Hong Ying replied, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Yu. They are still investigating. Zhao Kongcheng rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. They are quite relentless, aren't they? Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Indeed. The captain believes such matters require a cautious approach. So, they haven't emerged yet? Zhao Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Correct. Si Xiaonan affirmed once more, Hong Ying and I have just come from the archives. Zhao Kongcheng remarked. So, there are no records then. That would seem to be the case when Qima interjected. Otherwise, we would all have some recollection. Fang Yu, though uncertain of their discourse, sensed that it was somehow pertinent to him. Chapter 9. The Night Watchman, why are you all standing around? Sit down. Wu Xiangnan called out as he and Chun Mai emerged from the archive room, noticing the group standing in the center. All right, Hong Ying exclaimed, smacking her forehead. She then pulled Fang Yu towards the long table. I completely forgot. What is your name? Chun Mai inquired, directing his gaze toward Fang Yu after everyone had taken their seats. Once the group had exchanged brief introductions, Chun Mai continued, considering your forbidden domain has not been documented. We require some information regarding it. We hope you can cooperate. Fang Yu nodded, understanding that this was inevitable. Once he joined the Night Watch, his secrets would eventually be revealed. Hence, he chose to be forthright. However, he refrained from mentioning the engravings and the unresolved Flawless Dome, as he himself had yet to grasp their significance. Revealing such uncertainties would only complicate matters further. After Fang Yu disclosed both his active and passive abilities, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. What is happening here? Hong Ying scratched the back of her head and glanced at Si Xiaonan. How does he possess so many abilities? Although these abilities were interrelated and belonged to the same system, they distinctly diverged from the typical manifestations of forbidden domains. Under Hong Ying's scrutiny, Si Xiaonan shook his head slightly, indicating his own confusion. Let us set that aside for now, Chun Mai interjected, redirecting his attention to Fang Yu. Do you have any thoughts about joining the Night Watch? Take your time to consider. There's no rush in answering. Meeting Fang Yu's gaze, Chun Mai added, once you join the Night Watch, there's no turning back. To everyone's surprise, after a brief moment of hesitation, Fang Yu nodded decisively. I am willing. I've been waiting for that response. I was afraid that agreeing too readily would arouse suspicion about my motives. Fang Yu thought to himself, as he had been ready to commit the moment Chun Mai posed the question. In that case, I will submit your application immediately. Once you complete the training, you will officially be a member of the Night Watch. Until then, you will serve as a temporary member of our team, 136. Not a problem, Fang Yu affirmed. That's fantastic. From now on, Fang Yu will be a part of our team. Upon hearing Fang Yu's response, Hong Ying leaped from the sofa and threw herself at Si Xiaonan in celebration. Hong Ying, he hasn't officially joined yet. Si Xiaonan struggled in Hong Ying's embrace, attempting to remind her. Pouting, Hong Ying released Si Xiaonan and turned to Zhao Kongcheng. Isn't there a difference? You agree, right, Lao Zhao? Zhao Kongcheng remained silent. tacitly acknowledging Ongying's assertion. So, when does the training begin? Although he was aware of the situation, Fang You felt it necessary to put on a FA when the time called for it. In September each year, Chimai remarked, Fang You, you should have a place to stay, right? He reminded him that temporary team members were not provided with accommodation. Fang Yu nodded, fully aware this was the outcome. Yet he couldn't resist the urge to complain. It was rather absurd for an official organization to neglect the living arrangements of its interns. Well, that's settled. Chimai sighed in relief. Let's go. Hong Ying stood up from the sofa and approached Fang Yu. Brother Fang Yu, allow me to show you around so you can acclimate. Don't be so startled, Wu Xiangnan interjected, patting her chest in exasperation. Ignoring Wu Xiangnan's retort, Hong Ying took Fang Yu by the hand and led him outside. Chiamo, you should join us as well. You can explain our night watcher situation and the current state of the Great Xia, Chun Mai called after them as they departed. As for himself, he needed to submit an application for Fang Yu. Oh, and remember to have him come by in the next couple of days, Chimai added, as he recalled something upon seeing Wen Chi Mo's retreating figure. The application required some procedures that needed to be completed by Fang Yu himself. And with training scheduled for a month later, it was prudent for him to begin preparations early, despite being a temporary member. Understood. When Chi Mo replied in a calm tone. By the time Fang Yu returned home, it was already evening. I'm back, he announced, adhering to his usual habit of greeting the couple lounging on the sofa in the living room. You didn't cause any trouble at your friend's house, did you? Jiang Zhixing asked, turning to look at him. This morning, Fang Yu had informed his family that he would be visiting a classmate's home after school and might return late. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhixing felt a wave of relief, having previously worried about Fang Yu's adjustment to a new school. The fact that he was able to visit a friend indicated he was adapting well to his new environment. Without further thought, she waved her hand in approval of his request. No, not at all, Fang Yu replied, his demeanor calm as he spoke the truth. He hadn't even been to his classmate's home. Once in his bedroom, he sat down at his desk, contemplating how effortlessly he had joined the Night Watchers. Gazing out at the night sky, he mused softly. Isn't it wonderful that it went so smoothly? Elysia replied. However, this Night Watchers organization is somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, curious. In what way? I had expected a more grandiose scale from an official organization, yet it turns out to be hidden beneath an unremarkable little shop in the city, Elysia said, tilting her head slightly as she spoke from within the system space. With a blink of her eyes, Elysia inquired once more, by the way, have you contemplated how you will communicate this to your parents? I could simply tell them that I am enlisting in the military, he replied. With the experience of my seniors to guide me, I can just follow their lead. Will they agree? Elysia asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Fang Yu hesitated but nodded. They should, I believe. Their educational philosophy has always been quite democratic. As long as I avoid any unlawful deeds, they generally offer their support. Once the training begins, we will have the opportunity to engage with the Forbidden Ruins on a daily basis. Indeed, I'm truly looking forward to it. Chapter 10. Lin Xia Monday, Cangnan No. 2 Middle School. The classroom, once filled with a lively chatter, fell into an instant hush. Fang Yu instinctively directed his gaze towards the entrance, momentarily stunned by the boy who was ushered in by the teacher. He recalled the words of Lin Xia's aunt from the previous day. Classmate, Xia may come off as somewhat aloof, but he is quite well behaved. His eyesight is not very good, so I would appreciate your extra care. She had been distributing a basket of eggs around the classroom. Every student received one, and due to the fact that Lin Xia was to be his future desk mate, Fang Yu received special attention, taking two. Fang Yu, Lin Xia has arrived. The boisterous voice of Li Yifei jolted him back to reality. Fang Yu observed the boy at the podium, who was making his way towards him amidst a circle of classmates. He hurriedly removed his backpack from the aisle and stood up. Lin Xia's seat was positioned towards the interior. Without stepping out, it would be inconvenient for him to enter. Hello, I am Fang Yu. Once Lin Xia settled into his seat, Fang Yu introduced himself. I am Lin Xia, a slightly cold voice responded. Upon seeing the boy's eyes, shrouded in black silk, Fang Yu nodded. Yes, I understand. The group surrounding their seats chattered animatedly, simultaneously explaining to Lin Xia why everyone was familiar with him. It wasn't until the teacher entered that they dispersed. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. After Fang Yu neatly arranged Lin Chie's textbooks, Lin Chie expressed his gratitude. No problem, it's no trouble at all. Fang Yu shrugged, fully aware that Lin Chie was capable of handling it himself. Midway through the lesson, Fang Yu's phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the teacher, who was still lost in the sea of knowledge, and then at his classmates, nearly drowning in their studies. It was safe. He discreetly took out his phone to check the message. It was from Hong Ying. Recently, the phantom faces had grown increasingly brazen, expanding their territory from the old town into the city. After a period of patrol, Chun Mai had formulated a plan to cleanse the city of these phantom faces that very night. Hong Ying advised Fang Yu to exercise caution on his way home after school, as she recalled that despite having trained with the captain for 2 days, Fang Yu was still merely a high school student newly introduced to the mysterious world. Given that he was still attending school, he had not been included in this operation to avoid any unforeseen incidents. After replying with an acknowledgement, Fang Yu stealthily tucked his phone back into his bag. Though his actions were discreet, Lin Chie, seated nearby, caught him in the act. He raised an eyebrow, but chose not to address it. After all, many students brought phones to school clandestinely. He merely sensed a slight difference. As the individual he would be spending the most time with in the future, Lin Chie had been observing Fang Yu ever since he entered the classroom. Initially, judging by Fang Yu's obedient appearance, he had assumed he belonged to the archetype of a good student. So upon seeing the other person take out their phone, he was somewhat startled. Noticing the movement beside him, Fang Yu turned to glance at Lin Chie. Blinking his eyes, Fang Yu curled his lips into a faint smile while raising an index finger to his lips, signaling secrecy. Perhaps even Fang Yu himself hadn't realized that through his interactions with Elysia, he had not only mastered her archery skills, but also unconsciously adopted some of her subtle mannerisms. Lin Chie. Twitching the corner of his mouth, Lin Chie couldn't shake the feeling that the other might actually know he could see. Do you think a blind person would notice these gestures? Though admittedly, he could indeed see. As the evening's self-study bell chimed, Fang Yu packed his school bag and exited the campus gates alongside the entourage, escorting Lin Chie. Fang Yu, aren't you going home? Li Yifei looked at Fang Yu with puzzlement. I am, but isn't your place in that direction? Class monitor Jiang Qian murmured softly beside them. Fang Yu, that's unfortunate. As you know, I just moved here. Getting lost is perfectly normal. Maintaining perfect composure while spinning this blatant lie. Fang Yu's discreet gaze lingered on the backpack slung over Lin Chie's shoulders before he eventually turned to walk the opposite way. Only when the group disappeared around the street corner did Fang Yu leisurely retrace his steps. So the opportunity to obtain massive energy you mentioned is tonight? Alicia's voice carried a note of exhilaration. Fang Yu nodded. Yes, tonight Lin Chie will awaken his divine ruins. My only dilemma is whether to intervene excessively in this matter. If my assistance prevents Lin Chie's complete eruption, leaving his divine ruins half-awakened, that would be disastrous. Will there be danger? Yes, there will be casualties. Those classmates? Fang Yu remained silent, offering only a quiet nod. So without significantly affecting Lin Chie, you wish to save them, am I correct? Fang Yu continued his silence. Then go forth and do it. Remember, Elysia will always be by your side. Positioning himself early on a rooftop overlooking the alley, Fang Yu adjusted the single-strap backpack across his shoulders as the numbers in the procession below gradually dwindled. The night's main event was approaching. A glint of wariness surfaced in Fang Yu's eyes, his tightly clenched palms damp with perspiration. This marked his first genuine combat situation, though he wouldn't be confronting the masked ones directly. The moment to test his training results had arrived. Fang Yu, don't be nervous, Elysia chuckled lightly. Didn't you successfully hunt one that night? As the stench gradually assaulted his nostrils, Fang Yu steadied his nerves. Thank you, Elysia. With past floral reminiscence materializing in his grasp, Fang Yu's gaze fixed upon the alley ahead of the dwindling group. The masked ones lurked below. Chapter 11. The mortal realm. Standing atop the building, Fang Yu gazed down at the boy in the alley below, who was walking forward with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He tightened his grip on the bow, an arrow in his hands. According to the original plot, he was indeed one of the unfortunate classmates destined for death, wasn't he? Fang Yu's eyes fixed on the approaching figure of the ghostly man, concealed around the corner, and he drew upon the fleeting moments of the past, slowly nodding in affirmation. The crystal arrow coalesced upon the bowstring. Ah! With Wang Xiao's piercing scream shattering the night's stillness, Fang Yu's arrow suddenly soared forth. Whoosh! Wang Xiao, seated on the ground, watched in astonishment as the creature that lunged towards him suddenly toppled in the opposite direction, crashing heavily to the earth. Gazing at the arrow lodged in the monster's head, Wang Xiao gasped for breath, his expression still bearing the marks of terror from his narrow escape. Wang Xiao, are you all right? Just then, Li Yifei, Jiang Qian, and Lu Yuan appeared within Wang Xiao's line of sight. I thought you had encountered that deranged killer, Li Yifei remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle upon seeing Wang Xiao sitting dazed on the ground. Li Yifei and Lu Yuan helped Wang Xiao to his feet. Are you okay? Can you stand? Wang Xiao, upon hearing Li Yifei's voice, gradually regained his senses. He slowly lifted his trembling hand, pointing towards the corner ahead. There's a monster. Come on, you must be seeing things. Where could there possibly be? Following Wang Xiao's gesture, Li Yifei's smile froze upon his face. There, in the shadowy corner ahead, lay a dark figure, barely discernible in the dim light of the moon. Yet, the most reassuring sight was the arrow embedded in the creature's head, confirming that the monster before them had met its demise. What on earth happened? At that moment, Lin Xie finally caught up to them. Sensing the state of the four before him, Lin Xie's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled back into his chest. Ah, there's another one over there. Just then, Jiang Qian noticed a creature slowly emerging from the corner ahead. What is that? Lin Xie's expression suddenly darkened. The original monster was merely approaching its fallen kin, yet upon hearing Jiang Qian scream, it abruptly turned to face them. Its crimson tongue flickered in the air, and foul saliva dripped onto the ground. Run! Lin Xie instinctively shouted. Before he could finish his warning, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei had already released their grasp on Wang Xiao and sprinted towards the mouth of the alley. Lin Xie, caught off guard, was suddenly jolted by Lu Yuan's frantic rush, nearly losing his balance. Regaining his composure, Lin Xie urged the dazed Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian to flee. However, before they could make any significant distance, the monster was already in pursuit. Jiang Qian instinctively hurled her backpack at the creature, but this only served to provoke it further, without affording them a moment's respite. Whoosh! Once again, an arrow was loosed. The specter, feeling a sharp pain, emitted a piercing shriek. However, this time the arrow did not embed itself in the creature's head. Instead, Fang You had aimed for its thigh. The arrow, propelled with formidable force, impaled the specter's leg to the floor, rendering it momentarily immobile. Lin Xie instinctively cast his gaze towards the ceiling, but the height exceeded his perceptual range, leaving him no choice but to refocus his attention on the urgent matter of escape. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was incapacitated, Lin Xie and his companions hastily fled towards the exit. Alas, the rope, thin and fragile, snapped at the most despairing moment as yet another specter emerged behind them. This was precisely the reason Fang You had pinned the first specter to the ground. A third specter I seem to recall only two appearing in the original narrative. Observing the specter pursuing Lin Xie and the others, Fang You stroked his smooth chin, perplexed. Had he misremembered, or was this a consequence of the butterfly effect? The creature moved with astonishing speed, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. In the chaos of their escape, someone inadvertently pulled Lin Xie, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. This momentary delay allowed the creature to close in on him. Reacting instinctively, Lin Xie raised his cane defensively. A tremendous force struck him, sending Lin Xie hurtling through the air. The black satin floated gently down, eventually landing softly before him, within his perceptual range. The figures of his classmates had long since vanished. He was alone. Reflecting on this, Lin Xie felt a bitter pang of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from meddling. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he stood dazed. The creature lunged once more, and Lin Xie gripped his cane tightly, his chest heaving with exertion. After muttering a curse, he charged directly at the beast. The two soon found themselves locked in a fierce struggle. Though his physical prowess paled in comparison to that of the creature, his ability to anticipate its movements granted him a sliver of opportunity to retaliate. Below, the specter that he had previously pinned down was now free from the arrow's grasp, screeching as it advanced towards Elysia. "Should we lend him a hand?" Fang You inquired of Elysia. "Follow your heart. Do not fret so," she replied cheerfully. "Worry not about the so-called narrative for the moment you arrived in this world." The butterfly had already begun to flap its wings. "Rest assured, Elysia will always stand by your side, striving to protect all that you hold dear." "Thank you, Elysia," Fang You murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. He drew back his bow, the motion fluid and seamless. Just then, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the night. "I refuse to accept this." Lin Xie's emotions, long suppressed for over a decade, surged forth in an explosive outburst, a conflagration of anger and resentment igniting within his chest. Fang You paused momentarily, a hint of surprise flickering across his face, before he gradually released the tension in his right hand, which had been gripping the bowstring. Awakened? Before his eyes, a resplendent column of light erupted from the alley below, illuminating the entire passage and soaring towards the heavens. A searing wave of heat rushed towards him, and the dazzling radiance compelled Fang You to squint as he absorbed the immense power emanating from it. The fabric of his clothing rustled violently in the tempestuous wind. The sky was rent asunder by the beam of light, casting its brilliance over half of Cangnan City. Suddenly, Fang You sensed a gaze upon him, an invisible pressure descending like a shroud. Under the weight of this divine authority, his fingers gripping the bow turned pale. Yet he could not stem the fine beads of sweat that seeped from his palms, just as he felt on the verge of collapse. He faintly heard the displeased hum of Elysia. In that moment, an imprint materialized in his vision, a delicate symbol resembling a pink flower enveloped by a crescent moon. Chapter 12. From now on, I rely on you. The moment the imprint manifested, the oppressive aura brought forth by the divine presence receded like a tide. System notification. New hero Skydream Pedophilis has been added. Acquired imprint, Skydream, unlocked. Acquired ability, Can't. Lend me a hand, unlocked. System notification, Skydream Pedophilis' awakening level has reached 50. Acquired passive ability, Silent Cat Step. Acquired active ability, Seed Capital. Acquired active ability, if you can't win, run away. System notification, when the hero's awakening level exceeds 50 and all abilities are successfully unlocked, the hero can temporarily possess the host. Upon reaching 100 awakening level and unlocking the imprint, the hero can detach from the system and awaken in reality. System notification, new hero detected, system updating. The incessant echo of the system notification brought Fang You back to his senses. Elysia. At this moment, he was engulfed in shock. He recognized that voice all too well, the very one that had been chattering away in his ears these past days. Elysia. Fang You was aware that Elysia might not be weak, but he was utterly unprepared for this seemingly innocent and romantic girl to stand her ground against the divine might of Michael. Of course, another reason for his astonishment lay in the bizarre skills bestowed by this newly awakened hero. Bathed in golden light, Fang You felt an inexplicable surge of energy coursing through him, as if the fatigue from several days of training had vanished without a trace. However, he suspected that it likely wasn't the case. After all, the Seraphim had no obligation to grant him such benefits. So, could it be the influence of the new hero? At that moment, Elysia's playful voice chimed in beside him. "Hee, I'm amazing, aren't I? Praise me, and I'll be even happier." Her voice was filled with boundless joy. She had indeed been correct. Their other companions had also arrived in this brand new world. The intuition of a girl is invariably accurate. Well, this completely took me by surprise, Fang You murmured, gazing at the gradually converging beam of light, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Elysia is the best. Yes, I told you. Just follow your heart and boldly pursue what you wish to do. Because I am here, Elysia will always be by your side." "I understand." This time, Fang Yu's response was even more resolute than before. The beam of light in the alley began to dim, transforming into countless star-like specks that merged into Lin Xie's being. The boy's black hair danced without wind, and his once clear pupils now shimmered with a faint golden glow. He raised his gaze to the two monsters, which were once again stirring restlessly before him. A smile spreading across his face that reached his very eyes. He could finally see them, with his own eyes. Yeah! A sharp screech tore through the night. The monsters lunged forward like arrows released from a bow, the stench of their approach stirring the boy's garments. In the eyes of Lin Chia, the originally swift attack appeared to unfold as slowly as a scene in a film, every movement of the adversary rendered with astonishing clarity. He could discern the grotesque texture of the monster's muscles, observe each bristle of its raised mane, and even perceive the foul saliva clinging to its gleaming white fangs. Time seemed to elongate, and the sound of his heartbeat thundered in his ears. Lin Chia gripped the blind cane tightly, his gaze fixated on the approaching beast. As the monster leapt high before him, poised to pounce, Lin Chia's eyes suddenly shone with determination. A divine might descended upon the creature, paralyzing its body in a state of rigidity. Seizing the moment, Lin Chia thrust the cane forward with all the strength he could muster. Just as the cane was about to pierce the monster's eye, another arrow descended from above. The crystalline projectile accurately struck the creature's occiput, leaving behind a glimmering seed at the wound. The lifeless beast, propelled by inertia, crashed down upon Lin Chia. Struggling, he pushed the corpse off himself and managed to lift his head to gaze at the ceiling above. His eyes then fell upon the last remaining monster. The earlier divine might had drained all his strength, leaving him utterly exhausted, devoid of any energy. As the final beast charged towards him, yet another arrow flew, precisely claiming its life. Regrettably, the height of the rooftop exceeded his perception, preventing Lin Chia from discerning who had intervened. The level of assistance rendered was truly lacking. He might as well be cautious in offering praise. Despite being present from the outset and possessing the capacity to annihilate monsters, the aid had only been rendered when he was on the verge of demise. At that moment, a figure approached rapidly. Fang You, standing atop the building, naturally noticed Zhao Kongqing's arrival. He withdrew the mental energy attached to the arrows, causing the crystal projectiles and seeds to dissipate. Once assured that nothing had been overlooked, he turned to the stairwell behind him. Sigh. Having saved the individuals and absorbed enough energy, it was time to ascend stairs. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but after absorbing the energy, Fang Yu felt a refreshing clarity, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. Even the dimly lit stairwell appeared exceptionally vivid in his eyes. Upon returning home tonight, he should discuss joining the military with his family. The captain had been urging him, and the approval from the night watchers had been granted. He needed to report as soon as possible. According to Chiang Mai, arriving early would allow for some preliminary training, and Fang Yu also needed to familiarize himself with certain knowledge about the night watchers. Acquisition of mark, infinity, unlocked. Acquisition of ability, the curse of immortality, unlocked. System notification, infinity Mybius awakening level reached 1. Ah, how delightful. It is my dear Mybius. After vanquishing the last two Oni-faced beings, the system, which had fallen silent for a brief moment, once again emitted a notification. You seem quite pleased. Fang Yu detected the joy in Elysia's tone and inquired. Certainly, for I shall soon reunite with my long-lost companions. Do you know the two newly awakened heroes? How splendid. Initially, Fang Yu harbored concerns about bonding with the new heroes, but with Elysia's assistance, everything would become much simpler. Indeed, I can hardly contain my excitement to meet them. So, how many heroes are there in total? Descending the final step, Fang Yu gazed at the star-studded night sky and then posed the question to Elysia. There are a total of 13. Elysia's tone suddenly turned nostalgic, reminiscing about the moment spent together with everyone. 13? I must exert myself to ensure Elysia can reunite with her companions as soon as possible. Yes, I believe you can certainly accomplish that, and I shall rely on you from now on. Chapter 13, The Innocent Man. Bearing the burden of beauty, the dense night enveloped the alleys of the old town, as Zhao Kongsheng, clutching his broadsword, remained rooted in place, still basking in the elation of discovering the divine agent. The only flaw in this joyous moment was the realization that he had arrived a tad too late. The ghostly figures had already been vanquished by the agent, depriving him of an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Nevertheless, to topple 3 specters upon his initial awakening. Is this the true worth of a divine agent? Bored and seated on the curb, Zhao Kongchang awaited Lin Chia's return, his mind wandering with contemplations. Alas, I lack even a forbidden realm. Otherwise, I too could be a formidable master. Speaking of which, should I awaken a forbidden realm, what form might it take? His gaze drifted to the road ahead, stroking his chin as he pondered in the chilling wind. Moments later, while braving the cold to indulge in a smoke, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly rose to his feet. Something was amiss. He glanced around. There were no other souls in sight. They actually fled. Zhao Kongcheng found it hard to believe that he had been deceived by a mere high schooler. The thought alone would surely elicit laughter from Hong Ying. Meanwhile, several streets away, Lin Chia, burdened with his school bag and heading home, caught sight of a vaguely familiar figure by the roadside. The boy squatted there, murmuring to himself, a peculiar bow gripped in his hands, resting on his knees. Perhaps sensing Lin Chia's approach, the boy turned to look. Indeed, it was he, Fang You. Lin Chia's attention fixated on the bow in Fang Yu's grasp, raising an eyebrow as understanding dawned upon him. So, you are the unreliable archer? Lin Chia felt a surge of irritation. Were you and that older man in cahoots? Ah, so you met him already. Unfazed, Fang Yu stood up and began to ramble, the bow vanishing from his hands as he clapped together, saying, "What is so unreliable about that? I merely needed to charge my strength." Lin Chia regarded him with an expression that clearly conveyed skepticism, silently scrutinizing Fang Yu without uttering a word. Yet, he was not genuinely angry. The mere fact that Fang Yu had intervened was a stroke of fortune, had it not been for the earlier intense circumstances. He doubted he would have regained consciousness so swiftly. Thus, in a strict sense, he owed a debt of gratitude to Fang Yu's so-called unreliability. "Are you here to persuade me as well?" Lin Chia regarded his newly acquainted classmate with caution, fatigue etched on his face. The day's events had been entirely unexpected, and after exerting his abilities, he felt utterly drained. "Oh, don't look at me like that," Fang Yu exclaimed, reassuring him. "Rest assured, I'm not here to convince you. I merely came to say hello and offer you a gentle reminder." As the conversation unfolded, Fang Yu's expression grew increasingly serious. "There exists an organization known as the Cult of the Ancient Gods, and if my conjecture holds any truth, you have likely caught their attention." "Me?" Lin Chia pointed to himself, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What is the Cult of the Ancient Gods? Why would they focus on me?" Fang Yu recalled the descriptions of the cult from the original text. As a prominent antagonist introduced early on, their objectives were ruthless and unequivocal: to obliterate the peace established by humanity, to unveil the veil of chaos, and to thrust the world to the brink of destruction. One might perceive them as a cult aiming to subvert human order, acting as agents for malevolent deities. As for why they have set their sights on you, Fang Yu glanced at the young man before him and smiled. "It is because you are the Angel King, the proxy of the Seraphim Michael. The adage, a man innocent of wrongdoing bears the burden of wealth, should be self-evident to you. Possessing such formidable power, your life is destined to be anything but ordinary." Fang Yu shrugged, somewhat resigned. "They may either seek to recruit you or eliminate you, so I feel compelled to warn you. There is no escaping this fate. The members of the Cult of the Ancient Gods are unequivocal lunatics, employing any means necessary to achieve their ends." Pausing for a moment, Fang Yu observed Lin Chia closely before continuing. "Can you truly guarantee that you can always be by your family's side?" Although his family might not require Lin Chia's protection, the young man remained unaware, leaving Fang Yu with an opportunity. After listening to Fang Yu's words, Lin Chia fell into silence. Fang Yu was correct. He could not remain perpetually at his aunt's and Yang Jin's sides. If Fang Yu's assertions held any truth, it was indeed possible that the Cult of the Ancient Gods might target his family. Noticing that Lin Chia seemed to absorb his words, Fang Yu chose not to press further. As he had stated, he was merely offering a caution, not attempting to persuade. "Well then, since I have issued my warning, I shall take my leave. Elysia can hardly wait to reunite with her companions. However, since the system's announcement, she has been the sole occupant in the system space, which has made her somewhat anxious. Thus, I must return swiftly to assess the situation and explore the newly unlocked abilities." After bidding farewell to Lin Chia, Fang You returned home. Under the incessant chatter of Jiang Zhixin, he finished his late-night snack before retreating to his room. Ha ha. Annie is actually suspicious that you might be in a romantic relationship, given your frequent late-night visits to your classmates' homes. Elysia laughed uncontrollably in the system space, her earlier anxiety about not being able to meet her companions easing slightly. I can't help it. I have only returned late twice, and I informed them each time. Fang You mumbled, somewhat exasperated. He then began to review the system notifications he had previously set aside. Passive ability. Silent Cat's step significantly enhances physical attributes, bestowing agility akin to that of a feline, along with its remarkable visual acuity. Active ability. Seed money, upon contact with others, allows for the precise theft of known items from the target. If the thief lacks relevant cognition during the act, random items may be pilfered instead. Active ability. If you can't fight, run, enables the consumption of energy to bypass barriers for spatial leaps. Upon reading this, Fang Yu's face radiated with ecstatic joy. These three abilities addressed his most pressing dilemma, the inadequacy of his physical prowess. One granted him the means to escape, a crucial asset for ranged combatants who most fear being ambushed. As for the remaining thieving skill, Fang Yu had previously overlooked its significance. Indeed, the transformations he experienced atop the rooftop were a result of the system's influence. Chapter 14. You seem to have gained weight after gaining a preliminary understanding of his abilities. Fang Yu finally entered the system space. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a distinct difference from his previous experience. He could now choose which space to enter. The addition of 2 new spaces likely belonged to the newly arrived heroes. Unexpectedly, they were not in the same space. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yu decided to enter the space where Elysia resided. How is it? Have there been any changes? Elysia eagerly inquired once he stepped into the system space. Well, 2 new spaces have appeared. They must be theirs, Fang Yu replied with a nod. What must I do to see them? Fang Yu opened his mouth, only to find himself momentarily at a loss for words. He truly did not know. This wretched system didn't even provide a manual. Just as he was internally lamenting, the insubstantial system emitted another notification. System notification. System update complete. New interactive effects for spaces belonging to heroes have been added. When the heroes grant permission, they may visit the system's spaces of other heroes. Note: please unlock all abilities of the heroes as soon as possible. I understand. Fang Yu responded after reading the update. Elysia blinked. I understand too, as the system updates were synchronized, Elysia also sensed her newfound control over her space. It seems I can refuse entry to others. Even you, Elysia remarked, somewhat astonished. Is the authority granted so high? How then can I access their spaces? Elysia appeared to be in a quandary once more. The other 2 likely had not yet grasped the situation, let alone granted permissions for others to enter. At that moment, Fang Yu spoke up, I think I can go. After the system update, he perceived slight changes in the 2 additional spaces. He could still enter, but a second entry would require the consent of the space's owner. I'll go take a look first and then teach them how to use this space. Before Fang Yu could finish, Elysia gasped. Oh, the permissions in Mobius's space have opened. Fang Yu, hurry. Let's check it out. With that, Elysia vanished from sight. Fang Yu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and followed her into the transmission. The space remained shrouded in darkness, yet Fang Yu did not see Elysia there. Where is she? How can one lose someone even after teleportation? Is this system truly so efficient? Fang Yu was engulfed in confusion. However, in the next moment, he felt something coiling around his lower body. Before he could react, a girl appeared before him. You can't just appear out of nowhere like that. It's quite alarming, though the girl before him was undeniably beautiful. Her emerald green tresses cascade down as serpentine pupils shimmered with inquisitive light. Delicately lifting Fang Yu's chin with slender fingers, she examined him from various angles with the fascination of beholding some rare artifact. Why can you manifest such an expansive space? Especially this vessel carrying my consciousness. It's indistinguishable from my true form. As she spoke, Mobius released Fang Yu's chin and studied her own hand intently. After a moment, her gaze returned to him, a flicker of fervor igniting within those enigmatic eyes. How utterly fascinating. The girl lowered her lashes slightly, her frigid stare piercing through Fang You as excitement coiled beneath the surface of her serpentine irises. A pity my laboratory isn't here, though that hardly matters now. Noticing the increasingly perilous glint in her eyes, Fang Yu strained with all his might to free himself from the sinuous tail coiled around his waist. Let me go. Shoo. Quiet now. We wouldn't want that nuisance overhearing us. At her words, Fang Yu realized Elysia should be nearby, though he couldn't see her. Where's Elysia? TSK, TSK. No need to panic. She's right beside us. I've merely obscured her presence for the moment. Who are you? Fang Yu gritted his teeth, still struggling against the unyielding tail. The girl smirked. Little Labrat, my name is Mobius. Forgive the abruptness, but waking to such a riveting subject of study. Surely you'd react the same? Rest assured, we'll have ample time for me to thoroughly examine every cell of yours. So I won't harm you. For now. Her icy tone sent shivers down Fang Yu's spine, especially with that peculiar tail constricting him. The chill seeped through the thin fabric of his clothes, prickling his skin with unease. Something wrong, little mouse? And no, just remembered someone who'd really get along with you. Staring at Mobius, Fang Yu suddenly recalled Yu. Oh, is that so? Mobius' tongue flicked over her lips. How delightfully serendipitous. The space beside them warped abruptly, and Elysia materialized before them. My, look who it is. Dr. Mobius herself. To think the first person you'd seek upon waking wasn't me. How heartbreaking. Despite her words, Elysia's voice held no trace of displeasure, only playful exuberance. Fang Yu felt the tail slacken before Elysia steadied him. Elysia, seems Mobius took quite a liking to you. Elysia's lips curled in amusement. Ha ha. She didn't have to be that enthusiastic. Scratching the back of his head, Fang Yu muttered, yeah, liked is one way to put it. However, it should be a fondness for the study of materials. Fang Yu truly did not anticipate that. As a recently awakened hero, she could grasp the usage of this space in such a brief period. She even managed to temporarily shield Elysia, who had lived in the system space for over a decade. Look, what have you and little Fang Yu discussed that has made her so bashful? Elysia lifted her gaze to her old friend before Mei Baiyu. Followed her gaze towards Fang Yu, remarking that it seemed she had fared quite well during this time. Of course. Yet, without you all, it still feels somewhat lonely. Oomph. Mei Baiyu let out a cold scoff, about to speak when she was interrupted by a warm embrace. Welcome back, Mei Baiyu. Elysia, you rascal, let go of me. Fang Yu observed Mei Baiyu struggling violently in Elysia's arms, yet to no avail. Suddenly, a flustered and playful voice rang out. Elysia, you have gained weight. The atmosphere fell momentarily silent. You have lost weight, though. Chapter 15, I had thought. But how should I express this? After a vigorous struggle with the enigmatic Bias, Elysia finally released the girl before her. Truly, Dr. Bias was remarkable, having mastered the functions of this space in such a brief time. How impressive. T-Sich, such a trivial matter. Are you certain you are not mocking me? Bias. Upon hearing Elysia's words, disdainfully curled her lip, although I was indeed somewhat taken aback upon awakening. As the conversation progressed, Bias's gaze once again fell upon Fang Yu. However, it only took a moment of calm reflection to realize the sudden influx of permissions within herself, not to mention the emergence of an entirely new perspective. Was the outside world a completely novel realm? Clearly, Bias had witnessed Fang Yu's encounter with the Oni masked man and his conversation with Lin Xie through his eyes. Suddenly, a flicker of excitement appeared in Bias's icy gaze. She licked her lips, contemplating the divine. How intriguing it would be to study. Fang Yu felt somewhat at a loss, instinctively casting a pleading glance towards Elysia. Oh dear, let's not preoccupy ourselves with those vexing experiments so soon after awakening. Shall we, beloved Bias? Elysia gently shook Bias's arm, for this was an entirely new world, filled with opportunities for exploration. But before that, how about we visit Padu? Do refrain from such sentimental expressions. Elysia, is that rascal Phyllis also here? A flicker of surprise crossed Bias's face as she pondered why she could only sense two spaces, one belonging to herself, and the other presumably Elysia's. Haha, indeed. Padu awaken alongside you. Elysia narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Fang You, might I trouble you to teach her how to navigate this space? No problem. Fang You nodded and then vanished from before the two. He can move freely across various spaces? Bias mused, a glint of contemplation flashing in her eyes as she muttered to herself. Only the illustrious can do so upon their initial awakening. Yet do we not agree to set aside such troublesome thoughts? Bias, are you looking forward to meeting little Potta soon? How nostalgic. Elysia sighed wistfully. For others, it was merely a blink from closure to awakening. Yet she had endured the passage of over a decade alone in this realm, until recently, when Fang You stepped into this city, granting her the chance to engage with the outside world. Bias, I certainly do not. Meanwhile, as Fang You materialized in this space, he beheld a petite cat girl crouched helplessly before him, her back turned, a charming little cat perched atop her head. She muttered softly to herself, the words lost in the air. Her tail languidly hung down, exuding a sense of despondency. Upon sensing a sound, Pato's ears twitched slightly. She then turned her head, her light blue pupils capturing Fang You. Are you one of the underworld's people? She asked hesitantly. Then, in a murmuring tone, she added, Why are there not two of you? I thought it would be the black and white impermanence. Fang You smiled faintly and shook his head. I am not. Oh, then you are also someone who has just died, Pato remarked, her initial fear dissipating upon hearing that Fang Yu was not from the underworld. She stood and approached him, scrutinizing the youthful figure before her, her voice tinged with pity. What did you die from? You look so young. Fang Yu replied. Well, my name is Pato Phyllis. You can call me Pato or Phyllis, whichever you prefer, it matters not. It's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, this is a can. Meow. I am Fang Yu. I'm not dead, nor are you. Fang Yu pressed his forehead, feeling a hint of frustration. How could this be? I clearly... Before Pato could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Fang Yu's action. Ow, why are you pinching me? Fang Yu shrugged, feigning innocence. After a moment, Pato came to a realization. Oh my, I can still feel pain. I'm not dead, she exclaimed in astonishment. Let us set this aside for now. I shall teach you how to control this space. Huh, I can control this place? Fang Yu responded, Indeed, it originally belongs to you. Calm your mind and feel it, then envision how to open it. All right, I shall give it a try. With a sense of eagerness, Pato closed her eyes. After a while, she spoke with surprise. How marvelous. It seems I can kick you out. Fang Yu replied. Quickly, you may proceed. Soon, before them, Elysia appeared, tugging a reluctant Mobius, her face adorned with a smile. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Pato instinctively opened her eyes. She gazed at Elysia and Mobius, disbelief filling her light blue eyes. Her voice trembling, Elysia, is that really you? Did you miss me? Elysia beamed, releasing Mobius and waving energetically at Pato. Wah! After a brief moment of astonishment, Pato darted like lightning into Elisha's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The canister leapt off Pato's head, landing at their feet. Elysia, Sobi, I thought I would never see you again. Elysia's expression blended joy with a touch of helplessness as she gently patted Pato's back. There, my dear Phyllis. No more tears. I miss you dearly as well. Elysia softly comforted Pato, while nearby, Mobius, having freed herself from Elysia's embrace, did not return directly. Humph. She cast a glance at the two before her and let out a gentle huff. Elysia could distinctly feel Pato tremble slightly in her arms. Dr. Mobius, we miss you tremendously as well, including the canned goods, Pato said, halting her tears as she emerged from Elysia's embrace, awkwardly scratching the back of her head, not forgetting to pick up the cat that lay at her feet. Fang Yu, allow me to introduce this vivacious and endearing young lady, Pato Phyllis, Elysia said, wiping away the tear from the corner of Pardo's eye before turning to Fang Yu. Yes, I am aware, he replied. Strangely, as Elysia made the introduction, Fang Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the cat-eared girl's gaze lingered momentarily above his pocket. Chapter 16. The Crystal Dome. Fang Yu bid farewell to a man in military uniform before he pulled his suitcase and pushed open the door of the office. In order to convince his parents that he was truly enlisting, Chumai had arranged for someone to pick Fang Yu up at his home the previous day. As the cheerful welcome bell chimed, Fang Yu stepped inside to find Zhao Kongcheng sitting on the sofa with a distressed expression, enveloped in self-doubt. Beside him, Hong Ying was laughing heartily, while the others wore similar smiles. It was early morning, and, apart from Chun Mai, everyone else was present in the office. What happened? Fang You inquired with curiosity, though he already had an inkling of the answer. Ah, Fang Yu has arrived, Hong Ying exclaimed upon seeing him with his suitcase. Last night, old Zhao encountered that suspected Seraph agent, and ended up being deceived, left out in the cold for quite some time. Ha ha, oh dear, this is something that will amuse me for quite a while. Realizing the connection to the previous night's events, Fang Yu nodded and turned to Zhao Kongsheng with concern, asking, Old Zhao, are you all right? Zhao Kongsheng ignored Fang Yu's question, slumping further into the sofa, appearing utterly drained, as though all vitality had been siphoned from him. With a wave of his hand, he replied softly, I'm fine. Observing this, Fang Yu shrugged, then sat down next to Zhao Kongsheng with the suitcase. Fang Yu, you're still a reserve member, and accommodation ISNT provided for now. So, I discussed it with the captain last night. And you can stay with me for the time being, all right? Hong Ying asked him as soon as he settled down. That's fine. I'm okay with wherever I stay, as long as there's a place for me. Fang Yu nodded, recalling that the captain had already sorted out his accommodation issue before he officially transitioned. Seeing that Fang Yu had merely inquired about the agent from the previous night and swiftly shifted the conversation to other topics with Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan regarded him thoughtfully. At that moment, the door was opened once more, and Chun Mai entered, looking weary and bearing a strong scent of blood. Captain, are you all right? Si Xiaonan began to rise to approach Chun Mai. Iem me fine. Chun Mai waved his hand, removing the blood-stained cloak before taking a seat. However, I let the Ghost Face King escape. I chased it all the way to the outskirts of Beicheng last night, but it managed to forcefully sever its essence and flee. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense, as the team had mobilized their entire formal personnel the previous night with the aim of eradicating the Ghost Face beings in the city. They had not anticipated that the Ghost Face King would ultimately slip away. The group then commenced a discussion regarding the possible whereabouts of the Ghost Face King. So, the Ghost Face King will eventually return to Cangnan City? Indeed, it sustained severe injuries and surely cannot travel far. Moreover, the cities surrounding Cangnan are quite distant. If it wishes to recuperate, it must return here, Wu Xiangnan asserted confidently while examining the map before him. Zhao Kongchang furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Yet, Cangnan City is not insignificant. We are unaware of where he might return. Through the sewers, perhaps, interjected Fang Yu, who had been silent until now, curling his lip in instinctive response. He recalled vividly that fateful night when he first encountered the phantom face. It had emerged from the sewers and nearly claimed his life. Indeed, I concur with Fang Yu's assessment, Wu Xiangnan affirmed, nodding before elaborating. The phantom face has a penchant for traversing the sewers. Thus we need only secure the sole sewer in the northern suburbs. Let it be so. Dispatch personnel immediately to search this sewer. This time, we must ensure its demise before it reappears, Chun Mai commanded decisively. Understood. The others responded promptly, preparing for action. Xiao Nan, you shall escort Fang Yu to the training grounds and await my arrival, Chun Mai instructed, then turned to Fang Yu. We shall evaluate your capabilities at the training arena shortly. All right, Fang Yu replied. Just then, as he was about to follow Xiao Nan, Wu Xiangnan called out to them, addressing the captain, moreover, there is the agent of the Seraph. His potential is immense, and the ancient god sect will undoubtedly seek to recruit him. We cannot afford to remain idle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng sprang to attention, thumping his chest confidently. Rest assured, I shall bring him back without fail. That lad is a student at No. 2 High School. I will wait at a school gate and will not let him slip away. Hold on. My suggestion was that since Fang Yu is also a student at No. 2 High School, why not allow him to engage with the agent directly? Wu Xiangnan proposed, casting a discreet glance at Fang Yu, gauging his reaction. However, Fang Yu's expression remained unchanged throughout. There's no need. Let us proceed as planned. Xiao Nan, please take Fang Yu with you, Chun Mai ultimately decided. Understood, Captain. Xiao Nan nodded, addressing Fang Yu, come with me. And what are my belongings? Fang Yu asked. They can remain here. We shall collect them together when we return tonight, Hong Ying replied. Very well. as the group gradually departed. Only Chenmai and Wu Xiangnan remained in the room. Why not allow Fang Yu to interact with the Seraph agent? He has already met him and may have established contact. Being fellow students at number 2 high school, he could facilitate this task more efficiently. Wu Xiangnan queried, perplexed. And why did you withhold yesterday's report? The report from the previous night had only been reviewed by him and Chenmai. The 3 phantom faces had evidently perished from arrows, yet there were no traces of arrows at the scene, which could easily implicate Fang Yu. Chenmai chuckled softly. Do not rush. Since Fang Yu has not mentioned it, we need not delve too deeply. Everyone harbors secrets, myself included. Ultimately, we need only ascertain that he poses no threat to us night watchers or to our great Xia. Wu Xiangnan fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I require a reason. He understood that the captain could not possibly act without reason. At that moment, Chenmai rose to his feet, casting a glance in the direction where Fang Yu had departed, before shifting his gaze towards the neighboring city. Do you recall the alleged divine descent incident that transpired in Huaihai City over a decade ago? Wu Xiangnan paused momentarily. How could he ever forget? The unusual phenomena enveloped the entirety of Huaihai City, and even their own Cangnan City could faintly perceive it. The logistics team had labored tirelessly for nearly an entire year to suppress the incident. Wu Xiangnan would certainly not forget the pink, crystalline dome that shrouded the entire city. With this thought, he suddenly froze. If memory served him correctly, Fang Yu's arrows were also of a pink, crystalline nature. Furthermore, he too had relocated from Huaihai City. Even their birth dates coincided with the timing of that incident. Are you suggesting? Chapter 17. The test before Wu Xiangnan could finish speaking. He was interrupted by Chenmai. Indeed, I suspect he may be the agent of that deity who appeared suddenly over a decade ago. After a brief pause, Chenmai added, even if he isn't, he undoubtedly shares intricate ties with that divine being. This much is certain. Should his materials be submitted alongside those of the Seraph's agent? Wu Xiangnan inquired, momentarily taken aback. Chenmai shook his head. Not for now. Just report the emergence of the Seraph's agent. After all, we have yet to ascertain the precise relationship between Fang Yu and that deity. Let us observe for a while. He cautioned against hasty actions, especially since the stance of the unknown deity towards the great Xia remains ambiguous, particularly given their considerable strength. Establishing a collaborative relationship would be ideal. At the very least, we must avoid antagonizing them. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well, let us proceed as such. I shall head to the training room now. You should prepare for tonight's ambush. Satisfied that the matter had been settled, Chenmai donned his cloak and exited the room. I hadn't anticipated such an expansive area beneath. Fang Yu remarked, following Si Xiaonan after they had walked a considerable distance. He was genuinely surprised that a small office could house such a vast underground space. Yes, I was astonished when I first came here as well. Si Xiaonan replied with a cheerful demeanor as she led the way. It's hard not to be surprised. At the very least, it seems safe to estimate that several streets in this vicinity are part of the Night Watcher's base. However, since Fang Yu had not truly explored, he was uncertain about the actual dimensions of the space. By the way, when did you discover you possessed the Forbidden Abyss? I'm not quite sure. It just manifested inexplicably one day. Fang Yu scratched the back of his head, evading a direct answer to Si Xiaonan's inquiry. As they conversed, they soon reached the end of a long corridor. A large iron door came into view. The training ground is just beyond this door. You can go in and wait for the captain. Si Xiaonan had to rush off to assist in tracking the Ghost-Face King. So after guiding Fang Yu to his destination, she turned and left, watching Si Xiaonan's departing figure. An inexplicable expression surged within Fang Yu until she vanished around the corner. Alone now, he pushed open the iron door and stepped inside. Wow, this space is truly spacious. In the system's space, Elysia expressed her astonishment. How dull. It seems this world's level of scientific advancement is still in its primitive stages, came the somewhat disinterested voice of Moebius. Fang Yu found himself at a loss for words and remained silent, wandering around the training ground while waiting for Chenmai to arrive. Before long, the iron door to the training ground swung open again. Captain, how do you feel? Chenmai entered, having changed out of his blood-stained clothes. Fang Yu pondered for a moment, It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had not anticipated that such an ordinary little office concealed such a place beneath it. This space was created by the Forbidden Ruins. After a brief introduction to the origins of the base, Chunmai directly stated the theme for today. Practice is the best method for research. Soon, I will suppress my strength to the level of a lamp's shadow, and we shall spar to test our skills. This will also allow me to better understand your situation and tailor a training plan for you. With less than a month until the training camp, he needed to enhance Fang Yu's abilities during this time. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to fail in front of others at the camp. All right, Fang Yu replied, gripping the pass flower in his hand. As he summoned his weapon, Chunmai raised an eyebrow and drew his two straight knives. Fang Yu's eyes twitched slightly. If he remembered correctly, Chunmai had used wooden swords when sparring with Elysia. However, it didn't matter much. He was aware that switching to real knives wouldn't allow him to defeat Chunmai. This self-awareness was crucial, and besides, this was merely a preliminary assessment, not a formal training session, so it was quite normal. Fang Yu steadied himself. Captain, I'm ready. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chunmai lunged forward with astonishing speed, brandishing his knife. How fast? Fang Yu's pupils constricted. Had this been before? He might not have had a chance to react. However, things were different now. With the passive skill Silent Cat steps, Fang Yu had also gained enhanced dynamic vision. He positioned the pass flower in front of him, barely managing to block the incoming strike. Oh! Chunmai was somewhat surprised to see his attack thwarted. Was this the prowess of a divine agent who had awakened for over a decade? Even without systematic training, such reaction speed was impressive. Yet the next moment, Fang Yu's movements astonished him. Having successfully parried the straight knife, Fang Yu twisted his waist, skillfully deflecting Chunmai's force, and then swung his longbow towards Chunmai. What kind of archer employs such a technique? Chunmai momentarily lost focus, utterly taken aback. Which archer would not retreat when confronted so closely, but instead swing their weapon towards their opponent? Just as Fang Yu was about to make contact, Chunmai swiftly sheathed his knife and raised it to block. However, at that moment, Chunmai's keen eyes caught sight of Fang Yu's right hand swiftly gliding over the bowstring. Without even aiming, a crystal arrow was shot forth in an instant. With no other choice, Chunmai could only raise his knife to defend himself. I nearly forgot that this fellow is an archer. The clash between the straight blade and the pink arrow produced a crisp sound at the moment of contact. The arrow was deflected by Chunmai, yet it left behind a crystalline floral mark. Seizing the opportunity, while Chunmai was occupied with the block, Fang Yu swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, a multitude of arrows continued to be released by Fang Yu. He aimed for non-lethal areas on Chunmai's body, his shoulders, arms, thighs, and the straight blade itself. The arrows seemed to move with an effortless grace, as if an unseen force were guiding their trajectory. Despite being shot without any deliberate aim, they ultimately found their mark with uncanny precision. However, all were deflected by his wielded blade. Unbeknownst to Chunmai, the accumulation of crystalline floral marks grew increasingly abundant. At the same time, he drew ever closer to Fang Yu. Just as Chunmai approached Fang Yu, a pink glowing crystal arrow was released. Chapter 18. Rainy night with a sudden explosion. A powerful shockwave accompanied by the shattering of crystals startled Chunmai. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another dagger in his hand detonated like a chain reaction, scattering crystals in every direction. As Chunmai stumbled backward, he glanced at the two daggers he had discarded on the ground, and then at Fang Yu, pausing momentarily in silence. Why did the daggers explode? Is this even logical? My weapons have turned against me. This ability is rather sinister. Fang Yu retracted the fleeting blossoms of his past, collapsing onto the training room floor. Captain, you are incredibly unfair. Since when do we train by targeting each other's faces? Observing Fang Yu's bruised visage, Chunmai's lips twitched slightly before he quickly regained his composure. I have a good understanding of your situation. Your long-range combat capabilities are commendable, yet your close-quarters skills leave much to be desired. With over a month remaining before the training camp begins, you shall train with us during this period. Considering your abilities are primarily related to range combat, once the matter with the Ghost Face King is resolved, you will practice sparring with me in the morning and study the Forbidden Ruins with Wen Qima in the afternoon. As for firearms, as he contemplated firearms. Chunmai hesitated for a moment, uncertain. After all, Fang You is primarily a long-range combat unit, and it appears he may not have much use for firearms. Never mind. You should still learn a bit from Lung Xian tonight, just in case. It is wise to prepare for situations where the Forbidden Ruins may not be accessible. At this juncture, knives and guns have become the primary means of combat. All right. Fang Yu nodded in agreement, then inquired, Captain, may I participate in tonight's operation? We will decide that later, Chunmai replied without giving a direct affirmation. Report, I'm already at the doorstep of the Seraphim agent. Just watch me take this kid down today. Zhao Kongqing's vigorous voice crackled through the earpiece. TCH, be careful not to burst your own bubble, Hong Ying retorted, pressing her ear against the device before shutting off the public channel and turning to Fang Yu beside her. Hey, Fang Yu, are you feeling nervous? The sound of footsteps echoed in the cramped space. Strolling along the surface of the sewer, she noticed Fang Yu's expression suddenly stiffening and inquired with concern. Or have you uncovered a lead on the Ghost Face King? A chilling wind swept through, causing Fang Yu to shiver. He raised his flashlight to scan the surrounding walls. No, nothing found. I see. Hong Ying nodded. So it's your first mission, and you're feeling anxious. She then chuckled. Don't worry with me around. The Ghost Face King won't get anywhere near you. Simultaneously, she cheerfully patted Fang Yu on the shoulder. The rhythmic intonation of her voice, combined with her deliberately exaggerated expressions, elicited an involuntary chuckle from Fang Yu. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Hong Ying observed Fang Yu's somewhat improved expression, curling her lip in curiosity. So, why do you wish to participate in this mission? Originally, Fang Yu, as a temporary team member, was not permitted to engage in the task of purging the mysterious entity prior to his formal induction. Moreover, this mission targeted the notorious Ghost Face King of Chuanjing. However, after persistent pestering from Fang Yu, Chunmai reluctantly approved his application, albeit with the stipulation that he could only conduct searches on the outskirts of the city, and under the supervision of a seasoned teammate. Why? Upon hearing Hong Ying's inquiry, Fang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was it to save Zhao Kongqing? Yet, given his limited abilities, he would likely be more of a hindrance than a help. Nonetheless, he could not simply disregard the situation and allow Zhao Kongqing to invoke the ghostly powers without oversight. Thus, he devised a plan. By gathering some clues during the preliminary searches, he could steer the team towards a concentrated search near the old district. In Fang Yu's recollection, the Night Watcher squad had taken several nights to uncover the Ghost Face King's whereabouts. However, he was blindsided when Zhao Kongqing's unexpected report disrupted his original strategy. He had already located Lin Chie's residence. Wasn't this supposed to occur days later? At this point, calling Zhao Kongqing back seemed futile, leaving Fang Yu troubled over how to prompt Chunmai to rush there. Just as Fang Yu grappled with his thoughts, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Report. We have discovered traces of the Ghost Face King's blood, but no sign of him. This tunnel has only 2 exits. One leads to the residential area of the old district, and the other to the city center. As the search team leader's voice resonated, the public channel fell into a momentary hush. The leader? It was when Qima. The city center is densely populated, making it impossible for us to evacuate the crowd swiftly. Therefore, teams 1 through 4 are to secure the sewer system in the city center. We cannot allow the entity to enter the urban area through the sewers. What about the old district? Lao Zhao is still there. Hong Ying exclaimed, anxiety creeping into her voice. Hong Ying, you and Fang Yu are closest to that area. So you two should take Team 5 and head over. If the Ghost Face King appears in the old district, ensure that the residents are evacuated immediately. Remember, do not engage with the Ghost Face King. You are not a match for him. Chunmai's tone was somber. Wu Xiangnan, please check on Lao Zhao's status. Understood. They all replied in unison. Let's go. After shutting off the microphone, Hong Ying signaled to Fang Yu and sprinted toward the entrance they had descended from. At the sewer entrance, Hong Ying skillfully leaped up, urging, Quick, I'll give you a hand. She leaned down, extending her hand towards Fang Yu below. It's raining. Fang Yu looked up at Hong Ying, the raindrops blurring his vision. Once Fang Yu managed to climb up, Hong Ying promptly led him to rendezvous with Team 5. Sister Hong Ying, this is inefficient. It's a waste of precious time. As he sprinted along the pavement, Fang Yu called out to Hong Ying, I will rendezvous with old Zhao first. You take the search team over there. All right, but do take care. Hong Ying pondered for a brief moment before acquiescing to Fang Yu's suggestion. This indeed would expedite their arrival at old Zhao's location. If the Ghost-Faced King was truly in the old city, having an additional person would assist old Zhao in swiftly evacuating the residents there. Rest assured, Sister Hong Ying, I value my life. Upon finishing his words, a spatial suddenly manifested before Fang Yu, revealing the scenery of several streets beyond. Before Hong Ying could react, Fang Yu plunged headfirst into the fissure. Staring at the space that closed behind him, Hong Ying was taken aback. Wait, since when did Fang Yu possess this ability? Just as he emerged from another door opened, and Fang Yu stepped through. As the distance to the old city diminished, Fang Yu's earpiece crackled to life with Zhao Kongqing's calm voice. Report. Watcher Zhao Kongqing has located the Ghost-Faced King in the old city. Chapter 19. The Phantom-Faced King. The torrential rain blurred the streetlights into indistinct halos. As Fang Yu hurriedly emerged from the fissure, his pant legs were already soiled with filthy water. It was unclear how many fissures lay ahead, as if an invisible giant hand had torn apart the veil of reality, revealing the scenes beyond with stark clarity. At that moment, the earpiece was engulfed in silence, with everyone rushing madly towards the old city. The last communication had ceased half a minute prior. Lao Zhao, can you hear me? How's it on your end? However, the only reply to Wu Xiangnan was the crackling static on the channel. His fingertips grazed the icy raindrops as Fang Yu leapt into the fissure. When he stepped out again, he found himself in the old city. Glancing at the signpost before him, Fang Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, people were still present. Without hesitation, he disregarded the barriers of the boundless void and charged straight towards the obstruction. Just as he was about to make contact, a fissure opened above the barrier. Through this opening, Fang Yu beheld the scene within the boundless void. Zhao Kongqing stood pale and tense, gripping a straight blade. His gaze fixed intently ahead at the Phantom-Faced King. To Fang Yu's relief, Zhao Kongqing bore no signs of battle, aside from his ashen complexion. Clearly, he had only just encountered the Phantom-Faced King. At this moment, the anxiety that had been weighing on Fang Yu's heart dissipated completely. Excellent. I made it in time. What brings you here? How did you get in? Zhao Kongqing's expression was one of confusion. Surely, he hadn't relinquished the boundless void, but it mattered little. As long as reinforcements had arrived, that was sufficient. Zhao Kongqing mused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, tinged with either regret or relief. He tucked his badge away, only to see Fang Yu step into the fray alone. The smile froze on his face. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Where is the captain? Before he could finish his sentence, the Phantom-Faced King lunged at him with blinding speed. Zhao Kongqing rolled awkwardly on the ground, narrowly evading the attack. Damn it! Is it too much to ask for some decorum while others are conversing? He muttered as he rose to his feet. Casting a glance at the looming figure of the Phantom-Faced King, which emanated an overwhelming presence amidst the rain, Fang Yu shifted his focus from Zhao Kongqing to the Phantom-Faced King. Kid, where's the captain? Zhao Kongqing's face now bore a hint of urgency. This creature was beyond what the two of them could handle. The captain is on his way here. I came ahead, Fang Yu replied, conjuring a flurry of petals from the past into his hands. They are still en route. As he spoke, he drew his bow, the motion fluid and seamless. Foolishness! Zhao Kongqing's voice, laced with anger, protested as he barely parried the Phantom-Faced King's claws. This is not the same phantom-faced creature from that night. This is a being of the river realm, towering 2 realms above you. Are you seeking death? Zhao Kongqing was violently hurled by the Ghost-Faced King, crashing heavily to the ground. After rolling a few times, he struggled to half-kneel, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Alas, there was no time to invoke the deity. As he beheld the Ghost-Faced King charging towards him, a fleeting expression of regret crossed Zhao's face. Whoosh, whoosh, the successive arrows sliced through the downpour, each one possessing an uncanny trajectory, aiming directly for the king's face, momentarily halting its advance. The king raised its arm to deflect the incoming arrows. casting a scornful glance at Fang You, whose eyes glinted with a greedy bloodlust. Just as it continued its assault on Zhao, a sudden pain shot through its arm, followed by a sharp sting in its eye. Shattered fragments of crystal pierced into its eye socket. A piercing shriek of agony escaped the ghost-faced king as it abruptly turned around, one eye now filled with unbridled fury, fixating on Fang You, who was tirelessly drawing his bow. The crystal embedded in its arm was expelled by its muscles, and the wound began to mend at an astonishing rate. In an instant, the king forsook the easy prey before it, and lunged towards Fang You with remarkable speed. Huh, it won't be so easy for me to meet the king of hell. Fang You retreated a step, stepping into a spatial rift behind him, materializing at another location within the barrier, continuing to shoot arrows. Although his arrows could not inflict substantial damage, Fang Yu's objective was not to slay the ghost-faced king. He was fully aware of his own limitations, recognizing the futility of such aspirations. His sole aim was to draw the king's ire, buying time until reinforcements could arrive. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng observed the ghost-faced king darting around within the barrier, his expression cracking further. What was happening? If memory served him correctly, Fang Yu's forbidden domain was called Arrow of Flowers and Birds. Yet how could it be intertwined with spatial abilities? This hardly resembled a spatial forbidden domain. Nevertheless, witnessing the current circumstances, Zhao felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this method could indeed buy enough time for their captain and the others to arrive. The ghost-faced king was indeed swift, but it was evident that it could not catch up to Fang Yu's spatial movements, unless it could predict where Fang would open his portal. Yet, even in that case, Fang could choose not to enter through it. However, before Zhao could revel in his newfound hope, the ghost-faced king let out a deafening roar. Suddenly, a grotesque visage materialized on the ground. Zhao's complexion shifted drastically. The Forbidden Domain Sequence 176, Ghostly Visage of the Earth. The moment the face appeared, both Fang You and Zhao Kongcheng felt a vertiginous sensation, a powerful dizziness washing over them. This is bad. I had forgotten that the ghost-faced king possessed this ability. Yet, there was little to be done. Although he was aware of the plot, it was only a vague recollection, given that nearly a decade had passed. Moreover, even the articles that he had memorized thoroughly during high school could be forgotten entirely just a few months after the college entrance examination, let alone the mere plot of a novel. Fang Yu's retreat came to a momentary halt as the ghost-faced king suddenly appeared before him. A shiver coursed through Fang Yu's body, causing the hairs on his skin to stand on end. Although he could not see the figure of the ghost-faced king, he trusted his instincts. He promptly dove to the side, only to find that the ground beneath him had also been torn open. However, as he emerged from another fissure, he instantly realized he was suspended in midair. How could he have opened a door on the ground, yet found himself soaring through the air? There was only a fleeting moment of confusion before he quickly regained control of his body, twisting at the waist and gently landing on the ground. Fang You, Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed urgently, "Be cautious. This is the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghost-Faced Ground. Within this realm, it can deceive the perceptions of all beings with a realm equal to or lesser than its own, and it can also invert spatial concepts." As he spoke, the flicker of joy that had briefly surfaced within Zhao Kongcheng began to fade. He picked up the straight blade that had fallen to the ground and, with some difficulty, rose to his feet. This ability posed a lethal threat to Fang Yu. If he inadvertently opened a door directly in front of the ghost-faced king, it would spell disaster. I cannot allow myself to be underestimated by the younger generation. Zhao Kongcheng spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly placing his badge into a pocket within easy reach, before charging at the ghost-faced king with his blade in hand. How could he allow a ranged combat unit to be ensnared by such a bizarre, close-quarters attack? Chapter 20. I'm almost an agony kid. I am here to assist you, Zhao Kongcheng shouted. Yet he did not advance towards the specter known as the Ghost-Faced King. He understood that the apparition he perceived might not be in that direction. Hence, it was imperative to ascertain the correct path first. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, Fang Yu was fervently opening rifts in space around him, although the locations of these rifts were often far from his expectations. Nevertheless, through his instinctive awareness of danger, He managed to slip into the nearby rifts just as the Ghost-Faced King lunged at him. Surprisingly, each time he traversed these rifts, he found himself at a considerable distance from the Ghost-Faced King. At this moment, Fang You remained oblivious to the fact that each time the king's claws neared him, his original dark pupils would momentarily transform into shallow, blue feline eyes, reverting back to normal once he evaded peril. The rifts he created in this state were often the farthest from the Ghost-Faced King. Within the confines of the system's space, Elysia seemed to sense something amiss. She turned her gaze thoughtfully towards the cat-eared girl who had been by her side since awakening. Pado's ears twitched instinctively, and she glanced at Elysia. Why have you been staring at me, Elysia? Her tone lacked conviction, and she ceased her nervous scratching at the can. It's nothing. I merely wanted to observe our adorable Pado, Elysia replied with a smile, her eyes soft as she regarded Pado, her voice laced with playful teasing. However, it appears Fang Yu's luck rivals that of our dear Phyllis. Who knows? Pado lowered her gaze, focusing on the cat nestled in her arms. After a moment, she looked up. Elysia, are you not worried about him? But she is here, Elysia remarked, her attention drifting towards a distant point, her gaze seemingly piercing the void to observe someone scrutinizing the outside world. You mean? Pado began, quickly covering her mouth. Her eyes darted around, ensuring safety before lowering her vigilant tail. If Pado could visit Elysia, then she certainly could as well. In the external realm, after numerous narrow escapes, Zhao Kongsheng was left astounded by Fang Yu's fortune. Goodness, this kid is incredibly lucky. Despite his disorientation, Zhao Kongsheng was not blind. He recognized that Fang Yu was merely dodging recklessly, often running directly towards the Ghost-Faced King. On one occasion, they nearly stood face to face, only for a portal to serendipitously open beneath the king's feet. The other side of the portal was situated at a high altitude not far from Fang Yu, granting him a brief experience of freefall. This fortunate turn of events provided him with a sliver of respite. I must take this kid to buy a lottery ticket when we return, Zhao Kongsheng mused, discreetly feeling the raindrops cascading down his body, his thoughts tinged with mischief. I may be a non-lucky player, but as long as others can assist me, it suffices. Perhaps the prolonged constraint had led to Fang Yu's stamina gradually failing to keep pace with his reactions. A surge of immense force struck him, followed by an excruciating pain that tore through his very being. Fang Yu coughed up a mist of blood before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Kongsheng's smile froze. Fang Yu. He gazed at the boy, who resembled a fallen kite, and a chill coursed through his heart. Damn it. Fang Yu lay on the ground in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, quickly washed away by the torrential rain. The pain was unbearable. Surely, his ribs must be broken. Gasping for breath, Fang Yu gritted his teeth, striving to ignore the pain coursing through his body as he attempted to rise once more. However, reality was not a turn-based game. The Ghost-Faced King, not granting Fang Yu a moment's respite, lunged greedily at the fallen boy after landing a successful blow. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in Fang Yu's ears. A figure had intercepted the Ghost-Faced King's assault. You beast! Zhao Kongsheng glared, his voice filled with fury. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the barrier of the boundless void. Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng! I know you were here, come out now. Lin Xie frowned, scanning his surroundings. How strange. He had clearly seen him vanish in this direction. Moments ago, from the perspective of a bat, he had observed Zhao Kongsheng disappearing right here, so he was certain he was nearby. While searching, he soon spotted a signpost standing in the rain. No entry ahead. Utilizing the faint light, Lin Xie wiped away the rainwater clinging to the sign. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him as he remembered Zhao Kongsheng mentioning the boundless void. Zhao Kongsheng, let me in. I know you're inside the boundless void. Within the barrier, Zhao Kongsheng was desperately fleeing, nearly pinned to the ground. He could have evaded, but upon seeing that the Ghost-Faced King had set its sights on the fallen Fang Yu, he braced himself to confront the monster head-on. Meanwhile, Fang Yu, having been knocked down by the Ghost-Faced King, had yet to recover. The searing pain in his chest, coupled with his disoriented senses, made it exceedingly difficult for him to rise again. At that moment, a flash of golden light flickered past, Lin Xie successfully entered the interior of the boundless void. As he entered, he beheld Zhao Kongcheng struggling beneath the weight of the Ghost Face King, alongside Fang You, whose fate remained uncertain. "Hurry! I'll hold him off. You take Fang You and leave," Zhao Kongcheng shouted urgently. He was still young. He could not perish here. His own fate was of little consequence. Zhao Kongcheng thought to himself. Hearing Zhao Kongcheng's voice, Lin Xie couldn't help but feel anxious. "What about you? I have my own ways to deal with this beast." Observing Zhao Kongcheng's precarious situation, Lin Xie dismissed his bravado. Although their time together had been brief, he recognized him as a stubborn individual. Yet, glancing at Fang Yu, he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and rushing towards him. However, after only a few strides, a wave of dizziness washed over him, momentarily blurring his sense of direction. It must have been some ability that induced confusion. In desperation, Lin Xie closed his eyes and reached out to communicate with the nocturnal creatures surrounding him. Soon, through the perspective of a nearby bat, he discerned his location and swiftly made his way to Fang Yu's side. Observing the youth before him, still gasping for breath, Lin Xie felt a tension ease within him. As long as he was alive, the debt of gratitude would not weigh too heavily upon him. He hurriedly helped Fang Yu to his feet and inquired, "Are you all right?" With a grimace, Fang Yu replied, "Not at all. I am in excruciating pain." However, he quickly shifted the conversation. "Do not worry about me. Go assist Zhao Kongcheng, or he may perish." Chapter 21. The Flawless Dome. Observing the feeble Fang Yu before him, Lin Xie furrowed his brow. "Are you certain you are all right?" "Rest assured, I was merely incapacitated by the Ghost Face King's ghost face terrain moments ago." Fang Yu winced, gritting his teeth as he attempted to lift his bow. Nevertheless, he persevered, slowly managing to draw the bowstring back. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the downpour, aimed directly at the Ghost Face King, who was engaged in combat with Zhao Kongcheng. "Very well, take care of yourself. I shall assist Zhao Kongcheng." After extricating Fang Yu from the Ghost Face King's range, Lin Xie dashed toward the nearby battlefield without a backward glance. "Are you not fleeing, dear one? It is an endeavor easily accomplished through a mere door, and you could have easily taken that person with you." The voice of Mebius echoed in his mind amidst the patter of rain. Enduring the pain, Fang Yu continued to unleash arrows. "We are not yet at our end, are we? I refuse to abandon any of my comrades, nor do I wish to let the many families behind us fall into despair," he whispered, his focus unwavering on the battlefield ahead. With Lin Xie's arrival, the burden on Zhao Kongcheng lightened considerably, as one more person now bore the brunt of the assault. "Were you not supposed to flee with Fang Yu first? Why are both of you so foolish?" "Mind your own affairs," Lin Xie retorted sharply, narrowly evading an attack from the Ghost Face King. Although neither of them stood a chance against the Ghost Face King, the sporadic explosions within the arena afforded them the means to endure. They needed only to prevent the Ghost Face King from reaching Fang Yu. Fortunately, the creature's intellect was not particularly high. Whoever attacked it became its target. Had it been resolute in its desire to assault Fang Yu, the two of them would surely have been unable to intervene. The pain in Fang Yu's chest had grown numb, and he mechanically repeated the motion of shooting arrows. The speed of his arrows began to wane, and he felt a sense of dizziness wash over him, his arms growing unbearably heavy. Yet he gritted his teeth, drawing the bow, oblivious to the faint blush accumulating in his eyes. "Sister Ailey, it seems Fang Yu's condition is deteriorating." In the system space, Pato looked anxiously toward Elysia. "Do not worry, Pato," Elysia responded, her gaze gathering light. She turned to observe the others outside, her voice soft and reflective. "Do you recall when we were bestowed with the title of heroes? To others, we may appear as champions, saviors. Yet, heroes are merely complex beings, imperfect like every ordinary person outside. They harbor their own selfish desires and rarely face dire consequences. Yet, they may act impulsively, spurred by momentary emotions to accomplish something remarkable. Perhaps the Night Watchers of this world are akin to this. They're never flawless heroes, simply individuals who happen to be present at the right moment. It is precisely for this reason that I believe others would act similarly, perhaps even with greater efficacy. This is the exquisite eternity in which I believe." The true self, the tenacious flower, shall never fade in color due to the torrential rain I have received as result. Subsequently, Elysia vanished before the astonished gaze of Pado. Within that space, only echoed the final words left by Elysia before her disappearance. Well then, it is my turn to take the stage, unbeknownst to the passage of time. Fang Yu's archery movements slowed increasingly. Without Fang Yu's timely support, Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie found themselves in an even more precarious situation. This cannot continue. Zhao Kongsheng shouted towards Lin Xie. I will draw his attention. You take the chance to lead Fang Yu away. With that, Zhao Kongsheng retrieved his badge from his pocket. His figure swayed slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? Zhao Kongsheng smiled with candor. Remember to send me some cigarettes every year from now on. Saying this, he pressed a button on the badge, and a sharp silver needle gleamed with a cold light in the rainy night. He had often fantasized about the day he might suddenly awaken the forbidden ruins, so that he would not have to maintain the unbound spatial domain solely from the outside during each operation. When Fang Yu first arrived, how he longed to introduce himself like Hong Ying and the others. I am Zhao Kongsheng, the night watchman of Team 136, a frontline combatant. With a deep breath, he was about to pierce the silver needle into his palm when a sudden pressure descended. Zhao Kongsheng's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the badge. This disturbance. How does it resemble that night with the seraph? Shocked, he directed his gaze towards the source of the commotion. He saw that Fang Yu had, at some point, ascended into the air. Slowly, he opened his fairy-like pink eyes, his ears gradually elongating, while his hair took on a fantastical pink hue. Fang Yu parted his lips, a smile dancing at the corners, and beckoned with his hand. The arrows that had fallen to the ground soared into his grasp. Two voices resonated simultaneously, one male, one female. My heartfelt intentions. Please accept them well. As he returned to the ground, Fang Yu grasped the fleeting blossoms of the past and swiftly shot an arrow shimmering with radiant light towards the heavens. The sound was soft yet resonated clearly in every ear present. Upon reaching its zenith, the arrow suddenly exploded. From the arrow's point of origin, a crystalline dome unfurled, enveloping several individuals, including the Ghost Face King. How did he leap into the pool realm? Though it was indeed the pool realm, its aura rivaled that of the Ghost Face King, as if it were on the verge of entering the river realm. Within the space encapsulated by the crystalline dome, Zhao Kongsheng realized that the Ghost Face King's ghost face territory seemed to have lost its efficacy. He grinned, gazing dreamily at Fang Yu not far away. Beside him, Lin Xie rose, clutching his lower back, his face similarly etched with disbelief. Has he entered a state of explosive power? As the bowstring was drawn back, power gradually coalesced, and a crystalline arrow manifested atop the bow. As Fang Yu's fingers gently relaxed, the arrow shot forth in an instant, tracing a delicate pale pink line through the air. In a heartbeat, it reached the visage of the Demon Face King. By the time the Demon Face King registered the attack, the arrow was already upon it. Instinctively, it veered aside, the arrow narrowly grazing its ear before striking the crystalline barrier behind it. A sharp cry erupted from the Demon Face King as it lunged at Fang Yu. Yet, Fang Yu merely observed the oncoming charge, remaining motionless. Be careful, Zhao Kongsheng was about to caution, but he noticed a faint pink glimmer flash in Fang Yu's eyes, accompanied by a subtle smile gracing his lips. The arrow collided with the ceiling, producing a crisp sound, and then suddenly erupted into a myriad of petals that scattered chaotically in all directions. Each petal, upon touching the ground or the barrier, ricocheted unpredictably, creating an erratic dance. Lin Xie gasped as petals brushed past his fringe. Observing the chaotic flurry of petals within the barrier, his gaze stiffened as he turned to Zhao Kongsheng, who stood equally frozen in place. Their eyes exchanged a silent question. Would you dare move? Neither dared to budge. Amidst the swirling petals, the Demon Face King ultimately fell, riddled with wounds, before Fang Yu. In the next moment, the ceiling crumbled, and Fang Yu collapsed to the ground. Fang Yu! The two exclaimed in unison. Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie rushed toward Fang Yu, their battered bodies moving with urgency. Chapter 22. The Immaculate Paradise having vanquished the Demon Mask King, Fang You collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that very moment, Hong Ying arrived with the 5th investigative team, coincidentally witnessing Fang Yu's fall. She hastily discarded her spear and rushed to his side, urgently inquiring of Zhao Kongcheng. "How is he?" Instead of immediately lifting Fang Yu, Zhao Kongcheng placed his hand on the side of his neck and, after a brief moment, affirmed, "He is alive. Let us wait for Xiao Nan to examine him before we take him back." Upon hearing Zhao Kongcheng's response, Lin Xie and Hong Ying both exhaled in relief. Here, in the presence of Hong Ying, the Demon Mask King had been eradicated, allowing them to proceed. After rising, Hong Ying first assessed the condition of the Demon Mask King, then pressed her hand to her earpiece to commence her report. "Understood," she stated. Upon receiving Hong Ying's update, Chomai did not appear particularly surprised. He was already quite close to the old city, thus he had naturally witnessed the recent dome. Exchanging a glance with Wu Xiangnan, both discerned excitement in each other's eyes. Indeed, it was evident that Fang Yu had connections to the enigmatic deity from over a decade ago. Although the recent dome was significantly smaller than the one from years past, it was unmistakably the same entity. "The logistics team is en route. Please report your situation." Before Hong Ying could speak, Zhao Kongcheng interjected, "This is Zhao Kongcheng. Both the agent of the Seraph and I have sustained multiple fractures, yet there is no immediate threat to life." He paused, observing Fang Yu for a moment longer before continuing. "However, Fang Yu's condition is grave. He has already fallen into unconsciousness. Rest assured, Xiao Nan is on his way." Received. Concluding the report, Zhao Kongcheng sighed. He regarded the 2 youths before him and chuckled. "Fools!" He then stowed away the badge in his hand. "Little one, it's getting late. You should return home," he said to Lin Xie. Lin Xie shook his head. "No, I shall wait until he awakens." After all, Fang Yu had fallen unconscious while protecting him and his family. Lin Xie was acutely aware of this. During the battle, Fang Yu had the opportunity to escape, but chose to remain. As he spoke, Lin Xie's gaze shifted to the lifeless body of the Demon Mask King. Staring at its corpse, he inexplicably recalled Fang Yu's previous mention of the ancient god church. Curiously, he asked, "In comparison to this creature, who is stronger? The people of the ancient god church? What?" The others who had just arrived at the scene were taken aback. "What do you mean?" Wu Xiangnan gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Have you already encountered them?" "Calm down," Lin Xie urged. Chenmai grasped Wu Xiangnan's arm, casting a serious glance at Lin Xie. Before the ancient divine sect, the Ghost-Faced King is unlikely to stir even a ripple. He first addressed Lin Xie's inquiry, then added, "Regardless of whether you've encountered them, do not fall prey to their deceptive words. They are nothing but a band of lunatics." As Fang Yu had aptly stated, Lin Xie pondered deeply, considering the possibility that they might indeed resort to violence against him. The notion that if they could not possess him, they would seek to obliterate him lingered ominously. Your future is boundless, but if they allow your growth unimpeded, you will inevitably become a thorn in their side. Reflecting on Fang Yu's earlier remarks, Lin Xie sank into contemplation. Given the current situation, it was evident that he could not withstand this organization, especially since it might endanger his aunt and Ajin. System notification. True Self Elysia's awakening level has surpassed its limitations, and the host may continue to enhance Elysia's awakening. Just moments ago, when Fang Yu felt unable to draw his bow, the system chimed once more, a sound he found exquisitely pleasing. System notification. Flawless Canopy has been unlocked. Flawless Canopy fires arrows imbued with mysterious power, creating a flawless dome. While the dome exists, all arrows fired by the host gain a ricochet effect. The dome will continuously consume the host's energy during its existence. System notification. Detection of Elysia's awakening level surpassing its limits. The Elysia possession function is now officially unlocked. Currently activated Elysia. True Self Elysia. System notification. System updating. Subsequently, Fang Yu faintly perceived Elysia's voice, and then he realized that he seemed to have lost control over his own body, save for maintaining his sight. Moments later, he came to the realization that the Elysia possession function was akin to a premium assistance feature, granting enhanced prowess. Watching as a single arrow turned the ghost-faced king into a sieve, Fang You fell into a contemplative silence. Much of this was due to the fact that the king was already gravely injured and had yet to recover. Moreover, during Elysia's possession, Fang Yu had approached the boundary of the river realm, which rendered the feat deceptively effortless. However, with the possession function now at his disposal, would he be able to engage in battles beyond his current rank at will? Yet, while aspirations were lofty, reality often proved harsh. Following the demise of the Ghost-Faced King, Elysia retreated back into the system's space, once again reclaiming control over his body. Fang Yu was met with an excruciating wave of pain. I forgot I was still injured. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, darkness once again enveloped his vision. He could sense the external circumstances, but found himself unable to awaken. What was happening? Had he become a vegetable? Fang Yu felt a twinge of panic. Before long, the system notification echoed in his mind. System update complete. Eliminated the mysterious entity, gaining 10 awakening points. Detection of an Elysia not yet awakened, as well as an Elysia not at full 100 awakening. Please allocate accordingly. After a prolonged struggle, Fang Yu found himself unable to awaken and ultimately abandoned the thought. It was then that he discovered he could enter the system space. Realizing that remaining in his current state was rather dull, he allowed his consciousness to plunge into the system space. What was happening? Upon his arrival, Fang Yu noticed a remarkable transformation in this realm. The once blank expanse was now adorned with a vibrant sea of flowers, standing amidst the blossoms. He marveled at the dreamlike scenery before him. Was this the content of the system update? Above him, the sky was bright and tranquil. As he gazed upward, he observed fluffy white clouds being gently pushed by the breeze, while the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of flowers. In this boundless garden stood a courtyard, where exquisite blooms also flourished. Isn't it beautiful? Came the cheerful voice of Elysia from behind him. Turning in response, Fang Yu was immediately enveloped in her warm embrace. Thank you, Fang Yu. Chapter 23. The false body of the substitute offering. Ah, how exquisite it is it not? The young girl, upon releasing Fang Yu, closed her eyes, her nostrils slightly flaring as she inhaled the enchanting fragrance of the blossoms, reminiscent of fluttering petals in their vivid splendor. A smile graced her lips as she stepped gracefully into the courtyard. Fang Yu stood transfixed by the breathtaking scene before him. Do not linger outside. Come in and behold this beauty, exclaimed Elysia, plucking tulips and cradling them in her hands. Breathing in the floral aroma, she turned to find Fang Yu still dazed at the entrance, her smile radiating brilliance. She approached him, taking hold of his wrist, leading him toward her new abode. As she pushed open the grand entrance of the courtyard, Elysia released his hand. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a crystal vase, placing the bouquet within it. Wow, I adore this place, she exclaimed, wandering through the courtyard. After a brief interlude, Elysia descended from the upper floor, sinking into a soft sofa with a contented sigh. Through the window, she observed a sea of flowers outside. I wish to create a paradise out there. What do you think? Elysia inquired with keen interest. Glancing at Fang Yu, a splendid idea, he affirmed with a nod. Moments later, he recalled his current predicament and shared it with Elysia. She tilted her head, poised to respond. It is because your body cannot withstand the forced elevation of realms, thus entering a state of self-protection. I can sense your body is recovering, she explained. Well, my dear, it seems you may have to remain here for a while longer. However, I never anticipated that once the awakening reached a certain threshold, the space could transform in such a manner. As Mybius continued, her tone grew fervent. I can barely contain my excitement. If I had my own laboratory, many ventures could commence. Moreover, Elysia is acutely aware of the external world's circumstances. She has long coveted its mysteries. Oh dear, Mybius has interrupted my thoughts, Elysia remarked, blinking her eyes before rising to gaze at the entrance. There, Mybius swayed her hips gracefully as she entered, followed by the visibly frightened Padu. Sister Elysia. Upon seeing her, Padu's eyes gleamed with delight as she dashed past Mybius, her face etched with a hint of grievance. Not long ago, Elysia had departed this space, only to be abruptly expelled and returned to her own realm. Sitting on the ethereal ground, She was momentarily bewildered before realizing she had been cast out. She had spent the time attempting to re-enter until, at last, she succeeded. The transformation of the space before her left her awestruck, and in her moment of distraction, she noticed Moebius had stealthily arrived behind her. Startled, she instinctively clutched a canister, her eyes narrowing with caution as she regarded her. However, what brought her relief was that Moebius's attention was not directed towards her, but rather towards observing the changes occurring in this space. Before long, Moebius proceeded directly towards the courtyard, and seeing this, Pato could only quietly follow in her wake. Gazing at the cat-eared girl lamenting around her waist, Elysia smiled and said, "My dear Pato, I did not intend to cast you out. It must be due to the upgrading happening here." Pato nodded vigorously, knowing that Elysia would never leave her outside. Upon hearing Moebius's words, Fang You felt a slight sense of relief, as long as she had not become a vegetable. Moebius took a seat in front of the few of them, observing the courtyard before her, wondering if this was the change that signified a breakthrough in awakening levels. Elysia nodded indeed. "Dr. Moebius, would you like to stay here? After all, you have nothing over there. I just went upstairs to check. There are enough rooms for all of us." I want to, Pato exclaimed, raising her hand eagerly. "Rest assured, I certainly will not leave little Pato behind." Elysia reassured, gently ruffling Pato's hair. I wouldn't." Moebius's words were interrupted by Elysia's spirited voice. Then it settled. "Dr. Moebius will accompany me." "You." After a moment of sulking, Moebius lost her temper. Elysia smiled at the slightly flushed face before her. Speaking of awakening levels, Fang You suddenly recalled that he still had unallocated awakening points. "By the way, Elysia, I currently have 10 points of awakening value to distribute." Since the Demon Mask King was slain by Elysia, Fang You felt it prudent to seek her opinion on this matter. There were currently 2 options for allocation. One was to Elysia, who had already broken through her limits, and the other was to Moebius to unlock the remaining heroes. Elysia did not hesitate. "Let us use them all to awaken new allies." Moebius rolled her eyes at this, silently muttering, "This person remains as impulsive as ever." Yet, it was precisely this character that made her so popular wherever she went. All right. Seeing Elysia take the lead, Fang You no longer hesitated and directly allocated all 10 awakening points to Moebius's panel. System notification. Infinity Moebius's awakening level has reached 11. Acquired ability. Proxy sacrifices pseudo-body. Proxy sacrifices pseudo-body. Enter a submergent state while simultaneously summoning a creation of X. The submergent state lasts a maximum of 5 seconds, during which an upward attack can be unleashed, dealing lightning damage. While the creation exists, it will continuously attract attention, and upon its destruction, it will paralyze enemies present on the battlefield. Observing the system's prompt, Fang You began to grasp the system's patterns. Killing the Lantern Realm gave 1 point. The River Realm granted 10 points. What about the Pond Realm? With 5 points? Furthermore, there lies the matter of the abilities of the English sovereigns. Each time a sovereign awakens, regardless of the degree of awakening, they bestow an unawakened ability, accompanied by a similarly unawakened sigil whose purpose remains a mystery. Although Elysia has mentioned that the sigil represents their spiritual legacy, it raises the question of why a spirit requires unlocking. It is evident that this does not solely signify the spirit itself. As for the other abilities, they are unlocked at awakening thresholds of 10, 30, and 50. At the 10 mark, the abilities granted are predominantly passive. It remains uncertain whether other sovereigns adhere to the same pattern. Seemingly sensing something, Moebius fixed her gaze upon Fang You, resting her chin on her hand. "Oh, my dear, you must make good use of my power." "Certainly," Fang You replied, appearing obedient. The memory of the previous intimidation lingered vividly in his mind. Thus, upon Moebius's utterance, he straightened his posture, fully alert and attentive. Chapter 24. Generally not feasible in a room enveloped in a somewhat somber atmosphere. A dull thud shattered the almost frozen silence. "Ouch, that hurts!" Redding could not help but let out a cry of despair as her head struck the table. The sudden pain alleviated some of her prior drowsiness. Yawning, she turned to look at Fang You, who lay on the bed, and worriedly inquired, "Why hasn't Fang You woken up yet?" The others in the room, alerted by Red Ying's commotion, furrowed their brows and glanced at the bed. Sitting in front of it, Si Xiaonan shook her head in confusion. I don't understand. His injuries have clearly healed. With that, she once again employed her ability, Yuan Sha, as a faint white light enveloped Fang Yu's skin, lingering for quite some time before gradually dissipating. How strange. He shows no signs of injury, yet he remains unresponsive, Si Xiaonan pondered, her concern for the young man growing. They had examined Fang Yu, and all his bodily functions appeared to be operating at a sluggish pace. It resembled a kind of hibernation, one from which he could not be roused. Could it be that Fang Yu has truly become a vegetable? Zhao Kongcheng rose from a nearby chair and approached the bedside. Though reluctant to admit it, the examination's results were conclusive. He poked Fang Yu's cheek, equally worried and somewhat irate. This fool. Now look at him, lying in bed and unable to get up. What value does an ordinary person without any special abilities even hold? Old Zhao, why don't you and Qi head back first? We'll keep watch here, Chenmai suggested, eyeing Zhao Kongqing's tattered clothing. Meanwhile, he glanced at Lin Qi. After returning with the group, had called home to inform them he would be visiting a classmate. He mentioned that if it got too late, he might stay over, so his aunt need not worry. Subsequently, he settled into a corner, lost in thought, displaying no reaction even when Si Xiaonan tended to his wounds, appearing as motionless as a doll, allowing her to work without protest. Were it not for his occasional glances toward the bed, Chenmai might have doubted the mental state of this divine agent. Indeed, you should return for now. We will keep watch here, Wu Xiangnan echoed, observing the weary expressions of the group. Everyone was utterly exhausted, especially Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qi, whose spirits had waned after their harrowing battle. He patted Wen Qima beside him and glanced at the stoic Lung Xian across the way. You two should rest. I will stand guard here. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Qima agreed. All right, we shall return by the early hours to relieve you. With that, he and Lung Xian exited the room, knowing they could easily return from the dormitory in the office's basement at any time. You should also head back. Should Fang Yu awaken, I will inform you immediately. Chenmai stated, then turned to Lin Qi. You should rest as well. I'll have them escort you to a temporary resting room. Very well. I shall not return tonight. Hong Ying rose and stretched languidly. She first approached the bed, casting a few glances at Fang Yu, before slowly exiting the room. Zhao Kongcheng had summoned Lin Qi before his departure, yet Lin Qi remained silent, ultimately being expelled by Chenmai as well. When Si Xiaonan left the room, only Chenmai, Wu Xiangnan, Lin Qi, and the unconscious Fang Yu remained. Wu Xiangnan, observing Lin Qi, who sat motionless on the stool, spoke up. So, you are the Seraphim agent that old Zhao sought. Indeed. Lin Qi nodded, finally breaking his silence, only to fall mute once more. After a brief pause, Wu Xiangnan continued. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watch Team 136 in Cangnan City, and this beside me is our captain, Chenmai. Following Wu Xiangnan's gaze, Lin Qi turned to Chenmai. Hello, Chenmai acknowledged with a nod. Hello. Lin Qi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Another silence ensued. After a while, Lin Qi glanced at the 4 drip beside him and suddenly declared, I wish to join the Night Watch. His calm tone revealed no hint of emotion. Chenmai stared at Lin Qi in astonishment, then exchanged glances with Wu Xiangnan. As far as I know, Zhao Kongqing once extended an invitation to you, which you declined. What has changed your mind about joining the Night Watch now? Wu Xiangnan inquired. Because of Fang Yu, and for the sake of my family, Lin Qi replied. He had reviewed Fang Yu's report. Although he could not comprehend the extensive data, he understood phrases like no self-awareness, limited response to external stimuli, and abnormal awakening cycle. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that Fang Yu had become akin to a vegetable, alive, yet in a state hardly preferable. However, I have one condition. What condition? Chenmai immediately asked. 10 years. I will remain here for only 10 years, during which time the Night Watch must provide care for my family. This was Lin Qi's second reason for deciding to join the Night Watch. After witnessing the terror of the Ghost-Face King, he had entirely lost patience with the ancient cult Fang Yu had previously mentioned. The formidable Ghost-Face King had not even stirred a ripple, and he feared for his and his family's fate should they fall into such hands. Therefore, with no retreat available, joining the officially sanctioned Night Watch seemed the wiser choice compared to the notorious ancient cult. He intended to stay for 10 years, during which he would repay Fang Yu's kindness and grow to a point where he could protect his family independently. Upon hearing Lin Chie's stipulation, Chen Mai's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Protecting your family is assured. The families of the Night Watch are given priority protection. However, his tone shifted. However, what? Joining the Night Watch is not a matter of mere desire. It is not something one can enter or exit at will. Thus, I cannot offer you any assurances. Chen Mai paused as he observed Lin Chie's expression, then continued. However, if after a decade you possess the capability to depart from the Night Watch, no one shall impede your exit. The implication was clear. Once you become a member of the Night Watch, under ordinary circumstances, one cannot withdraw. Yet, it must be noted that if ordinary circumstances do not apply, there may be alternative possibilities. Chapter 25. I have not departed upon hearing Chen Mai's words. Lin Chia nodded decisively. Very well. If I am unable to progress in 10 years, that will be my own failing. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged surprised glances at Lin Chia's response. You are rather audacious, they thought, though he indeed possessed the credentials to make such a claim. Meanwhile, Fang You, lying on the bed, also caught Lin Chia's words, but, unable to rouse himself at the moment, could only mentally scoff. In that case, I shall assist you in submitting your application tonight, Chen Mai said, a hint of urgency in his tone, as if fearing Lin Chia might retract his statement. He continued, however, until the formal training commences, you will only be considered a reserve member. What training? Lin Chia inquired, puzzled. The Guardians operate under a semi-militarized structure. Hence, when new recruits join, they undergo a year of concentrated training to learn combat, firearms, and the use of divine ruins, among other skills. This year's training begins in a month. He paused before adding, by the way, since you are a temporary member, we do not provide accommodation or meals. Having just relayed similar information, Chen Mai expounded upon all details in one breath. Lin Chia was left incredulous. Is this truly the extent of the benefits offered by an official organization? Are interns not afforded housing? What am I to do? Am I to survive this month on a park bench? As if struck by a sudden thought, Lin Chia glanced at Fang Yu on the bed. Where will he stay? He recalled that Fang Yu had recently joined as well. Given that training commenced in a month, it was clear Fang Yu had not yet secured a permanent position. Thus, Lin Chia pinned his last hope on Fang Yu. We can manage together. Sharing for a month should not be too arduous. He has been assigned to Hong Ying's place, Chen Mai stated, pausing momentarily before quickly adding, the girl who just nearly knocked her head against the table from exhaustion. As soon as Chen Mai finished speaking, he sensed a melancholic gaze directed at him. Almost instinctively, he turned to the door. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, with only the rhythmic beeping of the respirator filling the silence. There, peeking from behind the door, was Hong Ying, her head cautiously protruding into the room. After a brief moment, Wu Xiangnan cleared his throat and stole a glance at Chen Mai's somewhat vacant expression. Hong Ying, didn't you go to the dormitory? Why have you returned and are lingering at the door? With a soft sigh, Hong Ying replied, I came back to retrieve something. Coincidentally overheard you discussing important matters. So, I decided to wait until you finished before entering. Her gaze remained fixed on Chen Mai, feeling unexpectedly caught off guard by his comments about her. After shooting Chen Mai a disapproving glare, Hong Ying turned her attention to Lin Chia, her demeanor brightening with a smile. Ah, I was just too tired earlier. You must be Lin Chia, right? I am Hong Ying, the frontline force of the Guardians Team 136. I heard that you, dear brother Chia, are also coming to stay at my home, where there are quite a few vacant rooms. Hong Ying stepped through the door and halted before Lin Chia, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. Rest assured, dear brother Chia, now that you have joined the Night Watchers, I shall certainly look out for you. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying, Lin Chia replied, his expression somewhat uneasy, unsure of where to direct his gaze. Since you have gathered your belongings, you both should hurry and rest, Chen Mai urged the two. All right, Hong Ying responded, then turned to Lin Chia, saying, let me first take you to their dormitory for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you to my home. After glancing at Fang Yu, Lin Chia ultimately agreed to rest first, feeling equally exhausted. Let's go. The following morning, Fang Yu learned from Mobius that he could return to the outside world. The pristine white ceiling greeted his eyes, and as his vision gradually cleared, he gently lifted his eyelids to survey his surroundings. The room was softly illuminated, devoid of windows, with stark concrete walls surrounding him. A faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, a characteristic aroma of the medical room, instantly revealing to Fang You his current location. He surmised that he must be in the basement of the office. Not far away, Lung Xian and Wen Qima sat at a table, engrossed in their tasks. After a brief rest the previous night, they had come to take over Chun Mai's shift. Upon hearing the slight rustle of the bed, both halted their activities almost simultaneously and turned to Fang You. A spark of surprise flickered in Wen Qima's eyes. "You're awake." His voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. As they had all prepared for the worst, their hearts heavy with anxiety, fearing that Fang You might never open his eyes again. Fang You nodded slightly, managing only a brief syllable. His voice was somewhat hoarse, a consequence of his body's recent revival. Observing this, Wen Qima immediately rose and approached the water dispenser. "I'll get you a glass of water." He acted swiftly, returning in an instant with a cup of warm water, which he handed to Fang You. Fang You accepted it with both hands, cautiously taking a sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, soothing the parched sensation. At that moment, Lung Xian also stood up, signaling to the two, "I'll go inform them." With that, he stepped out of the room. Before long, the corridor outside buzzed with activity. Han Ying's voice rang out first, laced with urgency and excitement. "Brother Fang You, you're awake." Before her words could fully settle, she burst into the room, her steps swift, arriving at the bedside in an instant. Her gaze was eager, and her hands restlessly roamed over Fang Yu's body, checking his condition. Behind Han Ying, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng hurried in as well. Sister Han Ying, I'm not gone," Fang Yu managed to say, struggling to escape Han Ying's grasp as he rubbed his face, slightly reddened from her affectionate pinch. While he had initially felt fine, it seemed that now he might have a bit of a problem. After Zhao Kongcheng entered and saw Fang Yu lively and well, he chuckled heartily. I'm merely concerned for him." "Oh, by the way, Xiaonan, let us show him again. It would be dreadful if there were any lingering effects." Upon noticing this, Fang Yu hastily declined, saying, No, I'm perfectly fine." "Haha, Hong Yingjie, please do not tease Fang Yu. His health has already been thoroughly examined multiple times yesterday, and he is in excellent condition." This was precisely the source of concern for the night watchman last night. Despite having no issues whatsoever, he simply could not awaken. This was the most vexing aspect. However, now that he has regained consciousness, it is undoubtedly a cause for collective joy. Chapter 26. The Fiery Hero at the Peace Bridge in Cangnan City. Lin Xie pushed open the door of the peace office, holding breakfast for Fang Yu. The cheerful chime of a bell greeted him as he entered. Upon stepping inside, he noticed an elderly woman in her 50s sitting anxiously on the sofa at the reception, clutching Han Ying's hand and murmuring fervently, "Please, you must help me find my cat. It is the only companion I have left," she implored, her voice laced with desperation. Beside her, Han Ying maintained a serious demeanor, expertly comforting the old lady and assuring her that she would help locate the runaway kitten. At that moment, Si Xiaonan emerged from within, carrying 2 cups of water, which she placed before the elderly woman. The latter, familiar with the routine, gratefully picked up a cup to quench her thirst after such a lengthy conversation. After delivering the water, Si Xiaonan turned to Lin Xie and said, "Xie, the captain asked me to inform you that he and Fang Yu are in the conference room. He wanted to take you there once you return." "Thank you, Sister Xiaonan," Lin Xie acknowledged, nodding before following her to the conference room. On the way, Lin Xie pondered the earlier scene. What was that all about? With a smile, Si Xiaonan explained, "Mysteries don't visit us every day, so aside from training, we have little else to do. Hence, we decided to take on office duties. Otherwise, wouldn't the peace office be in vain?" Before long, they arrived at the conference room. Si Xiaonan opened the door to reveal Chun Mai and Fang Yu, both enveloped in silence. Fang Yu was perusing a folder, while Chun Mai focused intently on him, his notebook in hand. "Captain, Lin Xie has returned," Si Xiaonan reported, then left Lin Xie in the room, closing the door behind her. She needed to hurry, otherwise the kitten might be found by someone else. "Captain," Lin Xie greeted with a nod before pulling out a chair beside Fang Yu and handing him the breakfast. "Here, your breakfast." "Thank you," Fang Yu replied. accepting the bag with gratitude. You're back just in time. I was just discussing the divine ruins with Fang You, Chunmai said, shifting his gaze from his notebook to Lin Xie. Divine ruins? Fang You? How are they connected? Lin Xie asked, somewhat perplexed. However, he quickly pieced it together. The sudden surge of Fang Yu's aura that night, coupled with an additional voice, hinted that Fang Yu's forbidden ruins were far from ordinary. No, perhaps it is not the forbidden ruins, Lin Xie mused silently before inquiring. Is this something I should be aware of? It's nothing significant. After all, we will all be teammates in the future. Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively, though he too had felt a bit bewildered at the start. He had just removed the needle from the back of his hand when Chunmai summoned him. Without delay, he uttered, I need information about the deity behind you, their stance towards the Great Xia, and the tasks they have entrusted to you. He then handed him a dossier. As Fang Yu perused the contents of the file, he began to grasp the meaning behind Chunmai's words. According to Elysia, she had been bound to him by the system since his birth. Furthermore, judging by the description in the file, the Crystal Dome incident in Honkai City unmistakably resembled Elisha's Flawless Dome. Thus, they were treating Elysia as an unrecorded and unknown deity. Nevertheless, this seemed to be a viable approach. With the gradual awakening of the 13 heroes, the emergence of more abilities within him would inevitably raise suspicion. After all, how could a mere mortal possess such a diverse array of powers? If framed as a divine blessing, it would certainly provide a more palatable explanation. The workings of the system were absolutely not to be revealed, since they had conveniently handed him this excuse. Fang Yu felt it would be remiss not to capitalize on their conjecture. Closing the dossier, he coincidentally met Lin Xie's inquisitive gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and stated, actually, according to them, they are not deities. They are merely a group of ordinary individuals. Ordinary? Common? Hearing Fang Yu's words, Chunmai's hand poised to write in his notebook faltered. He was utterly taken aback. Are you suggesting that the ordinary individual behind you emits a presence on par with that of a deity? Internally scoffing, Chunmai exchanged a bewildered glance with Lin Xie. Yet their disbelief soon transformed into astonishment. Wait, Lin Xie could not help but inquire, you mean there's more than one deity behind you? Her gaze towards Fang Yu shifted to one of curiosity. Could this fellow possibly be harboring a veritable asylum of sorts? Nodding affirmatively, he replied, yes, according to their introduction. They're not deities. They refer to themselves as heroes, the 13 heroes of fire. Chunmai's pen hesitated momentarily. Heroes? Indeed, they claim to be heroes. So, there are a total of 13 deities? I'm not entirely certain. And what is their attitude towards the Great Xia? Without much deliberation, Fang Yu spontaneously declared, a friendly disposition. What a jest. If Elysia sought to annihilate the world, it would undoubtedly be this realm that would suffer. Though their time together had been brief, the timid cat, the thunderous snake's sister, and the one who incessantly emphasized her identity as the Flawless Maiden, Elysia, were clearly not malevolent beings. Observing Fang Yu's unwavering conviction, Chunmai felt a headache coming on. Could it be that he had been subtly brainwashed? Friendly disposition, pendant. He added a note after those 4 words. Are you certain? Perhaps, at least the 3 individuals I have encountered so far are indeed such. Fang Yu helplessly waved his hand. However, he could comprehend Chunmai's cautious demeanor. With so many divine beings suddenly appearing on one's own territory, it would be disconcerting for anyone, especially when they are entities not previously documented. Do you possess knowledge about the information pertaining to these 13 deities? For instance, their revered titles, as well as the powers or laws they wield. Chunmai glanced at the notes inscribed in his record book and found himself rather troubled. Initially, he assumed there was merely one unknown deity, only to be confronted with the sudden emergence of 13. Furthermore, was one of them not present during the last occurrence? Concerning the report from last night, Zhao Kongsheng has already submitted it. Thus he is well aware of the voice that unexpectedly manifested from Fang Yu that evening. Chapter 27. Preliminary preparations indeed. I'm only vaguely familiar with the 3 individuals I have encountered. Fang Yu reminisced about what Elysia had once said while introducing the 13 paragons. Although Elysia had provided him with the names of all the paragons, he had never interacted with them. thus adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid complications. Fang You intended to introduce only Elysia and her companions. They are respectively Elysia, representing true self, Pedophilis, embodying empty dream, and Mybius, signifying infinity. Fang Yu's voice faltered, leaving only the soft scratch of Chun Mai's pen dancing across the pages. After a moment, Chun Mai raised his gaze. True self, empty dream, infinity? What do these mean? How are they different from other deities? These represent the spirits they inherit. Fang Yu revealed all he knew. Spirits? After a brief hesitation, Chun Mai ultimately inscribed a few characters that resembled principles. Though it sounded somewhat absurd, Chun Mai felt powerless against it. Furrowing his brow, Chun Mai inquired, "Is that all?" Fang Yu shrugged. "Yes, that is all. The rest may become evident with future interactions." "Very well, let us proceed with this for now." Chun Mai closed his notebook and addressed Fang Yu. "I entrust you with a task. Whenever a paragon appears, you are required to submit a relevant report." "Understood. I have a question. Can one person simultaneously serve as the agent for multiple deities?" Lin Xie, sensing the topic had concluded, hastily interjected. "This is crucial, although there may already exist a suspect before us." Chun Mai shook his head. "Prior to Fang Yu, there has never been such a precedent in human history. Yet you are seated before one." Fang Yu thought to himself, smirking slightly. "By the way, regarding your swords, cloaks, and emblems, those will be uniformly distributed once you enter training camp. So for now, you will temporarily use the wooden swords in the training room." "Training?" Lin Xie scratched the back of his head. "Isn't the training camp a month from now?" "Yes, but to prevent you from embarrassing our team 136 during the training camp, I intend to train you for a period this month. Does this count as preliminary preparation?" Lin Xie's lips twitched. "Let us commence from tomorrow. Today is already late. Henceforth, you will practice with me in the mornings, study the forbidden ruins with Wen Qima in the afternoons, and then learn firearms from Lung Xian in the evenings." With that, Chun Mai organized the documents in his hands. "If there are no further matters, you may leave. Today will be your final moment of leisure." Lin Xie silently exited the conference room alongside Fang Yu. At the moment the door closed, he suddenly threw an arm around Fang Yu's neck. "You must have trained before, right? How intense was it? You will know once you try it tomorrow." Withdrawing from Lin Xie's embrace, Fang Yu carried his breakfast towards the first floor. It seemed pointless to mention it in advance. The following day, the alarm clock by the bedside emitted a jarring sound. Fang Yu extended his hand from beneath the covers and forcefully silenced the clock, restoring tranquility to the world. "Hey, did you miss me? Today is another splendid day." The voices of Elysia and Pato echoed in his ears. He tossed aside the suffocating blanket and stared at the ceiling, a faint sense of lethargy enveloping him. Yesterday, he had moved into Hong Ying's residence with his luggage in tow, alongside Lin Xie. Although he was already aware of Hong Ying's affluent status, the sight of the villa still left Fang Yu and Lin Xie momentarily astonished at the entrance. Initially prepared to retire for the night after freshening up, Fang Yu was suddenly reminded of the task he had cast aside when Lin Xie sought paper and a pen from Hong Ying, intending to write a letter to inform his family of their circumstances. This action instantly brought back memories of the responsibilities he had neglected. Chun Mai had instructed him to compile reports on the 3 illustrious individuals he had encountered, particularly emphasizing the events of that night beneath the crystalline dome. Consequently, despite his overwhelming fatigue, Fang Yu found himself working late into the night. It was quite unreasonable. He was merely an intern, yet he was already expected to put in extra hours. As a result of his late-night reporting, he had remained awake well into the early hours, and now, upon waking, he felt utterly drained. "Good morning, Elysia. Good morning, Pato. And good morning to Mobius as well." Struggling to sit up, he ultimately collapsed back onto his pillow, weakly exchanging greetings. Today marked the beginning of training. Reflecting on Chun Mai's arrangements from the previous day, Fang Yu's mind was still a chaotic mess. Before long, a knock resonated at his door. "Fang Yu, are you up? We're going to be late for training." It was Lin Xie, whose room was adjacent to his. "Today starts training." Fang Yu jolted upright from his bed. "Oh no, I almost forgot." In a flurry, he rummaged through his suitcase for clothes and changed out of his pajamas. Glancing at the disarray within the suitcase and then at the wardrobe nearby, Fang Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. "Forget it. I'll tidy up when I return tonight." Having made that decision, he hurriedly slipped on his slippers and opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Xia's own panda-like eyes, Fang You blinked and asked, "Did you stay up late, writing the report as well?" Lin Xia replied, "Yes, but not due to the report. Rather, I was worried that my aunt might feel sad upon reading my letter." With a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, Lin Xia finally managed to utter a few words. "Hurry and freshen up. Hong Ying and I are waiting for you at the dining table." With that, Lin Xia turned and descended the stairs. Fang Yu took a moment to compose himself before following suit. "Good morning, Fang Yu. You didn't sleep well either, did you?" Hong Ying gazed at Fang Yu, who similarly bore the telltale signs of sleeplessness, and for a moment she found herself engulfed in self-doubt. "Is my family truly that inadequate? I have prepared your breakfast. Let us eat it on the way, or we shall be late," Lin Xia remarked, standing nearby with a plastic bag in hand. Half an hour later, in a martial arts training room of the Peace Affairs office's basement, Chun Mai, seated cross-legged at the center, opened his eyes. He first glanced at the two before swiftly tossing two straight swords prepared beside him. The blades soared towards them, yet thanks to their enhanced perceptual abilities, both individuals adeptly caught the swords with steady hands. Chapter 28. The two divine agents. Upon receiving the straight blade, the two instinctively exchanged glances. It was not the standard starblade of the Night Watch, but an ordinary steel sword. Their starblades would have to wait until training commenced. Since we are here, let us not squander time and begin immediately. With that, Chun Mai picked up a wooden sword and rose to his feet. "You two, come meet me together." Upon recognizing the weapon in Chun Mai's hand, Lin Xia timidly reminded him, "Captain, you are wielding a wooden sword." Chun Mai met Lin Xia's gaze and declared, "This will suffice to deal with both of you." His temper flared. Although it was true, the statement felt oddly out of place. Lin Xia, puzzled, tightened his grip on the straight blade. As he stared at Chun Mai across from him, an unease settled in his heart, particularly after witnessing Fang Yu instinctively take a step back. Nevertheless, the arrow was nocked. They would have to confront it sooner or later. "Captain, I'm coming," Lin Xia announced, tightening his grip on the straight blade, taking a deep breath, and charging swiftly towards Chun Mai. Behind him, Fang Yu observed the scene. A flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes, though it was quickly suppressed as he, too, had to face the training ahead. Not good. Moments later, Lin Xia's anguished cries echoed through the basement. "Fang Yu, what are you daydreaming about?" Once in combat mode, Chun Mai's entire demeanor transformed dramatically, his gaze sharp and piercing. "Here it comes." After taking several deep breaths to acclimate to the straight blade in his hand, Fang Yu followed in Lin Xia's footsteps. Countless times, he had been struck and sent flying by Chun Mai wielding the wooden sword. Utilizing his extraordinary agility and absolute control over his body, Fang Yu managed to regain his balance mid-air and gracefully landed on the ground. He glanced at the straight blade in his grasp, grimacing as he touched his face. "This feels utterly unwieldy." Without hesitation, he tossed the straight blade aside and summoned a flying flower from the past into his hand. After a few practice motions, a satisfied smile spread across Fang Yu's face. He had been learning archery from Elysia, so the bow felt much more natural to him. Although the training aimed to enhance their close combat abilities, it was not stipulated that they must use straight blades. After all, wasn't Hong Ying utilizing a spear? Comforting himself with these thoughts, he charged towards Chun Mai, bow in hand. Lin Xia stared in astonishment. Is there such a way to wield a bow? While Chun Mai had witnessed Fang Yu's unique approach before, he could not help but blink in surprise. However, upon reflection, it became clear that in real combat, an enemy would not grant Fang Yu the luxury of saying, "Wait a moment, I need to switch weapons." Thus, it seemed that allowing him to train with a bow was indeed more suitable for his style. After all, with so many Night Watchers, it was improbable that they would all wield straight blades. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Fang Yu felt that after donning the exquisitely crafted bow, the recoil from Chun Mai's wooden sword seemed to intensify. Once again, he sent the weapon flying, and Chun Mai couldn't help but ponder the nature of the bow in Fang Yu's hands. This weapon appeared to augment the offensive capabilities of its wielder. Yet, even as Fang Yu switched weapons, the feeling of grievance while being struck by Lin Xia was not alleviated. It could not alter their predicament. The original sense of injustice stemmed from his belief that he lacked proficiency with a straight sword, leading to his subdued frustrations. This time, however, the issue lay not with the weapon. There were no more excuses. After the training concluded, Fang You and Elysia leaned on each other as they made their way toward the Forbidden Ruins training ground. Occasionally, movement would jostle their wounds, prompting them to gasp in pain. They averted their gazes from each other's bruised faces, for to look would invite laughter, and laughter would only exacerbate their discomfort. It is well known that laughter engages the entire body's musculature. Thus, they refrained from it. Do not inquire how they came by this knowledge. Within the training ground, Wen Qima sat idly, awaiting the arrival of Elysia and Fang You. Why had they yet to appear? Just as he pondered their tardiness, the door to the training area creaked open. Goodness! The sight of the two before him, looking ghostly, startled Wen Qima. What on earth happened? Engaging in a spar with the captain? Indeed. As two weak voices chimed in agreement, Wen Qima stifled a laugh and glanced aside. It appeared their talents were commendable. Commendable? They had been thoroughly subdued and ground into the floor. After today's sparring session, the training room floor required no cleaning, for the dust had been entirely wiped away by the two of them. Elysia harbored serious doubts that the captain had merely intended to tidy the training room by pinning them to the ground. Upon catching Elysia's skeptical gaze, Wen Qima instinctively understood his thoughts. Back in my day, when I sparred with the captain, I was left sprawled on the ground for a day and a night before I could recover. With a sigh, Wen Qima remarked that it was already quite commendable for the two of them to walk out of the training room unscathed. Enough dawdling, Wen Qima said, looking at the pair with reassurance. Do not worry. We will seek Xiao Nan for treatment shortly. You shall be ready to endure more punishment by tomorrow. Fang You and Elysia exchanged incredulous looks. Was that truly a sensible thing to say? What did he mean by being ready to endure punishment again? Once he had spoken, Wen Qima cleared his throat and began the lesson. Halfway through, he felt a sense of exasperation. Zhao Kongsheng had nearly stripped the night watchman bare in his loose-lipped revelations. He had divulged everything that ought not to be spoken. What was left to teach? Nevertheless, after a round of inquiries, Wen Qima managed to uncover some information that Zhao Kongsheng had not shared. Elysia also learned from Wen Qima that his divine domain was named Mortal Realm, situated within the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 003. With the theoretical portion concluded, they proceeded to practical exercises. Wen Qima first inquired about the specific abilities of their respective divine realms. Indeed, this had just transpired. While Wen Qima awaited Elysia and Fang You, Qima had already conveyed the news that Fang You was also a divine agent. He urged Wen Qima to elaborate on the matters concerning the divine ruins to them. Upon receiving this information, Wen Qima was not particularly astonished. The report from that night had been reviewed by the captain, and the other members of the team had also perused it. They had formed some conjectures regarding the scenarios described within the report. However, at the time, they refrained from discussing it due to the captain not having issued any directives, coupled with Fang You being in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, they tacitly chose to overlook the matter. It was only after Fang You regained consciousness and conversed with Chun Mai that they began to speculate. In fact, Zhao Kongsheng even initiated a discussion, hypothesizing that Fang You was the divine agent. Yet, reflecting on a message sent by the captain, Wen Qima couldn't help but smile. None had guessed correctly. Observing the two battered youths seated before him, Wen Qima found himself smiling faintly. In their city of Cangnan, two divine agents had emerged. Chapter 29. Is this possible? By the time Fang You and Elysia emerged once again from the Forbidden Ruins training grounds, they were utterly spent, barely clinging to life. Particularly Fang You, who appeared as if he had indulged excessively, completely drained. After gaining a preliminary understanding of their divine realms, Wen Qima swiftly devised a training regimen for both of them. Given that Elysia's mortal realm primarily showcased abilities inclined towards reconnaissance and combat support, Wen Qima promptly placed him in a shooting range to evade projectiles. As for Fang You, due to the nature of his arrows not requiring precise aim, Wen Qima's training for him emphasized stamina and agility. Fang Yu was similarly taken to a training room where, like Elysia, he had to continuously dodge rubber bullets shot from the walls, honing his reflexes. However, unlike Elysia, he was also required to hit targets that were intermittently thrown into the room. The rate of fire in Fang Yu's room was not as intense as Elysia's, since their training focuses diverged. Fang Yu's primary concern was sustaining his energy. Thus, he needed to shoot arrows continuously until his energy was depleted. Indeed, enduring hardship was the true essence of growth. After a day of rigorous training, or rather, enduring punishment, both Fang Yu and Elysia reached this conclusion together. A delightful aroma wafted through the air as they approached the training room, revitalizing them and quickening their pace. Upon pushing open the door, they were met with 4 pairs of disapproving eyes. Under the pressure, Fang Yu hastily took a seat at the table, beckoning Elysia, who stood nearby, to join him. Once everyone was seated, a new round of disputes erupted. Following their meal, Elysia wasted no time in whisking them off to a shooting range, leaving even Cangnan at the dining table momentarily bewildered. She watched the retreating figures of the 3, her hand raised, caught between speech and silence. Cangnan, the captain just asked me to treat them. Oh well, it can wait until they finish. Hong Ying comforted Cangnan with a quick embrace before seizing a piece of meat from her bowl. In the shooting range, Fang Yu gazed in awe at the walls adorned with an array of firearms, his eyes nearly transfixed. Truly, who among men could resist the allure of a firearm? If one were to decline, surely another would follow. Salivating at the sight of the myriad weapons, Fang Yu could hardly contain himself. Elysia nudged Fang Yu, urging him to wipe away his unseemly drool. Oh right. Fang Yu absent-mindedly rubbed his chin, only to realize something. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Elysia, who approached them holding 2 guns. I will teach you 2 things: how to shoot, and the composition of firearms after imparting this. He instructed Elysia to take the first shot. With Elysia lifting the gun, aiming, and firing, his movements were smooth and fluid. However, after the gunshot rang out, both their faces fell in dismay, while Fang Yu could not help but burst into laughter. As he had anticipated, Elysia had missed the target. Observing the despair etched on Elysia's face, Fang Yu pondered. Is this the shooting talent that requires a miracle for salvation? Only when Elysia awkwardly set down the gun did Fang Yu step forward, firearm in hand. He raised the gun, aimed, and bang. The bullet struck the bullseye directly. Elysia, who had initially harbored little hope, widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be mere coincidence? How could someone hit a perfect score on their first attempt? Try again, he urged, his voice thick with disbelief. All right, Fang Yu replied, lifting the gun once more to aim. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out. Yet the target bore no additional holes. Elysia, witnessing this, attempted to console his beleaguered spirit. A miss. No, Elysia exclaimed, visibly excited. All 4 bullets had struck the same point, resulting in a single hole. How could this be possible? Elysia regarded Fang Yu as if he were a creature of myth. Have you undergone professional training? Elysia inquired. Fang Yu shook his head, no. After saying this, he turned his gaze back to the target. The 3 shots he had fired previously were purely random, lacking any deliberate aim. At that moment, an inexplicable thought crossed his mind regarding his passive ability. Chronicles of beginnings and endings would sweetly correct the arrows of love. To verify his hypothesis, Fang Yu focused on the target ahead, raised his hand, and shot directly at the ceiling. As the gunfire echoed, he emptied the magazine. Yet no bullet holes appeared in the ceiling. This time, Elysia even activated Mortal Realm of the Divine to observe. Under his scrutiny, the bullets, upon leaving the barrel, began to curve, heading towards the target. Is it possible to play like this? Elysia was filled with questions. Why is it that in the same divine realm, my abilities are limited to reconnaissance and support, while yours seem to function as if enhanced? Elysia queried, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Fang Yu scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat inadequate. It indeed seemed like a cheat. Yet, it sounded as if he had no advantages at all. Murmuring quietly to himself, he squeezed the trigger of his now empty handgun once more. As his internal energy dissipated, a crystalline bullet burst forth from the muzzle and shattered the target ahead. So you're not just an archer. You can wield any ranged weapon, can you? Elysia exclaimed in frustration, questioning whether he would ever get a turn. However, Fang Yu frowned at the shattered target before him. He then set down the handgun and retrieved the flying flowers from his past life. Drawing the bow, He concentrated his energy into an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth. As yet another target exploded, Fang You finally comprehended the peculiarity. Why was the power of this handgun not as great as that of his arrows? Although the strength of an arrow is determined by the energy infused into it, the arrow he just shot utilized the same energy as that of a handgun. Lin Xie remarked, "This defies the laws of science." "Haha, but it is indeed magical, is it not?" replied Elysia with a teasing tone. She then proceeded to elucidate. "The arrow of bygone eras is no ordinary weapon, you see." Listening to Elysia's explanation, Fang You began to comprehend the rationale behind it. No wonder Elysia dared to engage in combat with her bow against others wielding large blades, unperturbed by the potential for her bow to snap. Observing the current situation, Long Xian felt a twitch in his eyelids. He sensed that there was little need to continue instructing the two individuals before him. One seemed unlikely to progress regardless of the instruction, while the other had evidently reached the limits of further advancement. Chapter 30, gently shattered as night deepened. The Peace Affairs office lay enveloped in a serene stillness, interrupted only by the crisp sounds of gunfire emanating from the shooting range. After a day of training, Fang You and Lin Xie slowly emerged from the shooting room. Fang Yu, with his hands tucked in his pockets, walked languidly, while Lin Xie, arms hanging by his sides, moved with a heavy gait. Fortunately, the evening's training consisted solely of shooting and firearms theory, a stark contrast to the high-intensity physical drills of the day. Of course, Lin Xie was the only one practicing shooting, turning it into his personal showcase, while Fang Yu leisurely reclined nearby, crossing his legs and enjoying the rare moment of leisure. This respite was soon interrupted when Long Xian tossed a firearm into Fang Yu's lap, instructing him to disassemble and reassemble it, a task he diligently repeated until Lin Xie's shooting practice concluded. Long Xian even attempted to have Fang Yu shoot without relying on his abilities, aiming solely through his own sight. However, this endeavor ultimately ended in failure. They discovered that Fang Yu could only shoot accurately when there was no target. The moment a target was present, his automatic aiming instinct kicked in, guiding the bullets with unerring precision. With a resigned gesture, Fang Yu expressed his frustration. If the shooting practice was goal-oriented, a target was indispensable. Otherwise, what was the point? Wasn't it a sheer waste of ammunition? As for Lin Xie's practice, it was straightforward. Long Xian simply had him repeat shooting at targets incessantly. There are two types of sharpshooters: those born with the gift and those honed through relentless practice, with the latter category encompassing the majority. Fang Yu, however, belonged to neither. He was merely a prodigious anomaly. Upon returning to the activity room, Lin Xie could no longer endure the fatigue. He collapsed onto the sofa, his limbs feeling like jelly, occasionally letting out pitiful groans. After a night of shooting practice, he had successfully learned to hit targets within 20 meters. This achievement undeniably uplifted his spirits. With a touch of optimism, he thought, "I still have hope." Fang Yu, equally exhausted, fell beside Lin Xie, his eyes barely open and his spirit languid. Sleepiness crashing over him like a tidal wave, his eyelids growing increasingly heavy. He longed for slumber. Indeed, wherever one might be, theoretical knowledge possesses a hypnotic effect. Although he did not partake in shooting training, the infernal complexities of firearms theory had drained him thoroughly. He couldn't fathom how Long Xian managed to retain such knowledge. Accompanying the two into the activity room, Long Xian appeared in even worse condition. His steps were unsteady, his gaze vacant, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. The others waiting in the activity room were momentarily taken aback by Long Xian's disheveled state. The once resolute and composed Long Xian now bore a countenance devoid of light, replaced by profound exhaustion and a hint of confusion. Si Xiaonan, initially poised to assist Lin Xie and Fang Yu with their injuries, could not help but inquire upon witnessing Long Xian's despondent expression. "Long Xian, are you all right?" Ling Xian slowly lifted his head, his gaze vacant as he looked at Si Xiaonan. After a considerable pause, he faintly nodded and rasped, "I just want some peace and quiet for a while." Ling Xian felt a sense of helplessness. One of these individuals made him feel as though his teaching prowess had faced an insurmountable defeat, while the other rendered his years of diligent training seem like a mere jest. despite his relentless practice day in and day out. The outcome appeared to be a passive ability that others possessed innately. In the realm of shooting, this ability allowed Fang You to instantaneously become the target of envy. Who is Jingjing? Fang You, who had been squinting and nearly dozing off, suddenly perked up, his eyes wide with curiosity. Get lost, Ling Xian barked through clenched teeth, his voice tinged with a mix of embarrassment and anger. All right, Fang Yu nodded, then reclined back on the sofa. Yet a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Lin Xia, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle before confidently stating, Ling Xian, rest assured, I believe I can still learn. Missing the target was merely a temporary setback. With a few more attempts, he would surely improve. In his eyes, Ling Xian's exceptional shooting skills were something he could master with a bit of time and patience. Even if he couldn't excel like Fang Yu, he at least hoped to utilize the skills effectively in combat. Listening to their exchange, Si Xiaonan surmised the evening's training circumstances. Unsure of whom to comfort first, she approached Lin Xia to tend to his injuries. She gently raised her hand, activating her Forbidden Abyss ability, a soft glow enveloping Lin Xia's wounds, gradually alleviating his pain. Just then, Chunmai interjected, Xiaonan, no need to heal him completely, as long as he can endure tomorrow. That suffices. Concerned that Si Xiaonan might forget, Chunmai reminded her. Si Xiaonan signaled with a gesture that all was well, fully aware of the procedure. She had grown quite accustomed to this routine, having experienced similar training demand from their captain previously. Lin Xia's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly froze, shock written all over his face. Wow, that's brutal. All right, let's leave it at that. Once Si Xiaonan deemed Lin Xia's injuries sufficiently treated, she withdrew her ability and moved towards Fang Yu. This left Lin Xia momentarily stunned, caught in a daze. After Fang Yu completed his treatment, Chunmai waved his hand, declaring, That's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Yay! Hong Ying cheered, then rose to pull the lethargic duo from the sofa while beckoning Si Xiaonan, let's head home. Upon returning to the grand villa of the Hong family, Lin Xia immediately slumped onto the sofa, rubbing the corners of his tired eyes. Fang Yu, in a hurried rush, dashed off to freshen up. He felt utterly drained. The afternoon's training had exhausted every bit of energy within him, and after a night of hypnosis, had it not been for his resilient spirit, he likely would have collapsed into bed without even taking a shower. Brother Qi, are you feeling tired? Hong Ying inquired with a smile, offering him a cup of tea. Lin Qi accepted the tea, nodding in gratitude. It's nothing. We've all been through this. I remember when I first joined, the captain showed no mercy simply because I was a girl. Hong Ying reminisced about the grueling training, recalling moments when she had shed tears. Is that so? Lin Qi responded with surprise. However, it is precisely due to the captain's strictness that the mortality rate among the night watchers in Cangnan City has sharply declined over the years. As she spoke, Hong Ying rose to her feet. All right, it's getting late. You should rest early. By the way, the captain mentioned that since today was your first training session, you are permitted to arrive at the office an hour later tomorrow, but make sure not to be late. Remember to wake Fang Yu as well. Hong Ying personally believed that informing Lin Qi alone sufficed for Fang Yu, if left undisturbed, could sleep until the sun was high in the sky, rendering it inconsequential whether or not he was notified. Chapter 31. The Serpent Demon Incident as fate would have it on the following day. When Lin Xia came to summon Fang Yu, he found Fang Yu nestled under his blankets, blissfully asleep. Beneath the bed lay the alarm clock, which Fang Yu had discarded an hour prior. Within his system space, Elysia and Pato had long ceased their struggles after serving as human alarm clocks for over 20 minutes. Moebius observed the two before casting a glance at the still dark television screen, calmly sipping her tea. Indeed, it was curious how she had devised a method to project Fang Yu's viewpoint onto the television, although they could share his perspective with their eyes closed. The sight of three individuals seated in the courtyard, each with eyes shut yet occasionally exchanging pleasantries, was decidedly bizarre. Thus, after a period of seclusion in the room, Moebius had concocted this peculiar method. This endeavor garnered high praise from a certain young lady, who expressed her intention to prepare a gift for her as a token of appreciation. Am I the kind of person who covets gifts? I certainly am not. She mused, Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the television, capturing the attention of the three in the courtyard despite the screen's persistent darkness. The canned voice remarked, "What is so captivating about a first-person drama? It's far more satisfying to scratch one's chin a few times." Of course, the knocking also piqued Fang Yu's curiosity. Through a haze of sleep, he groggily inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Elysia. Are you still going to train?" Upon hearing the unmistakably drowsy response from within, Elysia weakly pressed his forehead against the door. "Hong Ying and Xiao Nin left for the office an hour ago." Urgency struck. Upon hearing Elysia's words, Fang Yu jolted upright. He flung off the covers and glanced at the empty bedside table. "Who stole my alarm clock? No wonder I didn't wake up," he muttered to himself, but the persistent knocking outside prompted him to call out, "I'm up. Give me 2 minutes." 2 minutes later, having hastily washed up, Fang Yu flung open the door in a frenzy. Spotting Elysia, who was nonchalantly leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Fang Yu seized him without a moment's hesitation and dashed downstairs. Meanwhile, he exclaimed, "Why are you so calm? We're already an entire hour late." The moment Fang Yu saw the time on his phone, a whirlwind of thoughts rushed through his mind. Recalling Chun Mai's piercing gaze, Fang Yu instinctively shivered. "Wait, don't run off without me." Suddenly, caught off guard by the abrupt sprint, Elysia found himself pulled through a rift. When they emerged again, they were already at the dining table downstairs. Before he could regain his bearings, Fang Yu snatched the breakfast that had been prepared and opened another spatial rift. "Oh, stop it, stop it!" Elysia exclaimed, but Fang Yu was already lost in thoughts of Chun Mai sitting alone in the training room, enveloped in an aura of low pressure. After traversing several spatial rifts, the two finally appeared at the entrance of the Peace Affairs office. Upon stepping outside, Elysia retched audibly, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed, nearly expelling his breakfast from earlier that day. Observing this, Fang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly patted Elysia's back to ease his discomfort. "It's quite normal to feel this way on your first try. With a few more attempts, you'll adapt, and it will become much easier. If it were merely 1 or 2 doors, it wouldn't be as troublesome. However, passing through several without pause, the radiation from the spatial energy can indeed induce dizziness and nausea. After a few more experiences, your body will adjust. You can only blame your current limited ability. The distance traversed is not sufficient. Lacking quality, one must compensate with quantity." Noticing Elysia's expression, Fang Yu waited until he regained his composure before hastily ushering him into the office. The familiar electronic chime greeted them. "Welcome." At that moment, Chun Mai sat solemnly in a chair, lost in thought, flanked by the other team members, all wearing similarly grim expressions. Upon seeing Fang Yu and Elysia enter, Hong Ying sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You're here?" Then, glancing at the time, she muttered, "You're half an hour earlier than expected." Chun Mai, noticing their arrival, immediately stood and approached the conference table. "Now that everyone is gathered, we shall commence the meeting." The anticipated reprimand did not materialize, leaving Fang Yu puzzled as he scratched the back of his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Beside him, Elysia finally began to recover, explaining, "The captain said that since yesterday was our first day of training, we were allowed to be late by an hour today. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Fang Yu lamented, nearly in tears. Elysia, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Did you even give me a chance to say anything? Besides, who was it that collapsed onto their bed the moment they got home yesterday?" "Haha," Fang Yu chuckled nervously, averting Elysia's reproachful gaze as he took a seat at the conference table. Watching Fang Yu's guilty demeanor, Elysia sighed in resignation and pulled out a chair next to him. Once everyone was seated, Chun Mai rapped his knuckles on the table and began, "Last night, there was yet another mysterious occurrence, this time at the second high school in Cangnan City." "The second high?" Fang Yu's eyes glinted with excitement. "This could boost our awakening values. Has Li Yifei come to report?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, Li Yifei was called forth by Chun Mai. Seeing the youth before him, whose eyes were bloodshot, Fang Yu discreetly stuffed a bite of breakfast into his mouth and cast a furtive glance at Chun Mai. It seemed, munch, 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 that the A's from the psychiatric hospital, munch, 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 the aide to Nike's illustrious grandson, munch, was about to make an entrance. Li Fei. Upon seeing him emerge, Lin Xie expressed surprise. "Why is it you again?" Li Fei heard someone calling his name, and his initially flustered expression paused momentarily. He soon recognized Lin Xie and Fang You. "What are you two doing here?" Li Fei inquired. "Have you encountered a monster as well?" Wu Xiangnan shook his head, replying, "No, they are our teammates." "Temporary teammates," Chimai added. Upon hearing the Night Watcher's words, Li Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you two supposed to be in the army?" Lin Xie opened her mouth to respond, but quickly deemed the explanation too complicated and opted to change the subject. Under the table, she discreetly nudged Fang You, who was enjoying his breakfast, signaling him with her eyes, "Be a little quieter." Fang Yu looked innocently back at her, wondering what's wrong. "It doesn't tea smell strong, does it?" It is worth noting that Fang Yu had purposely brought steamed buns instead of fragrant dumplings to avoid detection. Chapter 32 Ami? Chun Mai felt a twitch in his forehead veins. Yet, considering the presence of an outsider beside him, he earnestly endeavored to persuade himself internally. Never mind, let it be, given that he had arrived more than half an hour early today. Meanwhile, Fang Yu, swallowing the last morsel of his breakfast, suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He surveyed his surroundings. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and cicadas sang their summer chorus from the trees. The weather was rather pleasant, and there seemed to be no sign of impending rain. After a prolonged observation, he discerned nothing amiss. Ultimately, Fang Yu shifted his gaze back to the boy in uniform seated opposite him. With Lin Xie's inquiry, Li Fei was skillfully diverted from the topic of why the two had not enlisted in the military, redirecting the conversation instead to their current presence here. When it came to serious matters, a flicker of fear appeared in Li Fei's eyes. He had encountered the mysterious once again. With a woeful expression, he lamented that he had yet to recover from the aftermath of the ghostly figure incident, only to find himself confronted by another enigma. How could he be so unfortunate? Listening to Li Fei's account, the others began to grasp the sequence of events. Based on the currently available information, this latest mystery involved yet another adept at disguise. After hearing Li Fei's description, Chimai offered a brief summary. When Chima sighed, expressing his exasperation at the troublesome nature of such disguise abilities. He would much prefer to engage in a fierce confrontation with the mysterious, rather than partake in a city-wide game of hide and seek. It was utterly exhausting, consuming both time and manpower. Each encounter with such mysteries demanded coordination with the police and search teams. Otherwise, relying solely on the Night Watchers would render the search an endless endeavor. Indeed, aside from its ability to disguise, it appeared to possess the capacity to assimilate other beings by consuming them, which was the most critical aspect. Does that mean it could potentially infect infinitely? At that moment, Lin Xie, who had failed to synchronize with Fang Yu, turned his head and remarked, "Thus, the individual named Lu Xiaoyan may not be the original entity. She could very well be an infected being." Having finally satiated his hunger, Fang Yu's intellect regained its prominence. It dawned on him that this situation diverged from the original narrative. If memory served him correctly, Li Fei had only discovered the Nantua serpent demon more than half a month after Lin Xie joined the Night Watchers. Had he misremembered the timeline? Xie was indeed correct. Wu Xiangnan nodded solemnly, stating, "Our most urgent task now is to identify the true form of the mysterious entity. We cannot allow it to infect recklessly. Otherwise, the entire city may very well fall into chaos." Although Wu Xiangnan did not explicitly articulate the consequences, everyone present could surmise the grim outcome. "Do you think it's possible?" Fang Yu leaned back against his chair and suddenly posed a question. That the entire second high school has already succumbed, perhaps even spreading beyond the school, infiltrating every corner of Cangnan City? Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Li Fei's pupils constricted, leaving him momentarily dazed, feeling a chilling sensation at the back of his head. It is not as severe as it seems. When Chima chuckled lightly, or else the Raven of Calamity would have already cried out. Raven of Calamity? Lin Xie gazed at Fang Yu in confusion. Fang Yu, meeting Lin Xie's gaze, shrugged, indicating that he had only recently joined the Night Watchers and was unaware of the details. The Raven of Calamity is a crow that possesses a forbidden domain. It issues early warnings when a significant disaster is imminent in Cangnan City. Redding explained to the two newly recruited temporary members. Oh, Elysia nodded. Fang You, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, wondered aloud whether this could be considered a form of foresight. Has anyone ever possessed the ability to converse with birds and attempted to communicate with it? Upon his remark, the crowd fell silent momentarily. There seemed to be some merit to his words. If one could indeed communicate with the Raven of Calamity, it would allow them to discern the specific nature of the impending disaster and perhaps even trace its source, quelling it before it could escalate. Zhao Kongqing's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Hey, you truly are a genius. Could you refrain from slapping your own thigh?" When Qima, seated beside him, appeared visibly distressed. I got a bit too excited. Zhao Kongqing chuckled awkwardly, oblivious to the fact that Ling Xian had quietly shifted his position away from him. All right, now is not the time for frivolity. While Fang Yu's suggestion is indeed commendable, the priority remains to resolve the mystery at Cangnan No. 2 High School. Chunmai rapped his knuckles on the table, asserting that since the mystery had already surfaced, they must address it promptly to prevent it from escalating, lest the Raven of Calamity truly issue a warning. Wu Xiangnan proposed, as we are still uncertain of the exact location of the source. I suggest we split into two groups, one to search outside the school for any additional infected individuals, and the other to infiltrate the school and locate the source within the campus. Chunmai nodded in agreement, scanning the room. Since they were to infiltrate the school, their appearances must align with that of students. After a thorough assessment, he declared, Hong Ying Xiaonan, along with Fang Yu and Lin Xie, the task of infiltrating No. 2 High School to locate the source is assigned to you. Among those present, only Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's appearances were most fitting, while Lin Xie and Fang Yu were, in fact, students of No. 2 High School themselves. Understood. The group responded promptly. However, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, stating, Captain, both Lin Xie and Fang Yu are new recruits in the Night Watchers and still classified as temporary members. According to the rules, they should not partake in this mission. Zhao Kongqing, standing up, clapped his hands, remarking, Lin Xie has already shown he can hold his own against the Ghost-Faced King. His self-defense capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. As for Fang Yu, Zhao Kongqing's eyes darted around before he concluded, he has long since broken the rules. One more instance won't matter. Exactly. Hong Ying chimed in, nodding vigorously as if wound up like a toy. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless and unable to retort. Nevertheless, Wu Xiangnan's words served as a reminder to Chunmai, who turned to the two of them and inquired, Are you willing to go? If not, there is no obligation. Of course. Fang Yu replied decisively, why not? If we don't go, who will provide him with awakening points? Although he had spent the past few days alongside Lin Xie and had managed to gather a small amount through the latter's mortal realm sanctuary, Moebius' awakening value had only reached 15. However, compared to hunting the mysterious, absorbing energy from the sanctuary was evidently less efficient. After speaking, Fang Yu nudged Lin Xie with his elbow. I will go. Chunmai nodded in satisfaction. In that case, you shall accompany us. Suddenly singled out, Li Yifei appeared bewildered. Me? Why should I join the fray? I'm just an ordinary person. I'd rather run than confront the mysterious. Why would I willingly march to my demise? Rest assured, they will protect you, Chunmai assured him. Moreover, if this matter is handled well, I can consider offering you a chance to join the Night Watchers. At this, Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Observing the comical predicament of Li Yifei, who had been completely duped by his own captain, Fang Yu smirked and leaned closer to Lin Xie, whispering, to consider means that in the end, he may not be allowed to join the Night Watchers. I didn't realize our captain was not only skilled in the culinary arts, but also adept at weaving dreams. Chapter 33. Infiltration at the entrance of the school. Fang Yu and his four companions stood thoughtfully, each holding a different box. Since Fang Yu and Lin Xie had yet to receive their starry blades, they wielded the steel knives used during training. However, they discreetly carried handguns given to them by Long Xian. Initially, Lin Xie had intended to refuse, as yesterday's practice had made him doubt the utility of a firearm. Yet, Fang You argued that possessing a gun, even if not employed in combat, could serve as a deterrent and prove remarkably effective amidst chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie conceded and placed the weapon in his pocket. The rules are invariably dictated by those who hold the truth. As for what that truth entails, it is best left unexamined. Now, a pressing question arose. It was already class time. How would they blend in? Lin Xie glanced at the time and subtly surveyed the distant security guard, doubting that they could nonchalantly enter. Moreover, with their burdens in hand, being discovered would certainly complicate matters. Xiaonan furrowed her brow, eyeing the black box she held, which contained prohibited knives that could easily provoke the guards. Simple. Hong Ying grinned, gesturing towards a 2-meter-high wall a short distance away. We could just scale it. The rear wall of the school is preferable. The front is too conspicuous. Fang You nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the most convenient solution. Let us proceed. A moment later, the group stood before the back wall of the school. Hong Ying, stretching her limbs, declared, "Follow me." With that, she quickly advanced and effortlessly leaped over the wall. Xiaonan followed closely, nimbly springing off the wall and executing a half-turn in midair, landing gracefully beside Hong Ying. Impressive, Li Yifei exclaimed, marveling at their seamless movements. Let us not waste any more time. We should hurry in, Lin Xie said, taking a deep breath before tossing his black box over the wall. He then crouched and leapt upward, easily vaulting over the top. You two hurry up, he reminded the two who had yet to act. Fang You glanced at Li Yifei, who appeared somewhat hesitant. All right, I'll help you in. On the other side of the wall, after landing and retrieving his black box, Lin Xie brushed off the dust and was taken aback by the sight of an irregular portal. Oh no, I forgot this thing can teleport. A bewildered Li Yifei followed Fang You through the portal. He surveyed the area with excitement and exclaimed, "Wow, Fang Yu, you're amazing." He then hooked his arm around Fang Yu's shoulder and whispered, "Can I learn to do this?" Fang Yu shrugged off Li Yifei's arm, replying, "In your dreams." With that, he left behind a disappointed Li Yifei and rejoined the others. Your school uniforms are truly atrocious. Hong Ying adjusted her uniform before looking up and saying, "Before we proceed, let's assign tasks. Fang Yulin, Qi Yi, and Li Yifei. The three of you will approach Lu Xiaoyan and determine if she's the host. Xiaonan and I will search other areas of the school. If anything is found, communicate via the earpieces." She pointed to the discreet earpiece in her ear. "Wait. I need to submit a leave request first, or the homeroom teacher will scold me to death." After witnessing that terrifying scene last night, Li Yifei stumbled home in a daze, too frightened to sleep. Barely making it to dawn, he left early to wait at the peace agency, so he hadn't had time to request leave. Returning to class now would undoubtedly earn him a severe reprimand. Understood, the group responded before quickly dispersing. Fang Yu had barely taken 2 steps when Hong Ying's voice called out from behind, "Where's the administration building?" Lin Xie sighed and pointed over there. Fang Yu and Lin Xie returned to the classroom, where a math lesson was in progress. On the podium, the math teacher, clad in slippers, leaned against the desk as he lectured. Noticing them, Lin Xie knocked on the door and announced, reporting, "Lin Xie? Fang Yu?" The math teacher adjusted his glasses, momentarily unsure if he was seeing correctly. "Weren't you two enlisting in military? Why are you here?" 2 days prior, their parents had separately visited the school to arrange long-term leave, citing military enlistment, a topic that had sparked considerable discussion in the staff room, leaving a strong impression. "We leave tomorrow, so we came back to school today." "I see. Well, take your seats then." Under the scrutiny of the entire class, the two settled into their desks, furtively scanning the room. Fang Yu noted with frustration, "Great. Nothing stands out." After a moment, he nudged Lin Xie beside him. "Any luck?" Lin Xie's expression darkened with a nod, but before he could respond, their earpieces crackled to life with Chun Mai's voice. "Lin Xie, status report. Not good. Aside from Lu Xiaoyan, another person in this class is infected. Just on this floor alone, there are 6 infected individuals." A brief silence followed before Chun Mai replied hesitantly, "Are they still alive?" "No, their organs are gone, replaced by masses of flesh." "Understood. We're still sweeping the perimeter. Identify all infected within the school first, but avoid alerting them." Pausing mid-stride, Chun Mai glanced toward the school, concern flickering in his eyes. Copy that. So even if we eliminate the host, the infected can't be saved. Listening to the exchange, Fang Yu found himself at a loss for words. In a single layer, there are 6 infected individuals, which implies that the number of students who have fallen victim in the entire school has reached a horrifying figure. Moreover, these are merely the students. One must remember that the school comprises more than just students. The two of them listened absent-mindedly to a mathematics lesson until Li Yifei finally arrived, clutching a leave of absence note. After receiving a few scoldings from the mathematics teacher, he stepped into the classroom. "What are you planning to do?" Fang Yu inquired. Observing Li Yifei as he took his seat, his gaze subtly directed towards the finger of Lin Xie that pointed to another infected individual in the classroom. "Hanruo, let us wait until the class is over. I recall that after this lesson, there will be a recess, during which all faculty and students must proceed to the playground for the flag-raising ceremony. This will serve as an excellent opportunity for a concentrated inspection." Chapter 34. Too late soon. The bell signaling the end of class echoed outside. In the office of the director, Hong Ying held a sharp knife, the tip bearing a piece of human skin. With her other hand pressed against her earpiece, she reported, "This is Hong Ying. We have discovered the skin of an infected individual who has retreated." As she spoke, she stuffed the skin back into its original place and concealed her traces before lifting her black box to gaze out the window. Was this bell uniform throughout the entirety of Daxia? Observing the increasing throng of students pouring out from the stairwell, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged banter. Meanwhile, Fang Yu, having just exited the stairwell, did not follow the flow of students toward the playground. A fierce battle was undoubtedly imminent, and as a ranged support unit, he instinctively directed his gaze toward the rooftop of the comprehensive building, securing the high ground. "Fang Yu, where are you going?" Li Yifei, noticing Fang Yu's departure, called out urgently, yet his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the bell, leaving Fang Yu oblivious. "Damn it, why don't I have an earpiece?" Watching as Lin Xie distanced himself, Li Yifei gritted his teeth and hurried after him. "Lin Xie, wait for me." Finally catching up to Lin Xie, Li Yifei spoke hastily. Fang Yu didn't follow. Lin Xie's calm gaze flicked over to Li Yifei and then landed on a classmate not far ahead. "I know." He mentioned in the team channel that he was preparing for the upcoming battle. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's attention shifted to Lin Xie's earpiece. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Lin Xie sensed a hint of grievance in Li Yifei's gaze. "By the way, do you possess any special abilities akin to Fang Yu's?" Li Yifei inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Yes." "Ah, that is splendid. Speaking of which, what is your ability?" "Psychic perception." Lin Xie refrained from elaborating on his powers in detail. "Can you identify the infected?" Li Yifei asked, concern lacing his voice as he scanned the crowd, feeling as though every individual might be infected. Nodding, Lin Xie responded, "Indeed." He then raised his hand, pointing at a girl ahead, adding, "For instance, that girl, she is one." "Her?" Li Yifei paused in surprise. "Do you know her?" Li Yifei raised an eyebrow, "Of course. She shares a dorm with Lu Xiaoyan. It wouldn't be surprising if she were infected." Lin Xie's eyes brightened at Li Yifei's revelation. "Exactly. Most of those infected are girls. Could the source of infection have originated from the female dormitory?" Contemplating this, he activated his earpiece to report his findings to the others, instructing Hong Ying to investigate that area. "Understood. We will head to the female dormitory right away." As the march music played, Fang Yu kicked open the iron door to the rooftop of the comprehensive building. He observed the growing number of students on the playground, then sat down on the edge of the rooftop, his feet rhythmically kicking to the beat of the music. This vantage point offers an excellent view. The entire sports field stretches before us, with dormitory buildings flanking the sides and the academic block standing resolute at the rear. Before long, Fang Yu noticed unrest stirring within the formations on the field. Witnessing Lin Xi's extraordinary maneuvers, an involuntary smirk tugged at Fang Yu's lips. Reporting in, "This is Lin Xi. I've surveyed the entire school's faculty and students. The number of infected is substantial. Eliminating them all may prove challenging. Within number 2 high school alone, at least 60 individuals have been compromised. If we initiate cleansing operations on even one, the remaining anomalies will swiftly become aware." should they escape the premises. Tracking them down would become exponentially more difficult. A brief silence followed Lin Qi's transmission before Chun Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece. Qi, infected individuals have already surfaced beyond the school grounds. Mid-conversation, the sound of a blade cleaving through flesh punctuated his words as Chun Mai bisected an assailant, the corpse reverting to its grotesque form upon impact with the ground. Having dispatched the immediate threat, Chun Mai continued gravely, "We've investigated the residences of Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruo, and the academic dean. Their families have all been infected. Consequently, our next course of action involves systematically visiting each infected household to curb further transmission. The school will have to be entrusted to your team. I'm deploying Zhao Kongcheng immediately to erect the Boundless Void Domain. There's no need for concern regarding exposure. The Night Watchers possess a forbidden artifact known as Whispers of the Dream, capable of large-scale memory alteration." Striding over the carnage, blade in hand, Chun Mai added with solemnity, "The school is in your hands now." Acknowledged. Terminating the transmission, Fang You extended his hand, summoning fading blossoms of yore into his grasp. Now begins the harvest. Disturbances soon emanated from the direction of the girls' dormitory. Rising to his feet, Fang Yu observed Hong Ying, her movements a lethal ballet, as she brandished her spear, a crimson radiance erupting from her epicenter. Rose-hued flames surged forth, hurling the monstrosities infesting the corridor into disarray. Launching herself skyward with a single foot, Hong Ying's spear carved a blazing crescent through the air. The weapon found its mark in the lead creature's throat. Leveraging the momentum, she pivoted, the scarlet arc severing multiple necks in unison. Heads tumbled grotesquely to the ground. Landing in a poised crouch, she shattered a monster's kneecaps with a sweeping strike before her spear's tassel flared violently. The ensuing inferno engulfed the crippled abominations, their agonized shrieks piercing the air. As the final embers dissipated, Hong Ying stood triumphant, her bloodied spear tassel swaying gently in the breeze. "Pathetic foot soldiers, hardly worth my time," she remarked dismissively to Si Xiaonan, who cheered enthusiastically nearby. Noticing Fang Yu's gaze from the adjacent building, Hong Ying flashed a grin. "Impressed, little brother?" With a flourish, she twirled her spear, the weapon resting effortlessly on her shoulder as flames danced intermittently along its length. With a slight tug of his lips, Fang Yu felt his heart bleed. That was all potential awakening value, and he had not gained any at all. It was a case of being too slow. However, before he could recover from the pang of anguish, he noticed chaos erupting on the other side of the playground. Hong Ying's slaying of the monsters was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil lake, instantly disturbing the serene surface. The monsters below roared as they surged toward the girls' dormitory. He pressed his hand against the earpiece and communicated, "Sister Hong Ying, the monsters are all gathering toward your side." "No problem. Let them come," Hong Ying replied nonchalantly, rubbing her nose. Si Xiaonan also drew her straight blade from the black box, the cold blade gleaming with a ghostly blue light in the dark corridor. Chapter 35. Qingyu monsters roared in the corridor, their eyes fixated on Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, as an increasing number of figures emerged from the shadows. Observing the growing horde, Hong Ying grinned. Now, this was a challenge worth facing. As she wielded her spear, brilliant flames flickered in the dark passageway. With each decisive strike, monsters fell before Si Xiaonan. On the rooftop of the comprehensive building, Fang Yu stood quietly, his left hand gripping the ancient flying flower, a crystal arrow shimmering with a pink hue poised on the bowstring, ready to be unleashed. "Allow me to assist you," he murmured, a smile gracing his lips. Whoosh! Hardly had the words left his mouth when he released the arrow, which swiftly found its mark, piercing the eye socket of a beast attempting to ambush Si Xiaonan. System notification: mysterious kill achieved, gaining 5 awakening points. Fang Yu thought to himself, who are you trying to fool? Yet, reflecting on the formidable combat prowess of these ordinary individuals armed with weapons compared to the ghost-faced beings, it seemed somewhat justifiable. Si Xiaonan regarded the nearby crystal arrow and smiled. "Thank you, brother Fang Yu." "You're welcome, sister Xiaonan," Fang Yu replied, continuing to unleash arrows from his hand. The pink crystals soared across the sky, striking the monsters in the corridor with precision. As the last monster fell to Hong Ying's spear, she casually flung the creature off her weapon, pouting slightly. "Little Fang You, we could have handled this ourselves." What she initially thought would be an exhilarating battle turned out to be largely dominated by Fang You. Had she not protested, those monsters would have scarcely dared to approach them. Fang Yu chuckled into his earpiece. "I was merely concerned about you getting tired, Sister Hong Ying." As he spoke, he aimed and shot an arrow in another direction, hitting a distant monster on the teaching building. Noticing the sudden silence from the monster that had been pursuing her, Anqing Yu instinctively glanced back. To her surprise, she found the creature lifeless, an arrow embedded in its head, an arrow that defied logic. Following the trajectory of the arrow, Anqing Yu soon spotted the figure on the distant rooftop. Just as she locked eyes with the archer, he lowered his longbow and waved at her. Hearing a commotion nearby, Anqing Yu reluctantly cast a glance at the corpse before retreating into the classroom. Leaning against the door, excitement flickered in her eyes. Those monsters. And the student on the rooftop evidently possessed extraordinary power. With her tongue moistening her slightly parched lips, a glimmer of curiosity sparked in Anqing Yu's eyes behind her glasses. She longed to study these phenomena. However, the most pressing concern was to survive. Thus, he commenced directing the individuals in the classroom to relocate all the desks and chairs to the entrance, obstructing the monstrous presence outside. The one clad in a school uniform was evidently not alone. He had just faintly perceived the sound of gunfire, unmistakably indicating the involvement of an official organization. "You have truly concealed yourselves well," he mused. At that moment, a sudden wave resonated from the heavens above. It was Zhao Kongchang's boundless void. Indeed, in the next instant, Fang Yu heard the insufferable voice through his earpiece. "I have arrived. You actually let a monster escape. Fortunate it was that I arrived in time." With that, Zhao Kongchang gave a kick to the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Fang Yu, rolling his eyes at Zhao's arrogance, knew he had to act swiftly. To date, he had only harvested 14 points of awakening value, leaving a considerable distance to reach 30. Watching a creature rush into the teaching building made his heart race, and he immediately began scanning the second floor with hopeful anticipation. "Please do not flee too quickly," he silently prayed, recalling that he had seen Lin Xia enter the building as well. With an arrow knocked on his bowstring, Fang Yu's gaze lingered on the second floor, and sure enough, he spotted Lin Xia. However, before he could release his arrow, the creature was once again concealed by a load-bearing pillar. On the opposite side of the pillar, a student sat on the ground, terror etched across his face as he stared ahead. Nevertheless, Fang Yu remained unperturbed. A glimmer of realization crossed his brow as he recalled the creature's appearance, and suddenly, his arrow was loosed with startling speed. Accompanied by a sharp whoosh, the arrow soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before deftly bypassing the pillar, vanishing behind it. This shot demanded more energy than usual. System prompt: mysterious entity eliminated. Gaining 0. 5 points of awakening value. Fang Yu thought to himself, designers without mouths should not be allowed to create systems. However, if that is the case, could it be that simply knowing the target and envisioning them in one's mind would suffice to locate them, regardless of distance? Fang, Universal Locator, you deemed this ability exceedingly splendid. Regrettably, there were still students present. Otherwise, if a dome were to descend, all the mysteries here would belong to him. Gazing at the campus below, which was gradually returning to tranquility, he sighed in mild regret. The remaining mysteries had already concealed themselves, rendering further presence here futile. Thus, Fang Yu positioned himself at the edge of the rooftop and leaped down. On the third floor of the teaching building, in the classroom of Class 8, Year 2, after purging the mysteries in the vicinity, Lin Xia intended to rest momentarily before continuing the eradication on the fourth floor. Upon sitting down, he noticed Fang Yu entering through the door. "What's the situation on your end?" Fang Yu inquired directly, observing that the classroom contained only Lin Xia, Li Yifei, and a bespectacled boy, with no other students present. "Where are the others?" "Hello," and Qing Yu. Before Lin Xia could respond, the bespectacled boy beside him spoke up. Lin Xia had them clear out the auditorium. "Since you came up from downstairs, did you not encounter them?" He probably did not see them at all. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Xie finally spoke up quietly. After all, their memories would be erased, so it wouldn't matter if he revealed anything. Upon hearing Lin Xie's response, Fang You slightly furrowed her delicate brows, wondering why. At that moment, Li Yifei suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, "Oh, I understand. You were teleported here, weren't you?" Fang Yu first shook hands with Fang You before replying. "Exactly, I was directly teleported here." "Teleported?" And Fang Yu gazed at Fang Yu, her curiosity intensifying. Could it be what she imagined? She tilted her head, asking, "Can I witness that?" "There will be an opportunity," Fang Yu said, casting a meaningful glance at Fang Yu before approaching Lin Xie. "Have you rested well?" He could hardly contain his anticipation. 2 minutes, Lin Xie replied, raising 2 fingers. His expression a mix of frustration as he looked at Fang Yu's impeccably clean clothes, then glanced down at his own attire, remaining silent for a moment. He caressed the handgun in his pocket, silently contemplating the possibility of his transition to a long-range combat unit. Chapter 36. The Hunt After a Brief Respite. Lin Xie picked up the straight knife he had set aside and stood up. He swung his arm, muttering to himself, uncertain whether Sister Hongying and the others had managed to track down the essence of the monster. Fang Yu paused momentarily, then stealthily activated his earpiece. Earlier, feeling guilty for having snatched Hongying's minor monster, he had turned off his earpiece. The essence of a monster? Lin Xie nodded, recalling that earlier in the dormitory building, Hongying and Si Xiaonan had discovered a creature suspected to be the essence and were currently pursuing it. It must be that serpent demon designed to divert attention, he mused. After a moment as contemplation, he concluded that since the essence was right before him, wielding a fire axe, it was intent on attacking its own disciples. Once he re-entered the team channel, Fang Yu removed his hand from the earpiece. "Sister Hongying, what's the situation on your end?" Not long after, Hongying's somewhat dejected voice came through the earpiece. "I couldn't catch up to it. It led me on a tour of your school, before finally disappearing into the small grove behind it." Hongying crouched before the grove at the back of the school, her spear resting on her shoulder, its tassels fluttering in the wind. Upon hearing that Hongying had failed to pursue the creature, Lin Xie's heart sank once more. As long as the essence of the monster remained alive, the infected would continue to emerge in droves. Unless the source was eradicated, the situation would only worsen. "What about Sister Xiaonan?" Fang Yu inquired, noticing Lin Xie's expression darkening. He plopped down at the table, eager to learn about Si Xiaonan's whereabouts. "Sister Xiaonan is attempting to track it down using the traces left by the monster. As long as the Boundless Void is active, she should be able to uncover its location. Please ensure your safety as well." "All right, we'll eliminate the last of the monsters and then come to assist," Fang Yu replied, preparing to call Lin Xie to join him in eliminating the creatures upstairs when the earpiece crackled to life again. "This is Wu Xiangnan. We have located information about the monster." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of joy. Having information about the monster was akin to navigating a river by feeling for stones. Now that they had specific intelligence, they could devise a corresponding strategy. This creature is known as the Nanda Serpent Demon, originating from rural folklore. I scoured all mythological texts and found no record of it, but eventually, I stumbled upon a brief description in an ancient tome. Nanda Serpent Demon? Lin Xie recalled the essence he had encountered with Hongying earlier, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. The name seemed quite fitting. The Nanda Serpent Demon possesses formidable camouflage abilities and intelligence comparable to that of humans. It primarily engulfs living beings, implanting serpent seeds within them, thus converting the creatures into its progeny while simultaneously controlling their actions. However, there are limitations to its propagation. The mother can only sow 1 seed per day, while the offspring require 3 days to mature. As Wu Xiangnan paused momentarily, the sound of pages turning echoed through the earpiece. However, if the mother entity were to be slain, all its progeny would perish instantaneously. Chun Mai's eyes glimmered with realization. In that case, they must expeditiously locate and eliminate the mother entity. With that, Chun Mai swiftly severed the head of the serpent demon progeny before him. It seemed the mother entity sensed the impending danger as all the progeny erupted into chaos. Behind Chun Mai, when Shimal wiped the sweat from his brow, beckoning the distant Lung Xian to proceed to the next location. In the classroom, Fang Yu and Lin Chia exchanged glances, deciding to first deal with the progeny upstairs to ensure the safety of the teachers and students before searching for the mother entity. The upper floor housed the last batch of progeny in this teaching building, as the rest had been nearly eradicated. Fang Yu rubbed his palms together, picking up the wandering past blossoms beside him, and declared, "Let us proceed." As they ascended the staircase, the group struggled to move aside the obstructing tables and chairs. Amid their efforts, Fang Yu sensed someone approaching. Instinctively turning, he found Qing Yu standing behind him. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his purpose. "I wish to ask, do such monsters always exist?" And Qing Yu pointed towards a nearby corpse, in places unbeknownst to us. Without hesitation, Fang Yu nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Then why have we never heard of them?" Fang Yu turned to gaze outside the school, explaining, "There exists an organization that has long stood at the forefront against these monstrosities, bearing the burden for us." Just as Fang Yu finished speaking, Lin Xie lightly tapped him on the head. Lin Xie cast a glance at Fang Yu and remarked, "They should not be privy to such information. What's there to fear?" Fang Yu smirked, casting a meaningful look at Qing Yu. "Ultimately, they will be gathered together and have their memories erased." Upon hearing this, Qing Yu paused in his task of moving a table, quickly resuming with a facade of nonchalance. "So, we have been oblivious to these monsters because our memories are wiped after similar incidents? More or less, though some have signed confidentiality agreements like the one beside you." Fang Yu indicated towards a diligent golden badge caretaker who was moving tables nearby. After saying this, Fang Yu locked eyes with Lin Xie. He instinctively shrank his neck and made a zipping motion across his mouth, signaling that he would remain silent. Yet, in the next moment, he drew his bow and arrow, loosing it so that the arrow grazed past Lin Xie's hair and struck deep into the serpent demon's eye. "Heh, awakening value 0. 5. Lin Xie replied. "Couldn't you give me a heads up? If I told you, how would I claim a kill?" Standing at the 5th floor staircase, Fang Yu surveyed the corridors on either side. "The serpent demons are more numerous to the left. I'll take the left, you take the right." "Very well." After a brief division of spoils, Fang Yu strode purposefully to the left, bow and arrow in hand. Just a few steps out, someone caught up with him. It was Qing Yu. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow at him, noting, "There are more monsters on your side. Allow me to assist you." As he spoke, Qing Yu showcased the fire axe he wielded. Observing the stark contrast between Qing Yu's pristine appearance and the axe in his grasp, Fang Yu pondered for a moment before retrieving the handgun that Lung Xian had given him from his pocket. "Do you know how to use this?" he inquired, tossing it to Qing Yu. Qing Yu caught the handgun and promptly discarded the axe onto the ground. After examining the weapon, he noted the cold, gleaming surface of the barrel, finding it not too daunting. Fang Yu nodded, as if recalling something. "I concur," he mused. Yet, it was evident that someone held a different opinion. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted beside him, snapping Fang Yu back to reality. He gazed at the slain snake demon, dispatched by a single shot, his expression contorting with regret. He chastised himself for letting his guard down. Resolving to focus, Fang Yu swiftly nocked an arrow, resuming his hunt. Fortunately, Qing Yu refrained from firing again, instead maintaining vigilance with the gun, prepared for any potential threats that might emerge from the nearby classroom. Soon, after vanquishing the last of the snake demons on the left with his arrows, Fang Yu turned to Qing Yu at the corridor's end and declared, "Let us return and regroup with them." As he faced forward, Qing Yu adjusted his glasses and suddenly inquired, "The information you shared in the stairwell earlier was intentionally revealed to me, was it not?" Chapter 37. The Naga Demon. Fang Yu paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He turned to Qing Yu, blinked mischievously, and said yes. Qing Yu fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. He hadn't anticipated Fang Yu's forthright acknowledgement of the matter. "Why don't you deflect a bit? It's unnecessary for me to ask this." Under Fang Yu's gaze, Qing Yu's lips twitched before he finally said, "I recommend 2 books to you." "Huh? What books?" Fang Yu inquired, as the immediate threat had subsided and he tucked away the remnants of past troubles. The actor's self-training and understanding micro-expressions. Fang Yu. As they engaged in conversation, two students approached. Aren't those Lu Yuan and that Han Ruo? Fang You instinctively rested his hand on the black box that he had been carrying on his back. Wasn't Han Ruo also a Naga? How had Lin Chia let him go? However, as Fang Yu's gaze lingered on Lu Yuan's furious expression and the hand he held with Han Ruo, he began to comprehend something. Step aside. Lu Yuan glanced at Fang Yu and in Xing Yu, impatience evident in his voice. Do you want to stop me too? Lu Yuan instinctively shielded Han Ruo behind him, recalling that Fang Yu had returned to school with Lin Chia, suggesting they were likely allies. How infuriating. Unable to act in the classroom. So you send your accomplices to do your dirty work outside? Lu Yuan fumed. It was just a shove. Was he not fine? Taken aback by Lu Yuan's fury, Fang Yu thought, is this person unwell? Nevertheless, he willingly stepped aside, creating a path for Lu Yuan and his companion. Before they departed, Fang Yu cautioned, this monster can disguise itself as anyone. Be vigilant and discerning. Spare me your feigned concern, Lu Yuan remarked, seeing that Fang Yu had not obstructed his path, and promptly pulled Han Ruo downstairs. Watching the two retreat, and Xing Yu ponder aloud, is that girl also a monster? Fang Yu glanced at Xing Yu. What monster? I don't know. We lack the ability to investigate monsters. With that, Fang Yu headed toward the classroom, where he coincidentally spotted Lin Chia emerging. Fang Yu peered inside. Li Yifei was explaining the forthcoming plans to the remaining students. Emulating Lin Chia, Fang Yu leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. Do you think this is truly acceptable? Lin Chia asked, frowning as Fang Yu approached. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. Didn't Tu prevent him before? This is his own doing. Enough of these troubling thoughts. We must seek out the essence of the monster. As he spoke, Fang Yu opened a fissure beside him, revealing the first floor on the other side. Having finished, Fang Yu stepped into the fissure, appearing below just as Li Yifei led the remaining faculty and students out. You led them to the auditorium, where the remaining survivors gathered. Now, the monsters that plagued the school had been largely vanquished, so your passage will be devoid of peril. After Lin Chia spoke, his gaze lingered momentarily on Xing Yu's pocket before he averted his eyes. I pledge to fulfill the task, Li Yifei proclaimed, thumping his chest. Indeed, Lin Chia replied, stepping into the rift and leaving behind the survivors who were in a state of chaos. Fang Yu, carrying the black box, searched the campus alongside Lin Chia, who activated his earpiece. Sister Hongying, how fares your side? Xiao Nen has uncovered some clues regarding the serpent demon. It appears to have slithered towards the northern part of the school. The north, Fang Yu halted abruptly, stating the cafeteria, the art building, the playground, and the classroom we just occupied are all in that direction. Xiao Nan and I are currently at the cafeteria. We've already searched the classrooms. Let us proceed to the art building. Lin Chia and Fang Yu exchanged glances before sprinting towards the art building. Soon, they halted before a three-story structure. They commenced their search along the corridor, quickly ascending to the second floor. Suddenly, Lin Chia's footsteps ceased, his face adorned with an unusual expression. What is the matter? It's Lu Yuan and Han Ruo. It seems Han Ruo is about to take action. A faint smile graced Lin Chia's lips as he gently pushed the door open. Please no, I don't want to die. The muffled voice within reached Fang Yu's ears as the door swung open. Fang Yu, peering over Lin Chia's shoulder, caught sight of Lu Yuan, disheveled and embraced by the serpent demon, his arms straining to keep the creature's mouth at bay. Wow, quite the taste, isn't it? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on his face. If we had arrived a bit later, do you think we would have witnessed a dramatic showdown between Lu Yuan and the serpent lady? Of all people to emulate, why must it be Su Xian? Lin Chia scoffed. Let us not exaggerate. Bai Nyangzi is not nearly that abstract. With that, Lin Chia closed the door once more, wishing not to disrupt their clandestine affair. Lin Chia, save me. ISN Tihan Ruoro, your girlfriend? Hurry and rescue me. Lu Yuan's voice echoed, but with a resounding thud. It was abruptly muffled within the confines of the piano room. It must be said, the soundproofing of this door is rather impressive, Fang Yu remarked, surveying the door with occasional admiration. This is a piano room. I shudder to think how noisy it would be without soundproofing. Lin Chia counted the seconds in his mind, briefly responding to Fang Yu before reopening the door. At that moment, Han Ruo had completed her task, and Lu Yuan lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any wounds. Has he been transformed into a serpent spawn? Lin Chia mused, drawing a straight blade from the black box at his back. In an instant, Lu Yuan, who lay on the ground, abruptly sat up, his head unfurling like the petals of a flower, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. His eyes glimmered with resentment as he let out a deafening roar and lunged towards the two. Before he could draw near, an arrow pierced his forehead with precision. Thud! As he collapsed, Lin Xie cast a glance at Fang You, a hint of melancholy in his gaze, lamenting, "I specifically waited for him to transform into a serpent demon before opening the door." Fang Yu scratched the back of his head, chuckling uncontrollably. "Well, who asked him to insult me just now? You two seem to have forgotten about me," came the indignant voice of Han Ruo, her lips stretching into a grin that reached her ears as she lunged fiercely at Lin Xie. Simultaneously, Fang Yu's body jolted, and without a moment to ponder, he instinctively raised his longbow to defend himself. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the serpent demon's claws struck against the bow. In the next moment, Fang Yu felt an overwhelming force propel him backward. After swiftly dispatching Han Ruo, Lin Xie, utilizing the vision granted by Mortal Realm, swung his straight blade downward. However, he struck the serpent demon's tail instead, sparks flying in all directions. Lin Xie positioned himself protectively in front of Fang Yu, their attention focused ahead. Before them loomed a creature with a human torso and a serpent's tail, its body covered in black scales, fixating intently on the pair. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow at the sudden emergence of the serpent demon, his gaze drifting contemplatively. "This must be Li Yifei. Ongying. The Nantawa serpent demon is on the second floor of the art building," Lin Xie calmly informed, gripping his straight knife. "Hold it off. I will be there shortly," Hong Ying declared, brandishing her spear as she dashed past the dining table towards the cafeteria entrance. Meanwhile, she called out to Si Xiaonan trailing behind. "I'll go ahead. You follow shortly." "All right, I'll catch up." Si Xiaonan nodded, aware that she couldn't match Hong Ying's speed. Chapter 38. "You seize my head," the Nandu snake demon emitted a piercing shriek, its muscular form rippling as scales-covered claws shimmered ominously, launching an onslaught akin to a tempest. Lin Xie brandished his blade to deflect the claws, sparks flying amidst the clash, while Fang Yu seized the moment, unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession toward the demon's visage. However, the serpent abruptly whipped its head, the arrows merely grazing its ear, followed by a sweeping tail that struck like an iron chain. Lin Xie and Fang Yu were forced to roll aside, narrowly avoiding the catastrophic shattering of the piano behind them. "Who penned that book claiming the main body was feeble?" Lin Xie roared. The attack patterns of the snake demon in the mortal realm were apparent, yet each swipe of its claws left a lingering afterimage. The demon grinned menacingly, its claws lunging for Lin Xie's throat. He sidestepped just in time, but a thick tail came crashing down from above. Lin Xie swiftly countered with his blade, barely grazing the demon's scales and igniting a shower of sparks. Regaining his footing, Lin Xie gazed at the shallow gash on the serpent's tail and muttered to himself, "It appears there is hope." Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Yu released several arrows, yet they only managed to embed themselves at the tips, failing to penetrate further. Lured out, "This place is too cramped for evasion," he bellowed at Fang Yu. With that, he dashed toward the exit, leaving Fang Yu to contend with the serpent alone. The instant Lin Xie bolted through the door, the Nandu snake demon shifted its focus onto Fang Yu. In the next heartbeat, a powerful tail swung toward him. Just then, a dark green luminescence flickered around Fang Yu, vanishing into the earth in the blink of an eye. The false body of the sacrificial offering, in an instant, the construct left behind was obliterated by the serpent's tail, erupting in a thunderous explosion. With a roar, dark green currents surged from the construct's position, rapidly enveloping the Nandu snake demon, rendering it immobile as the crackling energy danced across its form. At that moment, Fang Yu felt as if he were navigating through a bizarre expanse, the serpent looming ominously above him. Is this the submerged state? Soon, Fang Yu sensed the space beginning to repel him. 2.5 seconds. He recalled the duration of this state and sprinted toward the exit. In the next moment, dark green liquid pooled on the ground outside the piano room, and Fang Yu emerged from within. As he materialized, A flurry of drill-like protrusions erupted beneath the serpent. Having just shaken off its paralysis, the Nandu snake demon was struck by an overwhelming force from below, its body uncontrollably soaring into the air. With a resounding thud, the serpent crashed heavily back to the ground. Fang You observed the commotion inside, his brow twitching involuntarily at the smooth succession of attacks. Is this the rising assault? Although the damage was minimal, it produced a floating effect. Dazed from a fall, the Nandu snake demon rose, shaking its head before fixing its gaze upon Fang You at the entrance. The dark arcs of electricity continued to dance upon him as the serpent demon, with its somewhat discordant form, violently crashed through the wall beside the door, charging directly at Fang You. Ha ha ha! You can't catch me. He twisted his waist to evade a strike, letting out a peculiar cry, and in the next moment, he found himself before Elysia. Chia, run! It's coming after us! Fang You uttered hastily before diving into a spatial rift. Hey, you're not taking me with you. The serpent demon's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, its claws and serpentine tail launching relentless attacks that were difficult to defend against. Elysia cursed quietly and began a frantic escape. Fortunately, a spatial rift would occasionally open above the serpent demon, unleashing a continuous barrage of crystalline arrows that momentarily hindered its advance. Through the rift, Elysia glimpsed Fang You already standing outside the building. Just as another burst of sparks flickered, Elysia managed to block the serpent demon's attack and finally reached the outside. Before he could catch his breath, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air behind him. However, Elysia, as if forewarned, suddenly rolled forward to evade the strike. Simultaneously, he sprang from the ground like a carp leaping from water, gripping the hilt of his blade and thrusting it towards the serpent demon's abdomen. The sudden counterattack caught the demon off guard. In its panic, it twisted its body, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet the blade still pierced its flesh, leaving a long gash due to the momentum of the serpent demon's charge. The serpent demon roared in pain, baring its ivory fangs as it lunged fiercely at Elysia. Elysia raised his sword to block, bracing against the demon's teeth, before being flung away. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent demon lunged toward the fallen Elysia. Whoosh! An arrow, glowing with a pink hue, flew forth. The serpent demon, however, disregarded this arrow. Though it was somewhat bothersome, such an attack could not breach its defenses. It deemed it more crucial to reduce the enemy's numbers first. Boom! A series of explosions erupted from the serpent demon, creating several deep, bone-visible wounds in an instant. Roar! The serpent demon howled in agony, its assault interrupted by the detonations. Seizing the moment, Elysia hastily picked up the blade beside him and charged at the demon. Sparks flew as the demon's sharp claws clashed with the blade. As Elysia attempted to withdraw his weapon, the serpent demon lunged directly at him. Yet, Elysia evaded the attack with a swift backward movement, and as if foreseeing the encounter, he struck precisely at the serpent demon's neck with the blade. Clang! The blade left a white mark on the demon's neck. Just as the serpent demon prepared to retaliate, Elysia's eyes suddenly erupted with a golden radiance. A vast, divine aura descended, momentarily halting the demon's movements. At that instant, an arrow soared through the air, exploding in the sky. Elysia seized this opportunity to carve a cross over the gaping wound on the serpent demon's chest, further exacerbating its injuries. Subsequently, Elysia swiftly dodged to the side, evading the serpent demon's counterattack following its injury. A gleaming arrow streaked through the air once more, and this time the serpent demon dared not underestimate it. Twisting its sinuous body, it barely managed to evade. Its reptilian eyes then fixed intently upon the two figures ahead, particularly the more distant Fang You. Never had it imagined that two mere youths of the Lantern Realm could inflict such grievous wounds upon it. Anxiety gnawed at the creature. Its original plan had been to infect these two before the spear-wielding Pond Realm warrior arrived, thereby infiltrating the night watch from within. Yet these troublesome brats proved far more tenacious than anticipated. As the serpent demon stared, the youth farther away flashed a smile and uttered a single word, bang. Before it could react, the whistling sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. In the next instant, excruciating agony seared through its entire body. Petals danced and ricocheted around the serpent demon, each graceful arc leaving shallow yet relentless wounds upon its flesh. Had it been at full strength, such attacks would have been negligible, but now they were the harbingers of death. With every rebound, its injuries deepened. The serpent demon thrashed desperately, yet the petals moved with impossible swiftness, impossible to evade. In mere moments, countless strikes had been delivered. Under this frenzied assault, the creature's strength finally waned, and it collapsed. Lin Qiue swung his straight blade with a final, decisive slash across the fresh wound at the serpent's neck. As the head tumbled to the ground, he gasped for breath, his vision darkening at the edges. Only when the demon lay utterly motionless did he allow himself to slump onto the earth. Damn it, you stole my kill. The petals, having completed their deadly dance, drifted downward, some settling upon the serpent's corpse before dissolving into ethereal pink light. Fang You blinked in disbelief at the lifeless demon. Wait, last time in the Flawless Dome, you didn't dare move a muscle during the ricochet. What changed? Lin Qiue met his incredulous gaze with a grin, tossing aside his now-chipped blade. I figured it out. Your petals avoid allies. I'm not entirely sure how the system defines that, but for now they don't hit me. System notification, mystical entity slain. 5 awakening points acquired. Current unallocated total, 18 awakening points. Chapter 39. Conclusion. Can assists also possess awakening points? The sudden system notification brought a moment of joy to Fang You. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. This appeared to be the true form of Li Yifei. The thought sent a chill down Fang Yu's spine. He had nearly forgotten about Li Yifei in the heat of the moment. Fortunately, he had eliminated the threat in advance with Lin Qiue, for had he lost a golden caregiver, the consequences would have been dire. He pondered what Lin Qiue's expression would be upon returning to the psychiatric hospital, only to discover that the serpent demon, who should have been confined there, was nowhere to be found, while Li Yifei had instead appeared in its stead. Lost in thought, the ethereal dome vanished, and a lithe figure approached, gliding through flames from afar. Are you all right? Where's the serpent demon? Nothing's the matter, Fang You replied, shaking his head as he pointed to the corpse beneath Lin Qiue's feet. There it is. You two are something else. This is a serpent demon from the pool realm. The flames engulfing Hong Ying receded as she moved closer to Lin Qiue. I must say, dear Qiue, killing without cruelty is the way to go. Your technique needs some refinement. With her spear resting on the ground, Hong Ying lifted Lin Qiue effortlessly, then gazed earnestly at the lifeless body beneath them, offering her critique. Lin Qiue opened his mouth, ready to defend himself, but was interrupted. This is Chun Mai. A minute ago, all offspring of the Nandu serpent demon perished. Did you resolve the mother entity? Chun Mai pressed a finger to his earpiece, addressing the fallen serpent offspring before him. Yes, indeed. Just now, Fang You and Lin Qiue joined forces to slay the mother entity of the Nandu serpent demon. As she spoke, Hong Ying cast a glance at Fang You and Lin Qiue. 2 monsters. So this is what the divine agents are like. Understood. The logistics department will be entering the campus immediately. You may retreat now. Received, the group replied, subsequently stowing their weapons back into the black box. With a cheerful smile, Hong Ying linked her arm with Lin Qiue's and tossed a glance towards Fang You. Come, to celebrate your successful completion of your first mission. Let me treat you both to a delightful meal. With that, she released Lin Qiue and waved to Si Xiaonan, who had just arrived. Xiaonan, we're here. Are you both unhurt? Si Xiaonan rushed forward, her face filled with concern as she scrutinized Fang You and Lin Qiue before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how shocked she had been upon hearing Hong Ying announce their slaying of the serpent demon over the earpiece. She hurried over, fearful that they might be gravely injured. I'm fine, Sister Xiaonan. Fang Yu's gaze lingered on the second floor of the art building for a moment before he spoke again. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Let's head back quickly, so we don't keep the captain waiting. Hong Ying stretched lazily, leisurely adjusting the position of the black box on her back. Finally, it's over. I'd rather face several mysteries from the pool realm than contend with the Nandu serpent demon. After a day of mental exertion, being chased around the school by that serpent demon was the most vexing part. After speaking, Hong Ying linked arms with Xiao Nan and headed towards the school exit. After taking a few steps, she sensed something amiss and turned back, noticing Lin Chia still standing before the corpse of the serpent demon. Chia, it's time to go. The logistics team will handle the demon's body, she urged him. Lin Chia gazed down at the corpse of the Nantua serpent demon, his brow furrowed. Sister Hong Ying, you all go ahead. I need to check something in the auditorium. I want to see if someone is missing there. All right, we'll wait for you at the school gate. Make haste, Hong Ying replied, and with that, she took Xiao Nan and Fang You away. No problem, Lin Chia assured, remaining until he vanished from view. A figure then emerged behind a window on the second floor of the art building, under the dusk. The evening glow tinted his glasses crimson as he contemplatively gazed at the handgun in his hand. Had he discovered it? Outside the school gate, a black sedan was parked. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan leaned against the car door, peering into the courtyard. In front of them, beneath a sign on the curb, Zhao Kongsheng, cigarette in mouth, also awaited expectantly by the entrance. They are here, Chun Mai suddenly announced. Wu Xiangnan shot him an annoyed glance. Why didn't you tell me? You just need to be less uptight. And you could have known. Chun Mai chuckled, then glanced toward the driver's seat. By the way, where is Long Xian? When Chamal leaned out of the window, you know how it is. Long Xian always appears and disappears mysteriously. After a brief silence, Chun Mai spoke again. I heard Fang You and Lin Chia performed exceptionally well this time. Wu Xiangnan nodded. That truly surprised me. After all, they just joined the Night Watchers and have only had a day of training. With a relieved sigh, he added, thank goodness we recruited them. Otherwise, I can't imagine how chaotic things would become if they fell into the hands of the ancient God Church. Hey, this is all thanks to me, Zhao Kongsheng proclaimed, extinguishing his cigarette with pride. I was the one who interacted with those two. They joined because of my charisma. Meanwhile, Xiao Nan, linked to Hong Ying, glanced at Lin Chia, sneakily wiping her hands on his clothes. At that moment, Lin Chia's garments were stained beyond recognition, drenched in blood. Xiao Nan rubbed her blood-smeared fingers across her face, resembling a little cat. After tidying herself up, she waved at Fang You, signaling whether he wanted to join in. Upon receiving his refusal, she whimsically rubbed her face again. Then, standing tall, she declared, today has indeed been a challenging day. How do you feel? The group exited the school gate, halting before the sedan. I feel all right. It's simpler than I imagined, Lin Chia reflected before adding. Fang Yu flicked his wrist, grinning. The pressure ISNT is intense, as when I practiced with the captain. Chun Mai nodded and chuckled. All right, let us embark. It is time for our return. Tonight, I shall personally prepare a feast to celebrate the successful completion of your inaugural mission. Hooray! Hong Ying exclaimed, joyfully bouncing in response to Chun Mai's words. Captain, I too desire to savor some braised pork. Wu Xiangnan doused the moment with cold water, remarking, the captain is celebrating them, not you. Unperturbed by Wu Xiangnan's comment, Hong Ying covered her ears and declared, what? I cannot hear you. Not far from the car, atop a rooftop, the crisp sound of a camera shutter echoed. The harmonious scene of Team 130 SIXS playful banter was captured in that instant. Moments later, Long Xian carefully retrieved the photograph from the camera. This one. Quite splendid. Chapter 40. No. So close. In the activity room of the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai placed the final dish on the table. Meeting the pitiful gazes of his companions, he leisurely took a seat. With a grand gesture, he declared, all right, I know you're all dying of hunger. Let us eat. Long live the captain. Hong Ying cheered, grabbing her chopsticks and lunging for a piece of braised pork. Well, I'll go. I got this one first. The chopsticks of Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan clashed, igniting a fierce competition between them. Let go. I clearly grabbed it first. Not a chance. You're just talking nonsense. Observing the lively antics before him, Chun Mai couldn't help but chuckle. He then ladled a bowl of soup for Fang Yu and Lin Chia, saying, dig in. This is specially made to celebrate you too. Thank you, Captain, Fang Yu replied with a slight smile, his eyes glimmering with gratitude. At that moment, a phone call interrupted the merriment. Chun Mai glanced at the two bickering individuals and decided to step out to take the call. Hello, what's the matter? Is this Captain Chun Mai? Yes. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances while cleaning up the battlefield at No. 2 Middle School. The logistics team leader frowned, casting a glance at a nearby corpse. While recovering the body of the Nanda serpent demon, we discovered that its head is missing. Standing at the door, Chunmai's relaxed expression instantly turned serious. Missing? Could it have fallen somewhere? That's unlikely. My team has scoured the area thoroughly and found nothing. Could it have been hidden by a student? That seems improbable. We have already searched them and found no trace of the serpent's head. I see. Chunmai pondered momentarily before calmly instructing. Regardless, as long as the unbridled void remains active, that individual must still be within school. Broadcast whispers of dreams throughout the entire campus. Once we erase their memory, we should be able to apprehend them. Understood. After hanging up, Chunmai sighed, ran a hand through his hair, and returned to the activity room. What happened? Why the late-night call? Wu Xiaonan inquired, having ceased his argument with Hong Ying upon Chunmai's return. The head of the Nanda serpent demon is missing. It seems to have been stolen, Chunmai explained as he took his seat at the table. However, it's not a significant issue. I've instructed them to broadcast whispers of dreams widely, so we should be able to recover it. Upon hearing this, Fang You raised an eyebrow. So that person from last night on the second floor of the art building was indeed in Yu. Unfortunately, that head is destined to remain lost. Fang Yu recalled that in Yu had likely awakened the forbidden ruins because of this very whispers of dreams. After dinner, Fang Yu sat in the living room of the villa. Thank you, Hong Yingjia. He expressed his gratitude while gazing at the milk before him. Don't mention it. Hurry and drink it. You and Xia have training tomorrow, she urged. Hong Ying finished speaking and placed another glass of milk in front of Lin Xia. I don't need to remind you, do I? Keep an eye on Fang Yu. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. I will. Lin Xia nodded. Noticing this, Si Xiaonan paused while drying her hair and chuckled. Seems like you've already gotten used to Fang Yu's habit of sleeping in. Hopefully, he'll be assigned to your dorm during training. Otherwise, he's in for a rough time. Sister Xiaonan, I can wake up on time, Fang Yu insisted earnestly, repeating, absolutely. With that, he downed his milk in one gulp and stood to wash the glass in the kitchen. I'm heading to bed first, Fang Yu announced upon returning, bidding good night to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan before ascending the stairs. Tomorrow, I'll definitely wake up early. Soon, Lin Xia caught up to him. Going to bed this early today? Suspicion laced his tone. Since when are you so well-behaved? You're coming up too, Fang Yu countered. Get some rest early as well. With that, he pushed open his bedroom door and disappeared inside. Watching the door close again, Lin Xia shrugged. Well, he must be exhausted after today's ordeal. Better check on Li Yifei. Indeed, earlier that evening, he had confirmed something at the assembly hall. The Nanda serpent demon they had slain was Li Yifei. Yet, Lin Xia remained uncertain whether the entity confined in the asylum was the serpent demon itself or merely Li Yifei's consciousness. Hence, his urgency to return to his room for further investigation. Today's harvest totals 18 awakening points. Cross-legged on his bed, Fang Yu grinned uncontrollably at the system's notification. Allocate everything to the Mobius panel. The moment he distributed his gains, his expression froze, twisting into dismay. System alert. Infinity Mobius awakening progress reaches 29 no. Just 1 point short. Frustration seized him as he collapsed onto the bed, consumed by regret. Why didn't I seize one more opportunity today? The memory of wasted chances gnawed at him, each one a stabbing reminder of squandered potential. All those awakening points. A deficit of 10 or 20 would have been bearable, but one? A single arrow's effort stood between him and progress. Outside, the moon vanished behind clouds. Tonight would be sleepless. Chunmai's blade cleaved toward Fang Yu, only for a crackling bolt of lightning to erupt before him, paralyzing his body in an instant. Seizing the opening, Lin Xia, gripping a freshly replenished straight sword, lunged at the immobilized Chunmai. Not that he feared injuring him. The flat of his blade posed little threat to a warrior of Chun's caliber. But pain? That was inevitable. The thought flickered through Lin Xia's bruised and swollen face, igniting a trace of manic glee. Finally, my turn. Damn it, you made sure to aim for my face every time. He and Fang Yu had endured a beating for over half a month. As early as 2 weeks ago, Lin Xia had already witnessed Fang Yu's remarkable ability. Throughout this period, Fang Yu had refrained from employing this power, leading Elysia to surmise his intentions. He was undoubtedly biding his time, waiting until he had gained sufficient strength under Chen Mai's tutelage before springing a surprise. This unspoken understanding lingered between them, as if the matter had never transpired. Today marked the final day of training, with their departure from Cangnan City scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Chen Mai had graciously granted them a day off, urging them to prepare and pack their belongings to avoid any last-minute chaos. Thus, during training, Elysia had been anticipating this moment. In less than 3 seconds, he had unleashed nearly 10 strikes. At last, following the final blow, Chen Mai, adorned with the same makeup as Fang You and Elysia, struggled to make a move. Green arcs of electricity crackled around him, rendering his movements somewhat sluggish. Before he could fully regain control of his body, he noticed a dark green liquid materializing at the entrance of the training room, from which Fang You emerged. With Fang Yu's appearance, Chen Mai suddenly felt a sharp pain beneath his feet, followed by a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. It was then that he realized he was suspended in mid-air. The presence of the electric arcs hindered his ability to maintain balance. Ultimately, he fell onto the pristine, reflective floor, his face etched with astonishment. Fang Yu had indeed become a beacon of control, managing to dominate the realm of Chuan for over 3 seconds. In that moment, he comprehended why the Nantawa serpent demon had met its demise at their hands. Chapter 41. The Clear Soup Lord's Insight in the Conference Room. Si Xiaonan stifled her laughter, retreating behind Hong Ying after Chen Mai had finished tending to his injuries. Peering over Hong Ying's shoulder, one could observe the violent tremors of Si Xiaonan's shoulders. Chen Mai raised his gaze to the other team members who had gathered to witness the spectacle, casting a fierce glare at Hong Ying, while also directing a sharp look at Elysia, who had been suppressing laughter with his head lowered. It was evident that this girl had leaked the information. When he had gone to the activity room in search of Si Xiaonan, only she and Hong Ying had been there, enjoying tea. Thus, it could only have been Hong Ying who summoned the others. Hey, how did you manage this? It's truly impressive. Hong Ying, her eyes sparkling with excitement, gently prodded Fang Yu's arm and covertly glanced at Chen Mai before inquiring further. Fang Yu shrugged indifferently, replying, "It's not my doing. It was all Elysia's idea. I swear, he did nothing at all. The surveillance in the training room can vouch for his innocence." Seated beside him, Elysia found himself unable to maintain his composure upon hearing Fang Yu's response. He lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Fang Yu. Grasping Fang Yu's arm tightly, he locked eyes with him, demanding, "Look me in the eye and say that again." "I didn't catch that. What do you mean it was all you're doing? Wasn't it a plan we devised together?" Fang Yu shook his head gently, his face a picture of innocence. "Oh, dear Lord, when did we ever plan that? Don't pin this on me. I certainly don't wish to incur the captain's wrath." With that thought, Fang Yu cautiously cast a glance at Chen Mai, only to find himself caught in the act. In a flurry, Fang Yu attempted to push Lin Chie's hand away. "Don't touch me. Can't you see the captain is looking this way?" At that moment, he was desperate to dissociate himself from Lin Chie. Lin Chie's eyes were wide with shock. "The city is treacherous. I must return." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Fang Yu averted his gaze, no longer willing to meet Lin Chie's eyes. He scratched his nose, adding, "Moreover, I only utilized my ability right as the training was concluding. Otherwise, once the time limit passed, you would have been in serious trouble." Just as Fang Yu continued to mumble to himself, Chen Mai suddenly called out to him, "Fang Yu." "Yes." Fang Yu responded promptly. Chen Mai scrutinized the report in his hands. "Are you aware of the limits of your ability?" Upon hearing that Chen Mai was merely inquiring about his ability without any intent to reprimand, Fang Yu exhaled in relief. He shook his head. "I'm not sure. I've only used this ability twice, and both times it yielded remarkable results." Gazing at the report regarding Infinite Mobius in his hands, Chen Mai felt a headache coming on. The report was submitted by Fang Yu and contained scan information, only the deity's name, a doctoral title, and a suspected power. However, what on earth was this haughty attribute doing in the mix? "Is this ability granted to you by this deity?" Fang Yu nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed. This implies that you have already received the gifts of 3 deities." Chen Mai clicked his tongue, flipping through the reports concerning the other 2 deities, feeling a headache brewing. As he recalled Fang Yu's ability to traverse spaces, he resolutely closed the report. The agents of multiple deities. His fingers drummed absent-mindedly on the table as he murmured softly, oblivious to the flicker of unusual color in Elysia's eyes. Never mind. Let the headquarters deal with the headache. After all, the report has already been submitted. With that thought, Chunmai relinquished his contemplation. The day after tomorrow, you shall be heading to the capital. You should have received the materials, correct? Materials? Fang You queried, somewhat perplexed. Elysia also inquired what materials. Chunmai directed his gaze towards Wu Xiangnan. Meeting Chunmai's eyes, Wu Xiangnan scratched the back of his head. All right, I was just about to mention this. Your materials were approved today. Remember to take them along the day after tomorrow. Originally, I planned to hand them over to you both after your training this morning. But alas, after Hong Ying took a beating from the captain, I inadvertently left the materials in the office. They remain there, lacking legs to escape. However, with Si Xiaonan around, the captain's injury won't linger long. If we delay until tonight, we might end up with nothing. You should go retrieve them now to avoid forgetting later, Chunmai instructed. Understood, Wu Xiangnan replied, then stood to leave. As he passed by Lung Xian, he whispered, make sure to give me a copy of the photo. Lung Xian glanced at Wu Xiangnan and nodded silently. According to previous year's arrangements, the training camp is held in the capital, so you can head there early. Chunmai retracted his gaze and turned back to the two temporary team members. Oh yes, during the new recruits training, clothes management is employed, although daily necessities will be provided. Do not expect high quality. So, let Hong Ying take you both out to buy some supplies. I will reimburse you. Also, the capital is unlike our Cangnan. It tends to be rather cold. So remember to purchase some warm clothing. The report in Chunmai's hand had transformed into a small notebook, and he was now enumerating the precautions one by one. Do remember to report early. This way, you can choose your dormitory. The following morning, Fang You was pulled from his blankets by Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, what are you doing? He complained, still clad in cartoon pajamas, clutching his pillow with a disgruntled expression. Fang You felt as though he could single-handedly support a rogue sword immortal at this moment. It was only 5 o'clock, just 5 o'clock. Let us go shopping. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy apparent on her face. I thought the mall wouldn't even be open at this hour. Lin Chia, equally bleary-eyed, ambled from the adjacent room into Fang Yu's quarters, plopping down on Fang Yu's bed and inadvertently tousling his hair, which resembled a bird's nest. Si Xiaonan also followed closely behind, her eyes gleaming with excitement. We had already devised a plan. Once you finish freshening up, we would enjoy breakfast together. Considering the time it would take to hail a cab, we would almost perfectly align with the mall's opening hours. Shaking off Lin Chia's mischievous hand, Fang You, with a vacant stare, returned to the bed. No, I need to sleep a little longer. Upon seeing this, Hong Ying called out to Xiaonan. Got it. The two then supported Fang You, one on each side, and led him to the wash basin. Behind them, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Chia's eyes. Before the mirror, under the watchful eyes of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, Fang You mechanically brushed his teeth with squinted eyes. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be gathering supplies? Why were these two so exhilarated? Chapter 42. Have the tags been removed? Seated on a small stool in the clothing store, Fang Yu rubbed his somewhat sore calves, pondering the meaning of life. Goodness, why does this feel more exhausting than practicing with the captain? Fang Yu leaned back against Lin Chia for mutual support, unable to restrain his sarcastic remarks. After a period of training, the two had managed to endure a considerable time under Chunmai's guidance, no longer merely subjected to one-sided oppression. Of course, this was contingent upon Chunmai not unleashing his full prowess. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Lin Chia, observing the multitude of bags at their feet, felt too weary to continue his banter. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had taken them on a whirlwind tour of Cangnan City, and he now felt as if his feet were no longer his own, having lost all sensation. Just as they were tidying up, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan suddenly approached, each holding a piece of clothing. Hurry, you two, try this on. Having already endured countless fittings that day, Lin Chia barely glanced at the garment and took it from Hong Ying. He swayed slightly as he stood up, intending to head towards the fitting room. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back, a puzzled expression on his face. Why aren't you moving? Fang Yu was momentarily stunned, hesitating to speak. Dude, should you check what you're holding? Sister Xiaonan, this is a women's clothing store. Facing the eager gaze of Si Xiaonan, Fang Yu stammered. He mentally cursed himself for forgetting that detail. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, Elysia's eyes lit up at the scene. Oh, I can't wait to see Fang Yu in women's attire. She closed her eyes, envisioning the charming sight of him in a little dress, certain it would be delightful. After a moment of contemplation, Paduo leaned against Elysia and remarked, "We also think so. Fang Yu has rather delicate features. He would undoubtedly look splendid. Wouldn't he Quantu? Meow Mybius." However, stood up with a lackluster demeanor and retreated to her room. With Elysia's assistance, her quarters had been transformed into a small laboratory, and she was at a crucial juncture in her research of the space. If successful, perhaps she could. Regrettably, that annoying Vervi was absent. Otherwise, her research would progress much more swiftly with her assistance. Back in the clothing store, Lin Xie surveyed the dresses hanging around before finally directing his gaze to the garment in his hands. As Fang Yu had indicated, it was indeed a small dress. Sister Hong Ying, I believe, this isn't suitable for me. He returned the dress to Hong Ying, expressing his weariness. With a disappointed sigh, Hong Ying replied, "Well, it is true, you are a boy, and wearing a dress might not be the best idea." Yet in the next moment, she produced a sultry camisole from the side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Lin Xie. "Let us buy this instead." Seeing this, Lin Xie promptly picked up the bags from the floor and exited the clothing store. "Hey, wait for me." Fang Yu hurriedly followed. The two individuals who exited the shop remained oblivious to the joyful banter shared between Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Hong Ying inquired. "Impossible. Fang Yu is definitely this size. I observed it quite clearly when I assisted him in purchasing clothes today," Si Xiaonan assured, patting her chest with conviction. "Well then, haha, both of them were quite attractive, and it seemed a pity they were not adorned in skirts." The image of them in little dresses warmed Hong Ying's cheeks. "Stop," she admonished herself. "No more thoughts of that." As evening descended, the group returned to Hong Ying's villa. Fang Yu, appearing utterly fatigued, tossed the shopping bag onto the coffee table before collapsing onto the sofa, motionless. Behind him, Lin Xie mirrored his actions. He nudged Fang Yu's calf with his foot. "Shift over. I wish to lay down as well. You must be exhausted after a day of shopping. Please take a moment to rest. We'll handle your luggage," Hong Ying said, a smile gracing her lips. Upon finishing, she beckoned Si Xiaonan, who was giggling, to assist her. The weary pair failed to notice as Hong Ying and Xiao then discreetly stuffed an unfamiliar package into their suitcase. The following day, Fang Yu surprisingly woke early. As he emerged from his room into the dining area, he found Lin Qi sipping soy milk. Cough, cough. Lin Qi, startled by a sudden choke, glanced at Fang Yu, then at the time, and finally peered outside at the sun. "Wait, the sun rises in the east," he murmured. "What do you mean?" Fang Yu stared back. "Good morning, Fang Yu. Hurry and join us for breakfast." Hong Ying greeted him warmly, urging him to eat quickly as the captain requested their prompt presence at the office for an announcement. Traditionally, the new recruit training took place in Beijing, so when they learned it would be held in Cangnan City this year, Team 136 was momentarily stunned. "What's going on? Why are we relocating here?" Cough, cough. "Since it's confirmed to be in Cangnan City, you two should promptly refund your train tickets," Chen Muyi instructed, clearing his throat. He had felt immense pain upon seeing the bill the night prior. Every bit saved was crucial. His wallet had shriveled significantly and was in dire need of replenishment. "Oh, all right," Fang Yu and Lin Qi responded, beginning the ticket refund process. Unexpectedly, the training was set in Cangnan City. "Does this mean we can return at any time?" Lin Qi said, gazing hopefully at his pink suitcase. "Regrettably, no," Wu Xiongnan interjected. "The training is entirely closed off. You cannot leave, nor can we enter." "What about our belongings?" Fang Yu queried, glancing at his identical suitcase. "We even purchased down jackets and such. They won't be needed in Cangnan City, will they?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mai's eyes brightened with excitement. "Quick, show it to me. Has the tag been removed?" Fang You glanced at the impatient Chun Mai and stammered. The tag was cut off yesterday. A thunderous roar echoed in Chun Mai's mind, leaving him with the sensation of his heart bleeding. He gazed longingly at Fang You and Lin Xie, desperately inquiring, surely, I can still return the others, right? Like the hand warmers and such. He recalled purchasing quite a few winter items yesterday, all of which would serve no purpose in Cangnan. Chun Mai lamented, I am truly impoverished. Is there no one who feels pity for my wallet? Chapter 43. Training base in the outskirts of Cangnan City, within a newly established training base. Yuan Gang, bearing a black box, concluded his address to the soldiers before making his way to the office, casually perusing the list of new recruits in his hand. He intended to identify any promising candidates worthy of special cultivation. However, after merely glancing at the list, he found himself rooted to the spot in astonishment. What is this situation? Gazing incredulously at the details on the roster, Yuan Gang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 2 divine agents, the young master of the Bailey family, and 3 extremely high-risk forbidden area possessors. What a lineup. It seems this year's rebels are rather numerous, he mused, narrowing his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the training camp, Fang You and Lin Xie approached slowly, each lugging a pink suitcase. Initially, each was allowed 2 suitcases, but due to the sudden change of the training location to Cangnan City, many winter items were discarded. Chun Mai had taken them, claiming he would attempt to get a refund. However, the 2 down jackets, which had already lost their tags, were taken back by Hong Ying, as it was impossible to return items without tags. In the sweltering summer heat, Lin Xie wiped the beads of sweat trickling down from his forehead to his chin. Do you think we might be getting played by the captain? Lin Xie surveyed the desolate surroundings, the rugged, muddy path before them, questioning if this place truly housed a training camp. What reason would the captain have to joke with us? Fang You responded, puzzled, as if the captain had nothing better to do. As Lin Xie began to articulate his thoughts, he hesitated mid-sentence. Perhaps he wouldn't be so petty as to jest with us over such significant matters. The 2 continued to drag their suitcases along, when suddenly, Fang You halted. What's wrong? Lin Xie turned back to look at the suddenly stationary Fang You. Fang You squinted, sensing that someone was watching them. Who? Where? How do you know? Lin Xie furrowed his brow. The training camp personnel? Upon hearing Lin Xie's inquiry, Fang You shrugged, suspecting it might be individuals from the training camp. I'm not sure. Just a hunch. A moment ago, he had inexplicably felt a gaze upon them, though he could not pinpoint its source. Though the passive ability granted by Padu had significantly enhanced his intuition, it only allowed him to perceive a vague sensation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. The mortal realm quietly expanded outward. Moments later, Lin Xie opened his eyes. Over there, he gestured toward the right. Shortly, a camouflage military jeep, kicking up dust, screeched to a halt before them. Fang You. Upon witnessing the vehicle's speed and the swirling dust it stirred, he expressionlessly raised his hand to shield himself. In the instant the jeep stopped, a spatial rift appeared before them, blocking the onslaught of dust. Watching the dust billowing from the rift nearby, Lin Xie patted his chest. Your ability is truly convenient. Strangely, a hint of acidity lingers in Lin Xie's tone. Fang You curled his lip. Initially, he intended to open the door towards the inside of the vehicle. However, considering that they still needed to train here and wishing to avoid potential grievances, Fang You prudently opened the gap to the side instead. An officer popped his head out from the vehicle, first expressing sincere apologies. I'm sorry, brother. We didn't expect anyone to arrive so swiftly, which is why we hurriedly drove over. After delivering his explanation, he scrutinized the 2, his gaze lingering momentarily on their pink fans, before inquiring with skepticism, Are you here for the training? What kind of night watchman travels with such luggage? Given their apparent youth, the soldier couldn't help but reconfirm. Yes, Lin Xie nodded. How curious. How did you arrive so quickly? The soldier asked, puzzled. We're locals from Cangnan, Fang You replied, setting his suitcase down and retrieving the documents prepared by Chun Mai. Here are the credentials. Observing this, Lin Xie hastily produced his own identification. The soldier accepted the 2 documents, examining them thoroughly before returning them, gesturing towards the vehicle. Get in. After placing their suitcases in the trunk, the 2 boarded the off-road vehicle. Soon, they passed several checkpoints and halted at the entrance of the training camp. As the two pink suitcases hit the ground, Fang You and Lin Xie gazed at the imposing gate before them, the place they were destined to stay. Before long, an instructor emerged. New recruits, I presume? He assessed the pair and casually instructed, "Follow me." On the way, the instructor asked, "What are your names?" Lin Xie, Fang You. Upon hearing their names, the instructor paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he regarded them incredulously. Heavens, two divine agents. It's evident you both belong to the same squad. Regrettably, the list remained with the superior, leaving him only a fleeting glance without further information about these divine agents. Which ancestral grave has emitted such smoke to produce two at once? Is there a problem? The instructor's rationality swiftly returned, his mind clearing as he shook his head. No. With that, he led the two forward, stating, "By the way, my name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor." "Hello, Instructor Hong," Fang Yu replied, a model of politeness. "Indeed," Lin Xie added. Hong Hao nodded. "You two arrived quite early. I can show you around the training camp." Subsequently, Instructor Hong guided them on a tour of the camp. As no new recruits had yet arrived, the training camp appeared somewhat desolate. Although this training camp was erected temporarily, the structures are not merely makeshift shelters. They're constructed from solid, durable materials. It is only logical, considering that the individuals training here are all-night watchers, possessing the powers of the Forbidden Ruins and even the Divine Ruins. If the accommodations were to consist of tents or other lightweight materials, they would undoubtedly succumb to the formidable abilities of these warriors. As supplies were continually delivered, Fang Yu even caught sight of military munitions. Meanwhile, both Fang Yu and Lin Xie attracted attention wherever they went. Observing this, Hong Hao chuckled softly, remarking that it would soon become commonplace. After all, both of you are divine agents, and the last divine agent to emerge in our great Xia has since become the leader of a special operations team. Therefore, it is quite natural for others to harbor curiosity about you. Chapter 44. My gratitude after concluding their training camp. Hong Hao escorted Lin Xie and Fang Yu to the dormitory building. This will be your residence. Since you both arrived early, you may choose your own dormitory, he announced before turning to leave, intent on informing the superiors that the two divine agents of this session had arrived. Observing the rows of dormitories, Lin Xie turned to Fang Yu, inquiring, "Which one do you wish to inhabit?" He recalled the words of Hong Ying before her departure, to keep a close watch on Fang Yu, for if he were to arrive late daily, they would face considerable hardship in the future. Hong Ying had solemnly patted Lin Xie's shoulder, as if entrusting him with a formidable task. The training was governed by a military-like discipline. Thus, one person's mistake would result in collective punishment, a principle Lin Xie understood well. With a serious expression, he nodded at Hong Ying and vowed to ensure Fang Yu would never oversleep. Not even for a single day. The two bantered loudly, unabashedly discussing their plans in front of Fang Yu, who rolled his eyes in response. "I don't want that," he retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. "I wish to prove myself. Let us reside separately." Lin Xie paused for a moment. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Fang Yu replied, dismissing the notion. Although they were familiar with one another, sharing a dormitory in a new environment would undoubtedly be more convenient. However, that would prevent him from witnessing the amusing antics of Lin Xie and by Li Pang as they exchanged playful nudges. Uncertain whether their phones would be confiscated once the training commenced, he had invested significantly in a high-resolution camera. Seeing Fang Yu's resolute demeanor, Lin Xie could only acquiesce with a resigned nod. "Very well, you go first." Once Fang Yu selected his dormitory, Lin Xie entered the adjacent room. "If you cannot rise on time, I shall tear down the wall, transforming our double room into a quadruple," he muttered while unpacking his belongings. As he sorted through his suitcase, he stumbled upon a piece of soft fabric. "Is this clothing? Where did I purchase this? Why do I not recall?" Curiosity piqued. Lin Xie pulled out the garment that had been haphazardly stuffed into a corner. He gave a casual shake in the air, and in an instant, his face flushed crimson. It was a pink dress, adorned with lace detailing. Meanwhile, in the adjoining dormitory, Fang Yu and Lin Xie were frozen in identical postures. A flicker of exasperation crossing Fang Yu's eyes. There is no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Hong Ying and Xiao Nan, as they had taken charge of packing his belongings. No wonder Chun might have been so eager to retrieve winter supplies when the boxes were opened. Realizing this, Fang You surveyed his surroundings, noticing no suitable hiding place for the dress. If his future roommate were to discover it, it would spell disaster. He had no desire to flaunt the title of a cross-dressing gentleman in front of his roommate for an entire year. After a moment of contemplation, Fang You conjured a minuscule spatial rift before him. Peering through the fissure, Fang Yu observed that the room had been tidied up, yet no one else was present. In the next moment, a knock resounded on his dormitory door. Fang Yu, are you ready? Let's go ask the instructor for some supplies. Since the training camp hadn't officially commenced, the cafeteria remained closed. However, during their earlier stroll with Instructor Hong, Lin Xie had spotted food among the supplies in the delivery trucks. Coming. Startled by Lin Xie's voice, Fang Yu's hands trembled, nearly dropping the skirt he held. He instinctively glanced at the firmly shut door. It's fine, he can't see. With that thought, he widened the spatial rift before him and casually tossed the skirt beneath the already made bed. You already have one. What's the harm in one more? Comforting himself, he dispelled the spatial fissure and opened the door. Let's go. I'm starving, he declared, striding ahead without hesitation. Lin Xie watched Fang Yu's hurried steps with suspicion. Something feels off. Puzzled, he pondered briefly before hastening after Fang Yu, who was nearly vanishing around the corner. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The next morning, Fang Yu walked the dormitory corridors with a damp towel draped around his neck, Lin Xie by his side. Everyone else should be arriving today, right? Fang Yu remarked, eyeing the neighboring rooms, some already occupied. Most likely, Lin Xie nodded, just as an arrogant voice erupted from their dorm. Oi, who the hell dares take young master's room? Toss this filthy junk out now. Lin Xie's eyebrows arched. The classic arrogant young master trope. Time for a face-slapping scene. Before he could even roll up his sleeves, another curse followed. Screw your ancestors. This is a shared dorm. That's my roommate's stuff. Hearing the distinct Cangnan lilt, Fang Yu's eyes gleamed. Here we go. The Greek deity presiding over Rolexes had arrived. Greetings. I'm Bailey Tumming, though the name's a mouthful, so just call me Tumming or Chubbs. With a flourish, he produced an ornate gift box and handed it to Lin Xie. A small token of goodwill. Let's get along this coming year. Noticing Fang Yu behind Lin Xie, Bailey Tumming's gaze lingered on their matching pink towels and cartoon toothbrushes before smacking his forehead. Got it. You two are brothers. He then kicked the lackey, still rummaging on the floor. Hurry up and fetch young master's prepared gifts. What are you gawking at? Bailey Tumming's whirlwind of gestures left Lin Xie momentarily stunned. What kind of bizarre plot twist is this? Subsequently, he glanced at the chubby figure of Bailey holding a gift box before him. After a moment, he looked over at the neatly arranged boxes by his bedside and hesitantly inquired, Bailey, chubby one, there's no need to be so courteous. At that moment, Lin Xie could not recall Bailey Tumming's name, so he opted for the affectionate nickname instead. To his surprise, the other party seemed to quite appreciate the moniker. By the way, what are your names? I am Lin Xie, and this is Fang Yu. Lin Xie Fang Yu. These are some local specialties from my hometown. I hope you will enjoy them. As he spoke, Bailey Tumming continued to pull out gift boxes and place them into the arms of Lin Xie and Fang Yu, all the while murmuring, why do you both have different surnames? Lin Xie's lips twitched as he momentarily struggled to find the right words. He then used his mental energy to scan the contents of the gift boxes in his arms. Rolex? Is this a local specialty? Are you jesting with me? Does your family run a watch business? Are you acting as a wholesaler? Bailey Tumming chuckled. My family is just an ordinary one, engaged in some small trade. Please do not overthink it. Lin Xie rolled his eyes. Do you expect me to believe that? I cannot accept these gifts. With that, he set aside the items in his arms, also returning those meant for Fang Yu. Fang Yu remarked, I thank you. Chapter 45. Forgetting to turn off the flash and sound before he could even warm up to the Rolex in his possession, Lin Xie returned it, leaving Fang Yu speechless. Come on, man. I didn't say I didn't want it, he muttered. A wealthy man is strong. A poor man is at a disadvantage. Just look at the captain. His expression almost mournful. Fang Yu was becoming increasingly frustrated, and the rotund Bailey opposite him appeared equally exasperated. Resigned, he decided not to engage further. With a slight pout, Fang You returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he immediately spotted his future roommate on the balcony, leaning over and gazing down at the pedestrians below. A freshly lit cigarette was pinched between his fingers. Hearing the noise behind him, his roommate instinctively extinguished the cigarette and stepped away from the balcony. He halted before Fang You, tossed the cigarette into the trash, and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Shen Qingju." His tone was arrogant, reminiscent of a street thug. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Oh, so we have a swaggering brother here. I didn't expect to land a hidden gem with my choice of room." They shook hands. "Hello, I'm Fang Yu." At that moment, 3 more individuals entered the room. "Boss, we're all set," one of them announced as soon as he crossed the threshold. "It's a pity Deng Wei arrived a bit late. Otherwise, we could have room together. How about you guys switch dorms?" Li Jia glanced at Fang Yu as he spoke. "Me? Huh? You're talking about me?" Fang Yu paused in the act of hanging a towel and turned to face the speaker. Shen Qingju swiftly slapped the back of Li Jia's head. "Don't bully someone just because they seem honest." After teaching Li Jia a lesson, Shen Qingju turned to Fang Yu. "No worries, just pretend he just let out a fart. Ignore him." The honest Fang Yu nodded in agreement. That's all right. I'm quite content with my current arrangement," Deng Wei said, scratching the back of his head and speaking in a somewhat foolish manner. "My roommate may be a bit odd, but he is not talkative and is quite nice. Even if he occasionally rambles about some 8 gods or something. Boss, let's go out and explore a bit to familiarize ourselves with the area," Li Liang, who had remained silent until now, suggested. Fang Yu observed the trio at the door. Li Jia and Li Liang were twins, while Deng Wei was the odd one out. "Old? Quiet. 8 gods, could it be that fellow Chow?" Fang Yu pondered, as the 4 were already gearing up to leave. Before departing, Shen Qingju cast a glance at Fang Yu, hesitating to speak. Li Liang, ever perceptive, addressed Fang Yu. "Hey, little brother, do you want to join us for a stroll and pick up some supplies?" Fang Yu shook his head, gesturing to his belongings. "I went out yesterday, so I won't be joining. As for supplies, I've already collected them." He had indeed claimed them, but they were of little use. He preferred the items he had purchased himself. The supplies, as Chun Mai had indicated, were functional but clearly inferior in quality to his own preparations. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to shortly. "All right then." Li Liang shook his shoulders a few times before following Shen Qingju out of the dormitory. With a resounding slam, the dormitory door shut behind them. Meanwhile, Fang Yu hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket, creating a fissure in the wall. Since the phone had not yet been surrendered, the camera remained temporarily unnecessary. In the adjacent room, Lin Xia lay on his bed, feigning sleep. Soon, he heard his somewhat dubious new roommate clambering out of his disheveled bed. "Xia, Xia," he called softly. Lin Xia continued to feign slumber, secretly regretting not having been firmer in his stance yesterday. Although Fang Yu was somewhat eccentric, he was a competent roommate at least, not one to whisper his name while he slept. In Lin Xia's perception, Bai Li Pang cautiously rose from his bed, tiptoeing to Lin Xia's bedside, quietly stuffing gift boxes under the bed one by one. "What is this?" Suddenly, Bai Li Pang's attention was captured by an object beneath the bed. He hastily shoved all the gift boxes under the bed, then crouched down, struggling to reach inside and retrieve the item. "Oh my!" Bai Li Pang gasped in surprise at the object in his hand, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. He furtively glanced at Lin Xia. No wonder he didn't like watches. Next time, a little cosmetics would suffice. Bai Li Pang had discovered the truth. As Lin Xia's mental energy swept over the object in Bai Li Pang's hand, he could no longer maintain his facade. He abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Li Pang. "What are you doing?" "Oh no." Bai Li Pang jumped in fright at Lin Xia's sudden question, landing on the floor, hurriedly trying to shove a suspicious item under the bed. Am I going to be silenced? He wondered. Did he see me? Bai Li Pang's not particularly astute mind raced, and under Lin Xia's astonished gaze, he awkwardly edged closer to Lin Xia's feet, gently sniffing. "Xia, your feet smell delightful." Lin Xia. At that moment, he truly lost his composure, resembling a boiled lobster, utterly speechless. Just then, Lin Xia was momentarily dazzled. A light suddenly flickered behind Bai Li Pang's head. Snap! A crisp sound resonated through the dormitory. Lin Xia and Bai Li Pang simultaneously turned to the side, where Fang Yu was sitting atop the wardrobe, holding up a phone. "Ah, I forgot to turn off the flash and sound." "No worries, continue on, don't mind me." "Oh no, I should have known to use the camera." Fang Yu's heart sank, and he stumbled backward, falling into the fissure. "You, I." Bai Li Pang Pang pointed at the empty wall above the wardrobe and then at himself, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he managed to stammer out a few words. How did he get over there? Seeing Lin Chia standing there, seemingly devoid of any desire, Bai Li Pang Pang hesitated for a moment before extending his foot towards Lin Chia, suggesting, "Perhaps you might want to smell mine?" Suddenly, a sound echoed in the air, and upon investigation, Lin Chia noticed an inexplicable small crack appear beside his pillow, through which a hand emerged, clutching a mobile phone, only to swiftly retract. Bai Li Pang Pang blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Lin Chia's resolve solidified, his fists clenched tightly. From his skirt to his feet, Lin Chia's mind, akin to a CPU, began to function once more after being overwhelmed. At that moment, his desire for vengeance reached its zenith. In the adjacent room, after closing the crack, Fang Yu lay on his bed, clutching his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. It wasn't until his eyes glistened with tears that he finally rubbed his sore belly, exclaiming, "I nearly laughed myself into a six-pack." Patting his stomach, Fang Yu pouted, contemplating why he could never seem to develop those last two elusive abs. After satiating his laughter, he rolled over, resting on his bed while examining the recent developments, his fingers dancing over the screen until the voice of Mobius reached his ears. Chapter 46. I deceive you, humph, my little darling. Come to the space for a moment. Startled by the sudden voice of Sister Snake, Fang Yu, who was engaged in a guilty act, instinctively glanced around the dormitory before realizing it was Mobius calling him. His heart sank as he entered the space. Before him lay an expanse of void, with Sister Snake standing elegantly in the center. Fang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He entered the system space every night to practice archery with Elysia. Thus he was well aware that Mobius typically resided in the small laboratory Elysia had prepared for him. Today, however, it seemed she had returned to her own space for some reason. Noticing the confusion on Fang Yu's face, Mobius let out a soft chuckle, stating, "Humph, what I am about to say may not be suitable for that detestable fellow to hear, hence this secluded location." Fang Yu's expression froze at her words, and he instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" Just as Mobius was about to respond, her eyes narrowed as she glanced toward a nearby spot. A playful glimmer in her gaze, as she remarked, "Oh dear, it seems you've discovered me." Seeing Elysia and Pato unexpectedly appear, Mobius felt a touch of exasperation. Though she had the authority to prevent them from entering, she knew Elysia would inevitably confront Fang Yu for clarification afterward. How troublesome. With that thought, Mobius sighed. Do not underestimate the Flawless Maiden." Elysia blinked, but her expression soon turned to one of mild annoyance. "Doctor, what secret conversation do you wish to have with our Fang Yu without including me?" A hint of irritation laced her voice. As she spoke, Elysia stepped between the two, her gaze fixed intently on Mobius, as if attempting to discern something from her expression. Pato hurriedly positioned herself beside Fang Yu, her feline eyes scrutinizing him closely. With Elysia now standing before Fang Yu, a gentle smile blossomed on Mobius' face. Using a sweet tone, she replied, "How could I? I merely didn't stop you from entering." Upon finishing her sentence, she turned her gaze back to Fang Yu, adding, "It's merely a small experimental matter that requires your cooperation, my dear." "Absolutely not," Elysia interjected without a moment's hesitation after hearing Mobius' proposal. "Mobius, the risks involved are far too great." Do not be so hasty. I will ensure he has some safety measures," Mobius reassured, simultaneously gesturing for Fang Yu to extend his hand. Observing this, Fang Yu hesitated, although Mobius' plan intrigued him. And with the impending divine war of Cangnan, if her scheme succeeded, it could significantly enhance his strength in a short period. Currently, strength was precisely what he lacked. However, as Elysia pointed out, the risk was indeed considerable. "Don't worry, just go for it," Elysia suggested to Fang Yu, seemingly recalling something as she turned to him. With Elysia's affirmation, Fang Yu finally felt at ease to raise his hand. "This task was originally designated for you. albeit slightly ahead of schedule. Outside, a surge of energy began to coalesce within Moebius. Ultimately, she inscribed a symbol of infinity within the palm of Fang Yu's hand with her finger. Staring at the intertwined loops resembling the number 8 in his palm, Fang Yu soon heard the system's voice. System notification. The preconditions for the curse of immortality have been met. Please enhance your hero awakening level promptly to unlock complete abilities. Fang Yu's pupils constricted, glancing incredulously at Moebius. Could it truly be unlocked in this manner? Wasn't it necessary to gain hero's acknowledgement for such a feat? Just like Elysia. Confusion flickered in his gaze as he turned to Moebius. I could be different from her. As long as it pertains to matters or individuals that pique my interest, I have never hesitated to wield my powers, provided it aids me in achieving my objectives more efficiently. With this thought, Fang Yu's attention shifted to Paduo. Under Fang Yu's gaze, Paduo lowered her head, her tail drooping despondently. I'm sorry, Fang Yu. We truly do not wish to fight any longer. Paduo reflected on the memories that haunted her, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Fang Yu paused, immediately offering comfort. It's all right. Now that we have infinity, can I proceed with my experiment? Observing the silent Elysia, Fang Yu gently patted her before turning to Moebius, presenting the symbol in his hand. Can this truly ensure my safety? Due to the incomplete unlocking, Fang Yu could not discern the specific details of the curse of immortality. Nevertheless, the name alone sparked some conjectures within him. After receiving Moebius's affirmation, Fang Yu pondered for a moment, then looked at Elysia, expressing his desire to attempt it. Time is indeed of the essence. Elysia, gazing into Fang Yu's resolute eyes, narrowed her gaze slightly. Then, let us proceed with determination. However, everything must prioritize Fang Yu's safety. Elysia turned to Moebius. Originally, Lin Xie had anticipated that everyone would gather that very day. Yet he found himself waiting at the training camp for 3 days. From the start, Fang Yu seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace. Lin Xie was frantic, losing sleep over several nights, especially after glimpsing Fang Yu's social media posts. Faced with 2 exceptionally simple photographs, he even hesitated to check the comments for fear of what they might reveal. It was on that day that he stood guard at Fang Yu's dormitory, enduring Shun Qingzhu's puzzled glances until he finally confronted the culprit. Following a cordial exchange, Fang Yu eventually deleted the post. Rest assured, that post was only visible to Team 136 members, Fang Yu had stated. At that moment, Lin Xie could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? Our only mutual friends are the members of Team 136. During these days at the training camp, the number of recruits gradually increased. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Xie rose, as usual, only to find the bed beside him, resembling a pigsty, empty of Bai Li's plump figure. Bai Li Tumming, a fellow whose routine could rival that of Fang Yu, was surprisingly up so early, leaving Lin Xie momentarily disoriented. After expressing his astonishment, Lin Xie took his toothbrush and prepared to freshen up. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the lively scene across the dormitory building. Bai Li was adorned with a multitude of watches, each one more extravagant than the last, giving him a rather ostentatious appearance. He was currently showcasing various local specialties from his hometown, proudly waving his chubby arms. With a sudden clatter, Lin Xie's toothbrush fell to the floor. Ridiculous, isn't it? Fang Yu appeared behind Lin Xie, picking up the fallen toothbrush and placing it back into Lin Xie's mouth, even going so far as to support his chin to help him close it. Ugh. Lin Xie hastily removed the toothbrush. You don't even clean it. Fang Yu merely shrugged. It's not my toothbrush. With that, he opened a crack beside him, carrying his toiletries, and stepped inside. Wait for me. Don't close the door. Lin Xie quickly called out, seeing the cramped corridor before him. Once he slipped through the crack, he found himself in the communal restroom, the opening behind him vanishing. It was then that Lin Xie noticed someone standing behind him. It was Fang Yu's roommate, whom he recalled was named Shun Qingzhu. It seemed he had also come through Fang Yu's spatial rift. They had arrived back-to-back, one entering ahead of the other. Nodding at Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie joined Fang Yu at the sink to wash up. The clamor outside ceased abruptly with a reprimand. As Lin Xie dried his face with a towel, He listened cheerfully to the commotion outside. Fang Yu flicked the water off his hands and remarked, "Hey, your roommate got scolded." Lin Xie responded with a blank expression. "I'm not familiar with him. And please, dry your hands properly instead of flinging water everywhere." He resumed, wiping his face with the towel. "Not familiar?" Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Then why do you still exchange scents?" Before Fang Yu could finish, Lin Xie covered his face with the towel. Apologetically, he glanced at Shun Qingzhu. "Sorry, please continue. We'll be on our way." Once outside the restroom, Lin Xie released Fang Yu, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, spare me. Ugh, you nearly suffocated me." Fang Yu exhaled. "I didn't do anything wrong. Can't I just talk about the matter at hand?" As he passed Lin Xie, he muttered, "Don't think I'm unaware that Bali privately makes you smell his feet." Lin Xie. My ancestors. How on earth did he know that? Lin Xie gritted his teeth and pursued, "Have you been spying on us again?" "No, I was just tricking you," Fang Yu replied, narrowing his eyes with a grin, pleasantly surprised that he had guessed correctly. Lin Xie, losing his temper, sighed and headed toward his dormitory. Just before entering, he noticed the plump figure of Bailey, sneaking on the ground, muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Lin Xie felt a twitch at his temples and gently kicked Bailey as he passed. "Instructor, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again," Bailey exclaimed, glancing down the corridor before hastily standing up. He dusted off his clothes and approached Lin Xie, saying, "You scared me. Luckily, I hid quickly. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble." Once he was sufficiently dusted off, he added, "What a pity. It seems the remaining gifts can't be delivered." Lin Xie couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't comprehend why Bailey was so fixated on giving gifts. What was the point? By the way, what time did the instructor say we should gather at the training ground this afternoon? Upon returning to his dormitory and setting down his toiletries, Bailey burst in, adorned with an array of sparkling accessories, and asked Lin Xie, "I was too nervous earlier. I didn't catch what the instructor said." Lin Xie sighed again. 2 o'clock this afternoon. He said not to think that just because the training hasn't started yet, we can act recklessly. The moment we step through the training camp's gates, we become his soldiers. He reiterated what Instructor Hao had just said. "I heard it all clearly from the bathroom," he added with a weary retort before stepping out to head next door for breakfast. Later that afternoon, Lin Xie had already dragged Fang Yu to the playground early. Observing the scattered new recruits, Fang Yu weakly protested. "I said we really didn't need to come here this early. I can teleport so I could have arrived right on time." Bailey Tumming, standing beside Fang Yu, rubbed his sleepy eyes in agreement. "I think so too." Ever since witnessing Fang Yu's teleportation ability, Bailey Tumming had completely fallen in love with it. It was incredibly convenient, even more so than his own light technique. Thus, over the past few days, he had been pestering Fang Yu with gifts until he was finally warned by the increasingly irritated Shun Qingzhu to tone it down. "Hey, Fang Yu, what do you have in your pocket?" During the tedious wait, Bailey Tumming caught a glimpse of a red horn peeking from Fang Yu's pocket and curiously pulled it out. "What on earth is this for, especially at such an odd time?" Chapter 47. All right, I concede. Gazing at the red envelope in his hand, Bailey Tumming inquired with confusion. "Plump, you fail to comprehend." Fang Yu swiftly reclaimed the envelope from the other's grasp, proclaiming, "My intuition tells me there will be joyous news today." He then tucked the envelope back into his pocket, feigning seriousness. In contrast, Lin Xie instinctively cast a glance at Fang Yu. The reason was simple. Fang Yu's instincts had always proven remarkably accurate. Could it be that something truly celebratory was on the horizon? Lin Xie lowered his head, his eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation. He found it peculiar, for today marked the inaugural day of the new recruits training camp. It seemed implausible that they would be celebrating an opening ceremony. As Lin Xie remained lost in thought, a thunderous bellow resonated from the training platform above. "Stand at attention." Instantly, the cacophony within the training ground subsided, all the new recruits instinctively directing their gazes towards the source of the voice. Upon the platform stood a cadre of instructors, among whom was Hong Hao, someone Fang Yu had previously encountered. They bore no weapons, nor utilized any forbidden techniques, yet a palpable aura emanated from their presence. At the forefront of the instructors, Yuan Gang scrutinized the recruits below, remaining silent for a considerable time. His piercing gaze swept across the assembled newcomers, prompting them all to avert their eyes. However, a few exceptions remained. They defiantly maintained their actions under Yuan Gang's scrutiny. After a cursory survey, Yuan Gang mentally noted the more formidable recruits who might prove challenging during the training, then subtly nodded. Among them was a stoic youth accompanied by several followers, who stood amidst the group, defiantly meeting Yuan Gang's gaze. There was also a long-haired girl, her arms crossed disdainfully as she regarded the instructors above. A composed young man with closed eyes appeared indifferent to the unfolding events. Additionally, there were 3 youths huddled together, by Li's young master and 2 divine agents. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Gang finally spoke. I understand that before arriving at this training camp, you are all exceptional talents. Among you are those possessing coveted forbidden techniques, illustrious heirs from prominent families, and individuals with extraordinary skills. However, from the moment you entered this training camp, you bear but one identity. As Yuan Gang emphasized this point, he cast a stern gaze over the crowd, lingering particularly on a few rebellious individuals. You are all new recruits, mere novices in this realm. Do not presume that your awakening of abilities unknown to the ordinary elevates you above others. Here, you are nothing. Among you, how many have faced the blade in mysterious battles? I wager none of you have even witnessed bloodshed. I can assure you that when confronted with the unknown, you would lack the courage to wield a weapon, merely becoming a burden to your comrades. Yuan Gang's voice rose in intensity. In Lin Chi, Yi sensed the atmosphere around him grow tense, the expressions of most individuals turning cold. However, glancing at the 2 individuals beside him, whose expressions exuded indifference, Lin Chi could not help but twitch his lips. Fang You, he understood, had danced the cha-cha with the Ghost-Faced King and had witnessed the living tableau of the Nantua serpent demon. Given his carefree nature, it was highly likely that the mildly humiliating remarks would simply drift in one ear and out the other, as smooth as a slippery ointment. His primary approach was one of feigned nonchalance. Yet, it was the attitude of this little chubby one that intrigued Lin Chi. He slightly closed his eyes. Could he have experienced such things? He certainly did not appear to have. At that moment, Bailey Tumming, with a cheerful nudge, remarked, "Ha ha." The instructor's words are rather candid. Lin Chi, taken aback, responded, "Candid? Are you not aware that he is mocking us?" Bailey Tumming nodded, his expression one of utter certainty. "Of course I noticed. Why are you not angry?" Bailey Tumming's countenance shifted to one of puzzlement. "Why should I be angry? What he said is the truth. Otherwise, why would I be here in this training camp? If I had that kind of ability, wouldn't I have reported to the Night Watchers long ago?" He pouted slightly. Lin Chi cautioned, "Keep your voices down." Fang Yu discreetly tugged at Lin Chi's sleeve, quickly stepping back, portraying an air of unfamiliarity with them. As Lin Chi and the chubby Bailey Tumming looked up, they were met with Yuan Gang's furious gaze. "I see some of you are discontent." Yuan Gang shot a glare at the 2, then surveyed the crowd, taking in everyone's expressions before raising an eyebrow. No one answered, but their furious faces betrayed their thoughts. Yuan Gang chuckled. "Do you believe that with your current abilities, even if you were to reach Klein, you would merely be somewhat formidable trash? No different from a baby wielding a gun." "I don't believe it." Fang Yu's good friend, chewing gum lazily, raised his hand. "Very well, what is your name?" Yuan Gang inquired, eyeing the new recruit who wore his cap backward and had his uniform unbuttoned. "Shun Zhuqing." "Anyone else?" "I do." Among Shun Zhuqing's companions, several eagerly raised their hands. With someone leading the charge, the remaining recruits began to follow suit. The voices of dissent surged like waves. More and more hands were raised, until eventually, more than half of those in the training ground had indicated their defiance. Observing the collective action, Bailey Tumming was equally eager to join. He nudged Lin Chi and, over the latter, tugged at Fang Yu's belt. "What about you two?" Lin Chi replied straightforwardly, "Me? I concede." "Why?" "Because he speaks the truth." Fang Yu looked up at Yuan Gang and softly elaborated. "The reality of the mysterious will only be more terrifying and bloody than he describes. Moreover, we are merely a group of novices who have just stepped into this realm. Oh no, there are even some who have yet to set foot in it at all. Is the mystery truly that formidable? You shall witness it in due time." Bai Li, plump yet earnest, nodded in agreement, Very well, I shall yield. As the scene he longed to witness materialized before him, Yuan Gang stood on stage. A look of satisfaction gracing his face, his lips curling into a smile. Since you remain unconvinced, I shall present you with an opportunity to recognize your own worth and to earn your genuine respect. With that, he retrieved a walkie-talkie and spoke in a calm tone. It is time for your entrance. Subsequently, he switched off the device and lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Chapter 48. The masked squad. Fang You looked up at the sky. After a brief moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, someone is falling from the sky." The crowd immediately raised their heads in response. In the air, 7 figures were plummeting rapidly from above. Due to the backlight, the onlookers could only see 7 dark silhouettes approaching swiftly. It was not until they neared the ground that someone recognized their identities. It was the Masked Squad, the legendary Special Team 004, the Masked Squad. Isn't the Masked Squad typically engaged in resolving mysterious incidents nationwide? What brings them here? One onlooker could not contain their astonishment upon seeing the masks adorning their faces. However, the manner in which one individual descended appeared somewhat peculiar. Bai Li, plump and curious, remarked quietly about the man wearing a vortex mask. The other 6 descended gracefully, yet he alone seemed awkward. At least don't twirl in the air while landing. Otherwise, you'll end up face first on the ground. Upon this thought, Bai Li felt a sharp pang in his nose. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the masked squad descended rapidly. Just as they were about to touch down, the individual wearing the scale mask suddenly extended 2 fingers and gave a gentle shake. It was as if gravity had vanished for the masked squad. The 7 of them floated down like feathers to the ground. Bai Li peered through the gaps between his fingers, realizing that his earlier concerns were unfounded. The man with the vortex mask landed on his feet. With a delicate tiptoe on the ground, he steadied his stance, his gray cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. The 7 members of the masked squad each wore distinct masks. Upon landing, Wang Mian's gaze swept over the new recruits below, and he spoke calmly. "Hello, everyone. We are the..." Before Wang Mian could finish his introduction, the vortex figure suddenly buckled at the knees, collapsing gracefully before the new recruits. Vortex Marla. The remaining members of the masked squad twitched at the corners of their mouths. The scale-masked individual gritted his teeth and quietly inquired, "Captain, may I toss him back on the aircraft?" Wang Mian shook his head slightly, indicating that it would not be permitted. Observing the suddenly kneeling vortex, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The instructor's expression became quite animated. The new recruits were perplexed, wondering if this was some new trend of greeting. Surely not. Bai Li leaned closer to Lin Chia and whispered, "What is he doing?" All eyes were fixated on Vortex. After a moment of realization, Vortex slowly raised his hand, declaring, "I am Vortex from the Masked Squad, here to wish you all a happy new year in advance." The new recruits were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the situation, until a rift suddenly appeared before Vortex. As the rift vanished, they beheld a new recruit clad in military uniform standing before Vortex. Unfortunately, he was facing away from the crowd, leaving them unaware of his identity. Fortune, this is for you," Fang You said, gazing at the still, kneeling Vortex with sincere admiration. Certainly, it would be preferable to overlook the incessant trembling of his shoulders. The Whirlpool's mind momentarily crashed. Could it be possible that someone would carry red envelopes with them? The Whirlpool mechanically accepted Fang Yu's red envelope, expressing thanks. Observing Fang Yu on stage, Bai Li Pang turned sharply, directing his gaze towards the spot where Fang Yu had previously stood. Could it be that Fang Yu was indeed telling the truth? Lin Shi shielded his eyes, hesitant to confront the scene on stage. His intuition had always been remarkably acute, almost to a fault. In Lin Chi's mind, he surmised that Fang Yu himself was probably unaware of why he had brought the red envelope. Perhaps it was merely an impulsive decision, a fleeting thought that compelled him to carry it in his pocket. After delivering the red envelope, taking advantage of the crowd's astonishment, Fang Yu swiftly leaped into the rift, vanishing from the stage. However, the moment he appeared below, he found himself under the scrutiny of Wang Mian on stage. "Hi." Fang Yu waved at him before taking a step back towards Lin Shi, reclaiming his previous position. Noticing the Whirlpool, still kneeling on the ground, Rose clenched her fist. Shielded by her cloak, she delivered a sharp kick to the whirlpool's rear. How long must you disgrace yourself? Hearing Rose's voice laced with anger, the whirlpool sprang to his feet, standing proudly on stage as if nothing had transpired. Yet, following this incident, the new recruits began to react. Was this truly the masked squad? It must be a fake. It doesn't seem right. After all, this is the official training camp for the Night Watchers. Surely, a special squad would not make such a rookie mistake. Yuan Gang's gaze was vacant. He struggled to maintain eye contact with the new recruits below, fearing that his suddenly soaring blood pressure might overwhelm him. He glanced at the whirlpool beside him, astonished that the unreliable individual from years past remained just as unreliable after joining the special squad. Reluctantly, Yuan Gang stepped forward, suppressing the urge to deliver a blow to the whirlpool, and commanded silence. Li Peng Peng pondered for a moment before approaching Fang You. Fang You, you just had close contact with them. Do you think the instructor is underfunded and hired a cheap imitation? I don't know. Fang Yu scratched his head, fully committing to his act of ignorance. Lin Shiye's attention shifted to the forefront of the masked squad, his gaze settling on Wang Mian, his expression gradually turning solemn. That individual exuded a faint aura of divine authority. He must also be a divine agent. Simultaneously on stage, Wang Mian sensed Lin Shiye's scrutiny and shifted his gaze towards Lin Shiyi, who stood beside Fang Yu. After a moment, Wang Mian returned his focus, slowly completing the interrupted lines. We are the masked squad. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. It must be a deception. Observing the expressions of the new recruits below, Yuan Gang felt his blood pressure slightly decrease. Before you stands a remarkable team of the Great Xia, known as Mask. Do you dare to contest this? Very well. I shall extend to you an opportunity. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon. If you can unmask any member of the masked team by 9 o'clock this evening, you shall be deemed victorious. Should you succeed, you will have the chance to demonstrate your prowess, rendering further training unnecessary, and I will promptly facilitate your graduation. Do you understand? Yuan Gang's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up ripples of excitement and anticipation. Chapter 49. The confrontation. A new recruit raised his hand in protest, claiming it was unjust. The members of the elite squad were predominantly formidable warriors from the Chuanjing or Haijing realms, while the highest rank among them barely reached the Zhanjing level. How could they possibly prevail? The masked squad would restrain their own realms to Zhanjing. Anticipating dissent, Yuan Gang immediately retorted. At the same realm, you 240 face their 7. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a sense of eagerness igniting within them. If they were to confront warriors from the Chuanjing or Haijing realms, they might stand no chance, but the situation had changed. All were of the same realm, and the disparity in numbers was staggering. They could hardly fathom a defeat. At that moment, Wang Mian, standing aside, spoke with a chilling calmness. To deal with you, 7 are unnecessary. 5 will suffice. The recruits erupted in a frenzy at Wang Mian's scorn. Who was afraid of whom? They were all of the same realm. Sheer numbers could overwhelm them. Observing the recruits' fervor escalating, Yuan Gang pointed towards a distant warehouse and declared, "The weapons you require are within that warehouse. The next 7 hours belong to you. Do not concern yourselves with damaging the buildings. No matter how you ravage this place, we can restore it. Now, let me witness your defiance." With that, Yuan Gang, accompanied by several instructors and 2 members of the masked squad, withdrew from the training ground. "Captain, when do we commence?" Someone eagerly inquired of Wang Mian. This was an opportunity to vanquish the elite squad, a chance to boast of having defeated them, and to evade a year of rigorous training. However, just as the question left his lips, the corner of Tianping's mouth, concealed beneath his mask, curled into a subtle smile. He extended a finger towards the questioner, and in the next moment, an invisible force struck the individual's chest, sending him reeling backward after spewing blood. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Wang Mian's voice resonated. Did the instructor not just state the next 7 hours? This implied that from 2 to 9 o'clock, the new recruits had already squandered nearly half an hour. As Wang Mian's words faded, dozens of recruits surged forward, various forbidden techniques unfurling as a multitude of attacks surged towards the masked squad. The scene swiftly descended into turmoil. Within the crowd, Bali Pang Pang shouted and prepared to charge the stage. But after just a few steps, fate's grip tightened around him. Lin Shi Yi seized Bai Li Tu Ming by the collar and swiftly turned to flee from the training ground. Before long, they caught up with Fang You ahead. Bai Li Pang Pang broke free from Lin Shi Yi's grasp and turned to inquire, "What are you two doing? Why not confront them?" As he spoke, he took a moment to catch his breath. Just as he began to shout, he was abruptly pulled by the collar, almost leading to his untimely demise at the hands of his allies. "Shall we now offer ourselves as sacrifices?" As he sprinted, Lin Xie cast a glance at the rapidly moving Bai Li Pang Pang, raising an eyebrow. "Do you possess any weaponry? The masked squad is fully armed. While we are left defenseless, what can we possibly use to contend with them?" Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's words, instinctively patting his pockets. Actually, before he could finish, a cacophony erupted from behind. He seized a moment to glance back, only to discover that a colossal pink hammer, towering approximately 2 stories high, had risen on the training platform, accompanied by a swirling, deep purple vortex above it. The vortex incessantly absorbed the long-range attacks of the new recruits. Rose swung the hammer with fervor, effortlessly sending the nearby recruits flying, creating a veritable vacuum. Just as the recruits realized the dire situation and contemplated retreating, the vortex boasted a brash voice. "So, you only now consider fleeing? Too late." His laughter was maniacal, echoing with madness. Subsequently, Bai Li Tuming witnessed the vortex conjuring a purple whirlpool above the heads of the crowd with a mere snap of its fingers. All the attacks previously absorbed were now regurgitated, crashing down upon the masses. Bai Li Tuming, observing the chaos behind him, couldn't help but swallow hard. He urgently pulled Lin Xie and Fang You along. "Run? Is this the prowess expected from Zhanjing?" Fang Yu murmured, "Why do you think they are called special squads?" Lin Xie sighed, realizing that they had already lost nearly half their forces at this early stage. This was proving to be quite troublesome. Fang Yu smirked. "Their presence or absence hardly influences the outcome of the battle. Wait for me, both of you." After a brief outburst, Bai Li Tuming's stamina began to falter, unable to keep pace with his companions. Fang Yu glanced at the panting Bai Li Tuming, a smile curving his lips. "Pang Pang, weren't you just running with such vigor? You were able to drag both him and Lin Xie along." Chia brother, I can't. I'm nearly out of breath." Upon witnessing this, Lin Xie without hesitation grasped Bai Li Tuming's elbow and continued to run determinedly. Bai Li Tuming, drenched in sweat, struggled to articulate. "Why must we rely on our legs? Fang Yu, can't you teleport us?" Being pulled along by Lin Xie, Bai Li Pang Pang, in a state of confusion, was oblivious to his own ramblings, suddenly feeling as though they might have come to a halt. "Have we arrived?" Bai Li Tuming leaned heavily on his knees, panting vigorously. Surviving was no easy feat. Moments later, Bai Li Tuming sensed a peculiar atmosphere. "What's wrong?" he inquired, lifting his gaze. Lin Xie fell silent for a moment. "I had forgotten about this matter." He then turned to Fang Yu. "Surely, you haven't forgotten either, have you?" Fang Yu shrugged, remarking that they had been running all this while, leaving him no opportunity to remind them. Moreover, they had not informed him of their intention to teleport. Lin Xie replied, "You better be." Soon, the group found themselves before the warehouse. "Isn't it better to have taken it out earlier?" Bai Li, plump and self-assured, regarded the warehouse before him, tapping on the tightly shut door. "Why is this door still closed? Were we not instructed to come here for weapons?" Lin Xie frowned. "You know we are here for weapons, not for distribution." He then turned to Fang Yu, questioning why they had not teleported directly inside. With a hint of helplessness, Fang Yu shook his head, explaining that he had never been inside the warehouse before, and given that it was beyond his line of sight, it was challenging to operate. "All right then," he conceded. "It merely requires opening another rift." With that, Fang Yu opened a rift before them, and the trio stepped inside. As the rift sealed behind them, Bai Li Tuming looked around the warehouse, his expression puzzled. Was someone just calling us?" Chapter 50. A startling sensation gazing at the firmly shut warehouse doors. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head in bewilderment. Lin Xie strolled among the weapon racks, glancing at Bai Li Tuming upon hearing his words. "Is that so?" He and Fang Yu were the first to enter the rift, while Bai Li Tuming lingered at the rear. Thus he was uncertain if Bai Li Tuming had misheard. However, if there truly was someone, the instinct to fetch weapons instead of recklessly charging in to meet their fate, even against a weaker foe, would indicate a commendable intellect. They were up against a battle-hardened special team. In such a critical moment, it was imperative to synergize their abilities, avoiding the fate of being easily dismantled like scattered sand. Contemplating this, Elysia turned his gaze toward Fang You. Fang Yu nodded, halting his wandering steps among the artillery, and turned to face the entrance. At the moment he extended his hand, a rift appeared at the doorway. Through the fissure, a girl stood poised at the threshold, reaching out as if to touch the warehouse door. Outside, Emily noticed the sudden emergence of the rift beside her, peering in and locking eyes with Fang You. "There's no need," she said calmly, placing her fair hand against the door. Instantly, the heavy metallic door began to tremble at an imperceptible frequency, a piercing hum resonating within the warehouse. Soon, to Li Pang's astonishment, terrifying fissures began to appear on the door's surface, and moments later, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. As dust swirled around, Emily brushed off the debris from her hands and entered the warehouse with an expressionless demeanor. Li Tumming's eyes widened in admiration. "So cool," he murmured, captivated by Emily's presence. "Apologies, I rushed in and didn't hear you," Fang You said, his face tinged with regret as he regarded Emily's entrance. She met Fang Yu's gaze again, assessing him before replying, "It's fine, I didn't mind." Approaching him, she extended her hand. "Emily, Sequence 076 of the Forbidden Ruins, myriad frequencies. I can control the vibrational frequencies of any object that directly or indirectly contacts me within range." Her aim was clear. Having deduced the nature of her ability during their earlier encounter and their method of entering the warehouse, Emily was convinced that Fang Yu's Forbidden Ruin was related to spatial transportation. Moreover, it could facilitate the transport of others, a commendable skill, especially useful in the forthcoming confrontation, if utilized wisely. A flicker of surprise crossed Fang Yu's eyes as he instinctively glanced at Li Pang, who was starry-eyed behind Emily before extending his hand. "Fang You, they call me the Divine Proxy. High risk?" Elysia, having paused his search for weapons upon hearing Emily's introduction, approached the pair as their conversation concluded. He extended his hand, interjecting appropriately, "I am Elysia. You are the one associated with the high-risk Forbidden Ruins?" Emily first regarded Elysia before extending her hand in return. Those who can act alongside divine agents must belong to a commendable echelon of the Forbidden Ruin sequence. She needed to familiarize herself with her teammates' basic information before the battle. "No," Elysia shook his head. Molly paused, retracting her half-extended arm, evidently dismissing the notion of a handshake. Without hesitation, she prepared to turn away, prioritizing the selection of her weapon. Just as Molly was about to depart, Elysia spoke again. "I'm the agent of the Seraph." Molly halted her steps, turning her gaze back to Elysia, then glancing at Fang You. Could it be that the two unique divine agents had united so soon? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After appraising Elysia for a moment, she clasped his outstretched hand, reintroducing herself. Once their introductions were complete, Li Tubing hurried over, bustling past Elysia. He cleared his throat, solemnly extending his hand towards Molly. "Hello, Miss Molly. My name is Li Tumming, hailing from an ordinary family in Guangzhou and Shenzhen." However, Molly merely frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the rotund Li Tubing, scoffing as she headed toward the weapon rack. "I detest people like you, rich kids. Consider this a warning. Keep your distance." The events of that morning lingered vividly in her mind, where this portly fellow had boasted upon his arrival at the training camp, provoking the instructor's wrath. Time was already squandered, and the massed team could arrive at any moment. If they did not hasten, defeat was inevitable. Observing Li Tubing's frozen demeanor, Fang You patted him on the back, hesitating to speak. Li Tubing snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed on Molly's distant figure, thinking how even her rejection exuded charm. Fang You smirked, a hint of exasperation gleaming in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to articulate his thoughts. "You are beyond saving." Ignoring Li Tubing, she overlooked the various blades and polearms on the rack. directly approaching a massive katana, which she then slung over her back. Nearby, Elysia wielded a straight sword, raising an eyebrow at the sight, for such a katana was indeed a rarity. Molly's gaze lingered on Elysia's straight sword as she explained, "I like it." With that, she strode towards the warehouse exit, asking, "Do you remember the first person to voice opposition?" Elysia nodded, fully aware it was Shun Qingzhu. "Do you know him? What is his story?" Molly inquired. "If I'm not mistaken, he is also extremely high risk." Upon hearing this, Elysia pointed to Fang You. "Shun Qingzhu is his roommate." Molly responded, "So, you all decided not to include me, did you?" Following Elysia's gaze, she noticed that the two nearby had yet to select their weapons. She paused. "Why haven't you picked up your weapons yet?" Before Fang You could respond, Bai Li Tubing patted his pocket, saying, "My weapon is right here." However, Molly paid him no heed, her gaze remaining fixed upon Fang You. "I possess a superior weapon," she declared, as the ethereal blossoms of the past manifested in her grasp. Observing the bow and arrow held by Fang You, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Molly's eyes. Just moments ago, she had been troubled by the absence of a ranged unit in their team, yet unexpectedly, this divine agent fulfilled that role. Contemplating this, she cast another glance at Elysia, who wielded a straight blade. "Perfect, we are all set." A hint of contentment gleamed in her eyes. "Let us proceed to seek out that exceedingly perilous target. If we could also..." Before she could finish her thought, both Fang You and Elysia's expressions shifted simultaneously. Chapter 51. No more. Before Molly could finish her words, Elysia swiftly drew his straight knife and struck behind her. At the same moment, Fang You pulled Bai Li Pang backward, appearing a short distance away. Molly, anticipating Fang Yu's attempt to seize her, executed a forward roll, evading his grasp. A loud crash echoed from the spot where Molly had stood, and she quickly regained her composure. Had it not been for Elysia blocking the sudden ambush, she would have already been eliminated. With a glint of anger in her eyes, Molly sprang to her feet, her right hand deftly grasping the hilt of the knife behind her. Before Elysia, a short sword materialized from a void, positioned before his straight knife. At the hilt of the sword, a hand emerged alongside the moon ghost. Beneath the crescent mask, the expression of the moon ghost exhibited a hint of surprise. "Can you see me?" This was troubling, as she and T misheard. That young man, not far off, seemed to have sensed her presence as well. In a warehouse, the number of recruits wouldn't exceed 20, and yet two individuals had managed to detect her. Meanwhile, Fang Yu's expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue upon seeing the moon ghost materialize. "Well, if you had remained concealed, I would only have been aware of your presence when you launched an attack that might affect me. But now," Fang Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, "I can pinpoint your location." In an instant, Fang Yu had drawn back the bowstring of the past's flying blossoms, the crystalline arrow poised and ready. Simultaneously, Molly, filled with fury, swung her blade downward. Elysia did not turn his head. He deflected the moon ghost's short sword and leapt backward with great force. In the next moment, Molly's katana descended. The heavy blade, as it cut through the air, caused a violent tremor, a terrifying shock wave unleashed by Molly's strike. The wave surged past the moon ghost, crashing into the warehouse wall, leaving behind a fearsome scar. The moon ghost stood quietly nearby, his right arm empty. Indeed, the high-risk nature lived up to its reputation. The moon ghost glanced at Molly, a flicker of caution crossing his gaze. He had nearly been able to eliminate her prematurely. As the moon ghost's words faded, the moonlight surged, and his right arm began to reform. Molly hoisted the katana, poised for another strike. Upon witnessing the regeneration of the moon ghost's arm, her eyes widened in shock. Was this rebirth? No, it's not rebirth. Elysia furrowed his brow, observing the moon ghost. He had just transformed his body into moonlight, evading her assault. Through the lens of his mental acuity, he perceived the moon ghost's every movement clearly. This is troublesome. Molly regarded the moon ghost, her tongue grazing her molars. It seemed that those in the special teams were never easy to deal with. However, it appeared that he was the only one here. Elysia scanned the surroundings. If they could unmask him before his teammates arrived, victory would be theirs. Elysia's words instantly illuminated the eyes of all the new recruits around him. Indeed, this was a rare opportunity. Sensing the predatory gazes surrounding him, Uegawe's lips quirked slightly beneath his mask, as if to say, "Let us see what you are capable of." With that, Uegawe's figure blurred and vanished from sight. Just as Lin Xie prepared to act, an arrow whizzed past. In the distance, on a patch of open ground, ripples began to manifest. Uegawe's silhouette reemerged, revealing a gradually coalescing void in his chest. He patted his own chest, his gaze landing on Fang You, who still held his bow aloft, drenched in cold sweat from fear. This individual was rather uncanny. How could the arrow have been shot from behind him? Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. It seemed he must first deal with this archer. Uegawe's expression grew increasingly perilous, and in the next instant, he vanished once more. Watching the arrow miss its target, Fang Yu clicked his tongue, a hint of regret in his tone, as if lamenting the inability to leave behind any seeds of chaos. Without hesitation, he knocked another arrow, which swiftly coalesced atop the bow. Whoosh! The arrow, with an eerie trajectory, was ultimately deflected by a short sword that had materialized, landing harmlessly on the ground. TSK blocked. "Quick! Attack based on the arrow's trajectory," shouted Molly, unleashing a shockwave with her katana. Meanwhile, the concealed Uegawe's expression darkened. He sidestepped the incoming attack and moved closer to Fang Yu. First, he needed to eliminate this archer capable of curving his shots. "Have you forgotten about me?" Just as Uegawe narrowly evaded Molly's strike, Lin Xie appeared behind him. Seizing the moment of Uegawe's distraction, Lin Xie swiftly slashed with his straight knife. Reluctantly, Uegawe once again rendered half of his body intangible, revealing himself. He regarded the two before him, his eyes filled with exasperation. How could he contend with two seemingly invincible opponents? However, Lin Xie did not afford Uegawe a moment's respite. His eyes suddenly erupted with golden radiance. A surge of divine might cascading forth towards Uegawe. Caught off guard by the sudden pressure, Uegawe momentarily faltered. Yet, as a practitioner of the sea realm, his foundational strength remained intact. Although his realm was suppressed, he quickly regained his composure, parrying Lin Xie's blade with his short sword, while simultaneously bracing against the arrows from behind. This was perilous. With no other choice, Uegawe relinquished the notion of competing in swordsmanship with Lin Xie and once again enveloped himself in moonlight. He simply could not engage in combat. It was utterly futile. Under the relentless pursuit of Fang Yu's homing arrows, each impact point served as a beacon. As soon as he deflected one arrow, a torrent of attacks followed in quick succession. Among these, the red-haired girl's slashes were what he feared most. A slight miscalculation would surely spell disaster. Moreover, the most vexing part was that every time he used moonlight to evade a strike, Lin Xie's knife would invariably appear before him. Although Lin Xie's swordsmanship appeared rather juvenile in his eyes, Uegawe found himself unable to gain any advantage. The most troubling aspect was that this seemed to be a vicious cycle. In order to break free, he first needed to eliminate Fang Yu. Yet Lin Xie's presence rendered him unable to approach. Should he attempt to subdue Lin Xie, he would be met with an unending barrage of attacks from behind. As for the notion of playing tricks while concealed before the two, that was utterly futile. Either Lin Xie would force him out, or that pink arrow would seek him out with a trail of residual energy. Amidst the relentless assaults, Uegawe desperately relied on his moonlight-transformed abilities and his vast experience to endure. Enough is enough. In a fit of frustration, Uegawe parried Lin Xie's straight blade with a short sword, deflecting it before exclaiming in exasperation, "We agreed to a team fight, yet here I am, facing them all alone." Chapter 52. Come down. Lin Xie's straight sword pierced through the ethereal form of the moon ghost, only to be withdrawn in time to block the latter's short sword. This was utterly monstrous. The moon ghost's expression was one of despair, harboring grievances with no outlet for expression. This was entirely divergent from their planned course of action. Logically, he should have transformed into an invisible specter, lingering within the warehouse to reap the new recruits one by one. Why, then, could each of them see through his concealment? Had the ability to pierce through invisibility become a standard feature for the new generation of divine agents? After such a prolonged struggle, The Moon Ghost had come to recognize the bow-wielding youth in the distance as another agent from this year's training camp. After all, during their flight to this place, they had gained a general understanding of several key figures from this cohort through Yuan Gang's brief introduction. Now, he finally matched Fang Yu's silhouette with the information from the report. Thus, he ceased to hold back, directly signaling his comrades. The moment his words fell, a figure quietly descended upon the rooftop to the east. As he appeared, Lin Chia immediately sensed his presence. A weight settled in his heart, and his countenance grew grave. Oh no, his teammate had arrived. Tianping's gaze was filled with intrigue as he observed the beleaguered Moon Ghost below, then cast a glance toward Fang You, who was not far off. As an arrow was unleashed, Fang Yu seemed to sense it, locking eyes with Tianping. Oh, quite perceptive, Tianping marveled then. Under Fang Yu's gaze, he clapped his hands gently, shifting his stance. With the utterance of his words, the objects surrounding them began to levitate as if they had lost all weight. Gravity, come down, you. Before he could finish his sentence, a fissure suddenly appeared beneath him. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and as Tianping steadied himself, a straight sword materialized before him. Lin Chia, thank you, my friend, for the mask. Clang! Amidst the shower of sparks, the Moon Ghost blocked the straight sword before Tianping, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Don't you think it's chaotic enough?" The Moon Ghost retorted, then, alongside Tianping, began to retreat eastward, even disregarding the imminent attacks flying towards them. With Tianping's arrival, it was likely that others were nearby as well. Indeed, from the south of the warehouse, a mocking voice echoed, "You useless Moon Ghost, how are you so terrible?" Oh, and Tianping is here too? Simultaneously, a purple vortex materialized behind the Moon Ghost, absorbing all incoming assaults. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xie attempted to pursue the Moon Ghost, but suddenly a blade aura flew in from the north, reaching Lin Xie's left side in the blink of an eye. With no other choice, Lin Xie could only draw his sword to defend. Seizing this moment, the Moon Ghost and Tianping created distance from Lin Xie. Just as he regained his footing, Tianping pointed a finger towards Lin Xie, successfully unleashing the interrupted ability, doubling the gravity. Everyone felt an abrupt heaviness descend upon them, nearly losing their balance. After escaping danger, the Moon Demon patted his somewhat tattered cloak and remarked, "If you had arrived just a tad later, I would have truly been doomed." After blocking a sudden strike, Lin Xie instinctively glanced towards the north. There he noticed Wang Mian, hands in pockets, having mysteriously appeared at that location. Meanwhile, to the west, Rose brandished a small hammer, which expanded rapidly during its rotation until it reached nearly 3 stories in height before ceasing its enlargement. Observing the new recruits within the warehouse, Wang Mian leisurely stated, "I regret to inform you that you are surrounded." No sooner had Wang Mian finished speaking than the voice of the Moon Demon crackled through the earpiece. "Captain, those 2 divine agents are also inside," Tianping added. "One of them seems to possess spatial abilities." Recalling how he had suddenly been thrust into the heart of the chaos, nearly losing his mask to a swift blade, Tianping couldn't suppress a bead of cold sweat. He murmured, "Spatial abilities?" Vortex glanced at the new recruits encircled by them, noting that Instructor Yuan's report had failed to mention this detail. Of course, it did say that the divine agent named Fang You had incomplete ability records, Rose remarked, suppressing the urge to smash her hammer against Vortex. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the training camp, all the instructors were seated before screens, observing the performance of the new recruits. With half already eliminated so soon, it seemed that calling a mask was somewhat superfluous. "Are you certain?" one instructor queried. Not long ago, the Moon Demon nearly lost his mask, and even Tianping suffered at the hands of that teleportation. If not for the rich combat experience of Mask's members, anyone else would likely have had no chance to retaliate under such a brutal assault. That was only because the Moon Demon's realm was suppressed. As this instructor trailed off, it dawned on him that the new recruits were also within the Lamp realm. Thus his voice dwindled. However, with all members of Mask present, and given that they had failed to unmask the Moon Demon despite their earlier assault, it seemed they were on the verge of a total collapse. The combat experience and synergy of Mask's members were entirely beyond that of these fledgling recruits. It appears to be nearing its conclusion, this instructor remarked while stretching lazily. Have you forgotten something? During the discussion among the instructors, Yuan Gang slowly interjected, his gaze settling on Fang You on the screen. This fellow's spatial abilities could very well preserve those few capable of contending with Mask, and he might even manage to gather everyone together for a brief moment. Trust me, it won't end so swiftly. The other instructors paused. Chief, are you implying that Mask might lose? No, with Wang Mian and Yi Yuan present, they cannot lose. Yuan Gang shook his head. I merely anticipate the surprises this group of recruits might unveil. 5 individuals surrounding them? While it seems somewhat absurd, the sight of the 4 corners occupied by Mask made it appear rather plausible. What shall we do now? Molly, bearing her great sword, wore a rather grim expression. It seemed she would have to fight to the bitter end. Lin Xie and Fang Yu exchanged a glance, and upon receiving affirming looks from one another, they shook their heads at Molly. Our retreat is possible. The most pressing matter now is to devise a way to take a piece of flesh from them before we depart. As Lin Xie spoke, he hefted his straight sword, a flicker of golden light shimmering in his gaze, before turning his attention to Wang Mian in the distance. Between the two, a palpable aura of divine might surge forth. Chapter 53. The Devouring Scales of Destruction. System Prompt. Contact with the external energy of the divine ruins grants one awakening point. Just as Lin Xie and Wang Mian were locked in an intense gaze, Fang Yu was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the system in his ear. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Normally, he would require several days to accumulate 1 point from the energy emanating from the divine ruins. So the system's alert came as a surprise. However, observing Wang Mian ahead, he speculated that the collision of 2 divine ruins had intensified the energy overflow. Despite his astonishment, Fang Yu eagerly allocated the newfound awakening point to Mobius. System Prompt. Infinite Mobius's awakening degree reaches 30. Acquired ability. The Devouring Scales of Destruction. The Devouring Scales of Destruction. Unleash or transform into a part of the world-devouring serpent to execute an attack. Each strike inflicts lightning elemental damage with a chance to induce paralysis. Direct contact with the world-devouring serpent leaves behind a scale of destruction. As he beheld the newly acquired ability, a flicker of surprise danced in Fang Yu's eyes. It appeared to be a transformation skill that also seemed to possess control effects, though not as direct as the substitute of the offering, which could enforce control based on luck. Meanwhile, in a room filled with various instruments within the courtyard, Mobius suddenly opened her eyes. A glimmer of ethereal light flashed through her serpent-like pupils. I can feel it now, she murmured with delight, as the enigma that had long vexed her was effortlessly resolved with the restoration of her power. She then descended the stairs slowly, stating, I shall return now. I have a small experiment awaiting me. Upon hearing this, Elysia turned to Mobius, her voice tinged with concern. Are you truly not going to wait any longer? Even Padu, who was nearby, could not help but perk up her ears. Mobius glanced at Elysia and replied, No need. Please inform Fang Yu that I have observed this place. It merely operates as a system governed by predetermined logic, devoid of intelligence. Perhaps, by the time I succeed, Fang Yu may not even notice. At this, Mobius paused, feeling a mechanical entity rise beneath her bare feet, lifting her gently. Subsequently, the mechanical construct floated her away, and her light laughter echoed. I must return for experimentation, lest I ruin your work. Observing Mobius's departing figure, Padu moved the canister from her lap and shook Elysia's arm. Elysia, do you think Sister Serpent can truly succeed? Elysia's eyes curved slightly as she smiled. The construct beneath her is not of my making. Wow, does that mean Sister Serpent has succeeded? Padu exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Elysia gently reached out to stroke the head of Pardo, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. My dear Phyllis, please inform Fang Yu that I will keep an eye on her to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Don't you think so, Dr. Mobius? A dismissive huff echoed through the void. Yet Mobius did not contest Elysia's words. In the depths of the inky darkness, Mobius sat upon her mechanical apparatus, slowly swaying her feet. After replying to Elysia, she commenced her final experiment. Countless dark green arcs of electricity erupted from her form, gradually merging into the surrounding abyss. Before long, the void began to tremble, an invisible pressure descending upon her, seemingly attempting to thwart her efforts. I see them. Mobius opened her eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within. In the next moment, the arcs of electricity dancing around her intensified. Simultaneously, the space began to collapse around Mobius, the fissures creeping up her skin, her eyes igniting with fervor. Ah ha ha ha! You wish to obliterate me. Alas, the serpent does not permit anyone to witness its demise, and you are no exception. No sooner had she spoken than Mobius, her hands marred by cracks, suddenly grasped at the void as if seizing something intangible. With this motion, the fissures multiplied upon her body. Mobius, you have reached your threshold. If the situation continues to escalate, I may have to intervene to halt your experiment. A playful voice chimed in. As the voice faded, a radiant pink crystalline layer began to spread across Mobius, aiding her in resisting the fractures. If I understand, it is nearing completion. I have almost captured it. Unbeknownst to her, within the tightly clenched fist of Mobius, a figure began to materialize, a man clad in a black and white trench coat, his eyes shut, with several others seemingly floating behind him. However, at the pivotal moment of the figure's gradual consolidation, the entire space abruptly began to collapse, starting with the silhouettes behind the man. One petite girl among them caught Mobius's attention. How is this possible? Rarely did Mobius's voice betray tremors of disbelief, her eyes sparkling with incredulity. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly released her tightly clenched hands. The man's nearly solid form dissolved back into the void, transforming into specks of light that reintegrated into the space. The environment began to stabilize, leaving Mobius to sit despondently upon her apparatus. After a long pause, an almost imperceptible sigh reverberated through the void. It seems I underestimated you. A ripple in the fabric of space heralded Elysia's emergence. With Pardo and a canister trailing behind her, Elysia approached Mobius slowly, her tone laced with concern. Mobius. She then turned to Pardo. How is Fang You faring? There is a slight impact, but it is not significant. Sister Snake seized her actions just in time. Pardo expressed her thoughts, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wasn't it said that there was little difficulty? Why did it suddenly collapse? To her astonishment, this system possessed a safety mechanism. Mobius lifted her gaze to meet Elysia's, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Nevertheless, I am truly delighted. Mobius reminisced about the fleeting glimpse of the young girl. Let me anticipate our next encounter. When shall we meet again? However, I have not achieved nothing. At the very least, I took advantage of its inattention to amend certain rules. Fang You, are you all right? Lin Chia inquired anxiously, observing Fang You, who had suddenly leaned on her for support. I am fine. I just felt a sudden pang of pain throughout my body. Fang You shook his head and released his grip on Lin Chia, assuring her that he was now all right. As he spoke, Fang You directed his gaze towards the king's face, deciding to resolve the immediate matters at hand first. I wonder if Mobius succeeded. Just moments ago, after unlocking a new ability, the system began to flood the screen with notifications. Warning, the system is under attack. Chapter 54, A Surprise or Not. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Fang Yu bore the weight of the scales upon him as he gazed at Wang Mian. Among the members of the masked team, he was undoubtedly the most formidable threat to himself. In the crowd, Bai Li, the portly figure, swallowed nervously, his hands clutching tightly at the hem of Fang Yu's garment. His gaze swept over the members of the masked team before inching closer to Fang Yu, as if grasping a lifeline. Do you want to move a little closer? Lin Chia remarked lightly, casting a glance at Bai Li's grasping hands. Bai Li, somewhat puzzled, met Lin Chia's gaze and shook his head. No, this distance is just right. Getting any closer would be impolite. Lin Chia found himself at a loss for words. Molly, wielding her great sword, could not help but roll her eyes at the exchange. Remember to keep an eye on your right side. I will create an opening there, Fang Yu whispered, subtly extracting his garment from Bai Li's grip. Understood. Before we leave, let us make a grand exit, Lin Chia replied in a hushed tone. With their escape route secured, Molly nodded in agreement. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Xie charged toward the vortex, a golden glimmer illuminating his eyes, while crystalline arrows danced behind him. "Captain, those two agents are about to swarm me." The vortex reported urgently to Wang Mian, not wanting to follow in the footsteps of the moon ghost. "Hold them off for a moment. The moon ghost will come to your aid. We must first ensure the other recruits are out of harm's way," Wang Mian instructed after a brief hesitation. Molly raised her great sword toward Rose, unleashing a massive, vibrating slash that pierced through the warehouse in an instant. "Slash!" she cried, bringing the sword down. The force of the shockwave caused Rose to raise an eyebrow. She nimbly dodged the blow while wielding a hammer the size of a 3-story building. Surveying the newly created gap in the warehouse and the fissure beneath her feet, Rose sneered, "Little sister, such dangerous toys are not to be trifled with." In an instant, the hammer in her hands swelled to the size of a building. With an air of ease, Rose swung her colossal hammer, conjuring a gust of wind as it descended upon the new recruits within the warehouse. Seeing this, Molly led the group of recruits toward the impending onslaught of the giant hammer. Meanwhile, Fang You, who was still engaged in disrupting the ongoing process, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. His pupils constricted as he instinctively drew his bow horizontally to block. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as a short sword materialized from nowhere, colliding with the bow's body in sparking flames. The figure of the moon ghost gradually emerged, a glint of surprise flickering behind the mask. Not bad for a reaction. However, this time, no one will shield you. A fleeting thought crossed the mind of the moon demon, transforming all his grievances into formidable strength. He pivoted with grace, the tip of his weapon striking like a nimble serpent, shifting from a slash to a thrust aimed directly at Fang Yu's heart. Aware that his invisibility was futile against Fang Yu, he chose to forego entirely. As the short sword surged towards him with the force of a battering ram, Fang Yu advanced instead of retreating. The dark, chitinous layer enveloping his arms gleamed ominously, with sharp black claws radiating a chilling brilliance. With precision, Fang Yu seized the moon demon's wrist, which gripped the sword, and harnessed the momentum of the attack to twist his body and sidestep, positioning himself beside the moon demon. Before the latter could react, a grand bow was suddenly before him. Surprised and incredulous, the sound of the bowstring slicing through the air shattered the silence between them, and the moon demon stood stunned for 2 seconds as intricate, flowing patterns on his mask cracked like a delicate web. Drip! Blood fell to his toes. The warmth extending from his nose to his chin jolted the moon demon back to reality. As he observed Fang Yu's longbow poised to strike his mask again, the elegant bow reflected a soft pink luminescence in the moon demon's eyes. "Good grief!" he exclaimed, letting out a strange cry as he transformed into moonlight, evading the impending blow. Observing the vanishing figure of the moon demon, Fang Yu swiftly drew another arrow. In an instant, the arrow, glowing with ethereal light and trailing a pale pink, carved a path beside him before soaring towards the air beside him. An explosion resounded as the short sword spun mid-air, eventually embedding itself in the ground. The moon demon reemerged, coalescing with the moonlight as his vanished right hand gradually returned. Without a moment's hesitation, he faded into invisibility once more. Seeing this, Fang Yu released another arrow, which was abruptly deflected by a flying iron plate. Fang Yu's gaze darkened as he cast a lingering glance at the nearby scales. Just moments ago, he had nearly shattered the mask. What a pity. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the south, followed closely by a rolling wave of heat. Witnessing the sparks from the southern side of the warehouse, and seeing that the scales and Wang Mian had cleared the new recruits, Fang Yu no longer hesitated. 4 fissures simultaneously opened within the warehouse. Lin Xie and the others quickly slipped inside. The bomb Lin Xie tossed triggered a chain reaction among the other explosive materials piled within. Amidst the blinding flames, the resounding explosions reverberated throughout the training base. Not far away, 4 fissures opened simultaneously, and Fang Yu and his companions stepped through. They turned to observe the half-destroyed warehouse behind them, Li Pang panting heavily. "Chia, That explosion, it couldn't have killed him outright, could it? He then wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling as though his legs might have given out from the strain of withstanding the onslaught from the scales and Wang Mian. Molly, hearing this, instinctively glanced at by Li Pang, recalling how, at the onset of the skirmish, he had darted behind a nearby weapon rack. Lin Xie also breathed a sigh of relief. If he were so easily dispatched, he would never have made it into the special team. Regrettably, his mask appeared to remain intact. After uttering these words, Lin Xie cast a glance at Fang You beside him. Ever since Fang You ceased his support with arrows, he had extended his mental energy to the vicinity of Fang You, ready to assist him at a moment's notice. Then, he witnessed the scene of Fang Yu using his bow to strike at others. Oh, what a fright! Amidst the blazing inferno, Xuanhua emerged with singed hair, coughing awkwardly before plopping down on the ground, grumbling, "This fellow is far too ruthless. Fortunately, my reflexes are sharp, or I would have been done for." Casting a glance at the energetic Xuanhua seated on the ground, Rose shook her head and then turned her gaze toward Moon Ghost. With a somewhat peculiar tone, she retrieved a pack of tissues from her pocket and said, "Here you go." Moon Ghost accepted the tissues, casually twisting them into a small ball before lifting his mask and haphazardly stuffing them into his nostrils. Wait, something is amiss. At that moment, Xuanhua realized that Moon Ghost had sustained injuries. Even if your realm surpasses the Zhangjing level, your physical constitution remains unchanged. How could you be hurt? Moon Ghost shrugged helplessly, pondering the peculiarities of the agent of the unknown deity, reflecting on the changes that had occurred with Fang Yu moments prior. Moon Ghost remarked with a hint of confusion, "It seems he possesses the ability of physical aberration." Chapter 55. Beneath the deities above all beings at this moment. A peculiar silence permeated the underground base among the instructors. After absorbing the subsequent offensive focus of the masked team, they watched in astonishment as Lin Xie, having fled the warehouse with a tree branch, sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp on the ground. Through it with astute analysis, he articulated the next steps of the masked squad with utmost clarity. Terminate the transaction. There is a mole. Lin Xie proved to be quite remarkable, deducing the intentions of the masked team with just a few words and narrowly averting an explosion of the vortex mask. One instructor sipped his goji berry-infused hot water and remarked, if he weren't capable, how could he have been chosen by the deities? His close combat skills were formidable. Yet why had he yet to display the traits of a seraphim? After all, this was the mortal realm, ranked third in the divine ruins. However, I remain particularly intrigued by Fang Yu, who has already exhibited several distinctly different abilities. As the instructors below began discussing the divine ruins of the two divine agents, Yuan Gang focused intently on the figures on the screen, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Intelligence reports indicate that Lin Xie's divine ruins are incomplete. As for Fang Yu, according to the report from Team 136, he may be the agent of multiple deities. How is that possible? The moment Yuan Gang's words were uttered, questions arose from below. Throughout recorded history, there has never been a case of multiple deities selecting the same agent. Hong Hao shrugged and glanced at Fang Yu on the screen. Isn't that exactly what we have now? Indeed, otherwise, how would you explain his myriad abilities? They observed clearly from the monitoring room that just moments ago, Fang Yu had demonstrated yet another unprecedented ability, resembling some form of armor. As the discussion continued, they suddenly noticed the commander's gaze fixated on a particular screen. "Commander, who are you watching?" Yuan Gang pointed to a youth seated in the corner, embracing a sword and meditating quietly. What's special about him? One instructor scratched his head in confusion. Yuan Gang tossed the documents on the table. "Take a look at this." One of the nearby instructors picked up the report and, after a brief moment, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the Black King's annihilation." "Wow, this is overwhelmingly one-sided," remarked another, through a telescope casually retrieved from the warehouse. Bali stood atop the dormitory building, observing the Rose squad's sweeping victory over their opponents below. "That's quite normal," Molly commented, lowering the telescope and glancing at Lin Xie. "Should we go down to assist?" "It seems the divine agent is absent," Lin Xie replied, casting a glance at the western sunset and calmly stating, "There's no rush." Just as he finished speaking, a series of explosions echoed from within the dormitory building. "It's Shun Qingzhu," Fang You exclaimed as he rose from the ground, brushing off his trousers. Lin Xie and Fang You exchanged glances and immediately declared, "Let us go take a look." As one of the few individuals in this perilous scenario, they could not allow him to be eliminated so easily. "All right," Fang Yu responded, preparing to open a rift. Just then, the ground beneath them trembled, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, the dormitory building beneath and the two adjacent ones collapsed with a thunderous roar. In a moment of urgency, Fang Yu had to adjust the landing point of the rift. "Hurry!" Bili Pang Pang rushed ahead, leaping into the rift. Once several of them had vacated the rooftop, they found themselves below. The smoke billowing from the ruins made them cough incessantly, and as the haze gradually lifted, the entire dormitory area lay in ruins. "Is this the work of the Zhan realm?" Molly gazed vacantly ahead, murmuring to herself. What on earth was his divine ruin capable of such devastating destruction? Reflecting on her own mortal realm, Lin Xie furrowed his brow, sensing that this ranking seemed almost fabricated. However, he understood that this was likely due to the incompleteness of his own divine ruin, which controlled time. Bili Pang Pang glanced at the distant debris, unperturbed. The reason for such a formidable attack was simple. He had cheated. He possessed a forbidden artifact known as a Yuan, which could condense his speed into a blade aura. The faster he moved, the stronger the aura. How do you know so much about Wang Mian? Lin Xie turned, casting a curious gaze at him. Surely, there was some connection? Because the Yuan in his hands was gifted to him by my family. I used it to swat mosquitoes when I was a child. Upon hearing Bili Pong Pong's explanation, Molly suddenly recalled his earlier self-introduction, her eyes widening in shock. "So, you are from the Bili family." Bili Pang Pang flicked his bangs with flair, beaming with pride. "Miss Molly, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Bili Tumming." Molly's expression instantly turned icy. "Get lost. I despise you pampered young masters." Bili Tumming was momentarily taken aback. "Enough. Cease your bickering," Lin Xie interjected, addressing Fang Yu. "That Shun Qingzhu is about to give in. You go rescue him while we see if we can save anyone else." "All right. Wait." Just as they were about to act, Bili Pang Pang pulled a roll of tape from his pocket. "This is the sealing scroll. If we apply it to the thing, we can isolate the blade from the environment." Lin Xie took the tape, his gaze drifting toward Bili Pong Pong's pocket. As Lin Xie and Molly approached the ruins of the dormitory, they spotted Tian Ping crouched before a young boy, pointing at himself and incessantly declaring, "Try cutting me. If you don't cut me, how will you know if I can withstand it?" Witnessing this, Molly drew her katana and slashed at Tian Ping. Meanwhile, Lin Xie seized the opportunity to reach the boy, grasping Chao Yuan by the collar and preparing to lead him away. He had barely taken a few steps when, to his surprise, the young man swiftly grasped his wrist. "What are you doing?" "Gao Yuan, thou win." "What a silly question. Of course. I'm here to save you." Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. "I don't require your assistance. I simply wish to be eliminated by him." This infuriated Lin Xie, and he rolled his eyes. What a weirdo. At that moment, Bili Tumming, nearby, was pulling a rookie trapped in the rubble, calling out to Lin Xie. As Chao Yuan watched Lin Xie storm away in anger, he lowered his head, murmuring, "Xie." Suddenly, Chao Yuan called out to Lin Xie, "Wait. What is your surname?" "Lin," as in the double trees. Lin Xie replied, clearly uninterested in engaging with this eccentric character, wishing to avoid wasting his time. "Double trees stand tall. 8 gods unite as one. 10 years pass in a night, ferrying the world as souls." Chao Yuan repeatedly recalled the words his master had spoken before their departure, his eyes growing increasingly bright. "It's you." Just then, as Mo Li was taken by Rose, the balance, now devoid of a target, darted back to Chao Yuan. With eager anticipation, he gazed at Chao Yuan. "I beg you, strike me." His curiosity had been piqued. The more Chao Yuan refrained from doing so, the more restless he became. With a calm demeanor, Chao Yuan regarded the balance, contemplating the look Lin Xie had given him. After a brief hesitation, he picked up the knife from the ground. It seemed he regarded me as a coward. I must rectify this unfavorable impression. Holding the knife, Chao Yuan slowly drew it out. "Are you certain you can survive this, yes?" Chapter 56. The fray as Chao Yuan's words fell, tendrils of dark flames erupted from beneath his skin, swiftly incinerating his attire. The black, malevolent flames coalesced around Chao Yuan's form, resembling a fiend. His blood-red eyes betrayed no semblance of rationality as he brandished a blade, vanishing in an instant like a specter before Tian Ping. Tian Ping's pupils constricted. Before he could react, he saw Chao Yuan grinning maniacally, swinging his knife towards him. The dark flames danced around the blade, and Tian Ping's protective barrier melted away as if it were butter meeting a searing knife. His heart skipped a beat. In that moment, Tian Ping recalled the boy's earlier words. Can you survive? Faced with the specter of death, he resolved to unleash his true potential. If he hesitated any longer, he might indeed meet his end today. Just then, Wang Mian made his move. With a black blade in hand, he clashed directly with Chao Yuan's knife, unleashing a whirlwind of energy at their center. As a blade aura was cleaved forth by Wang Mian, Chao Yuan was sent crashing into the debris. You underestimated him, Wang Mian remarked lightly before departing. Beside them, Elysia hesitated for a moment after witnessing Wang Mian's exit, then patted by Li Pang on the shoulder, advising him to stay safe. With that, he pursued Wang Mian's retreating figure. Left alone, Li Pang scanned the chaotic battlefield, his eyes darting around in confusion. Where's Fang You? At that moment, behind him, Shen Xingzhu was engaged in a fierce exchange of blasts with his underlings amidst the swirling chaos. Everywhere he looked, debris was flying. In front of him, a demon had suddenly appeared, being toyed with by Tian Ping, who seemed to be flying in the air. Just then, the rubble beside him erupted violently. As the dust settled, Elysia emerged, wielding a great sword, before swiftly leaping aside. In the next instant, a massive hammer descended. As the shadow loomed over him, Li Pang let out a shriek and hurriedly fled in the opposite direction of Elysia, hiding in a corner. He shook off the debris from his hair, exhaling a resigned sigh. This is too dangerous. After grumbling, he crouched behind a piece of rubble, observing the tumultuous scene. TSK. How unfortunate I didn't bring some popcorn. He mused, his eyes glued to the heart-stopping battle, savoring the thrill. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure stealthily approached from behind. The sword hilt was raised high by the moon demon, then brought crashing down towards Li Pang's nape. Clang! A dazzling golden shield appeared out of nowhere, deflecting the moon demon's short sword away. Li Pang was momentarily stunned, as was the moon demon. They both tilted their heads in unison. Did I forget to check the almanac before leaving today? Why does it feel like such a cursed day? The moon demon scratched his head awkwardly, muttering in frustration. Intended to ambush me? The moon ghost spotted by Li Tu-ming, swiftly drawing a short sword from beneath his cloak, aiming directly at the golden shield enveloping Li Tu-ming. However, to his dismay, the short sword shattered against the barrier, while the shield remained intact. Li, somewhat bashful, shifted awkwardly and remarked, apologies, this is sequence 171, Yao Guang, classified as a high-risk forbidden zone. With that, he struck a pose, transforming the golden shield surrounding him into two radiant rings of light that whirled toward the moon ghost. In a fleeting moment, the moon ghost evaded the onslaught of the light rings, vanishing from sight. Ah, so you can turn invisible. Li Tu-ming raised an eyebrow, retrieving a monocle from his pocket. He turned, and with a flick of his wrist, the light rings slashed through the air. The moon ghost hastily blocked with his short sword, questioning his existence. Can you truly see me? By what right? Are you also an agent? True sight, Li Tu-ming announced, revealing his sequence 315 ability, while adjusting his monocle with a mischievous grin. Damn! The moon ghost cursed silently, recognizing yet another formidable adversary. Clearing his throat, Li Tu-ming declared, after toying around for so long, it's time I exert some effort. He plunged his hand into his pocket, eliciting a broomstick to the astonishment of the moon ghost. A tempest, accompanied by lightning, crashed upon the ruins, producing a thunderous roar. Fang You emerged from the fissures, appearing at the edge of the debris, surveying the chaotic battlefield while casting a glance at the observing king face. Squinting slightly, Fang You waved cheerfully. Meanwhile, Lin Shi approached slowly, wielding a straight sword. I've been waiting for you both, King Face remarked with a smirk. Ling Jie halted, positioning himself slightly in front of Fang You. Locking eyes with King Face, he spoke deliberately. Abandoning the assault on a certain teammate to engage with you is the most foolish decision. Yet, indulging in whimsy every now and then isn't so bad. Everyone present understood that the optimal strategy was to collectively overpower the Moon Ghost, who was at a disadvantage against both him and Fang Yu. However, Lin Shi chose not to follow this course of action, since he had already committed to participating in the training. He was less concerned about winning the competition for an early graduation. Rather, he was more intrigued by the matter of divine agents. He had previously inquired with Fang Yu, but Fang Yu had informed him that the deity he served was different from those of this world, thus providing no guidance to Lin Shi. 10 years prior, he had inexplicably caught the gaze of a seraph, leaving him without any information, and he had unwittingly become their agent, especially since his divine domain was incomplete. Therefore, he was in dire need of answers at this moment. King Face was the only divine agent he could approach to seek such clarity. As the sky gradually dimmed, the moonlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the ruins. In the pitch-black sky, a pale pink arrow erupted, trailing a long plume as it burst open. The crystalline dome scattered instantly, spreading downwards towards the ground. Beneath the veil of the dome, the face of the masked team leader, obscured beneath a mask inscribed with the character for king, was momentarily stirred. What a fantastical and exquisite ability it is. Gathering his thoughts, the Yuan in Wang Mian's hand was swiftly drawn. I am aware that you harbor numerous questions. Once this battle concludes, regardless of victory or defeat, you may seek me out for discussion. In the next instant, the dark blade was intercepted by Lin Chie's straight sword. Wang Mian regarded Lin Chie with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Does mortal realm possess the ability to accelerate? Before he could unravel this mystery, a colossal hand suddenly rose beneath his feet, and then it clenched fiercely. Time slowed at that moment, and as Wang Mian deflected Lin Chie's blade, he swiftly leaped backward. Yet he was still ensnared by the electric arcs that erupted as the giant hand closed into a fist. With dark green lightning dancing across his body, Wang Mian cast a glance at Fang Yu, who stood behind Lin Chie. Chapter 57 next. The stage is yours. Wang Mian's fingers caressed the hilt of his sword, contemplating the troublesome 2-on-1 situation. The battle among the divine agents commenced. Not long before, in the underground, an instructor excitedly called to his comrades. Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang promptly rose from his position and joined the instructor. Sir, please take a seat, the instructor urged, vacating his spot. Once Yuan Gang was seated, one individual remarked, it's rare that the surveillance here hasn't been damaged. At that moment, the instructor's view was partially obstructed by a shard of rock, covering half of the screen. They were intently watching the standoff between the 3 divine agents, while dust occasionally fell from the ceiling above. Observing the fluctuating signal on the screen, a flicker of helplessness crossed the instructor's eyes. The intensity of the battle overhead was unimaginable for mere mortals in the Lan realm to inflict such destruction, until an arrow was shot skyward by Fang Yu. The screen below completely lost its signal beneath the crystalline dome. They only glimpsed Wang Mian charging at Fang Yu with his sword in the final moments. I wonder if Fang Yu has been eliminated, one instructor murmured. Of course, with the dome still intact, what do you think? Another instructor pointed at the display showing the dome's perimeter. After deflecting Wang Mian's slash with his arm, Fang Yu swiftly leapt into a crevice behind him, all the while sending an arrow back at Wang Mian. At this moment, Fang Yu's arms were enveloped in dark, horn-like armor, emanating a chilling aura. The arrow was blocked by Wang Mian with the blade's force of Yuan. When Wang Mian saw the moon spirit's dagger being deflected, he remained cautious. He knew he could not afford to engage with this seemingly ethereal arrow. Having just dealt with the arrow, Wang Mian swung his sword to parry Lin Chie's assault. You two are rather unscrupulous, Wang Mian scoffed, feeling somewhat strained, considering they were all divine agents from the Lan realm. Lin Chie's gaze fell upon the dark blade before him. Aren't you using an unfair advantage as well? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Using my own weapon hardly constitutes cheating. Shameless. Thank you for the compliment. After repelling Lin Chia once more, he glanced at the dark blade in his hand. How about this? I challenge you to a duel without using your unfair advantage. The Forbidden Abyss. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Fang You raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I believe I can achieve a one-on-one situation on my own. The moment Wang Mian's words fell, he appeared before Fang Yu. Kid, you cannot afford to be distracted during battle. However, as the blade descended, lightning erupted in tandem with Fang Yu's sudden disappearance. Simultaneously, Fang Yu emerged once more from the ground. He lifted his gaze to the mask of Wang Mian. In the next moment, his hands returned to their original state, while a robust serpent tail elevated him, placing him in a position of dominance. Fang Yu reached out and tapped the mask opposite him, suggesting you can either concede directly or engage in a one-on-one duel. What do you think? With astonishment in his eyes, Wang Mian stared at Fang Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of ability is this? He had been immobilized for nearly 3 seconds. Even though he suppressed his realm to the Zhan level, only his divine abode was affected. His physical form was at the high level, 3 realms above Fang Yu. Why was he rendered incapable of movement? Haven't you already won? Wang Mian's voice was somewhat hoarse. Fang Yu gestured towards Lin Chia beside him. Isn't he the one who wants to challenge you one-on-one? I can't disclose that I'm able to absorb energy from your clash. Meanwhile, Lin Chia stood calmly, having anticipated the resolution as soon as he observed Fang Yu's lack of resistance. Nevertheless, he was still genuinely astonished. This control, could it possibly extend even to the divine? At this thought, Lin Chia hesitated to pursue it further. As for the one-on-one duel that Fang Yu proposed, that was indeed what he desired. For some unknown reason, during their confrontation, Fang Yu's energy fluctuations did not affect his divine might. However, Wang Mian was different. This had been discovered today during their initial clash of divine might. Seeing this, Wang Mian nodded resignedly. Thus, Fang Yu's legs returned to normal, and the dome began to gradually disintegrate. However, just as the dome was about to vanish entirely, a sly smile suddenly crept across Fang Yu's lips. Now, it is your stage, Fang Yu whispered softly. As his words fell, the suppressed surge of attack he had been holding back erupted beneath Wang Mian's feet. Simultaneously, Lin Chia surged towards Wang Mian the instant Fang Yu made his move. Enhanced by the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Chia's speed became astonishing. Wang Mian, caught off guard and propelled into the air, could only hastily employ Yuan to defend himself. Unable to leverage his body while airborne, Wang Mian opened his divine abode. Yuan was incessantly unleashed by Wang Mian, and the dense blade aura intertwined before him, forming a net of blades. Observing this, Lin Chia narrowed his eyes slightly. Activating his dynamic vision, Wang Mian's movements appeared to slow, and the gaps within the blade aura were barely discernible to Lin Chia. In mere moments, his eyes began to ache, prompting him to blink. The next instant, the net of blades had already approached him. After narrowly evading, Lin Chia relaxed his body as he gazed at the drifting strands of hair. Wang Mian's divine abode had concluded. Here, Lin Chia marveled for the first time at the benefits of an incomplete divine abode. Wang Mian's current Zhan level was insufficient to sustain prolonged use of his divine abode, whereas Lin Chia could maintain mortal realm all day without feeling fatigued. Otherwise, he suspected he would end up like Wang Mian, merely a fleeting figure before truly growing stronger. Alas, not far from the two, Fang Yu found a spot untouched by the fray, seated comfortably as he observed their duel, simultaneously reaping the benefits of their divine domain. However, after a brief moment of watching, his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in the courtyard of Elysia. Hello, how do you feel? Hearing Elysia's voice, Fang Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Blinking in bewilderment, his gaze fell vacantly upon the pink-haired maiden before him. Everyone is here. Padu, with a can atop her head, was anxiously surveying him. While Mebius sat upon a uniquely designed mechanical contraption, her gaze similarly fixed upon him. Am I not in the training camp? How did I suddenly end up here? Chapter 58. Would you care to try? Upon seeing Fang Yu's unexpected arrival, Pado leapt forward, scrutinizing him while muttering to herself. Is he truly all right? He appears rather dazed. As she observed Fang Yu's vacant expression, Pato turned her gaze to Mobius. "All right, Phyllis," said Elysia, gently guiding Pato back to her seat. With a cheerful smile, she looked at Fang Yu and asked, "Are you surprised to find yourself here so suddenly?" Fang Yu finally regained his composure, recalling that he had just been outside, without any intention of entering the system space. Yet, a thought struck him. Had Mobius's experiment succeeded? Before Elysia could speak, Mobius interjected. There was a slight malfunction. It appears the system had a self-destruct mechanism installed. However, this also validates my hypothesis. System? Self-destruct? Is a system truly that formidable? Fang Yu found himself momentarily speechless. It was precisely due to this unforeseen incident that we hastily brought you in during your moment of leisure to ascertain whether you were in any peril. Mobius explained while examining the peculiar mechanical entity that had been brought before Fang Yu. Fang Yu blinked, replying, "I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" He then expressed a hint of regret. If only I had been a moment closer to infiltrating it. Wouldn't that have meant I was on the brink of accessing a cracked version of the system? However, as he pondered the notion of infiltration, he suddenly inquired, "So, the reason you were able to pull me in was due to Mobius's breach of the system, correct?" "Indeed, although I did not achieve my ultimate goal. It is not in my nature to return empty-handed," Mobius remarked, adding, "Furthermore, I have optimized the system's possession feature." "Possession?" Fang Yu echoed, instinctively glancing at Elysia. Among the three prominent figures, only Elysia possessed the ability to inhabit another's body. Does this imply that you can also possess others? In a rare moment of hesitation, Mobius refrained from answering directly. After a brief silence, she blushed slightly and admitted, "Well, not just yet. Currently, only Elysia can possess others. However, I have resolved the issue of bodily overload that occurs post-possession. Does that mean one could possess at will?" Fang Yu's eyes lit up. He vividly remembered how Elysia's possession had elevated him to a higher realm. "Regrettably, if you wish to engage in combat beyond your current tier, your body will still face strain. I have merely adjusted the controllable energy during possession," Mobius replied, tilting her head slightly as she brushed her hair back. "What do you mean by controllable energy? Surely, you do not believe Elysia's realm is limited to merely the pawn level?" Mobius did not directly address Fang Yu's question, but instead posed a new one. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yu shook his head. "It is undoubtedly more than that. To contend with a seraph, one must at least be at the level of a primordial god. Are you not curious as to why, when Elysia possesses you, she can only manifest the pool realm? It must be due to my own inadequacies." Ha. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mobius's eyes as she chuckled softly. "Well, my dear, I didn't expect you to possess such self-awareness. Indeed, due to the fragility of your physical form and consciousness, you are unable to withstand excessive energy. Therefore, the system has imposed limitations on the energy we can exert upon you, ensuring your corporeal vessel remains stable and does not collapse. However, I have erased this rule and added some nuances. This means that we can now suppress the energy to a level equivalent to mine, or even lower, thus guaranteeing prolonged possession." Fang Yu's eyes brightened. "You are indeed astute, my dear," Mobius remarked, a hint of eagerness in her gaze. "Elysia, do you wish to give it a try?" Fang Yu inquired eagerly, his voice tinged with excitement. He recalled that Elysia had always been intrigued by the external world and had initially looked forward to the experience of possession. However, after her first encounter, she had not mentioned it again. Fang Yu understood. Elysia had likely abandoned her desire to experience the outside world upon witnessing the side effects of possession. Now is not the right time," Elysia responded, her eyes sparkling with pink luminescence. "But I must admit, I am growing fonder of our Fang Yu." Realizing the implications of Elysia's words, Fang Yu felt a flush of embarrassment as he scratched his head. "Let us wait until this battle concludes." With that, Mobius declared, "Now that our conversation is complete, it is time to commence the examination." She then turned and floated towards her laboratory upstairs, while a colossal hand emerged beneath Fang Yu, lifting him up. "What?" Fang Yu exclaimed, terror evident in his eyes as he vanished around the staircase corner. Pato nudged Elysia's arm. "Sister Elysia, is it truly safe for Sister Snake to examine Fang Yu?" Elysia's eyes narrowed playfully. "Only she can conduct a thorough inspection." Recalling Fang Yu's reaction during Moebius's invasion of the system, Elysia felt a pang of concern, hoping that they could sever the bindings on him. If not, they would have to wait until she awakens. Upon returning to reality, Fang Yu lay despondently amidst the ruins. He had heard Moebius mention her intention to remove the bindings between him and the system while also checking his body. Alas, it seemed that her efforts had ultimately been in vain. A fleeting glance revealed two figures still engaged in combat nearby, confirming to Fang Yu that his time within the system space had not been extensive. However, feeling the formidable aura emanating from the two individuals, Fang Yu understood that they were approaching their climax. Suddenly, Elysia moved, seizing the moment when Wang Mian faltered under the overwhelming divine power. He struck down with his blade, severing Wang Mian's mask and revealing the serene and composed visage beneath. A hush fell over the ruins. Even the distant battles ceased momentarily. Sorry, Wang Mian murmured as he gazed into Elysia's eyes. In that instant, the time divine ruins activated, and the shattered mask flew back to reclaim its place upon his face. At that moment, the clock struck 9 in the evening. Chapter 59. This is the pattern. Elysia glanced at the knife in his hand, then at the unscathed mask on Wang Mian's face. After a considerable pause, a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. You cheated. Reversing time was beyond the realm of Zhan, and Wang Mian had just reverted his state back to high. Hush! Wang Mian, startled, quickly covered Elysia's mouth and leaned closer, whispering, I apologize. I admit, I have indeed lost to you. However, for the sake of the new recruits, this training session must continue. Do you understand what I mean? A peculiar glint flashed in Elysia's eyes. You mean, I should pretend to have lost to you? Wang Mian nodded, a hint of approval in his demeanor. Exactly that. Observing Elysia's expression, Wang Mian hastily added, rest assured, the instructors have already recognized your strength. You can present yourself as the victor and ask them for some compensation. What about my principals? Elysia raised an eyebrow. I estimate that securing a $50,000 red envelope from them should pose no issue. I am a person of principles. They could also provide you with a protective artifact. However, witnessing Elysia's conflicted expression, Wang Mian gritted his teeth. All right then, I'll owe you another favor. As the captain of the masked team, deal. Just as Elysia expressed his relief, a voice interjected. What about me? Fang Yu had appeared beside them, blinking expectantly at Wang Mian. Wang Mian felt a lump in his throat, nearly forgetting the fellow. You too. Seeing Wang Mian's gritted teeth, Fang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Captain. Hell, what a windfall. I've gained 3 awakening points, along with money and a protective artifact, not to mention a favor from Wang Mian. He needed to inform Instructor Yuan to pay special attention to Fang Yu's divine ruins. If he could manage to exert control beyond his current level, it could prove to be a potent trump card in the future. On the battlefield, circumstances could change in an instant. Even a fleeting moment of vulnerability could lead to a complete collapse of the situation. As the countdown ended, the battle concluded. Just then, Yuan Gang's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, resonating throughout the training camp. Is it over? Wily Fatty tucked the artifact back in his pocket and turned his gaze towards Fang Yu and the others. Did we win or lose? Surely you lost. Can't you see the mask still adorning our captain's face? Xianhua patted Wily Fatty's shoulder, letting out a triumphant whistle. Something feels off. This resembles the captain's time reversal. Rose's voice dwindled as she regarded Wang Mian, her expression somewhat peculiar. Until the mask team discerned the evasive gaze of their captain, an understanding dawned upon them. An awkward silence ensued. Bai Li, the plump one, blinked in confusion as he pointed to the eye of truth adorning his nose, yet that mask was not. Before Bai Li could finish his sentence, Elysia stifled him. You all continue your conversation. With that, Elysia pulled Bai Li aside. Did you see everything? Bai Li nodded. Indeed, I distinctly saw you sever his mask. Why then did they still emerge victorious? Perhaps it's best to feign ignorance. Bai Li was taken aback. Why so? Fang Yu smirked. What do you think of these recruits? Setting aside discipline and theoretical knowledge, let us consider their combat abilities. Well, except for a few individuals, the rest are rather inept. Do you believe it wise to conclude the training and send them into the mysterious battlefield? Bali shook his head no. Thus, even if I were to win, I must pretend as though I did not. Elena ki pata bai li shulde. His eyes brimming with compassion, embodying a mindset of concern for their future. This is the grander perspective. Understanding dawned upon Bai Li, his frame trembling slightly, as admiration crept into his gaze for Lin Chia, who appeared as though he had suffered an injustice, tears brimming in his eyes. Fang Yu merely smirked. Enough already. I can hardly be bothered to expose you. You act as if you haven't gained anything. Besides, I speak the truth, do I not? Fang Yu. Hey, what are you two gazing at each other for? Bai Li waved his hands between them. Nothing. Chie just had some sand in his eyes. Fang Yu casually fabricated. Did you have sand in your eyes too? Bai Li inquired, looking at Fang Yu with curiosity. Shall I help you blow it out? You should assist Lin Chia instead. Lin Chia interjected. Let us go. The match has concluded. It is time to assemble. Half an hour later, Yuan Gang stood upon the platform addressing the new recruits below, commencing with a traditional critique. 240 individuals against 5, and aside from a select few, the majority could not even graze the hem of the mask. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Your actions were sluggish, your thoughts disarrayed, utterly lacking in coherence. As I previously stated, on the battlefield, you are nothing but a burden to your comrades. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, the members of the masked team trembled and silently lowered their heads. Yet, as Yuan Gang continued his vociferous reprimand, he seemed to feel a twinge of conscience and added, Of course, there are exceptions among you. However, since you have lost, you must heed my prior words. Forget your past and devote yourselves entirely to this training. Once Yuan Gang concluded his speech and departed, the recruits, under the guidance of their instructors, returned to the dormitory area. Chi, pinch me. Am I seeing things? Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the suddenly restored dormitory building, dramatically tugging at Lin Chi. Ouch! Momins latte. Bai Li Pang Pang covered his ears, lamenting there was no need to be so forceful. Lin Chi, astonished by the flawless walls devoid of any cracks, mused about the remarkable efficiency. He had just been contemplating where to spend the night, and yet, within a mere half hour, the repairs had been completed. With this thought, Lin Chi's gaze shifted to the distance, where he noticed a fatigued individual being supported by 2 teammates as they departed. Chapter 60. Do not move. Use your eyes to look in the mirror. It seems someone is on the verge of exhaustion. Fang Yu suddenly appeared beside Lin Chia, resting a hand on Lin Chia's shoulder with a mischievous expression. Lin Chia cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yu's pointed toes and casually brushed off his elbow, advising him not to force it if he couldn't reach. Fang Yu returned to the dormitory, his fists clenched in frustration. Upon entering the empty room, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. He surmised that his companions had not yet returned. However, it was just as well. Fang Yu's eyes brightened as he sat down on his bed, calming his mind. After a brief moment, Fang Yu opened his eyes again. His realm began to surge, and, simultaneously, his appearance began to change, although this transformation was soon halted. Fang Yu blinked, and 2 voices echoed simultaneously, indicating that he could indeed control the energy. Well, it's time to attempt separation. The faint voice of Mybius resonated in their ears. Good. Fang Yu blinked again and responded. As he spoke, the slight elevation in realm that had just been granted by Elysia began to recede until it completely vanished. In that instant, when his aura returned to its usual state, Fang Yu felt a momentary blur in his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself seated on a sofa in the courtyard. A new perspective suddenly emerged before him. Fang Yu, are you still there? Elysia's voice called out. Yes, I am within the system space. Fang Yu nodded in response to Elysia's voice. How fascinating. Even though Elysia was not physically present, her voice resonated in his ears. So this is how you typically observe the outside world? As he savored this unprecedented perspective, Fang Yu inquired, feeling as if he possessed dual viewpoints, requiring him to focus on the newly emerged perspective to perceive the external world. Indeed, it is, Elysia replied, taking deep breaths. How delightful. She was like a little girl, joyfully exploring the items within the dormitory. Merely listening to her voice allowed Fang Yu to imagine Elysia extending her arms with a joyful expression. "Oh, what a pity. It seems there are no mirrors here." Elysia expressed her disappointment after surveying the dormitory. "Furthermore, it appears I cannot utilize other abilities." She puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Originally, she had planned to exit through a rift. This had been the agreement they had made earlier in the space: return to the dormitory, test Moebius's modifications, and then leave the dormitory building through the spatial rift. Otherwise, her current appearance in the male dormitory would likely cause a commotion. Although Fang You had never witnessed his own possessed form, he had heard some accounts from Elysia. With pink hair, azure eyes, and pointed ears, one could still discern the semblance of Fang You. This was precisely the source of Fang Yu's concern. The fact that he could still be recognized as Fang You meant he could not be seen by others, lest his transformation become difficult to explain. By slightly enhancing the energy supply to this corporeal form, one could summon Fang You back within, potentially allowing access to that spatial rift. Moebius was elucidating the modifications she had made to Elysia, who smiled, indicating that only a modicum of energy was required. "Let me get a try," Elysia expressed with eagerness. Just as she was about to act, the tightly shut dormitory door was abruptly pushed open. Shun Qingzhu, who had previously been wearing a smile, momentarily froze, his cheeks suddenly flushed with a suspicious crimson. "I am sorry. I must have taken a wrong turn." He swiftly closed the dormitory door and, with his head lowered, intended to rush outside. However, upon turning, he realized something was amiss. This was indeed the boys' dormitory, wasn't it? He had just returned from Li Liang and the others, merely a few doors away. It was inconceivable that he could have made a mistake. He glanced at the dormitory number again. Indeed, Shun Qingzhu rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath. Perhaps he was merely hallucinating from the exhaustion of today's battle, he murmured to himself and pushed open the door once more, only to be petrified. "Hi. Hello there. I'm Elysia. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gazing at the radiant smile of the girl before him, Shun Qingzhu stammered, "Why you? Hello, I am Shun Qingzhu." This was the first time he had ever found his name to feel so hot upon his tongue. You're truly adorable." Observing Shun Qingzhu's bashfulness, Elysia suddenly leaned in closer to him. As the girl approached, a faint floral fragrance enveloped Shun Qingzhu's senses. "What are you doing?" His mind screamed for him to retreat, yet he stood frozen, unable to move. "Stay still. Let me borrow your eyes to look in the mirror." Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, standing still as if he had indeed become a mirror. In the system space, Fang You suddenly emitted a sharp outcry. "Elysia, you're wearing my face. What do you intend to do?" However, upon perceiving through Shun Qingzhu's pupils the image of the girl meticulously arranging her bangs, he couldn't help but be startled. This didn't quite align with Lin Chia's description. After a moment, he regained his composure and turned to Moebius. "Sister Snake, has the separation been successful?" Moebius nodded, propping her chin with her hand, her mood evidently buoyant. "It seems to be remarkably successful. Who are you?" After a brief pause, Shun Qingzhu's overloaded mind finally began to recover. He inquired of the girl before him, "What are you doing in my dormitory?" "I am the sister of Fang You," Elysia blinked, "and I came here to check on him, but it seems he is not here." Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. "Fang You. He might be next door, but he may also not have returned yet." "No worries, I will go find him." After Elysia spoke, she opened a rift in space and slowly stepped inside. It was not until late in the night that Fang Yu returned to the dormitory through the space rift. He then saw Shun Qingzhu sitting on his bed, motionless, staring at him. "Little Fang Yu." Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened upon noticing that there was no one behind Fang Yu. "Where is your sister?" "She has gone back." "Oh." A trace of disappointment flickered in Shun Qingzhu's eyes. Looking at the vanishing space rift behind Fang Yu, she wondered, "Why do you all possess this spatial ability? It's inherited, we all have it." The two exchanged a few simple words, but upon seeing Fang Yu's weary appearance, Shun Qingzhu opened her mouth to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. After completing his evening routine, Fang Yu lay on his bed, his consciousness returning to the system space. "How was it, Elysia? What did it feel like?" Absolutely wonderful. I haven't breathed such fresh air in ages. Chapter 61. Training at 3 in the morning. A time when night owls typically close their eyes in preparation for slumber. A piercing whistle suddenly echoed, shattering the tranquility of the night. Shen Qingzhu jolted awake. Glancing at the Rolex gifted by Li tumming on his bedside, his brow furrowing in irritation. Damn, it's only 3 o'clock. Are we not allowed to live? Feeling somewhat exasperated, Shen Qingzhu raked his fingers through his hair before reluctantly rising from his bed. He cast a glance at Fang You, who was sound asleep beside him, hesitating for a moment before gently nudging him. Hey, it's time to get up. Observing Fang You, who stirred briefly only to drift back into slumber, Shen Qingzhu fell into a contemplative silence. He furrowed his brow, intently studying Fang Yu's face, as if seeking to uncover something hidden within. Something feels amiss. Last night, noticing Fang Yu's evident fatigue, Shen Qingzhu had refrained from pressing him for answers. Although he had not undergone systematic training, he was aware that neither the divine ruins nor the forbidden ruins could manifest hereditary traits. Thus, he understood that Fang Yu had been merely brushing him off the previous night. After pondering for a while, Shen Qingzhu felt his mind beginning to overload. He nudged Fang Yu once more. Hey, wake up. Is he truly in a deep sleep? He murmured softly, his gaze gradually descending. Perhaps I could take this opportunity to ascertain the truth. With this thought, Shen Qingzhu's fingers instinctively curled. He leaned closer to Fang Yu, hesitating momentarily before gritting his teeth and resting his hand atop the blanket covering Fang Yu. With a gentle motion, he lifted the blanket, instinctively holding his breath. As he gazed at Fang Yu lying before him, his eyes landed on the waistband of his pajamas. Slowly, his hand reached out. Suddenly, a loud knocking startled Shen Qingzhu, causing him to instinctively glance toward the dormitory door. What on earth am I doing? He wiped the sweat that had formed on his brow and stood up. Is anyone inside? Came the voice of Lin Chia. The knocking escalated into a frantic pounding. Wily Fatty joined the fray. Chia, do you think they might have already assembled? Impossible. Do you know Fang Yu better than I do? Why don't you use your mental powers to check? Even a pig would wake up with this commotion. Upon hearing Li Tumming's voice, Shen Qingzhu instinctively tensed. I'm coming. He forced a smile, glancing once more at the peacefully sleeping Fang Yu before calling out. He then hurried to the door. You're still not up? Lin Chia regarded Shen Qingzhu with suspicion, but given the urgency of the situation, he dismissed his doubts and went straight to Fang Yu's bedside. Over a minute had passed since the whistle blew. Although the consequences of exceeding the time limit remained uncertain, the allotted time was undoubtedly scant. Otherwise, how could they establish authority on the very first day? After Lin Chia entered, Li Pang glanced at Shen Qingzhu with a puzzled expression and inquired, Is it particularly hot today? Why is your face drenched in sweat? This weather should not be like this. It's a matter of my constitution, Shen Qingzhu replied. Oh, I see. Allow me to recommend a physician when we return. A man cannot remain in such a state indefinitely. However, before Shen Qingzhu could retort, he observed Lin Chia covering Fang Yu's mouth with one hand while pinching his nose with the other. This seems excessive, he thought. Li Tumming, startled by the scene, hurried to Lin Chia's side, gazing at him with suspicion. Are you certain you're not attempting to silence him? At this thought, Li Pang felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Rest assured, I am quite familiar with this. Lin Chia offered Li Pang a reassuring glance, oblivious to how many times he had given Fang Yu a chance to breathe. This was undoubtedly the most efficient method. Indeed, as Lin Chia's words fell, Fang Yu's face flushed crimson as he sprang upright, gasping for air. In that instant, as Fang Yu opened his eyes, Lin Chia stepped back. Moments later, two pained cries echoed in the air. Li Pang clutched his forehead, casting a glance at Fang Yu, who mirrored his gesture. He pouted in response. Once you're awake, hurry and change, otherwise you'll be late. Lin Chia gave Fang Yu a light pat, urging him on. Oh, still somewhat dazed. Fang Yu promptly sat up and stripped off his clothes with remarkable efficiency, demonstrating a familiarity that was unmistakable. Observing this, Shen Qingzhu instinctively turned his head away, his previously calm ears now tinged with a rosy hue. After a moment, he slightly shifted back, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing that Fang You had not fully disrobed. What is there to be shy about? It's all the same, Bali Pang Pang remarked as he noticed Shun Qingzhu's reaction. Who would have thought that the aloof one is so innocent, unable to even look at this? Chastised by Bali Tumming, Shun Qingzhu's face turned even redder. However, when his gaze settled on Fang Yu's chest, he exhaled deeply in relief. Thank goodness. Fang Yu is just like me. Yet, Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened again. But, who was that person from last night? Before long, Fang Yu had changed his clothes, and a fissure suddenly appeared before them, standing on the training platform. Instructor Hong could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes as he watched the group emerge from the crack. He then pressed the stopwatch in his hand. After a while, once the last few recruits arrived, Instructor Hong regarded the drowsy newcomers below, his gaze lingering on Fang Yu for a brief moment. Hasn't the commander already lifted the restrictions on the sealed, forbidden area? Why is this lad still able to access the divine realm? After a moment of silence, he slowly proclaimed, "Today marks the first day of your official training. I hereby announce that from now on, upon hearing the sound of the whistle, regardless of your current activities, you must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Anyone exceeding this time will automatically be dismissed. So, do you think we exceeded it?" Bai Li Pang Pang glanced at Fang Yu, who was still catching his breath, and then nudged Lin Qi with his elbow. "No, I just saw him checking the stopwatch. Then I can rest easy." Once everyone had gathered, Instructor Hong extended his hand, pointing at several individuals within the formation. A few more were pulled out by him. His gaze lingered on Fang Yu for a moment before shifting away. Those who automatically dismiss themselves will bear a weight on their backs and run 10 laps around the training ground. Those I have pointed out, 20 laps. Those who arrive within 3 minutes may rest in place. As Instructor Hong's words echoed, a chorus of lamentations arose from the ranks. Lin Qi, however, leisurely settled down where he stood, turning his head to meet the gaze of Fang Yu, who was bubbling with foam. Noticing the crack beside him, from which faint sounds of water emanated, Lin Qi couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Chapter 62. Ignoring the control of realms, as the sun gradually ascended, its rays began to dispel the darkness enveloping the training camp. TSK, if I were to run, I might just perish right here. Bai Li Pang Pang, seated on the ground, observed the panting recruits and couldn't help but click his tongue. It feels as though they have traversed half a lifetime's worth of steps in just one night. Lin Qi cast a glance at the recruits still running laps and remarked, "There's no other choice. It's the first day of training, and someone must bear the consequences." With that, he shifted his gaze towards the training platform not far away. There, Instructor Hong was speaking sternly to Fang Yu. Before long, Fang Yu returned, his face a mask of despair, as if his very soul had been drained. Lin Qi, filled with concern, inquired, "What did the instructor say to you?" Fang Yu shrugged. "Don't even mention it. He forbade me from using spatial rifts during training. He insists that this training is primarily to fortify our willpower, urging me not to rely on my abilities to take shortcuts. Otherwise, I'll have to run laps alongside everyone next time." Lin Qi, upon hearing this, wore a look of exasperation. "That's because you couldn't get up." "Hey, yesterday was an accident," Fang Yu replied, scratching his head. He had, after all, slept far too late, barely managing 3 hours from the moment he lay down to the instructor's whistle. "Oh, by the way, he also told me to pay a visit to Instructor Yuan." As if recalling something, Fang Yu added, "Instructor Yuan?" Lin Ji, idiot, puzzled. "What does he want with you?" "Not sure." Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Whatever. I haven't done anything wrong." He maintained a philosophy of simply surviving. If the world were truly to kiss him with pain, he would rather succumb to it outright. Lin Ji, remarked, "You possess a rather large heart." Bai Li Pang Pang, still seated, raised a hand and gave Fang Yu a thumbs up. Soon, the sound of the liberation whistle echoed through the air. Lin Qi, glancing at the exhausted Bai Li Pang Pang, resignedly helped him to his feet. "We'll head back to the dormitory first. You should return promptly once you're done." He cautioned Fang Yu before departing. "Sure thing." Fang Yu nodded and then made his way toward the commandant's office. Once out of Instructor Hong's sight, he swiftly turned and stepped into a spatial rift. "Kumin," the voice of Yuan Gang resonated through the door crack. Fang You pushed open the door to the commandant's office and entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he saw Yuan Gang seated at his desk, perusing a document. In the adjacent lounge area, 7 individuals sat, though they had removed their masks. Fang Yu instantly recognized them as the masked squad. "Instructor, you called for me?" Fang Yu withdrew his gaze from the masked squad and stood before the desk. "Don't stand. Take a seat," Yuan Gang invited without immediately disclosing his purpose. Upon seeing this, Fang Yu made no pretense and directly pulled out a chair across from Yuan Gang. Settling down, Fang Yu, a resident of Huaihai and a reserve member of Team 136, is currently an agent for 3 deities. After Fang Yu took his seat, Yuan Gang slowly began to speak while examining the documents in his hands. Upon finishing the report, Yuan Gang set aside the materials and directed his gaze towards Fang Yu. "You must have guessed the reason for my summons," he stated. Fang Yu nodded and then glanced at the handsome youth seated in the adjacent rest area. Ever since Instructor Yuan started enumerating his abilities, Fang Yu had surmised the general idea, especially upon noticing Wang Mian's presence. It was likely due to the pseudo-body for sacrifice. Fang Yu was aware that this ability was somewhat extraordinary and would inevitably attract attention. "I heard from Wang Mian that your ability seems to allow you to exert control for up to 3 seconds, regardless of realm." Yuangong in Kuiv. To be precise, it's 2.5 seconds, after which there is a levitation effect. As for whether it truly ignores the realm, I am not entirely certain. So far, I have only managed to control Captain Wang Mian of the Sea Realm. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu promptly elaborated on the specific effects of the pseudo-body for sacrifice. A gasp resonated in the office as the members of the masked team, who had been startled to learn that their captain had his mask removed at the outset, reacted with astonishment. Even with the foreknowledge, they could not help but draw a sharp breath. "Could you demonstrate?" Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before asking. "Here?" Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. Although the pseudo-body for sacrifice was not primarily a damage-dealing ability, it could easily shatter items in the office. After all, the final surge of the attack had a considerable range. "Let us go to the basement. There's a small training ground there," Yuan Gang suggested, promptly rising and beckoning the masked team members who had been spectating. Soon, they descended to the underground training area via the elevator. Upon arriving at the spacious training ground, Yuan Gang exchanged glances with Wang Mian. Subsequently, Wang Mian stepped forward, approaching Fang Yu, while the others eagerly turned their attention to the center of the training area. Originally, there had been debates over who would conduct the experiment, but all suggestions had been swiftly dismissed by Wang Mian. Nonetheless, their curiosity regarding Fang Yu's ability remained piqued. The two stood in the center of the training ground, while Tan Xiang held a stopwatch in hand. At Yuan Gang's command, Wang Mian swung his weapon, Yuan, towards Fang Yu. Observers witnessed a flash of green light enveloping Fang Yu before it swiftly vanished into the ground. Subsequently, Wang Mian's strike landed on Fang Yu, or, as Fang Yu described, on the creation of X. In the next moment, the creation shattered, and an electric arc erupted, rendering Wang Mian seemingly frozen in place. Soon, Fang Yu emerged from the nearby vortex, followed by an overwhelming surge of attack that nearly filled the training ground. As the conical objects erupted from the ground, the atmosphere grew tense. Is the damage truly insignificant when struck by this object? It lasts for a mere 2.5 seconds. In that fleeting moment, when Wang Mian could act, Tan Xiang promptly pressed the stopwatch in his hand. No wonder he could touch the captain's mask. Yu Gue glanced at the stopwatch in Tan Xiang's grasp, unable to suppress a click of his tongue, while secretly thinking, "Thank goodness they did not use this when they were beating me up back then. How absurd. 2.5 seconds. If only the duration could be extended. Wouldn't that allow one to act with impunity against others?" Xian was stroked his chin thoughtfully and nudged Yu Gue with his elbow. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, observed Fang Yu, lost in contemplation. Chapter 63. Instructor Han, all right, you may go have breakfast now. Yuan Gang glanced at the instructor beside him, ensuring that the experimental data had been duly recorded before he waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. "Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria. I must say, Old Sun's culinary skills are exceptional." Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Xuanhua immediately hooked his arm around Fang Yu's shoulder and led him toward the elevator. Wait! Fang Yu broke free from Xuanhua's grasp and, amidst the latter's astonished gaze, remarked, "We can teleport directly. Why waste time?" With that, a rift opened beside Fang Yu, and he boldly stepped through it. Xuanhua, observing this, raised an eyebrow and promptly followed closely behind Fang Yu. As the last member, Wang Mian, stepped through the rift. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the cafeteria before him. What a convenient ability. Indeed, quite impressive. Xinghin squinted his eyes, surveying the cafeteria until he caught sight of Old Sun, who was still busy tidying up dishes. "Ah, it's you little rascals." The cafeteria staff, alerted by the commotion, turned their heads in this direction. Soon, Old Sun recognized the members of the masked team. "Old Sun, after all these years, you are still cooking for the rookies?" Wang Mian said respectfully as Old Sun approached. "Ah, with this old body of mine, since I can no longer battle on the front lines, I might as well contribute a little warmth in this humble kitchen." Old Sun waved his hand dismissively. "It's been so long, I've almost forgotten your cooking skills." Xuanhua chimed in eagerly. "It seems I must trouble you again this time," Wang Mian said with a slight bow of respect. Old Sun wiped his hands on his apron and remarked, "Never mind that. Just wait here, I'll prepare some dishes for you." With that, he headed towards the kitchen. Once Old Sun had left, Xuanhua turned to Fang Yu and grinned. "You lucky fellow, you've escaped a calamity and are about to savor Old Sun's culinary delights. Make sure to eat quickly. You have training to attend to," Wang Mian said, glancing at Fang Yu before taking a seat at the dining table. Old Sun worked swiftly, and in no time, a delightful aroma filled the cafeteria. The members of the masked team perked up and turned in unison to see what was being served. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, ants climbing a tree, steam base. Wow! Xuanhua swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the dishes. "Hey, since you've all returned, I must prepare something delicious for you," Old Sun said with a smile, though a hint of unnoticeable bitterness lingered in his words. Prompted by Old Sun, the group began to use their chopsticks, but before they could take more than a few bites, Wang Mian's walkie-talkie crackled to life. He quickly shoved a few mouthfuls into his mouth before answering the call. Moments later, he stood up, and the rest of the masked team followed suit. "We must take our leave now. Enjoy your meal. A mysterious entity has emerged in the north, and we need to investigate. Indeed, take this USB drive. It contains an introduction to the divine agents. Once you have perused its contents, remember to present it to Lin Chiye." Originally, he intended to personally elucidate these matters to Lin Chiye and Fang Yu. Unfortunately, due to the necessity of assessing Fang Yu's capabilities for data collection, coupled with the abrupt emergence of the mysterious, he was compelled to depart prematurely. "Very well, may you return victorious." Fang Yu accepted the USB drive and waved farewell to their hurried figures. As the masked squad departed, the entire cafeteria descended into silence. Not far from Fang Yu, Elder Sun, with a somewhat stooped posture, gazed at the retreating figures of the masked squad, silently watching them leave. His eyes were slightly reddened, having had no time even to enjoy a meal. After a moment, he straightened his back and saluted in a precise military manner towards their direction. Once the figures of the masked squad had completely vanished from the cafeteria, Elder Sun lowered his hand, turning to meet Fang Yu's gaze. "Elder Sun, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. May I take some with me?" Fang Yu blinked his sparkling eyes, having barely tasted the feast laid before him. Observing the lavish spread, Elder Sun sighed, conceding, "Very well, I shall indulge you." Having received Elder Sun's consent, Fang Yu promptly opened the gap and began transporting the dishes to his dormitory. One by one, Elder Sun watched Fang Yu's actions, opening his mouth as if to say something. After a brief pause, he remembered, "Don't forget to return the bowls." After emptying the table of its bounty, Fang Yu exchanged pleasantries with Elder Sun before leisurely stepping outside. Approaching the new recruits formation, Fang Yu took a deep breath and called out report, having learned from the previous incident where a recruit was penalized for speaking out of turn. Fang Yu prudently announced his arrival. The instructor on stage, engrossed in his discourse, was startled by the unexpected voice and, upon turning to investigate, questioned, "Why have you arrived so late?" "I was summoned for a discussion by the chief instructor. I now request to return to formation." Instructor Han, noting Fang Yu's obedient demeanor, nodded in approval, permitting his reintegration into the ranks. Once Fang You had rejoined, Instructor Han glanced at Shun Qingzhu before continuing. The Forbidden Ruins indeed represent humanity's most crucial reliance in the fight against the mysterious. However, they do not encompass all, unless your Forbidden Ruins are exceptionally robust. Are you capable? At this, Instructor Han directed his inquiry towards Shun Qingzhu, who had just asserted the necessity of relying on the Forbidden Ruins in combat against the mysterious. Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, responding confidently, "I am capable. What is your Forbidden Ruins?" Sequence 068, Chi-Min Instructor Han was taken aback, never expecting that a random selection would lead him to such a high-risk individual. Pretending not to have heard Shun Qingzhu's response, he continued, "Does anyone else have a different answer?" Suddenly, Bai Li raised his hand, exclaiming, "Report. One can also rely on money." Instructor Han was left dumbfounded. "Are you jesting with me? Money? You need not inform me of your intention to extinguish the enigma with wealth." Instructor Han was nearly amused to the point of laughter by the antics of the rather rotund Bai Li. He then turned his gaze towards the other recruits, stating that in addition to the Forbidden Ruins, we require not only formidable physical prowess, but also combat skills. Upon concluding his remarks, Instructor Han picked up a straight blade to demonstrate. His explanations were meticulous, captivating the recruits below, save for two agents. Fang You stifled a yawn, wiping away the moisture from the corner of his eye, and glanced at Lin Chie, who was equally drowsy. This was not due to the instructor's lackluster delivery, but rather because the very lessons he imparted had already been taught to them by Chun Mai, ingrained in their memories through countless arduous experiences. Chapter 64. I must take him to the lottery store another day. Such is the advantage of a little extra coaching, allowing them to gain an early understanding and mastery of the curriculum, thus preventing any embarrassment for Team 136 during the training sessions. Reflecting on Chun Mai's original words, Lin Chie felt a twinge of helplessness as he rubbed his forehead. It seemed that Chun Mai had imparted an abundance of information. Now, I shall summon a few individuals to demonstrate. While Lin Chie was still lost in the painful memories of the previous intensive sessions, Instructor Han had already completed the lecture on some basic knowledge. As he spoke, he tossed aside the straight knife in his hand and retrieved two wooden swords from a nearby rack. Please, do not call on me." Bai Li Pang kept his head down, avoiding Instructor Han's gaze, fearful that even a moment's eye contact would lead to an unintended exchange and result in him being summoned. Pang, have you ever heard that the more one fears something, the more it tends to come to pass? Observing Bai Li Pang's ansios damiano. Fang You quietly leaned in and whispered devilish words into his ear. Sure enough, as Fang Yu's words fell, Instructor Han remarked, "Who was it just now that said money could defeat the mysterious fat man? You, come up and demonstrate for everyone." Bai Li Pang instinctively glanced at Fang Yu, then, with a look of sorrow, approached and took the wooden sword from the instructor's hand. "Do you remember what I just told you?" "No." Instructor on smirked coldly. "Then let me witness your monetary prowess." With that, he instructed Bai Li Pang to prepare himself, before swiftly swinging the wooden sword toward him with lightning speed. Just as the wooden sword was about to reach Bai Li Pang, a blinding golden light erupted, snapping the wooden sword in half. Instructoran. Bai Li Pang scratched his head. Then, under the instructor's hungry gaze, he deactivated his Yaoguang. Instructor, I apologize. I forgot to disable the automatic emergency mode. Shall we try that again? Hansu took a deep breath and silently turned away to retrieve another wooden sword. All right. With a swish, the wooden sword fell. This time, no dazzling golden light emerged, but the straight knife in Instructor Han's hand had transformed into a mere firewood stick. In the face of the instructor's dazed expression, Bai Li Pang quietly removed a string of prayer beads from his wrist. Instructor, shall we try once more? Get lost. Understood. As Bai Li Pang returned to the group, Hansu's gaze once again swept the area below, ultimately landing on Fang Yu, whose face radiated obedience. Recalling his compliant demeanor, Hansu's finger turned and pointed at Lin Chie, standing beside him. You come up. All right. Lin Chie responded affirmatively and effortlessly leaped onto the training platform, standing before the instructor. Hansu handed Lin Chie the wooden sword while inquiring, You don't have any forbidden items on you, do you? No. After receiving a satisfactory response, Han Su nodded. All right, next I shall discuss the offensive techniques with the straight blade. You may find it challenging to grasp, but fret not. Han Su initially faced the new recruits, elaborating for a while before turning to Lin Xie, preparing to demonstrate for the audience. Once assured that Lin Xie was ready, he struck with the straight blade at an intricate angle. In the next moment, Lin Xie adeptly parried the blow. Their eyes met, and Han, the instructor, blinked in disbelief at the scene before him. How did you block that? Lin Xie replied nonchalantly, just a quick swipe. The instructor, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of strikes, each faster and more cunning than the last. Yet, Lin Xie effortlessly deflected them all. Finally, Han Su stepped back, gazing at Lin Xie's innocent expression. Have you trained? A little, Lin Xie admitted. With whom? The captain of Team 136, Chen Mai. Han Su closed his eyes, momentarily questioning his own existence. You may leave now. After regaining his composure, Han Su turned his attention back to the new recruits. This time, I shall select someone who appears more unassuming. With this thought, he fixed his gaze on an ordinary-looking youth within the ranks. After an in-depth inquiry, Han Su confirmed that the individual bore no peculiar forbidden objects and had not previously studied swordsmanship. However, the youth was adamant about not wielding a blade. I cannot touch the sword. Hey, I have a quick temper. Listening to the youth's protest, Han Su stubbornly commanded him to pick up the wooden sword before him. Then, he witnessed a surge of dark energy erupt forth. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure enveloped the training ground, sending the other instructors sprawling. This is what Wang Mian left for you. Among the ranks of new recruits, Fang You blinked in astonishment. Seizing the moment while Han Su was preoccupied, he engaged Lin Xie in conversation. What is it? Lin Xie inquired eagerly as he accepted the USB drive from Fang You. Wang Mian mentioned it contains information about divine agents. He had a rush to cleanse the mysterious, so he couldn't speak to you directly, but asked me to give this to you. After speaking, Fang Yu's gaze shifted upward. Yet, you must admit, out of the 240 individuals in this training camp, only a few require attention. How is it that he just happened to pick them all? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yu, who had nearly been singled out himself, curiously observed Han Su engaging with Chao Yuan above. One of these days, I ought to take him to the lottery shop, Fang Yu mused. Lin Xie, hearing this, couldn't help but smirk. Aren't you afraid he might exhaust all his luck today? This thought reminded him of the last occasion, when witnessing Fang Yu's sheer good fortune had led him to believe in old Zhao's tall tales, prompting him to hand over money for Fang Yu to purchase tickets. At this recollection, Lin Xie felt a pang of sympathy. When he departed from his aunt's home, he left without a single cent, and thus he remains indebted to Hong Ying. However, it must be said that Instructor Han possesses considerable prowess. Remarkably, he has managed to contend with the suppressed Forbidden Ruins and Chao Yuan for such an extended period. Lin Xie observed the unfolding situation above and pondered. As he watched the instructor retreating steadily, Bai Li Pang Pang suddenly transformed Yao Guang into a golden wheel and launched it towards Chao Yuan. After deflecting Chao Yuan's wooden blade, the golden wheel morphed into a golden rope, swiftly ensnaring the opponent. However, with a series of furious roars, Chao Yuan's flames instantly severed the rope. His gaze, sharp as a blade, turned towards Bai Li Pang Pang, causing the latter to tremble in fear. Chief Fang You, save me, he cried out. Chapter 65. Half-spoken words stirring restlessness, observing the timid figure of Bai Li Pang Pang hiding behind him and Lin Xie. Fang Yu could not help but pout. I merely noticed that the instructor was nearing his limits and wished to offer assistance. Bai Li Pang Pang peeked out from the gap between the two, yet upon meeting Chao Yuan's gaze, he quickly retreated. Fetch me a knife. And also bring the tape you had last time, Lin Xie said with a hint of exasperation. Huh? Right away. Bai Li Pang Pang hesitated for a moment before swiftly reaching into his pocket to rummage through it. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan had abandoned his pursuit of Instructor Han, redirecting his focus onto Bai Li Pang Pang and the duo of Lin Xie and Fang Yu. Seeing Instructor Han stagger back from a blow, he urgently shouted, "Run!" With Chao Yuan now looming dangerously close, Lin Xie furrowed his brow and took a step forward. positioning himself protectively in front of Fang You and Bai Li Pang Pang, while a faint golden glimmer flickered in his eyes. Have you not found it yet? There's quite a bit to search through. Just a moment. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed. Chao Yuan leapt high into the air, his wooden sword engulfed in a menacing aura and flames, raised above him. As he swung it down toward the trio, a fissure suddenly appeared before him. He plummeted from the sky, and just before he landed, another crack opened in the ground beneath him. Lin Shi watched the boy in free fall before glancing at the hand extending from his side, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. On the martial arts platform, Instructor Han rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. What on earth is happening? Recalling how close he had come to summoning this seemingly well-behaved youth for a demonstration, he shivered at the thought. Had he done so, it would likely be him plummeting now. Found it. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang finally extracted a knife of similar length to the star blade and a roll of tape from his pocket. This is White, an artificial forbidden artifact, a replica of Sequence 061/White, which can disregard a distance of 5 meters upon release. As he spoke, he quickly handed the 2 items to Lin Shi. Then, patting his belly, he added, "The genuine White is one of my father's treasures, said to ignore distances of 1,000 meters. Within that range, all things submit. Is it truly that remarkable?" Lin Shi inquired, examining little White with astonishment. He first gauged its weight before nodding at Fang You. Receiving the signal from Lin Shi, Fang Yu swiftly created another fissure along the ground. Subsequently, Chao Yuan tumbled out, rolling to the base of the martial arts platform due to his momentum. Upon colliding with the platform, he sprang to his feet, letting out a low growl as he fixed a fierce glare at Fang Yu, the malevolent flames enveloping him intensifying. Lin Shi sensed Chao Yuan's gaze and let out a cold snort, the golden light in his eyes erupting fully. The boundless divine might of the seraphim surged into Chao Yuan's psyche. Upon receiving the oppressive force of Shun Wei, the madness in Chao Yuan's eyes immediately diminished. He let out a muffled grunt and staggered back a few steps, as if unsteady from intoxication. Lin Xie observed this with some astonishment. It appeared that Shun Wei had a particular effect on this fellow. Contemplating this, Lin Xie, clutching the sealing scroll in his hand, allowed his eyes to radiate a dazzling brilliance akin to the blazing sun, swiftly charging towards Chao Yuan. Before long, Lin Xie had closed the distance, wielding his small blade, Zaya Zanbai, to deflect all of Chao Yuan's attacks. As Lin Xie approached him entirely, he seemed to anticipate the moment, slightly crouching to evade Chao Yuan's fiery claw strike, and then delivering a powerful blow to Chao Yuan's elbow with the back of his blade. With a muffled thud, the wooden sword in Chao Yuan's grasp flew from his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xie swiftly wrapped the sealing scroll around Chao Yuan's body. Once the black flames enveloping Chao Yuan were thoroughly isolated, Lin Xie forcefully yanked down on the sealing scroll. Chao Yuan fell to the ground as a result. The flames gradually receded, and Chao Yuan, clutching the sealing scroll, wrapped around his neck, coughed violently. As Chao Yuan began to recover, Lin Xie released his grip on the binding scroll, exhaling a sigh of relief before turning to walk away. Fully recuperated, Chao Yuan, bare-chested, lifted his head and gasped for air, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xie's retreating form. "It truly is you, as my master said." Lin Xie heard Chao Yuan's voice, causing him to pause momentarily in surprise. What? In this world, few could suppress the Black King annihilation. Lin Xie smirked slightly. "Have you forgotten that you were knocked unconscious by the captain of the masked squad? This is different. You can absolve my sins." Chao Yuan shook his head. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, looking at Chao Yuan with confusion, but the latter merely shook his head again and stood up, saying nothing more. Noticing Lin Xie's distressed expression, Fang Yu approached, tiptoeing to whisper in Lin Xie's ear, "How does it feel to have someone speak only halfway?" Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Lin Xie nodded vigorously at Chao Yuan. Half-spoken words are the most irritating. Unbeknownst to Chao Yuan, he had already stepped into the forefront of an era in this regard. Just then, Instructor Han approached, his eyes scrutinizing Lin Xie for a considerable time before asking, "Are you uninjured?" Elysia shook his head no. After confirming that Elysia was unharmed, Instructor Han moved to Chao Yuan's side. Once he ascertained that Chao Yuan was also in good condition, he announced a temporary period of free activity. Subsequently, Han Su slowly walked towards the group of instructors who had gathered at the sound of commotion. He provided a brief report on the situation, and upon learning that no new recruits had sustained injuries, the instructors felt relieved. Observing Instructor Hong before him, Han Su pulled him aside, sighed deeply, and said, "Instructor Hong, I fear I may not be very suited for teaching. There are always individuals who, despite possessing remarkable abilities, simply do not possess the qualities required to be an educator." Upon hearing Han Su's words, Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is today, your very first day on the job, the moment you choose to give up?" Ansuri Blaith. I have come to realize that I may not be cut out for this role. While I can face the battlefield and engage in mysterious skirmishes without so much as a furrowed brow, efficiently accomplishing my tasks, stepping into the role of an instructor has left me flustered and on the brink of a teaching mishap within merely a morning. Instructor Hong, upon hearing this, placed a reassuring hand on Han Su's shoulder, stating, "This is not entirely your fault. In this training camp, there are only a handful of new recruits requiring special attention, and you have nearly assessed them all in your initial foray. It is important to recognize that there are a total of 240 new recruits here. In some respects, your luck is quite unparalleled." Pausing for a moment, Instructor Hong glanced towards the recruits before resuming. "To be candid, in terms of close combat skills, there may be instructors among us who can rival your expertise. However, this proficiency often pertains to specific weaponry, lacking the versatility you possess. What these fledgling recruits most urgently require is to discover the weapon that best suits them, a task for which no one is better suited than you. Furthermore, witnessing the growth of these exceptional individuals is indeed a fortunate experience for us, is it not?" Chapter 66. Targeting me under the persuasive eloquence of Instructor Hong. Han Su returned to the training platform with renewed confidence to continue his instruction. As most of the new recruits were encountering cold weapons for the first time, Instructor Han primarily focused on explanations. Soon, the whistle signaling lunchtime echoed, and without any delay, he announced the dispersal at that very moment. Bai Li, filled with anticipation, rushed to the mess hall, only to discover that lunch consisted of the same plain steamed buns and raw meat they had for breakfast. Faced with the unappetizing meal before him, Bai Li felt a surge of frustration. However, it wasn't long before someone noticed that, besides the steamed buns and raw meat, each person had a small dish of pickled vegetables in front of them. After experiencing utter despair, this minor delight elicited sheer joy among them. Bai Li cautiously stuffed the pickled vegetables into his bun and took a blissful bite, exclaiming, "Do you think the old man at the mess hall has had a change of heart? He even provided us with pickles. How delightful!" Tears of happiness brimmed in his eyes as he savored the bun with pickles. Lin Shi prodded the pickles in his dish with his chopsticks, counting them for a moment before he frowned and remarked, "I don't know, but this tiny portion of pickles is far from sufficient." No sooner had he spoken than a figure quietly appeared behind them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fang You paused slightly in his motion to part the curtain, then raised an eyebrow. He watched as Chao Yuan silently offered Lin Shi the dish of pickles he held, and while gnawing on the raw meat, he stated, "This is for you." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. In contrast, Bai Li, sitting across from him, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you really giving away pickles?" Chao Yuan glanced at Bai Li and then back at Lin Shi, affirming, "If Lin Shi wants it, I will give it to him." Bai Li was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. "Do you know what this behavior is called?" "What?" Fang Yu replied pensively, a sycophant. With that, Fang Yu parted the curtain and presented dish after dish of food. "Fang Yu, are you robbing the kitchen?" Bai Li began, his attention captivated by the array of dishes Fang Yu revealed. After retrieving all the morning's dishes, Fang Yu first served a few plates to the neighboring table where Shun Qingzhu and others sat, then nodded to Chao Yuan. "You should sit and eat too. There's an empty spot just right." "Thank you," Chao Yuan replied after a brief silence. The group dined under the hungry gazes of the other recruits. During the meal, Lin Shi cast a glance at Chao Yuan, who had been fixated on him, and, after a moment of silence, spoke up. If this is about what happened this morning, there's really no need. I wasn't hurt. That is not it, Lin Shiyi. Chao Yuan quickly shook his head, looking earnestly at Lin Shiyi as he enunciated each word carefully. I simply want to adore you. Lin Shiyi. Fang Yu was caught off guard by Chao Yuan's blunt words and choked momentarily. Bai Li Peng's demeanor shifted dramatically as he gazed at Chao Yuan with newfound intensity. Lin Shiyi's expression also became somewhat peculiar. You. Fang Yu hesitated, but Bai Li Peng swiftly patted Chao Yuan on the back, saying, Brother, this approach will yield no results. My brother Chiya is not that kind of person. Do not cause trouble. Lin Shiyi shot an irritated glance at Bai Li Peng before turning his attention to Chao Yuan. I do not comprehend. Is it merely because I can restrain you in your frenzied state? If that is the case, Fang Yu can do so as well, perhaps even with greater ease. However, to Lin Shiyi's surprise, Chao Yuan shook his head resolutely. You can help me absolve the sins that burden me. As he spoke, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes, and he recounted the tale of the 333 innocent lives he bore the weight of, along with the prophecy imparted by his master. 2 trees stand tall, 8 deities depart. 10 years of night, ferrying the world. Bai Li Peng murmured these 4 lines, then looked at Lin Shiyi in astonishment. Goodness, Brother Chiya, how is this any different from directly revealing your ID number? Lin Shiyi's expression grew serious, and he refrained from responding. After a moment, he gently shook his head. Let me make this clear. I do not possess the ability to alleviate others' tribulations. Perhaps not now, but in the future, you surely will. Lin Shiyi felt puzzled. You have such faith in me? Chao Yuan replied. I believe in Master Jinshen. Moments later, Lin Shiyi quietly lowered his head and resumed eating. Observing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Chao Yuan's eyes, and he began serving food to Lin Shiyi. Watching Chao Yuan's actions, Lin Shiyi opened his mouth but ultimately chose not to speak. Let's eat. Just then, as everyone was enjoying their lunch, Instructor Hong entered. He glanced at Fang Yu's table, then feigned ignorance as he announced, This afternoon, we will commence extreme training. After finishing your meal, gather behind the cafeteria. Understood? Understood. The new recruits replied in unison. After the meal, Fang Yu and the others sat on the black bus heading out of the camp, gazing at the scenery outside. Soon, the bus came to a halt before a verdant mountain. Recognizing the lush landscape as a local, Lin Shiyi immediately identified it. Jinan Mountain? Before Bai Li Peng could speak, Instructor Hong's ominous voice echoed from outside. Everyone out, disembark. Startled, Bai Li Peng trembled and quickly rose to exit the bus. Moments later, the recruits assembled in front of the bus. With his hands clasped behind his back, Instructor Hong stood before them and spoke slowly. Next, we will conduct physical training. Do you see the mountain behind you? Your task today is to traverse this mountainous terrain before dawn tomorrow, bearing a load of 35 pounds. The weights you carry are equipped with a tracking function. Thus, drones will be pursuing you throughout this endeavor. Should you be struck by one of these drones, it signifies failure, and failure entails punishment. At this point, Instructor Hong paused, emphasizing that the punishment you would face is something you would never wish to experience in your lifetime. Once Instructor Hong had reiterated all the rules, his gaze fixed upon Fang Yu, adding, Moreover, I do not wish to see one or several red dots scurrying erratically across my monitor. Fang Yu, upon hearing this, curled his lip in disdain, muttering, Tisage, it's directed at me. Chapter 67. Punishment Traversing the Rugged Mountain Path. Bai Li Peng wore a sorrowful expression. He incessantly wielded a tactical knife, aimlessly hacking at the obstructive vegetation around him, muttering to himself. Why was my free space taken away? Why was my Yaoguang confiscated? They claim it's temporary management. Do they even comprehend what that entails? Observing the mumbling by Li Peng ahead, Lin Shiyi couldn't help but smirk. Hadn't the instructor stated that if one were to recklessly discard forbidden items, the training would lose all significance? As he spoke, he gestured towards Fang Yu, whose spatial rift had also been rendered unusable. Precisely, Fang Yu nodded, his gaze landing on the small knife Bai Li Peng wielded. At least you still possess a functional weapon. Chao Yuan, however, lacks even a knife. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Peng turned his attention to the iron spoon in Chow Yuan's grasp, a smirk forming on his lips as his mood brightened considerably. Witnessing the sudden uplift in by Li Pang's spirits, Fang You could only helplessly support his forehead. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity seldom resonate with one another. Happiness often springs from the miseries of others. After traversing a short distance, Fang You halted, raising an eyebrow at a slightly steep slope nearby. Noticing this, Lin Shi turned and inquired, "What is the matter?" Fang Yu shook his head, his cat-like pupils flickering momentarily before he turned to Lin Shi, feeling an inexplicable urge to take this path. Bai Li Pang and Chow Yuan also came to a stop. Bai Li Pang approached Fang Yu, scrutinizing the small hill before them, perplexed. "Why? Isn't their path here? Why venture this way?" Before he could finish his question, Lin Shi interjected, "Then let us proceed." He held unwavering trust in Fang Yu's sporadic flashes of insight. But why? Isn't taking the main road easier? Bai Li Pang was bewildered, particularly as he observed Chow Yuan immediately take the lead, brandishing his spoon to clear the underbrush from the slope following Lin Shi's command. However, as they ascended the path, Bai Li Pang's complexion paled. "Wait for me." At the base of Cangnan Mountain, Instructor Hong sat leisurely in the freshly erected tactical tent. "Instructor Hong, this is merely a weighted cross-country exercise. Is it really necessary to complicate things so?" Han Su queried, seated beside Hong Hao with a puzzled expression. Instructor Hong chuckled. "Ah, you fail to comprehend. This is no ordinary cross-country endeavor. They shall not escape this mountain range." "Huh?" Han Su's face reflected increased confusion. "Why not? We have activated a forbidden item, sealing off the entire mountain range. Within this expanse, the original terrain has been thoroughly altered." As he spoke, Instructor Hong stifled a yawn, lazily squinting his eyes, and remarked, "Thus, it is impossible for them to escape this mountain, which has long since transformed into a labyrinth. Regardless of their flailing within, they will ultimately succumb to exhaustion and be captured by the drones." Instructor Han Su, contemplating the display screen beside him for a moment, acknowledged that this was indeed a fine training method. In an entirely enclosed environment, they could continuously hone their physical stamina, while simultaneously cultivating their mental resilience and fostering mutual trust. At this point, Han Su couldn't help but give a thumbs up. However, he quickly shifted the subject, inquiring, "But is it normal for them to be walking in a straight line the entire time?" Instructor Hong slightly opened his eyes, casting a surprised glance at Han Su. In a voice neither too loud nor too soft, he noted that Han Su had quite the sense of humor. Han Su squinted at the display once more, insisting, "I am not jesting. Those 4 red dots have been moving in a straight line since the beginning and have yet to make a single turn. How is that possible?" Hong Hao nearly lost his balance, promptly rising from his small stool to scrutinize the screen. Moments later, disbelief washed over his face. "At this rate, they will likely traverse this mountain range and reach their destination in just a few hours," Han Su remarked, observing the red dots on the screen. Instructor Hong felt the veins on his forehead pulse palpably, exclaiming, "This is truly bizarre." Quickly, dispatched the nearby drones to investigate. "I must understand what is occurring." Without delay, he made his decision and relayed his orders to the other instructors via the intercom. Afterwards, he rubbed his eyes, still unwilling to believe what he was witnessing as he examined the 4 red dots once more. As they only had the red dot signals, they remained entirely unaware of the identities of the 4 individuals. "Chia, would you like me to carry some of your load?" Chow Yuan asked, gazing at Lin Chia's burdens with concern. "No need," came the reply. Fatty Bailey, panting behind, brightened at the opportunity and eagerly turned to Chow Yuan. "Brother Chow, could you help me with some of my weight?" "Get lost," Chow Yuan coldly responded. Fatty Bailey retorted, "One should not be so hypocritical." Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Fang Yu, who was leading the way, swaying his hips. "Brother Fang, perhaps you could assist me? I feel like I am about to perish." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu paused, locking eyes with a hopeful expression on Fatty Bailey's face. Due to his size, Bailey found it exceedingly challenging to navigate through the densely vegetated area. With this in mind, Fang Yu was inclined to swim back to assist. As Fang Yu approached, Fatty Bailey's eyes lit up, and he promptly prepared to unload some of his burdens. Buzzing. At that moment, the sound of numerous drones buzzing behind them grew increasingly intense, causing subtle shifts in the expressions of the crowd. Lin Xie exclaimed, "The drones are approaching. Let's shake them off first. You all should leave. I bear too much weight. I fear I won't outrun the drones." Li Pang lamented with a sorrowful countenance. "Aren't you afraid of facing punishment?" he was asked. "Let it be. It can't be too terrifying," Li Pang replied, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Based on previous experiences, the worst he anticipated was merely a penalty circle. No sooner had Li Pang's words left his lips than a voice resonated from the burdens they carried. Instructor Hong's voice. "Is the microphone on? Quickly, put the truth ring on him. Is the sound system connected?" The unexpected presence of sound equipment took Lin Xie aback. Just as his surprise settled, other voices emerged from the speakers. "You can hear me, right? That's good. Now, let the punishment commence. Your name is Wang Liang, correct? What is the most shameful act you have ever committed in your life?" "I once spied on the neighbor's older sister while she bathed." Li Pang chuckled at the exchange between Instructor Hong and Wang Liang. However, his amusement quickly faded as a chilling realization washed over him. He glanced at the approaching drones, his expression darkening ominously. Could this be the punishment? They must have employed a truth-inducing device. What a ruthless tactic, Lin Xie remarked, unable to contain himself. The group exchanged glances, and Li Pang, disregarding the burden he carried, let out a desperate scream. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of strength erupted from within him, propelling the three of them behind him in a frantic effort to escape. Chapter 68. The End. Observing the rapidly departing Li Pang, Fang You raised an eyebrow, pondering what clandestine secrets he might be concealing. As a series of missiles soared towards him, Fang Yu deftly maneuvered his serpentine body to evade them, swiftly retreating to the side. "Drones on the left," Lin Xie remarked, maintaining his focus as he narrowly dodged a missile. "Run to the right." With that, Fang Yu darted towards the rugged mountain path on the right. Watching Fang Yu navigate the treacherous terrain with apparent ease, Chao Yuan smirked. The path ahead was far more arduous, and venturing in that direction would certainly deplete their stamina. "I give up. This group of instructors is undoubtedly doing this on purpose." Li Pang gasped for breath, illustrating the concept of an agile heavyweight as he deftly evaded the incessant missiles. "They're trying to drive us in that direction. There's no other choice. We can't shoot down those drones," Chao Yuan spoke calmly. After Fang Yu bolted ahead, Lin Xie followed suit, weaving through the rocky, tree-laden forest. Utilizing the advantage of his serpentine form, Fang Yu wielded a small knife, clearing obstructing branches with his armored scales to lead the way for the others. Inside the tent, a sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. Instructor Hong pressed his tongue against his molar, momentarily at a loss for words. He had almost forgotten that this individual possessed the ability of bodily transformation. Given the incident where Fang Yu had caused Moon Ghost to bleed from the nose, it was evident that such transformation could significantly enhance one's physical capabilities. Moreover, with this thought, Instructor Zhao's gaze fell upon Fang Yu's serpentine tail on the screen. This form appeared rather effortless, especially in such mountainous terrain. How can he still utilize the Forbidden Abyss? Instructor Han pondered, recalling an incident from that morning. He was aware that the training camp possessed items designed to suppress the Forbidden Abyss, and he also understood that the suppression against such high-risk entities may not be particularly potent. However, he did not recall the existence of such a Forbidden Abyss among the high-risk entities. Instructor Hong met Instructor Han's puzzled gaze and explained, "You might not know since you just arrived, but this individual is a divine agent. Thus, the suppression of the Forbidden Abyss has minimal effect on him." A flicker of understanding crossed Han Su's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Yu had never felt his abilities constrained from the very beginning. "Deploy more drones and separate them," Instructor Hong commanded through the intercom after observing the situation for a while. Once again evading missiles launched from above, Fang Yu was compelled to alter his direction. Each time he aimed for a certain spot, a drone would preemptively position itself there, prompting Fang Yu to exclaim in frustration, "This is so annoying." Seizing a moment while turning, Fang Yu glanced back. In a short span, The military uniforms of the three behind him were already riddled with tears, and their exposed skin bore small cuts from the sharp branches. However, there was no alternative. Although Fang You was boldly forging a path ahead, the interference from the drones prevented the three of them from consistently following the route he had carved out. They were compelled to occasionally sidestep to evade incoming missiles, naturally sustaining various injuries in the process. Amidst the intense exertion, Elysia found his stamina rapidly depleting. It was still daylight, and his recovery could not keep pace with the rate of exhaustion. Conversely, Chao Yuan's body remained robust, while by Li Ping, Fang You could hardly find words to describe him. He wore a face that seemed to embody despair. Yet he would inexplicably accelerate just as a drone was about to eliminate him, barely managing to lag behind the others. At that moment, another swarm of drones surged forth, inserting themselves between him and the remaining trio, continuously launching missiles. Damn, they're trying to separate us. Fang You raised an eyebrow, taken aback. After exchanging a glance with Elysia, he charged headlong in the direction indicated by his instincts. Simultaneously, Elysia led the others toward a path with fewer drones. Soon, the group vanished from sight. Uncertain how long he had been running, Fang You finally succeeded in shaking off the drones and perched atop a giant tree, gazing into the distance. Observing the sun slowly descending in the west, Fang You realized that Elysia's true strength was about to manifest. During this time, new recruits were continuously being eliminated, and Fang You even overheard the details of Shun Qingzhu's punishment. Just as he intended to descend from the tree and continue his advance, a noise emanated from the burden he carried on his back. It was Chao Yuan's voice. It seemed he too had been eliminated, yet this signified that there were few surviving recruits left. Fang Yu shook his head and sprinted toward his destination. Meanwhile, Instructor Hong was already stationed at the foot of the mountain, awaiting Fang Yu's arrival as he approached the finish line. The sky had completely darkened, and on the other side of the jungle, Elysia was swiftly traversing Jinan Mountain. At that moment, the stamina he had expended during the day was rapidly replenishing, and with the advantage of an open map, he was hastening toward the finish line. At the endpoint, Instructor Hong, upon receiving reports from other instructors, observed the red dot on the map, which appeared to surge forward with newfound vigor, and he felt a twinge of confusion. Why had he suddenly begun to move in a straight line? How much longer would it take? Very soon. How had he managed to discover the correct path so abruptly? Unable to contain his curiosity, the instructor holding the tablet inquired, even though the Zhanshu steel could not entirely suppress him. However, how had he suddenly discerned the right way? Ignoring the instructor's question, Instructor Hong asked, "Where is Fang Yu?" "He is already at the foot of the mountain." Are divine agents truly so formidable? Instructor Fan Likastunat. No sooner had his words left his lips than Fang Yu emerged slowly from the nearby mountain peak. At that moment, the serpentine form beneath him had long since retracted, having exhausted its energy. After the enhancement of the serpent's form was lost, Fang Yu's speed of advancement was dramatically diminished. His body was now covered in scratches, and his once clean visage bore the marks of mud. He gradually came to a halt before the instructor, only to suddenly lurch forward. After nearly 10 hours of exertion, despite the significant boost to his physical capabilities and control granted by the Silent Cat step, he had reached his limit due to the intense consumption of energy. In this moment, Fang Yu felt compelled to express his gratitude for Chun Mai's relentless training. Otherwise, given his previous willpower, he would likely have found a place to feign unconsciousness. As long as he could retreat to the system space, no one would know he was pretending. After all, his habitual tendency was to lie down whenever possible, to sit if lying down was not an option, and to stand only when seated was unavoidable. Hanli was momentarily taken aback, quickly stepping forward to support Fang Yu before he could fall. Chapter 69. Heretics in a state of hazy consciousness, Fang Yu awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself submerged in a large tub, with another tub placed beside him. Nearby, Shun Qingzhu leaned against the edge of the wooden tub, seemingly lost in thought. The foul odor emanating from the water prompted Fang Yu to wrinkle his brow in distaste. Nevertheless, aware that this was the medicinal bath prepared by their instructor, he steeled himself and reclined once more. "You're awake?" Shen Qingzhu turned upon hearing the commotion Fang Yu made. Yes, Fang Yu nodded, raising his arm. To his surprise, his previously sore arm had returned to normal, prompting him to exclaim, "This medicinal bath is quite effective." Shen Qingzhu nodded in agreement. The Night Watchman's secret recipe is certainly impressive. He then shifted the topic. By the way, the one who brought you back mentioned that you and Lin Xie should visit the instructor's office shortly. Again? With Lin Xie? Fang Yu scratched his head in confusion. Did he say why? Shen Qingzhu shook his head and sank back into the tub, leaving only his head visible. He didn't say. All right, Fang Yu conceded with a sigh. Suddenly, just as Fang Yu intended to rest his head against the tub's edge, a piercing scream from a girl outside shattered the tranquility. Shen Qingzhu frowned, standing up. I've soaked long enough. I'll go see what's happening. He had arrived earlier than Fang Yu and had been in the medicinal bath for quite some time. With that, he stepped out of the tub, hastily wiped off the remnants of the medicinal bath with a towel he had hung nearby, and dressed by his bedside. Before leaving, he grabbed Fang Yu's towel from the rack and placed it beside Fang Yu's tub. Before long, Shen Qingzhu returned, looking exasperated. What happened? Fang Yu immediately inquired upon seeing his expression. Don't even mention it. Shen Qingzhu plopped down on his bed, frustration evident in his tone. The moment I stepped outside, I was nearly startled to death by a naked fellow charging at me, like a plucked chicken. Really? Fang Yu leaned against the edge of the tub, resting his head on his arm. Do tell. It was that chubby one, by Li Tumeng, Shen Qingzhu remarked, glancing at Fang Yu, who had suddenly become animated. I have no idea what possessed him to run outside in the nude. Good grief. Fang Yu lamented, regretting not having followed Shen Qingzhu outside. What a missed opportunity. By the way, I ran into Chao Yuan just as I was leaving, Shen Qingzhu added suddenly, as if recalling something important. Yeah, he mentioned that there would be no morning training today and that we could head straight to the cafeteria for a meal. Shen Qingzhu paused, as if relishing the suspense. Then he suddenly recalled that Fang Yu had seemingly not consumed the peculiar combination of raw meat and steamed buns throughout the entirety of yesterday, and he let out a resigned sigh. Thus, he stated plainly, today's breakfast in the cafeteria consists of buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk. Oh, indeed. Upon hearing the morning's offerings, Fang Yu did not exhibit any signs of surprise, even displaying a hint of disinterest. You can linger a bit longer. I shall head to breakfast first. With that, Shen Qingzhu departed the dormitory without further ado. After learning from Chao Yuan that there would be no morning training today, Lin Xie felt no particular urgency to emerge from his medicinal bath. He leisurely soaked for a while longer before donning his attire and pushing open the door to the adjacent dormitory. As he entered, he spotted Fang Yu adjusting his trousers in front of the wooden tub. Are you heading to the cafeteria? Fang Yu inquired upon noticing Lin Xie's arrival. Yes. All right. I'll be quick. With that, he hastily donned a piece of clothing nearby and then opened a passage leading towards the cafeteria. At this moment, the cafeteria was brimming with new recruits. Having endured that nightmarish extreme training, they were indeed ravenous, devouring food as if they were starved wretches. Upon noticing Fang Yu and Lin Xie entering, Bai Li Pang swallowed his bun and exclaimed, "Come on, this bun is truly fragrant. I wonder if old Sun has finally had a change of heart to prepare such a lavish spread." He then handed each of them a bun. Fang Yu accepted the bun and settled at a table, leisurely enjoying it alongside the soybean milk. By the way, how did you manage to come down from the mountain yesterday? Bai Li Pang had not had the opportunity to inquire earlier due to his eagerness for breakfast. I walked out, Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. Bai Li Pang stared in astonishment, then exclaimed, You mean, you actually traversed Cangnan Mountain? Yes, he did as well. Lin Xie indicated Fang Yu beside him, but he ultimately fainted. That is something you might want to refrain from mentioning, Fang Yu remarked, swallowing the last of his bun. You guys. Bai Li Pang pondered for a moment before finally articulating, perverts. From the adjacent area, Chao Yuan, having overheard their exchange, silently approached, placing a meat bun into Lin Xie's bowl. You certainly have not brought shame upon us heretics. Heretics? Fang Yu and Bai Li Pang exchanged puzzled glances. What did you two discuss when we parted ways yesterday? Fang Yu narrowed his eyes at Lin Xie and Chao Yuan, his gaze somewhat unfriendly. Exchanging glances, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan remained silent. They were all deemed heretics including Fang You. Lin Xie had grown up without friends, only becoming acquainted with Fang You during the awakening at the Divine Ruins. The same could be said for Chao Yuan. Due to the existence of the Black King's annihilation, his childhood could also be described as tormenting. Bailey Pang Pang requires no introduction. He is extraordinarily wealthy, yet remarkably foolish, rendering him, in a certain light, a heretic of sorts. As for Fang Yu, Chao Yuan initially believed him to be the sole rational individual among their group. But Lin Xie countered this notion. Although their time together was brief, Lin Xie could sense an underlying attitude within Fang Yu towards his own life and the world at large. Despite his incessant claims of fearing death, Lin Xie felt that Fang Yu scarcely regarded his own existence with any seriousness. Rather than a fear of dying, it seemed more accurate to say he feared pain. Though he perpetually wore a smile that made him appear approachable, over time, Lin Xie discerned an elusive detachment about him, as if he were fundamentally unanchored to this place. Chapter 70. A Gift of Fate. Bailey Pang Pang observed the silent Lin Xie and Chao Yuan, muttering to himself, "I am but an ordinary." "Be quiet," Lin Xie interjected. "Oh." Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Xie glanced at the clock on the wall and announced, "Fang Yu, let us go." Fang Yu looked up, momentarily bewildered by Lin Xie's remark. After a brief pause, he recalled what Shun Qingzhu had mentioned to him. Oh, I'm coming. Take your time eating." Fang Yu called out to the other two before eagerly trailing behind Lin Xie as they exited the cafeteria. Watching their departing figures, Bailey Pang Pang nudged Chao Yuan. "Hey, what do you think they're up to?" "Who knows?" Chao Yuan replied, his expression impassive. "It certainly isn't a clandestine meeting with lovers. Could it be they're indeed meeting in secret?" Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Bailey Pang Pang. Chao Yuan momentarily paused in reaching for the soy milk. Meanwhile, after leaving the cafeteria, Fang Yu and Lin Xie made their way directly to the instructor's office. "Report." Even through the closed door, Lin Xie's voice resonated loudly. Instructor Hong's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "Come in." Upon seeing Lin Xie and Fang Yu enter in succession, Hong Hao felt a headache coming on. "You two are rather eager, aren't you? I merely mentioned yesterday that you should come, and here you are bright and early. Have a seat." Instructor Hong rose and retrieved an envelope along with 2 boxes from behind his desk. The envelope contained 2 cards, the passwords inscribed upon them. The box on the left belonged to Lin Xie, while the one on the right was for Fang Yu, rewards for your efforts. As Hong Hao returned to his chair, he remarked, "You two are impressive, managing to reap benefits from Chief Yuan." Lin Xie paused, slightly taken aback by Hong Hao's words. Did these come from Instructor Yuan himself? "Indeed," Instructor Hong replied, reclining against the back of his chair as he explained. "It was the chief's idea to have the mass team battle against the new recruits." Never anticipating defeat, gazing at the envelope and boxes on the table, Lin Xie fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Fang Yu. Fang Yu shrugged, responding with a nonchalant expression, prompting Lin Xie to push the envelope back. "Let us pass on this. We do not accept money meant for soldiers." Instructor Hong was taken aback. "You need not worry about saving for the chief. He is merely the deputy leader of the Night Watchers in Beijing, holding a position among the elite, and while withdrawing such a sum may sting, it won't cripple him." "Absolutely not," Lin Xie firmly rejected. "Very well," Instructor Hong acquiesced, retrieving the envelope. Once the envelope was set aside, Instructor Hong turned his attention to the two. "Take a look at what's inside these boxes." Lin Xie and Fang Yu each reached for their respective boxes. Opening his box, Lin Xie beheld a crystalline, azure diamond the size of a fingernail, while Fang Yu extracted a pair of dice from his own box. What you have is the Azure Heart, a forbidden object salvaged from the East China Sea over 2 decades ago. Within a 1-meter radius, it perpetually activates the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 278, known as the Azure Guardian, which can thwart most psychic attacks. At this point, Instructor Hong took a sip from the cup on the table before continuing. "However, the protection it offers against mental assaults has its limitations. Should the adversary possess a higher realm than yours, it may only serve to diminish the impact." Upon hearing Instructor Hong's description, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. He currently possessed 2 divine ruins, yet neither provided defensive measures against attacks. In the event of a psychic assault, he could only resort to the divine might of the Seraph, which, while potent, was particularly taxing on mental energy and leaned more towards offense than defense. Thus, the Azure Heart significantly remedied this shortcoming. After detailing the forbidden object in Lin Chia's possession, Instructor Hong turned his gaze towards Fang You, his expression slightly peculiar as he remarked, "As for your die, it is known as the Gift of Fate, Sequence 183. After stating the name of the forbidden object, Instructor Hong paused, seemingly pondering how best to elaborate. After a moment, he began to speak slowly. This object was delivered by Master Jinshan some time ago, who mentioned that the commander would soon put it to use. Its function is to achieve varying degrees of restorative effects determined by the outcome of the die roll. Each roll necessitates a 24-hour recharge. Rolling a 4, 5, or 6 corresponds to recovery effects of 33%, 66%, and 99%, respectively. This effect encompasses healing, energy restoration, and stamina recovery, with a 6 indicating a return to peak condition. However, correspondingly, it also incurs a reduction in combat effectiveness. 3, 2, and 1 represent 33%, 66%, and 99% decreases in combat capacity. Should one unfortunately roll a 1, a full realm drop would occur, though there is no need for concern, as both the enhancement and reduction effects last only 10 minutes. After concluding, Instructor Hong sighed with regret, noting that this forbidden object is effective only for those at the sea realm and below, with an element of unpredictability. Thus, exercise caution when utilizing it. So as not to fall victim to its potential pitfalls, he advised while observing the die in Fang Yu's hand. In truth, he and the commander had previously deliberated on whether to bestow this die upon Fang Yu, considering that as a divine agent of Daxia, still in his nascent stage, he would have benefited more from a defensive, forbidden object. Yet, Master Jinshan's response had been intriguingly suggestive. Lin Xie solemnly stowed away the Azure Heart, conveying his gratitude to Instructor Yuan. Fang Yu similarly pocketed the Gift of Fate, also expressing his thanks to Instructor Yuan. Meanwhile, the training ground resonated with the incessant clatter of wooden swords colliding. Lin Xie's neck bulged with visible veins, his hands swiftly twisting the hilt of the wooden sword. Seizing the fleeting moment, while Fang Yu was on the defensive, his wrist flicked with the grace of a serpent, angling the wooden sword to strike directly beneath his opponent's ribs. Fang Yu sidestepped urgently, the wooden bow grazing against the wooden sword, producing a jarring screech. Utilizing the momentum, he leaped back and then surged forward, the bow arcing downwards menacingly towards Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie leaned back, the force of Fang Yu's bow stirring the strands of hair on his forehead. In a critical moment, he bent his legs and propelled himself off the ground, twisting mid-air, the wooden sword descending upon Fang Yu like a shooting star. Fang Yu raised his bow to block, and the two collided with a thunderous crash. The tremendous impact sent both combatants reeling backward. Chapter 71. An encounter with fortune. Observing Lin Xie engaged in a spar with Instructor Han Li on the training platform. Fang Yu pursed his lips, his eyes reflecting a sense of helpless melancholy. Just moments ago, while practicing alongside Lin Xie, a sudden inspiration struck him. He wished to test the Gift of Fate. Seizing a brief moment of separation between the two, Fang Yu cast the die skyward. He watched intently as the dice tumbled and eventually landed on the ground. 1. A single dot. In an instant, the dice transformed into a beam of light that penetrated Fang Yu's being, leaving him feeling utterly weakened, as though he had overindulged, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, he sensed that something had gone awry within him. The wheels of fate did not turn. Rather, the chain of his existence seemed to unravel entirely. Fortunately, Lin Xie noticed Fang Yu's peculiar state just before his wooden sword descended. With an odd expression, he regarded Fang Yu, questioning whether he had rolled a 1. Though he had witnessed Fang Yu tossing the dice, it had landed behind him, preventing Lin Xie from seeing the final outcome. With a reluctant nod, Fang Yu confirmed it. After reporting the situation to Instructor Han Li, he was granted a 10-minute reprieve. Yet, was this not also a means of evading work? Training wearying? Just roll the dice. As long as one rolled a 1, a legitimate excuse for idleness was secured. If one could continuously roll a 1, then laziness could be indulged indefinitely. Amused by his own thoughts, Fang You nearly laughed aloud, reflecting on the adage, "To learn without contemplation is futile. To refrain from learning and reflection is blissful." Murmuring softly, he gradually descended into a state of consciousness, entering the system space. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a courtyard adorned with blooming roses. Fang Yu approached and gently pushed open the door. Inside, he was greeted by the sight of Elysia, who tilted her head with a cheerful smile. "How did you miss me?" Behind her, Pato was perched, her shoulders shaking playfully in response to Elysia's affectionate words. Fang Yu had long since developed immunity to Elysia's endearing remarks. Initially, such sudden declarations would have left him blushing and speechless. Now, feeling rather despondent, he plopped down across from them. "Is my luck truly this abysmal? Oh, you've only used it once, so your luck isn't so bad. Let us hope that's indeed the case." Sighing, Fang Yu resolved to minimize the usage of such a thing. "Say, if you were to possess me at this moment, would you be affected by the gift of fate?" Fang Yu suddenly pondered. I'm not quite sure." Elysia hesitated, her eyes sparkling with newfound curiosity. "Shall we try tonight?" To possess without harm, one would need to suppress their realm to match or fall below Fang Yu's own. However, the appearance portrayed by such words is that of the illustrious figure himself. Thus Fang Yu dared not allow Elysia to possess him in front of hundreds in the martial arena. Otherwise, a direct transformation performance would compel him to contemplate an early departure from the training camp. "Good." Elysia nodded with a smile. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and the moment Fang Yu's realm was restored, he returned to his body. Then, he was taken aback. Could throwing an object actually elevate one's realm? Just at that moment, upon regaining his realm, Fang Yu discovered that he had unexpectedly advanced to the pool realm. "My dear, perhaps you were already on the brink of a breakthrough, which is why you managed to ascend the moment your strength was restored." In the system space, Mebius sat atop her mechanical form, observing the data recorded in her hands. "You must hasten your advancement, dear. I require your assistance with a certain matter." Upon hearing Mebius's explanation, a flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's eyes. "What assistance?" "I am in need of experimental materials. For instance, the dye in your pocket." No sooner had Mebius's words fallen than Fang Yu felt the dye he had just thrown reappear in the very pocket from whence it came. Instinctively, he retrieved it and placed it in his palm. "This, aren't you still unable to possess?" "It's of no concern, my dear. I have found a solution." Just as Mebius finished speaking, Fang Yu witnessed the dye in his palm being enveloped by a streak of dark green lightning, vanishing without a trace. Hiv. "See, it has entered." Mebius gazed at the dye in her hand, her eyes brimming with excitement, her scarlet tongue licking her lips, regrettably. She could not bring living materials here. That night, after a day of training, Fang Yu lay despondently on his bed, unwilling to move a muscle. Yet, recalling the day's experiment, he mustered the energy to rise. He surveyed the dormitory. Shun Qingzhu was absent, having gone to freshen up. Now it was the perfect opportunity to slip away. With this thought, Fang Yu immediately opened a rift, preparing to exit the dormitory building. Ever since Shun Qingzhu witnessed his possession last time, Fang Yu had become considerably more cautious. After a series of rifts, he looked around, observing the lush, towering trees, and nodded in satisfaction. This was Cangnan Mountain. Since his breakthrough to the pool realm, his range of rifts had nearly doubled. Surely, he wouldn't be spotted here. Fang Yu muttered to himself, then tossed the die he had retrieved from Mebius. The die spun through the air before landing. Fang Yu, gazing at the number on the die, his hopeful expression shattered in an instant. Splendid, it was 3. He had just broken through, and his already unstable realm plummeted back to the lamp realm. Damn it, I will never play with this cursed die again. If I do, I shall be like a puppy. Amidst Fang Yu's irate mutterings, Elysia took her turn. Beneath the cloak of night, Elysia opened her sparkling cerulean eyes. She brushed her hair aside and chuckled softly, "It seems. This die only affects its original user." In the courtyard, Pato, filled with concern, gently patted Fang Yu's back. "Fang Yu, are you all right?" Observing the almost tangible resentment swirling around Fang Yu, Pato hugged the canister in her arms tightly. Your demeanor is rather frightening. Fang You met Pato's gaze, exclaiming indignantly. Why is this happening? After Moebius brought in the die today, it was inevitable that Elysia and Pato, among others, would play with it. Although the die had no effect on them, they could still roll for points. Among them, Pato managed to catch Fang Yu's envy, as she had hardly ever rolled less than 4 points. You all are simply too lucky. Chapter 72. Nyx Elysia strolled through the verdant hills of Cangnan, inhaling the crisp air of the forest. Listening to the conversations within the system's realm, she radiated a delightful smile. Fang You, it is quite all right. Fortune has its fluctuations, and that is entirely normal. As she spoke, Elysia gracefully leaped onto a towering tree. She brushed the hem of her skirt and, parting the branches before her, gazed into the distance. That direction leads to the overseas, does it not? Upon hearing Elysia's inquiry, Fang You paused momentarily, then turned his gaze toward the external world. After a brief moment, he nodded. Indeed, that is the overseas, shrouded in mist. With Fang Yu's affirmation, Elysia narrowed her eyes slightly and leaned against the sturdy trunk, slowly settling down. The night sky is truly captivating tonight, is it not? She remarked, glancing at the star-studded expanse above. Fang You couldn't help but nod in agreement. As they admired the night, Elysia's expression suddenly shifted, a frown creasing her brow. Wait a moment. Instinctively, she directed her gaze toward the training camp, her demeanor turning serious. Elysia, what has happened? In which direction did that sudden surge of energy come from? It resembled the presence we encountered that evening with the angel. Fang You hesitated before responding. It could be Nyx. Nyx? Pato tilted her head in confusion, looking at Fang You. Yes, Elysia acts as her agent. She is not a deity of the opposing faction. A deity, indeed. No sooner had Fang Yu's words left his lips than Moebius appeared at the top of the staircase, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she regarded Fang Yu. She was intrigued by the nature of the pinnacle forces in this world. I share your curiosity, Fang Yu concurred, nodding thoughtfully. Moments later, Elysia felt a subtle surge of power emanating from her, a slight enhancement of her presence. They had previously tested this capacity, which allowed her to utilize Fang Yu's other abilities without imposing excessive strain upon him. Officer Yuan Gang, Deputy Leader of the Daxian Night, Watch Team 006. May I inquire your esteemed name? Elysia emerged from the rift, only to be met with a grave scene before her. Nyx. The goddess narrowed her eyes, an inexplicable aura radiating from her, effortlessly suppressing Yuan Gang's mental pressure. She cast a fleeting glance at him, imbued with a hint of condescension. In the next moment, she noticed Elysia, who had suddenly appeared between them. Sensing the suppressed force beneath the other's beloved power, Nyx instinctively drew Elysia behind her, her expression turning serious as she regarded the unexpected girl. Yuan Gang also registered the presence of the girl who had materialized before him, a sudden headache blooming within him. Nyx, the goddess of the night, and as for the girl before him, he pondered silently whether she was formidable enough to be considered a ceiling-level entity. It was clear that Yuan Gang had also detected the faint, yet palpable pressure emanating from her. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the vicinity, Elysia offered a gentle smile and waved her hand. Hello there. My name is Elysia. According to the local customs, Fang You is my representative. Fang You, the keyword caught by Elysia, who was concealed behind Nyx, instinctively drew his gaze towards Elysia. No wonder he found the young girl before him somewhat familiar. The characteristics that had emerged from Fang You that fateful night were indeed possessed by the girl standing before him. Observing Nyx's continued gaze upon Elysia, softly elucidated from behind Nyx, she is a friend of a friend. Is she here to visit your divine realm? Elysia nodded eagerly, affirming yes. Meanwhile, he mentally shouted, Fang You, your deity has been here for so long. Where on earth have you run off to? Don't leave him to face this battlefield alone. Nyx regarded Elysia, and after a moment, she slightly inclined her body, saying my apologies. I was unaware you were a friend of Danida's. Not a problem at all, Elysia replied with a squint of her eyes and a cheerful tone. Seeing the atmosphere soften somewhat, Yuan Gang seized the opportunity to inquire, might I ask what brings you to our great Xia? Nyx tilted her head in contemplation before replying. I've come to find my son. Upon hearing Nyx's response, Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xie quickly cleared his throat and, with his mind racing, interjected. Instructor Yuan, what she means is, she is here to find a representative. Yuan Gang nodded, understanding now, and asked, have you located him? Before Nyx could respond, Lin Xie interjected once more, found him. Where is he? Who is it? That would be me. Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's response. Yet with Fang Yu's precedent, it no longer seemed far-fetched for Lin Xie to serve as a representative for two deities. After all, the report had clearly stated that Fang Yu was suspected of representing 13 deities. He could hardly fathom the shock he felt upon first reading that report. For so many years, the representatives of the deities in Great Xia had solely been Wang Mian and Xia Sim. To suddenly discover that there were 13 deities was utterly surreal. However, Yuan Gang turned his gaze back to Nyx, his eyes filled with inquiry. Your Grace, what he says. What my son says, that is the truth. Yuan Gong. Nevertheless, he did not forget his duties. Cautiously observing Nyx, he slowly spoke, Your Grace. Since the representative has been found, I kindly ask you to depart from the territory of Great Xia. Nyx turned to Lin Xie, who lightly cleared his throat. Well, since you found him, you should return home now. All right. Nyx nodded. Danidas, remember to come back often. Lin Xie waved his hand. Rest assured. Farewell. The silhouette of Nyx gradually faded, ultimately vanishing into the embrace of the night. With Nyx now departed, Yuan Gang turned his gaze towards Elysia, inquiring, What about you? Your Excellency? Elysia playfully winked, assuring him, Fear not, there is no need for anxiety. As her words lingered in the air, Elysia slowly transformed before their eyes into Fang You, a request made by Fang You himself. After all, the revelation was inevitable. It was an opportune moment to showcase Elysia's ability to possess him, thus alleviating the burden of having to draft a report later. Since Yuan Gang had uncovered this matter, it was only fitting that he be the one to document it. Lin Xie. Yuan Gang was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 73. Let it perish, Fang Yu? Yuan Gang gazed at Fang Yu with a hint of bewilderment, momentarily unsure. Instructor Yuan, it's me. Fang Yu affirmed with a nod. What on earth is happening? Yuan Gang was momentarily confounded. Had not your deity just stood here? Fang Yu observed Yuan Gang's expression and mused. Could it be that he exerted himself too much and damaged the CPU? At that moment, Lin Xie, deep in thought, approached the two and remarked, I believe I might understand the situation. During the battle against the Phantom King, Fang Yu had also undergone a transformation. Although not as drastic as this one, it could be inferred that it was akin to a divine descent. As Lin Xie spoke, he directed his gaze towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu's eyes brightened instantly, and he nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is a divine descent. My deity can temporarily manifest through my body. Yuan Gang squinted as he listened to Fang Yu's explanation, instinctively stroking his chin as he said, No wonder I sense divine fluctuations emanating from that deity, despite their realm being merely pool level. Ah, I see. By the way, has your deity entrusted you with any tasks? Yuan Gang suddenly inquired of Lin Xie and Fang Yu. As if struck by a thought, he exhaled a sigh of relief, silently sheathing his blade, his back drenched in cold sweat. Confronting a deity was already terrifying enough. He hadn't anticipated encountering two in his lifetime. Fang Yu's prior report had not specified the tasks assigned by his deity or deities, which was why he had included both Fang Yu and Lin Xie in his inquiry. Exchanging glances, Lin Xie and Fang Yu raised their eyebrows in unison, recognizing the imminent absurdity in their exchange. Ahem, Nyx has asked me to help her find a bracelet, Lin Xie recalled, mentioning the bracelet belonging to Nyx. An item retrieval task. That's manageable, Yuan Gang nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Such tasks posed minimal threats to the Great Xia, if any at all. Having reached this conclusion, Yuan Gang turned his attention to Fang Yu. And what task has your deity assigned you? Fang Yu rolled his eyes slightly. She has asked me to assist her in locating experimental materials. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment. Also an item retrieval task, then. Very well. I have a better understanding now. You two may head back. It is getting late, and there will be training tomorrow. They both nodded, and Fang You then opened a rift and stepped through, with Elysia following closely behind. Once they stood in the dimly lit dormitory, Fang You sensed Elysia behind him. "Why did you follow me?" he whispered. Elysia shrugged. "Every little bit helps. Go back quickly. I need to sleep. Be quiet when you close the door. Don't wake up the others," Fang You instructed, gently nudging Elysia towards the exit. Meanwhile, Elysia cast a curious glance toward Shun Qingzhu's direction. "Well, it seems your charismatic brother has awakened." Elysia was well aware that Fang You also possessed night vision, so he gestured towards the direction of Shun Qingzhu. Fang Yu instinctively turned his gaze, and their eyes met. Fang Yu awkwardly smiled. "Hey, you're still awake?" Shun Qingzhu cast a peculiar glance at Fang Yu in the darkness, then shifted his gaze to the figure behind him, who appeared to be Elysia. Unable to see clearly, he could only infer from the voice. In the dead of night, neither of them was asleep, yet they wandered to the rooftop. The fissure was two-sided, allowing Shun Qingzhu to glimpse the environment on the other side. Coincidentally, he had yet to notice Yuan Gang on the opposite side of the crack. Shun Qingzhu forced a smile. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." With that, he turned over and closed his eyes. At that moment, he deeply regretted not going straight to sleep after his shower. What was he so anxious about? What kind of mishap could occur in the training camp? Fang Yu glanced at Shun Qingzhu and then at Elysia. Forget it, let it all end. After witnessing Shun Qingzhu turn back to sleep, Elysia stifled a laugh and stepped outside. It was rare to see Fang Yu at a disadvantage. Although he was part of the same situation, it was of no consequence. He didn't need to be constantly in Shun Qingzhu's presence. And besides, with Shun Qingzhu's temperament, he would certainly not broadcast the incident. Just as he pondered this, he spotted Bai Li, the chubby one, standing in the hallway with his mouth agape, and behind him, Chao Yuan emerged with an expressionless face. First, he helped Bai Li close his jaw, then glanced at Elysia, who had just emerged from Fang Yu's dormitory with a smug look, and said flatly, "Since we found him, I'll head back to sleep now." Elysia, forget it, let it all end. He could already envision his diminished reputation. However, Bai Li quickly called out to Chao Yuan, "Hey, don't overthink it. He might just be looking for the charismatic brother." Chao Yuan ignored Bai Li and trudged back to his dormitory, heavy with sleep. "Why aren't you all asleep at this late hour?" Elysia dragged Bai Li back to their dormitory. Bai Li chuckled. "I was just worried because you didn't come back." While Elysia continued to banter with Bai Li on the rooftop of the dormitory building, Yuan Gang sat back on the steps, lighting a cigarette before dialing a number again. "Hello, how is the situation on your end?" The call connected almost instantly, and Xiaoping asked hurriedly, "The crisis has been averted." That human pinnacle. Yuan Gang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "If he has an urgent task, he need not come over, but if there's nothing pressing, I must trouble him to make a visit." He exhaled deeply, feeling weary as he slumped against the steps. Damn, the pressure from the divine presence is truly indescribable. Did you communicate directly? Indeed, it is the goddess of night, Nyx. However, the entity known as True Self, Elysia, as mentioned in Fang Yu's dossier, has also arrived. It is initially assessed that she was drawn here by Nyx. Xiaoping remarked, "Very well, you should rest now. I must report to the commander. By the way, that fellow Elysia has simultaneously become the agent of both the Seraph and the Goddess of Night." Xiaoping on the other end of the line paused momentarily before promptly responding, "Understood." Once Yuan Gang had thoroughly briefed Xiaoping on the situation, he ended the call. Above the surging Yangtze River, an ancient carriage raced swiftly. At the front of the carriage, a youth clad in coarse linen put away the phone in his hand. "Master Chun, the commander reports that the deity from Cangnan has departed. However, if you have the time, we hope you might pay a visit." A moment later, a venerable voice echoed from within the carriage. "Is it because of the agent of heroic individual?" The youth nodded, "Indeed." "Very well, return now. As for that agent, he is likely to visit the capital once the training concludes. It is advisable to avoid that peculiar place, Cangnan, as much as possible." Chapter 74. A necessary break. The winter sun gently filtered through the frigid air, casting a warm glow upon the training grounds of the camp. 240 recruits exhaled clouds of white mist as they circled the perimeter of the field. Unbeknownst to them, 5 months had slipped by, and during this period of rigorous training, Fang You and his comrades had undergone remarkable transformations. Not only had their physical fitness improved, but their spirits had also been rejuvenated. Elysia even jested that Fang You now resembled a completely new person, shedding the languid demeanor he once exhibited. Most commendably, Fang Yu had decisively overcome his habitual difficulty in rising early. In the initial months, he relied on Shun Qingzhu's Qi Min to awaken him. But now, the moment the whistle blew, he could instantly open his eyes. However, the most notable change was observed by Li Pangpang. Within a few short months, he had slimmed down significantly, no longer possessing the corpulent physique that could easily obscure both Fang Yu and Lin Xie when he walked down the street. As the cold winter air seeped into Li Pangpang's being, he involuntarily shivered. Rubbing his slightly numbed cheeks, he let out a soft sigh, lamenting the difficulty of rising on such a frosty morning. He had been enjoying a peaceful slumber when Lin Xie's startling revelation about Mo Li's preference for girls jolted him awake. Otherwise, he might have struggled to extricate himself from the enticing warmth of his blankets. Beside him, Fang Yu and Lin Xie jogged ahead, ignoring Li Pangpang's grumbling. Just as he was about to turn to Chao Yuan to voice his grievances, the instructor's resonant voice pierced the air, startling him. Li Tu Ming, do you require face rubbing while running? Are you cold? Li Pangpang's face paled, yet he mustered the courage to respond. Report. Yes, it is cold. You merely indicate that you haven't run enough. Prepare for an additional 5 laps. Upon hearing this, Li Pangpang's expression soured, feeling somewhat dazed. But he still managed to shout understood. Before long, the instructor's command to disperse resonated through the air. The formation swiftly moved toward the dining hall, leaving Li Pangpang behind, trudging through extra laps with a grimace. Once seated in the dining hall, Fang Yu and his companions reserved a steaming basket for Li Pangpang before indulging in their breakfast. Soon, Li Pangpang entered, drenched in sweat. Now it's not cold, Fang Yu teased, swallowing a bun. Li Pangpang sat down at the table, his face contorted in discomfort. I thought my movements were subtle, he muttered, only to notice Lin Xie pushing a basket of buns toward him. Opening it revealed 4 steaming meat buns, which brought a gleam to his eyes. Xie, you truly understand me, he exclaimed, seizing a bun and devouring it eagerly. Chao Yuan, witnessing this, silently rolled his eyes. While Lin Xie and Fang Yu savored their breakfast in the dining hall, little did they know that Chun Mai had stormed into Yuan Gang's office. He slammed his palm onto the desk and declared, "We need a break. It is absolutely necessary. I must confess, 2 members of my team are currently lying in wait outside the training camp. If you continue to remain tight-lipped, they may soon resort to abduction. Yuan Gong, look at the notorious figures from our Jing City." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Gang said, "Captain Chun, you are making this exceedingly difficult for me. Surely, you must provide me with some rationale." After a moment of silence, Chun Mai slowly began to speak. Recently, a multitude of rats has infiltrated Cangnan. Although we cannot ascertain which faction they belong to, our extensive surveillance has confirmed that their target is the new recruits within this camp. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. Incredulous. How is that possible? Consider the number of instructors guarding this place. Are they mad to think they can assault such a training camp for new recruits? Observing Yuan Gang's skeptical expression, Chun Mai calmly replied, "When sufficient profit is at stake, they are capable of anything. Surely, you have not forgotten the individuals among this cohort of recruits. Just the heir of the Bailey family carries a bounty substantial enough to tempt most into taking risks, not to mention the presence of 2 unprecedented divine agents here. Do you believe the ancient cult will allow these 2 to escape unscathed?" After pondering Chun Mai's words for a moment, Yuan Gang resolutely stated, "Then they should remain in the training camp, with myself and the other instructors here. Their safety is assured. Indeed, you are currently Cangnan's highest combat force, a formidable presence in the Sea Realm." Chun Mai replied, his gaze darkening slightly. "But can you guarantee the absolute loyalty of the instructors under your command? Setting aside potential traitors driven by greed, there are numerous agents within the ancient cult skilled in manipulation." Yuan Gang scoffed, "And what makes your team 136 entirely secure?" Chimai responded, "At least within Team 136. We are sufficiently familiar with one another, free from internal strife. As for the rest, we, Team 136, have never been afraid." Yuan Gang glanced at Chimai, who spoke with unwavering certainty. "So what do you propose we do? We take a break." Chunmai smiled faintly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. "We will release them, transitioning from the open to the clandestine, and await their arrival." In the training arena, all the recruits quickly formed ranks at the sound of the whistle. Instructor Hong paced above, scrutinizing the new soldiers below. Once he completed the head count, he nodded in satisfaction. "After 5 months of training, you have begun to resemble soldiers. This afternoon, we will not train. The first half of this training session concludes early. You will now learn tactics, firearms, and knowledge regarding the Forbidden Ruins." Upon receiving this announcement, the recruits erupted in excitement. Bailey Pong Pong's eyes filled with tears as he exclaimed, "Did you hear that? It's finally over. What a relief." Fang You let out a sigh of relief. Although he had grown accustomed to the intense training over the past 5 months, no one desires to subject themselves to such torment on a daily basis. The exuberance of the new recruits had yet to fade when Instructor Hong spoke again. Furthermore, after thorough deliberation among the instructors, we have decided to grant you all a break before the next phase of training commences. From today until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, you shall enjoy 4 days of holiday. The unexpected joy overwhelmed the new recruits, leaving them momentarily incredulous at the news they had just heard. "Quick, someone pinch me. I can't be dreaming, can I?" Fang Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing Bai Li Pang Pang's words, and, just as he was about to take action, he noticed Lin Qi Yi already swirling around Bai Li Pang Pang's arm. Oh, how delightful! Chapter 75. The assault, however, no one is permitted to depart from Cangnan. Should anyone be discovered leaving without authorization, their eligibility to join the Night Watchers will be revoked immediately. After Instructor Hong announced this news and left the training ground, Bai Li Pang Pang, with a face full of grievances, rubbed his arm and gazed longingly at Lin Qi Yi. "Qi, why did you grip so tightly?" Beside him, Fang Yu wore an expression of regret, exclaiming, "Indeed, how could you apply such force? Our Pang Pang has turned red all over. It should have been me." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang shot Fang Yu a peculiar glance, recalling that he had been the one to endure the brunt of the pain last time. Lin Qi Yi averted his gaze, responding, "You were the one who asked me to squeeze. How could I ascertain whether you were dreaming without exerting some pressure?" Chao Yuan patted Bai Li Pang Pang on the shoulder, then turned to Fang Yu and Lin Qi Yi, saying, "But the instructor stated that we cannot leave Cangnan. Where shall we reside?" Lin Qi Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't look at me. I have no place to stay either." "Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let us just get out of here first." Bai Li Pang Pang noticed that the new recruits had begun making their way to the dormitory and promptly called out to the others, nudging Lin Qi Yi, who seemed lost in thought. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fang Yu did not pack his belongings like the other newcomers. Since he resided at Hong Ying's house, he had all the necessary living items and thus did not need to bring anything from the training camp. After rummaging around for a while, Fang Yu finally slung a lightweight backpack over his shoulders. Just before leaving, he turned to the nearly finished packing Shenqing Zhu and inquired, "By the way, are you coming with us?" Shenqing Zhu paused momentarily, replying, "No need. Li Liang and his group will come looking for me shortly." "All right, then I shall take my leave," Fang Yu said, closing the dormitory door behind him. Lin Qi Yi, who emerged simultaneously, carried only a backpack as well. The three of them waited for a while until Chao Yuan arrived, dragging a suitcase. He first glanced at the lightly packed Fang Yu and Lin Qi Yi, then turned to Bai Li Pang Pang, asking, "Are you not bringing any luggage?" "Not necessary. I'll just have someone buy it for me later." Bai Li Pang Pang Raplia. Gao Juan Thima. No wonder Mo Li dislikes the wealthy young masters. Damned rich people. Following Fang Yu's lead, the group swiftly made their way to the training ground. Several large buses awaited them there, alongside stacks of black long boxes. Upon seeing the boxes, Lin Qi Yi's heart filled with suspicion. He sensed that this vacation was far from ordinary. Chao Yuan, frowning, voiced his concerns. This holiday likely won't be so peaceful. After a short while, once all the recruits had gathered, Instructor Hong, who had been standing at the front of the buses, proclaimed loudly, on this vacation. Everyone must carry a star blade. However, it must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand? Understood. Upon receiving the box, Elysia boarded the bus and took a seat beside Fang You. After scanning the surroundings with his mental energy for a moment, he spoke. The name hasn't been inscribed yet. It should merely be a temporary loan for our use. Fang Yu tapped the long box in his arms and replied nonchalantly, "In any case, I probably won't make much use of it." At that moment, Bailey Pang Pang, seated in front of them, gazed at the black box in his hands and remarked, "Although the star blade is of decent quality, it pales in comparison to forbidden artifacts." Chao Yuan interjected, "No one considers you mute if you don't speak." However, regarding quality, Fang Yu had always been curious as to why, despite its indestructible nature, it had not been fashioned into a shield. Just as the bus started moving, Fang Yu suddenly felt a jolt. He touched the back of his neck and glanced around. "What's wrong?" Elysia noticed Fang Yu's movement and inquired. "Strange." Fang Yu hesitated before continuing. "I feel a bit off, but I can't quite place why." Before Elysia could probe further, excited voices erupted within the bus. "Wow, I've broken through." "Me too." Elysia stared at his own hands in astonishment, his eyes reflecting shock. Instructor Hong observed their reactions and smiled slightly. "It's quite normal. You've been under the pressure of the Jinshu Monument for so long. With the sudden release of that pressure, your suppressed mental energy rebounds, making it easy to reach the pool realm." Fang Yu pouted and muttered, "I wish I could break through too." "Why don't you just say you want to fly?" Elysia rolled his eyes. "Didn't you just achieve a breakthrough?" "I can't sense the realm of my mental energy. I just feel considerably lighter." Watching the jubilant crowd around him, Bailey Pang Pang sighed. "I truly envy you folks with forbidden artifacts." Chao Yuan clenched his fists tightly. "Do you dare to reassess your conscience and repeat that? Are the countless forbidden artifacts on you mere decorations?" Just as Bailey Pang Pang was about to defend himself, Fang Yu suddenly looked up through the bus window towards the sky. In his line of sight, 5 missiles swiftly cut through the clouds, hurtling towards them. Fang Yu's pupils constricted, and he instinctively shouted, "Missiles!" Instructor Hong, seated in the front, heard Fang Yu's warning and instinctively glanced upwards, bellowing, "Everyone, get down and grab onto something." The 5 missiles roared overhead, and 3 of them grazed the tops of their heads, plunging straight towards the training camp. In an instant, a brilliant flash of fire erupted. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, a dark mushroom cloud began to rise above the training camp. The thick black smoke enveloped the entire area, with hints of golden light flickering within. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 missiles barreled directly towards their bus. Utilizing dynamic vision, Fang Yu observed the impending missiles. Gritting his teeth, he conjured a massive fissure above the bus. Moments later, another colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended not far from their convoy. Inside the vehicle, Fang Yu panted heavily, his breath somewhat labored. The distant shock wave rattled the windows with a resounding clatter. Feeling somewhat drained, he settled back into his seat, acutely aware of his heart pounding as though it might leap from his chest. With a bitter smile, he gazed at the mushroom cloud on the horizon. How things have changed. At the first sight of the missile, he did not immediately summon a rift to escape. Not far from the bus, Hong Ying extinguished the flames atop her long spear with a look of satisfaction, twirling it gracefully before drawing it to her side. It seems that Fang Yu has made significant progress over the past few months. Previously, he would not have been able to create such a large spatial rift. Behind her, when Mo also exhaled in relief, it appeared that this fellow had not slacked off during the training camp. Chapter 76. Entrapment following the resolution of the crisis. Instructor Hong, seated in the passenger seat, glanced back at Fang Yu before retrieving his walkie-talkie to report the situation and confirm the circumstances at the training camp. The bus then resumed its journey, swiftly entering the urban expanse of Cangnan City. It halted in a parking lot cleared by the military, and amidst Instructor Hong's repetitive exposition of the rules, Fang Yu and his companions gradually disembarked. In the parking lot, Bai Li, the rotund figure, stretched lazily. "Goodness, I nearly had a heart attack just now." After his stretch, he nervously patted his chest. "Oh right, my steward has already booked a hotel for me. Would you like to join?" As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards Fang Yu and Elysia. As for Chao Yuan, it was obvious he would accompany him. Fang Yu and Lin Xie, being locals, were the reason for his inquiry. While conversing, they exited the parking lot, and the new recruits promptly dispersed in various directions. Lin Xie spotted a familiar black sedan by the roadside and suggested, "Let us return to the office first, and then we'll come find you." Upon hearing this, Bailey nodded in agreement, slinging his arm around Chao Yuan's shoulder. "Then Chao Yuan and I will wait for you at the 5-star hotel. Remember now, room number 9039. Chao Yuan, somewhat exasperated, extricated himself from Bailey's embrace and turned to Lin Xie and Fang Yu. "We'll head off first. Make sure to come over early." "Absolutely," Fang Yu affirmed with an okay gesture. Once Bailey and Chao Yuan had boarded the Bailey family car, Fang Yu and Lin Xie approached the sedan by the roadside. As they drew near, Hong Ying in the passenger seat promptly lowered the window. "Hey, did you miss us at the training camp?" "Indeed," both responded in unison as they opened the rear door. After entering the vehicle, Wen Shima did not hasten to start the engine, which piqued Lin Xie's curiosity. "Why aren't we leaving yet?" Wen Shima glanced out of the window towards Hong Ying. There's still one more person. Before long, Hong Hao appeared, pulling open the car door amidst their curious gazes. "Scoot over." "Oh." Fang Yu nodded and shifted towards Lin Xie. As the door closed behind Hong Hao, Wen Shima gradually drove the car toward the office. Observing instructor Hong entering the vehicle, Lin Xie's eyes glimmered with understanding. He suspected Hong was also present due to the recent assault. The group halted before the office, where Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian had been waiting. Upon seeing the group disembark, Si Xiaonan hurriedly stood and jogged over to Fang Yu and Lin Xie, checking on their well-being. "I just heard you were attacked by missiles. It nearly scared me to death." Seeing that neither had suffered any injuries, and were even more robust than before, Si Xiaonan's anxiety finally subsided. "I told you they'd be fine, but Xiaonan insisted on waiting at the door for you." After Lung Xian and Hong Hao acknowledged with a nod, they addressed the duo. "All right, let us go inside and talk." Wen Shima carefully secured the car keys and beckoned instructor Hong to enter the office. Within the conference room, Chunmai observed as everyone settled into their seats before gently tapping the table, signaling for silence. "Fang Yu, your valor in saving the entire vehicle's occupants has been duly reported to the commander, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, obtaining a medal should pose no challenge," he stated. Instructor Hong glanced at Fang Yu, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "A medal?" Fang Yu momentarily forgot this detail. "Indeed, the merit system for night watchmen differs from that of the military. You will come to understand in due course. Why were we targeted by a missile strike? Shouldn't this be under military jurisdiction?" Lin Xie inquired, the mention of the military prompting his question. Instructor Hong exchanged a knowing look with Chun Mai, who reluctantly replied. Their targets were likely you two and that chubby fellow in the car. The Ancient God Society? Lin Xie immediately thought of this organization upon hearing the name. Ever since he awakened to the remnants of the divine realm, he had frequently encountered whispers of this group. Thus, upon learning that both he and Fang Yu had become targets, he swiftly connected the dots. The involvement of the Ancient God Society was indeed within the realm of expectation. Instructor Hong nodded, confirming, according to the current intelligence, they are indeed implicated. We have just received news from the military that the launch base for Missile 39 has been breached. Upon arrival at the scene, our personnel discovered numerous statues, remnants of flesh, scattered feathers, and a serpent eye smeared with blood. Medusa? Lin Xie, having recently brushed up on his mythological knowledge, posed the question. But where would Medusa acquire feathers? He pondered, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, one of them is likely the serpent woman who recently joined the Ancient God Society. She acts as Medusa's proxy. However, the identity of the other remains unclear. It's no wonder we suddenly received a leave of absence. It seems it was to safeguard the new recruits, Fang Yu remarked with a hint of disdain, realizing the underlying motive. Précisely, instructeurs ont replié sur lui. Their primary targets are you two and Bai Li Tumming. By granting you leave, not only can they disperse the targets, but they can also conceal you to prevent the use of large-scale destructive weaponry for remote attacks. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie instinctively glanced at the black box he carried on his back. So, releasing the new recruits from the Forbidden Realm, allowing us to break free, and returning our swords is intended to ensure our self-defense capabilities. Correct, and it is not solely for self-preservation, Instructor Hong added. In the coming days, you will need to explore outside. Fang You and Lin Chia exchange bewildered glances at Instructor Hong's words. We need to utilize these 4 days of leave to lure them out and eliminate the threat entirely. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Instructor Hong continued, as for your safety, there is no need for excessive concern. We have dispatched instructors whom we can absolutely trust into the city to provide covert protection for you. Moreover, with Commander Yuan, who is stationed here as the Ocean Authority, they will not be able to create any disturbances. Seeing that everything was in place, Instructor Hong promptly rose, stating, since the arrangements have been made, I shall return to the camp. Lin Chia was somewhat astonished. Had the training camp not already been obliterated? He had witnessed 3 missiles detonate at the camp with his own eyes. With a commander present, there was no need to worry about the situation there. But the traitor still needed to be identified promptly. After finishing his words, he waved goodbye to Lin Chia and Fang You, saying, we shall meet at the training camp. All right, both responded. Once Instructor Hong departed, Chun Mai slowly stood up and inquired, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you have any plans? Chapter 77. Are you not afraid of death? Upon hearing Chun Mai's words, Fang Yu instinctively felt a yearning to return home. After all, it had been nearly half a year since he last visited, and he was uncertain of how things had fared at home. However, recalling his current circumstances, Fang Yu dismissed the thought. Chun Mai had previously informed him that his home had long been secured. Thus it was best not to return, lest they attract the gaze of the ancient god sect. Observing Lin Chia's somber expression, Fang Yu gently patted him on the back and then turned to Chun Mai, who shook his head in response. Then you all should accompany Hong Ying to buy groceries tomorrow morning. I shall prepare dinner in the evening, and we will celebrate the New Year's Eve feast together. Lin Chia was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his lips. All right. Chun Mai patted Lin Chia's shoulder, saying, very well, it is getting late. You should head back now. As the serious matters had been discussed, Wu Xiangnan approached them directly, lightly touching their arms with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Looking good, you've both gained quite a bit. Zhao Kongcheng, upon hearing this, also stood up and joined in, pinching their arms. Not bad. It seems you've made significant progress at the training camp. I'll go prepare the firearms now. Watching Lung Xian exit, Fang Yu looked at Chun Mai with a hint of confusion. Chun Mai replied, Lung Xian will be protecting you during this time. Lin Xia opened his mouth to speak. In truth, we are quite capable now, and besides, if things turn dire, we have Fang Yu with us. Even if we cannot fight back, if we're determined to flee, I doubt anyone could pursue us effectively. After leaving the office, as they walked for a while, Hong Ying glanced back at Wen Qimo, who was still following them, with a puzzled expression. Why are you still tagging along? Wen Qimo replied seriously. I am here to protect them. Hong Ying responded, but my home has no vacant rooms. Wen Qimo waved his hand dismissively. I can share a room with Chia or Fang Yu. I can provide close protection for them. Fang Yu squinted at Wen Qimo. You must be harboring ulterior motives, not genuinely wishing to protect us. Ultimately, under Wen Qimo's relentless insistence, he ended up at Hong Ying's home. However, he did not succeed in squeezing into Lin Chia or Fang Yu's room. Instead, Hong Ying arranged for him to sleep in the living room, on the floor. Standing in the living room, watching Wen Qimo foolishly smile while preparing his sleeping area, Lin Chia inwardly rolled his eyes. This guy was certainly not here out of a sincere desire to protect them. He simply wished to stay at Hong Ying's house. After waiting in the living room for a moment, Fang Yu gathered his belongings and descended the stairs. Upon seeing Fang Yu, Lin Chia first glanced out the window at the darkening sky before standing up. Let us go for a walk. Where to? Hong Ying, Clochina Blanque, poked her head out from behind. We're heading to the hotel. Fang Yu took the blanket from Hong Ying's hands and tossed it onto Wen Qimo. As they stepped into the hotel, Fang Yu gazed at the opulent decorations of the lobby, unable to suppress a smirk. Is this the life of the affluent? Come on, let's head to the front desk to contact Fatty, Lin Xia urged, pulling the reluctant Fang Yu towards the reception. Hello, I'm here to find a friend. Do you happen to know their room number? 9039. Very well, I will assist you right away. Before the front desk attendant could finish, A deafening explosion reverberated from above. As they observed the sudden chaos erupting outside the hotel, both Lin Chia and Fang Yu's expressions shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, they sprinted towards the exit. Upon bursting through the doors, they simultaneously gazed upward at the hotel. The pinnacle of the towering structure was now engulfed in flames. Lin Chia's complexion soured. He could surmise the explosion had originated from the 90th floor. "Can we make it up there?" Lin Chia inquired, turning to Fang Yu. Fang Yu nodded, "Piece of cake." No sooner had he spoken than a rift opened beside him, revealing a seething inferno on the other side. The scorching flames licked through the fissure, casting a crimson hue across half of Fang Yu's face. Just as they prepared to charge in, Lin Chia caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden light flashing through the darkness. Squinting, he attempted to discern its nature, but the shimmer vanished in an instant. That was Fatty and Xiao Yuan, Fang Yu exclaimed. Without hesitation, Fang Yu closed the rift, and the duo raced towards the source of the golden flash. Along the way, Fang Yu tossed his black box to Lin Chia, subsequently summoning the ethereal weapon, Past Blossoms. Throughout the 5 months of training, it had always been he and Lin Chia practicing together. Thus he understood that Lin Chia wielding dual blades would be far more effective. As they dashed onward, Lin Chia closed his eyes, meticulously scanning the surroundings with his mental acuity. Moments later, his countenance darkened. "Follow me," he commanded, veering off to the side, with Fang Yu closely trailing behind, clutching Past Blossoms. They soon halted at a narrow intersection, where a sign loomed ahead. Fang Yu's expression grew grim as he read the inscription, "No entry." "It's the Wujia Void," he murmured. Lin Chia furrowed his brow. This was indeed linked to their team's Wujia Void. This implication suggested the involvement of another group of night watchers in the matter. Should they enter or not? Standing before the sign, Lin Chia felt a flicker of inner turmoil. Perhaps he had undergone considerable change during this period. Previously, he would have steered clear of such situations. Yet now he found himself contemplating whether he could rescue Fatty and Xiao Yuan from the clutches of that group. Observing Lin Chia, Fang Yu softly spoke. "I'll go in first." With that, a rift opened, and without a backward glance, he plunged into the unknown. Gazing at the gaping fissure that remained unsealed, Lin Chia's eyes glimmered with resolute determination, a golden hue igniting within his dual orbs, radiating brilliantly against the night. For the sake of Bai Li Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan, for the sake of his companions. Within the boundless void, Bai Li Tumming surveyed the desolate streets, his expression darkening. He cursed under his breath and directed his ire toward Xiao Yuan, exclaiming, "You damned Xiao Yuan, did I not reserve a room for you at the nearby inn? Why you still seek me out? Are you unaware of my current worth?" The remaining recruits, upon disembarking, had kept their distance from him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Why, then, did this fool insist on approaching? "Are you not afraid for your life?" Xiao Yuan arched an eyebrow, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, and replied coolly, "Not afraid." Pang Pang. Chapter 78. Please accept my heartfelt intentions, ignoring Bai Li's incessant complaints. Xiao Yuan's gaze fell upon the street ahead. In the dim twilight, the streetlights flickered as if they might extinguish at any moment, illuminating the imposing figure of a man on the asphalt road in a ghostly manner. "Stop cursing. Someone is approaching," he cautioned. "There are more behind." Bai Li turned to look over his shoulder, only to spot a man with 3 knives silently observing them. A grimace crossed Bai Li's face. There were indeed 2 individuals. However, Xiao Yuan shook his head, dismissing Bai Li's speculation. "Bai Li Skufa. Since when did the night watchman resort to murder and arson?" The towering man in front spoke in a low voice. "We are no longer night watchmen. We hail from the sanctuary." Bai Li's expression turned to one of confusion as he glanced toward Xiao Yuan. The sanctuary was a place designated for imprisoning those who had awakened to the forbidden abyss, predominantly comprising fallen night watchmen. Xiao Yuan regarded the man before him and replied coolly, "Had the commander not intervened on my behalf, I would likely be among those incarcerated." Bai Li understood. Yet he sought to extract more information. However, the towering man did not afford him that opportunity. With a fierce growl, he began to contort violently. Bailey was taken aback as he witnessed the figure before him suddenly grow taller, only to swiftly shrink again. The muscular man possessed the ability of muscle reconfiguration, allowing him to compress his own muscles at will. Despite his current appearance resembling that of a young student, his physical prowess was undoubtedly formidable. As Chao Yuan's words faded, the seemingly diminutive figure unleashed a punch aimed at Bailey. Startled by the rapidly enlarging fist, Bailey instinctively cried, "Yao Guang." A golden radiance coalesced before him, serving as a barrier against the man's strike. A dull thud resonated as Bailey watched the shimmering light before him crack and splinter. Is this even a normal human being? He thought, his eyelids twitching nervously. In the midst of his astonishment, the man executed a sweeping kick towards the golden barrier, dispersing some of the luminous energy. "Help me." Bailey frantically rummaged within the towel draped around him. Chao Yuan cast a glance at the man with 3 knives and retorted, "No time." The expressionless man drew one knife from his back, while the other 2 seemingly emerged from nowhere, simultaneously unsheathing themselves. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the man's final punch obliterated the golden light, transforming it into mere glimmers. As he gazed at Bailey, a cold glint flickered in his eyes before he launched a direct assault towards Bailey's head. Just as he was about to make contact, a fiery web manifested before them, undeterred by the charred state of his elbow. The man gritted his teeth and continued his relentless advance towards Bailey's head. Drawing upon months of accumulated combat experience, Bailey Pang instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, he finally managed to free his hand from the towel, revealing a gleaming greatsword clutched firmly in his grasp. "Phew, that was close. Almost nicked myself." Puffing out his chest, Bailey swung the greatsword toward the man. The blade fragmented midair, and within moments, a dazzling storm of swordlight filled the man's vision. His expression darkened as he hastily retreated, barely avoiding the overwhelming barrage. Just as he prepared to counter, a deranged, almost maniacal laughter erupted beside him. Turning in bewilderment, he witnessed Chao Yuan, bare-chested and wreathed in sinister flames, relentlessly hacking at the triple-blade wielder with frenzied strikes. The sheer force of his blows shattered the pavement beneath, and the triple-blade wielder felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of collapse. Gritting his teeth, the man desperately parried with his 3 blades, his voice laced with fear and resentment as he spat out, "What the hell is this monstrosity?" Amid Chao Yuan's grotesque laughter, the triple-blade wielder finally buckled, one knee slamming onto the ground. Suddenly, a surge of danger jolted through him, summoning unknown reserves of strength. He kicked off the ground, narrowly dodging Chao Yuan's descending blade. The spray of shattered stones stung his skin, each impact sending waves of pain. Coughing up blood, he cried out in terror, "What kind of demon is this?" Before shouting into the distance, "Hurry up and attack. I'm about to die." As Chao Yuan's straight blade arced toward his skull, an arrow sliced through the night, aimed directly at Chao Yuan's head. With a swift motion, Chao Yuan redirected his blade, cleanly severing the projectile. Yet the sheer force of the impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby building. The deafening explosion instantly alerted Fang You and Elysia, who were not far away. Kicking aside the lifeless body of a bald man pierced through the skull by an arrow, Fang You tore open a spatial rift. Emerging from it, he spotted another arrow streaking toward Chao Yuan, who lay amidst the rubble. Fang Yu's eyebrow arched. Well, a fellow archer, huh?" As the rift vanished, Elysia's figure melted into the darkness, swiftly closing in on the hidden bowman. Meanwhile, the arrow that had passed through the rift reappeared behind the schoolboy, still locked in combat with Bailey Pang. A thunderous explosion followed as the arrow obliterated a massive chunk of the pavement. Fang Yu clicked his tongue at the devastation. "TSK, that's some serious firepower. Damn it. Watch where you're shooting." The man dodging Bailey's sword storm cursed, scrambling across the ground to evade. As he lifted his head to locate the rooftop archer, a crystalline arrow embedded itself squarely between his brows. With a dull thud, he collapsed, a pool of blood slowly spreading beneath his head. Bailey Pang gazed at the crystalline arrow lodged in the man's head, his expression brightening with joy. "Fang You." In that instant, The anxiety that had burdened him dissipated entirely. With his companion's arrival, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, even in the face of potential reinforcements for the adversary. Meanwhile, from a nearby rooftop, a sudden shriek from a female voice pierced the air. Fang You glanced in that direction, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. What on earth had he done to elicit such a dreadful scream? Muttering to himself, he once again placed his hand on the bowstring. Observing the figure of the fleeing swordsman in the distance, a sweet smile played upon Fang Yu's lips. Please cherish my intentions. Chapter 79. The lock of Chao Yuan. The voice was soft, yet undeniably authoritative. As the words fell, Fang Yu released his grip on the arrow. Unlike the previous archer, who had created a tremendous commotion, Fang Yu's arrow excelled in its penetrating power. Whoosh! With the sound of an arrow slicing through the air, the crystal projectile pierced the night and silently embedded itself into the back of the three-blade man's head. System notification. Gained 5 awakening points. A smile crept onto Fang Yu's lips, who said that pursuing one's target was unwise. This was truly exhilarating. With the earlier encounters involving the Mediterranean and that elementary school student, he had amassed a total of 11 awakening points that night. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu invested all of them into the M-Bias panel. System notification. Infinite M-Bias awakening level has reached 44. Regrettably, the Mediterranean was merely at the lamp stage. After dispatching the 2 enemies, Fang Yu turned his gaze toward the tall building several hundred meters away. There, Elysia was engaged in combat with the archer, and the faint sounds of explosions could occasionally be heard. As Fang Yu pondered whether to assist, a wail arose from below. Brother Fang Yu, Brother Chia, hurry! Chao Yuan is plotting to murder his teammates. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu looked down just in time to see Chao Yuan, radiating a menacing aura, brandishing a black flame-covered blade with a sinister grin as he charged at by Li Pang Pang. However, thanks to his nimble movements and the protection of Yao Guang, Bai Li Pang Pang was not in immediate danger. He was currently holding a sealing scroll, hoping to capitalize on Chao Yuan's momentary lapse to strike at his upper body engulfed in black flames. Unfortunately, his efforts were not yielding the desired results. With a slight grimace, he abandoned the idea of stealing a kill. Crossing the rift, Fang Yu appeared beside Bai Li Pang Pang, simultaneously creating a rift that transported Chao Yuan a short distance away. Hand me that roll of tape, Fang Yu said, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chao Yuan. Quickly, without a moment's hesitation, Bai Li Pang Pang swiftly handed over the Chao Yuan virgin lock. Clearly, Fang Yu was far more suited for this task. After all, among all the recruits in the training camp, only a few could contend with Fang Yu in close combat. Bai Li Pang Pang had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Be careful. Once he enters the pool stage, the Forbidden Ruins seem to have grown stronger and much more vicious. Bai Li Pang Pang shuddered at the sight of Chao Yuan, who appeared demonic. Rest assured, Fang Yu nodded, then charged towards the frenzied Chao Yuan. As the rift opened in his path, by the time Fang Yu emerged, he stood behind a frenzied Chao Yuan. He swiftly applied a sealing scroll to the back of his opponent, and as Chao Yuan turned to strike, Fang Yu leaped, reappearing behind him once more. Fully unfurling the sealing scroll, Fang Yu adeptly stabilized Chao Yuan's elbow, which clutched the blade, using his dynamic vision. Hey, this fellow possesses quite a strength. Fang Yu inhaled sharply, then struck his elbow forcefully against the opponent's wrist. The straight blade, engulfed in black flames, fell to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu arched backward. A fissure opened above Chao Yuan's head, and Fang Yu sprang forth, ensnaring his legs around the opponent's neck. Once the sealing scroll thoroughly restrained Chao Yuan, Fang Yu twisted his waist, exerting force with his legs, and, propelled by inertia, hurled Chao Yuan into a nearby low building. Boom! Amidst the billowing dust, Chao Yuan coughed a couple of times, struggling to crawl out through the window. Thank you, he said nonchalantly while tugging at the tape on his body. Not all, Fang Yu replied, just as he instinctively glanced toward a certain spot behind him. In the narrow, dilapidated alley, a mouse slowly scurried by before swiftly disappearing into the sewer. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, finding it peculiar that he could sense a feeling of being watched from a mere rodent. Before long, Elysia approached, returning Fang Yu's black box. Accepting the box, Fang Yu smirked. You won't even help me carry it back? Once you've used it, you discard it like a scoundrel. Lin Xie opened his mouth to respond, but his attention was drawn to the distant sound of an explosion. He too looked up, realizing that after eliminating the previous foe, the unbounded void had been disrupted without anyone to maintain it. The flames continued to ravage the top floor of the hotel, showing no signs of abating. That is the battlefield of the instructors, Lin Qian noted, observing the combat fervor in Fang Yu's eyes. The adversaries are likely from the Chuan realm. Our presence would only complicate matters. Fang Yu rubbed his nose and murmured, Of course, I am aware. I merely took a glance. He then shifted the topic, curiosity evident in his gaze. By the way, what were you just doing? Lin Xie paused, looking at Fang Yu with a hint of exasperation. I was experimenting with a new ability. What ability? Pray, elaborate. Bai Li Pang interjected, approaching with a sly expression, clinging to his precarious towel. Just as Bai Li Pang finished his question, Lin Xie's expression darkened, his entire demeanor becoming more profound. Would you care to try? Bai Li Pang shuddered, hastily waving his hands. Never mind. It was Fang Yu who initiated this. You can experiment with him. As Lin Xie turned his head, the darkness in his eyes dissipated, and he frowned with a hint of regret. I had intended to see if I could directly control another. Alas, it seems this ability can only manipulate lesser beings or those of inferior ranks. Very well. Disappointed at the lack of thrilling revelations, Fang Yu felt his interest waning. Noticing Chao Yuan retrieving his discarded straight blade, Lin Xie adjusted the black box behind him, ultimately deciding to take the one Fang Yu was carrying, then turned to walk toward the other side of the street. Let us depart. Remaining here is far too perilous. Instead, let us indulge in a late-night snack. I shall treat you. We settled into a quaint, secluded noodle shop. 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles, 1 bowl of pork chop noodles, and 1 bowl of braised beef noodles topped with a pork chop, vegetarian chicken, shredded meat, an egg, and fragrant tofu accompanied by noodles. Lin Xie remarked, after placing the order, as Bailey Pang wiped the greasy table with a tissue, is this truly what you consider a late-night snack? Do you believe it is appropriate for us, given our circumstances, to stroll about so carelessly? Lin Xie rolled his eyes and added, though this establishment may appear somewhat shabby, the flavors are undeniably exquisite. You may inquire with Fang Yu if you doubt me. Chapter 80. Truly You in the Quiet Alley. A fragrant aroma gradually wafted through the air. There was, of course, another reason for their presence here. He had not brought much money. Soon, 4 bowls of noodles were served. How much is it, boss? Lin Xie inquired, reaching into his pocket to retrieve some cash. 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles for 20. And the large bowl for 12. The young man hesitated, perhaps finding it a bit awkward. After a moment's contemplation, the boss finally stated, the noodles amount to 42, totaling 74. Lin Xie paused momentarily, then maintained his composure, asserting that he would cover the cost himself. After saying this, he pulled out a 50 yuan note and then glanced at Fang Yu. Receiving the cue, Fang Yu set down his chopsticks and retrieved 2 coins from his pocket to hand to boss. Bai Li Pang, upon hearing Lin Xie's words, widened his eyes in disbelief, feeling as if the sky had fallen. He rubbed his ears, somewhat incredulous. Xie, didn't you say you would treat us? Lin Xie accepted the 20 yuan change from a boss and confidently slurped a mouthful of hot noodles. I've changed my mind. It was unavoidable. He had only brought 50 yuan with him when he set out and had never anticipated overspending even at such a humble noodle shop. Pang hesitated for a moment, then asked somewhat timidly, Boss, do you accept card payments? He was met with the boss's unperturbed gaze. Ultimately, it was Chao Yuan who produced a crumpled 50 yuan note, assisting Bai Li Pang with the payment. In doing so, he also exchanged this 50 yuan for several days' worth of food and lodging from Pang. As the group enjoyed their noodles, they listened to Bai Li Pang recount his recent experiences at the hotel. You're so ostentatious, Lin Xie commented after hearing Pong's description. Heaven knows why they dared to swagger into the hotel while being pursued. Isn't that just a blatant invitation for them to come find you? Bai Li Pang, however, waved his hand dismissively. I've faced countless assassination attempts since childhood. I've long since grown accustomed to it. While they conversed, another group of individuals entered the establishment. Fang You instinctively glanced over, and his eyes brightened. Shen Qingzhu. He waved at the person leading the group. Oh, Brother Zhuang, you're here for noodles too? Baili Pang turned to look in the direction of Fang Yu's voice, momentarily forgetting the piece of meat in his mouth, and greeted him as well. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Although only Fang Yu and Shen Qingzhu were somewhat familiar with each other, a bond of camaraderie had formed among the four of them through half a year of shared trials. Shen Qingzhu pressed his lips together and nodded in response. Upon seeing the sumptuous late-night meal before Baili Pang and hearing someone gulp behind him, he abruptly suppressed his own order for 4 bowls of clear soup noodles. After a moment of internal conflict, he finally said 3 bowls of shredded pork noodles and 1 bowl of clear soup noodles. He then retrieved 36 yuan from his somewhat tattered wallet and handed it to the boss. He subsequently squeezed his wallet, only to swiftly tuck it away again. Lin Xie noticed the movement of Shen Qingzhu's hand, and his mental energy instinctively swept over, soon revealing that the wallet was devoid of any contents. After ordering the noodles, Shen Qingzhu signaled to his entourage to take a seat at the table beside Fang Yu and the others. Having consumed plain noodles for an extended period, it was time for a change of flavor. After conversing with Deng Wei and the others, he turned to Fang Yu, saying, "Thank you. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude since we parted ways that day. It's a trivial matter." Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Bro, why have you suddenly become so courteous?" Baili Pang inquired with a hint of skepticism. Shen Qingzhu shot a glare at Baili Tuming, then turned his attention back to Fang Yu, stating, "If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I am willing to help." Though unspoken, Shen Qingzhu sensed that this holiday was far from ordinary. There was a significant likelihood that it was aimed at their group, especially after noticing the nearly non-existent towel draped over Baili Pang. Upon hearing Shen Qingzhu's words, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, and a sudden thought emerged. He pressed a hand on Fang Yu, who was about to speak, saying, "We actually have a business proposition for you." "What is it?" Lin Xie pointed to Baili Pang, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal across from Fang Yu, to provide him with close protection for these few days. Shen Qingzhu paused, his gaze shifting to Baili Pang. "Of course, he will pay you a protection fee of 1,000 yuan per day. What do you think?" Shen Qingzhu hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. "That sounds acceptable, but this transaction will be strictly between us. They cannot be involved." He gestured towards the 3 individuals beside him. "Not a problem." Soon, the group finished their late-night meal. After Shen Qingzhu advanced some cash to Baili Pang and returned to hand it over to Deng Wei, they gradually departed from the establishment. As they strolled down the dimly lit street, Baili Pang glanced at Shen Qingzhu beside him, then at Lin Xie ahead. He leaned toward Fang Yu and whispered, "Hey, why do you think Xie wants bro to protect me?" Fang Yu shot a sidelong glance at Pang, replying, "Isn't it obvious? Given the current situation, both Xie and I cannot be by your side at all times, as that would only attract more attention. Furthermore, Chao Yuan becomes indiscriminate when he loses control. You urgently need a reliable expert close to you." "Oh." Baili Pang nodded in sudden understanding. Under Lin Xie's guidance, the group soon arrived at a secluded, dilapidated inn. Dream Butterfly, Lover's Inn? Baili Pang could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them vigorously, ensuring he wasn't mistaken, then looked at Lin Xie with admiration, saying, "As expected of you, even in such times, you think to come to this place." Lin Xie's expression hardened, his fists swollen to the size of a pot. Suppressing the urge to engage in an intimate encounter with Baili Pang, Lin Xie took a deep breath. Once his emotions stabilized, he slowly spoke, "This is for you." Upon hearing Lin Xie's explanation, Baili Pang, who had previously felt quite relaxed, was suddenly taken aback, a sense of tension coursing through him. "Are you serious? Surely, you must have been captivated by my graceful figure." With one hand clutching his bath towel and the other resting defensively on his chest, he regarded Lin Xie with suspicion. "For the time being, let's refrain from being so ostentatious. How about we find a hotel where we can check in without having to register our identities?" Gritting his teeth, Lin Xie forced himself to focus on the modest in ahead. Chapter 81. Perhaps you could rely a bit more on Elysia once they had ensured the comfort of the chubby by Li and the others. Fang You and Lin Xie traversed the rift back to the Hong Ying residence. As they emerged from the fissure, they were greeted by the voice of Hong Ying. She sprang up from the sofa, visibly irked, and exclaimed, "Why are you two returning so late? If you had delayed any longer, we would have been compelled to search for you." Lin Xie scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry, Hong Ying. We stopped for a late-night meal." "Apologies, Hong Ying," he added. Sighing, Hong Ying relented. "Well, you should head to bed early. Xiaonan has already returned to her room." "Understood." Fang Yu nodded in agreement, following Lin Xie upstairs as Hong Ying ushered them along. "When Shima, make sure to stay alert tonight, and don't slack off," she called out. Got it. You should return to sleep as well. I'll keep watch here." When Shima yawned lazily, remarking, "You two seem quite energetic, wide awake in the dead of night." Hong Ying responded affirmatively, but her gaze drifted outside to the falling snow, her tone tinged with concern. "I truly hope we can catch them all." With a soft sigh, Hong Ying turned and retreated to her room. A sudden clap echoed, plunging the entire villa into darkness. Outside, amidst the swirling snow, Long Xian hurriedly approached, clutching his sniper rifle, breathless. Observing the darkened villa, he felt a sense of resignation. This fellow's teleportation was remarkably convenient. A round trip had nearly left his legs in tatters. Once his breathing steadied, Long Xian ascended to the rooftop of the nearby church, positioning his sniper rifle carefully before lying down to survey the surroundings through the scope. As he had pledged, he would ensure the safety of both of them. Snowflakes continued to fall from the obsidian sky, gradually accumulating and enveloping him. Suddenly, he heard the crunch of footsteps in the snow behind him. Behind, Long Xian instinctively turned, only to freeze in place. Chun Mai, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sauntered over and plopped down beside him, brushing the snow from his trousers. "Is it cold?" "Not at all," Long Xian replied tersely. Barely had his words escaped when warmth enveloped him. Wu Xiangnan draped a coat over Long Xian's shoulders before sitting down on his other side. "Damn it, I refuse to believe that if we all keep watch here, that bunch of scoundrels could possibly harm anyone right under our noses," Zhao Kongshang said, rubbing his slightly reddened nose as he laid down the sign he had been holding and tightened his coat, settling on the edge of the church roof. "Perhaps you should return first?" Chimai suggested with concern, glancing at Zhao Kongshang. Zhao Kongshang waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, I sent Long Xian here, keeping watch just fine. Although I may not be of much help in battle, I can still open the unrestricted void." He, along with Long Xian, are the only two ordinary individuals in Team 136 who have not awakened to the Forbidden Ruins. However, like Long Xian, he cannot simply stand by and watch as his comrades fall into danger. At this point, Zhao Kongsheng inquired, "By the way, Long Xian, would you like to return and rest for a bit?" "No need. If I can't endure this, then I might as well resign as a sniper." "Aren't you all going to sleep?" Looking at the few individuals beside him, Long Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Chun Mai slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. "I can't sleep." "Oh, I heard those two went to help the chubby lad from the Bailey family fight tonight." Upon hearing this, Long Xian slightly nodded, a faint smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. "They've changed significantly. I might not even be able to defeat them now." Although his leg was somewhat impaired, he had witnessed the battle from the Mediterranean to the other three in the Pool realm, and a hint of pride laced his tone. "I see." Chumai discarded his cigarette, but, speaking leisurely, "That's quite impressive." The heavy snow continued to ravage the city, beneath the swirling snowflakes. For men either sat or lay on the rooftop of the church, keeping watch over their teammates. In the morning, after a night of snowfall, the outside had transformed into a pristine white landscape. Closing the window, Fang Yu exhaled a breath of warmth into his palms and rubbed them together. The biological clock developed during training had him awake early. The absence of morning exercises left Fang Yu feeling somewhat disoriented. He returned to bed, wrapping himself in the blanket, feeling a bit restless, unable to sleep, yet unwilling to rise. "Is something troubling you, Fang Yu?" Elysia's voice drifted to his ears. Fang Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. She was always so full of energy. How enviable. With a soft sigh, Fang Yu's consciousness sank into the courtyard. He then saw Elysia standing amidst a sea of roses, gazing at a nearby open space. Phyllis and I plan to build a paradise here. Doesn't that sound exciting? Elysia turned her head slightly, and the smile that reached her eyes slightly lifted Fang Yu's morning gloom. So, can you tell Elysia why you're feeling down? Fang Yu paused for a moment, then slowly walked to Elysia's side, looking at the prepared open space, and softly said, I miss them. Is it family? Yes. Then why not go see them? I'm afraid I might bring them trouble. After a brief silence, Fang Yu sighed and spoke with a tone of complexity. With a gentle hum, Elysia smiled softly at Fang Yu's somewhat despondent expression. Rest assured, even if that fellow from the moon were to come after you, I possess the confidence to protect your family, she reassured him. The strongest individual Elysia had encountered thus far was indeed the seraph who resided on the moon that night, which naturally led her to use him as an example. Coupled with the mark of Mebius, Elysia felt an unwavering sense of security. Besides, merely casting a glance from a distance is inconsequential, wouldn't you agree? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled mischievously. Thank you, Elysia. Oh, how polite you are as always. Fang Yu. Elisha's somewhat exaggerated expression completely dispelled the last remnants of gloom from Fang Yu's heart. Indeed, this side of Fang Yu was quite endearing. At this point, Elysia blinked, her face adorned with a comforting smile. However, you might consider leaning on me a bit more if you wish. Chapter 82. The Note Hail to Sister Snake. Ever since Mebius modified the system, Fang Yu has been able to sense the external environment as well. Unlike before, when entering the system space, he would remain oblivious unless reminded by Ju, even if something were to happen to him. After swiftly freshening up, Fang Yu opened the door to his room. Good morning. Upon seeing Lin Xie at the doorway, Fang Yu greeted him cheerfully. Good morning. Lin Xie responded, momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Fang Yu's greeting, as this was not customary during their time in the training camp. You seem in good spirits? Not too bad. Although Fang Yu replied in such a manner, his nodding and the smile in his eyes contradicted his words. Let us go. Hong Ying made breakfast. After speaking, Lin Xie instinctively glanced into Fang Yu's room and then asked, by the way, did a mouse sneak into your room? As they descended the staircase, Fang Yu looked at Lin Xie. I didn't notice. Did a mouse get into your room? Lin Xie nodded. I saw one as soon as I woke up this morning, but it scurried away quickly. All right. The two made their way downstairs and soon spotted Wen Qima sitting at the dining table, rubbing his calves. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did sleeping on the sofa give you leg cramps? Lin Xie took a seat beside him, stealing a glance at Wen Qima before saying. He was awakened from his slumber by Sister Hong Ying. As his words fell, Si Xiaonan, who had been lazily napping in her room, was dragged out by Hong Ying. Reluctantly, she sat at the dining table, half asleep, eating the breakfast prepared for them. Good morning, everyone. She also managed to greet them. Good morning, Sister Xiaonan. Hurry and eat. After finishing, we'll head out to buy groceries, Hong Ying said, licking her lips with anticipation. It's been quite a while since you all went to the training camp, and I haven't had the pleasure of tasting the captain's culinary skills. Tonight, we'll be in for a treat. Breakfast was quickly consumed, leaving only Wen Qima behind to wash the dishes while the others joyfully departed to procure ingredients for the New Year's Eve feast. Once Fang Yu stepped outside, a mouse cautiously poked its head out from the villa's ceiling, observing Wen Qima, who was alone at the sink. Ever since it realized that simply looking at Fang Yu would attract his notice, the mouse had not dared to show itself before him. After all, watching Lin Xie would suffice, as these two generally acted in unison. Should I inform Lin Xie about this matter? A rare flicker of human-like contemplation crossed the mouse's eyes as it lingered on the ceiling. Meanwhile, within the intricacies of the sewers, another mouse made its way through the winding passages, eventually arriving at an underground cavern. There it was lifted by a slender hand. The boy's fingertips glimmered with a faint light, and the mouse soon succumbed to unconsciousness. A moment later, the mouse quivered and awakened, a glint of rationality shimmering in its eyes. Subsequently, it was released by the boy and swiftly melded into a nearby throng of mice. By linking artificial neurons to the consciousness of other beings, one can exert control over their actions and achieve a shared vision. However, at present, The artificial, serpent-like neurons can only be implanted within the bodies of mice. Let us refer to this generation of neurons as fish species. The youth mused after a moment of contemplation. He then slowly removed his hood, revealing a somewhat delicate face hidden in the shadows. He cast a glance at the enormous serpent's head beside him and the lizard that was left with only half a body, pausing in silence. Should he notify them? These two women seem rather perilous. After pondering for a while, his gaze settled on the handgun next to the serpent's head. Never mind. Let's serve as a token of gratitude. Fang You was well aware that Fang You deliberately refrained from asking for the handgun back. And he also knew that his actions of stealing the head had already been observed by the other party. Observing the exuberant Hong Ying, who was carrying a large bag full of ingredients, and Fang Yu trailing behind her, looking somewhat helpless, Si Xiaonan remarked, "Sister Hong Ying, we are still on the street. Could you refrain from being so ostentatious?" Noticing the odd glances from passers-by, Si Xiaonan also pressed her forehead, unwilling to gaze at the overly joyous figure ahead. Although today undoubtedly marked a moment of celebration, with the team leader returning to cook for the New Year's Eve dinner after a 6-month hiatus. The most significant aspect was that all members of Team 136 will be present this time. Just the thought of such a scenario made Si Xiaonan's heart swell with anticipation. Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively. Who cares? It's a rare occasion for the captain to cook, and with Chia and Fang Yu here, why should we mind the opinions of others on such a joyous day? So happy. Perhaps she is on the verge of bursting from confinement? Lin Chia sighed helplessly. Sister Hong Ying, during our absence, didn't Cangnan experience any mysterious incidents? Surely, there must have been something to allow her to let off some steam. Or else how could she be so pent up? Well, there was one instance, Hong Ying paused, but it was merely a pool realm lizard. Apart from its speed, it was nothing particularly special, and no matter how much one struck it, it wouldn't die. Couldn't TD? Lin Chia inquired with curiosity. Then how was it eliminated? Given that they had returned, and no one had mentioned this incident, it was evident that the mystery had long been resolved. Hong Ying nodded. Indeed, it couldn't be killed, but that doesn't mean it was impervious to fire. At this point, a hint of pride crept into her tone. Wow, Sister Hong Ying is amazing. With Fang Yu's encouragement, Hong Ying appeared even more animated. However, when a logistics team went to clean up, it seemed that the lizard was left with only half a body. Half a body? Fang Yu's expression momentarily faltered. Was it him? A figure flashed in Fang Yu's mind. Aside from him, he could hardly think of anyone else in Cangnan City who would take an interest in such mysterious entities. Oh, and Sister Serpent too. At this thought, Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, shouldn't we find some experimental materials for Sister Serpent? The Dai sister appeared to be somewhat dissatisfied. Elysia had mentioned that, in contrast to these forbidden objects, the Sister of the Serpent seemed to prefer living beings. The group strolled leisurely down the street, and as they entered a relatively secluded alley, a shadow sliced through the air, hurtling towards them. Fang Yu's pupils constricted instinctively as he glanced over, just as he was about to tear open a spatial rift, only to notice Lin Chia, beside him, had already set down the bag he was carrying. A wave of darkness erupted, centering around him. Fang Yu smirked, dismissing the threat. After all, it was merely an ordinary crossbow bolt. As it approached, the bolt was swiftly ensnared by the darkness and came to a halt in Lin Chia's palm. Lin Chia furrowed his brow, examining the bolt in his hand. What was happening? An ambush? That didn't quite seem right. Soon after, as his mental energy swept through, he discovered a small note attached to the arrow's tail. Discarding the bolt, Lin Chia unfolded the note in his palm. Chapter 83. Wei Yong Soon. Hong Ying raised her head to gaze in the direction from which the crossbow bolt had been shot. There atop a towering building across from them stood a figure cloaked in black. "I've spotted you," Hong Ying shouted, preparing to chase after the shadowy figure. Simultaneously, Lin Chia's pupils dilated as he absorbed the contents of the note. With a look of urgency, he turned to Fang Yu, exclaiming, "Fang Yu, take me back." He added emphatically, "to my home." Fang Yu, catching a glimpse of the note's contents, instinctively tore open a fissure. Without hesitation, Lin Chia dashed through it. "Sister Xiaonan, once Sister Hong Ying returns, please return the groceries. There's news that Chia's family is being targeted. We must hurry there, Fang Yu instructed, before creating another rift that led directly to where Hong Ying had parked. He hefted 2 black boxes from the vehicle and plunged into the fissure Lin Xie had entered. Left behind, Sister Xiaonan, bundled in her down jacket, stood in a daze watching the rift vanish. She glanced at the shopping bag that had been thrust into her arms, then turned towards the direction where Hong Ying had chased after the figure. After a moment, she pouted in discontent. As there remained some distance between this place and the old city, Fang Yu emerged from the rift without pausing, promptly opening another. Thanks to Fang Yu's advancement to the pool realm, traveling to the old city was no longer as arduous as it had once been. After navigating through several rifts, they finally caught sight of the old city's silhouette. Positioned in a shadowy alley, Lin Xie once again scrutinized the note in his hand. "This is outrageous, to lay hands on another's family," he exclaimed. In the confines of the system space, Elysia, having also deciphered the note's contents, clenched her fist in anger, the sound echoing ominously. Elysia, Fang Yu's family. Pato's face mirrored concern, for Lin Xie and Fang Yu shared the same status in the outside world. If Lin Xie's family was now under threat, what of Fang Yu's? Pato shook her head, striving to dispel the troubling thoughts. Upon hearing their voices, a flicker of worry crossed Fang Yu's eyes. Yet, he recalled the time the captain had affixed the Weiyang seal at his doorstep, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. Just then his phone buzzed. "Fang Yu, I'm near your home now. The Weiyang seal has not been disturbed. There is nothing to worry about. All is normal," Chen Mai stated, having just exited the elevator of Fang Yu's residence. He patted the apron he had yet to remove and continued. "Lung Xian and Xiang Nan are en route to you, so exercise caution. Remember to inform Qie that he need not fret. He is likely unaware of the Weiyang seal." After receiving a call from Xiaonan, Chen Mai cast aside the spatula he had been holding and set out with the remaining team members. Owing to the proximity of the office to Fang Yu's home, he arrived with remarkable swiftness. "Understood," Fang Yu replied, hanging up the phone, and then exhaled in relief as he turned to Lin Xie. The captain patted the shoulder of his companion and remarked that their wooing had not been triggered, indicating that Lin Xie's family was currently safe. Lin Xie was taken aback, inquiring, "Wooing? What is that?" The wooing possesses the capability to establish a protective boundary. Should any ill-intentioned individuals attempt to breach this perimeter, it would activate, transporting all marked beings within the premises to a predetermined location, specifically the underground of the agency. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, pondering why he had never heard of this protective artifact before. This was one of the few artificial, forbidden zones created by the Night Watchers, and it came at a considerable cost. At this juncture, Fang Yu paused momentarily, casting his gaze toward Lin Xie's home, where a young boy was adhering a Fu character under the direction of a woman. At their feet, a small black dog was looking in their direction. However, all members of our Squad 136 have the protection of this artifact in their homes, he continued. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xie's eyes. Why? Moving his gaze away from the small dog, Fang Yu turned back to Lin Xie, tilting his head slightly with a smirk. Otherwise, can you guess why the captain is so financially strained? Lin Xie was somewhat taken aback, staring blankly towards the agency's direction. All right, since the note indicates that this place is under surveillance, let us conduct a search. The deputy captain and Lung Xian are already on their way. Fang Yu patted Lin Xie on the shoulder, reminding him not to forget the matter at hand, as searching was not Fang Yu's forte. He could only rely on Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. No matter who dared to lay hands on his aunt and Jean, he could not allow such a person to remain in this world. The mortal realm was unleashed to its fullest extent, swiftly encompassing the vicinity of his home. Under the thorough search, Lin Xie quickly identified something amiss. Follow me. Meanwhile, the serpent woman and nymph had instructed that if the target did not appear by nightfall, they would directly abduct the woman and child, resolving this matter before heading to the city for another target. Within a black van parked by the roadside, a man's voice echoed from the intercom. Scorpion 3, holding the device, sounded somewhat irritated. Since when did we, the wild scorpions, become the lapdogs of women? Scorpion 3, mind your language. Once you choose to become a disciple of the ancient God Church, you must adhere to the will of the gods. The voice of Scorpion 1 suddenly took on a serious tone. Otherwise, you will endanger the lives of all our wild Scorpion mercenaries. Scorpion 1. The opponent is a dual god agent. How can we, lacking even a forbidden zone, contend with him? Scorpion 7's worried voice crackled through the intercom. Especially considering that the other target seemed to be an agent of the 13 deities, which sent a chill down his spine. It appeared that the ancient God Church only had 7 deity agents, and their total number paled in comparison to that of their adversary. What is there to fear? He is merely an agent of the pool realm. That believer from the 16th seat has arrived as well. Even if we are unable to handle the situation, it is trivial for that esteemed individual to deal with a novice who has just entered the pool realm. Reflecting on the fact that the 16th seat has already 1 foot in the sea realm, Scorpion confidently remarked. Seated in the car, Scorpion 3 snorted disdainfully, shutting off the intercom with a curse. What concern do we have with the believer from the 16th seat? Damn it, death is inevitable. Just then, a voice drifted from the back seat of the car. Chapter 84. I thought it was a snack. Scorpion 3's body trembled, instinctively glancing towards the back of the car. To his astonishment, he found 2 youths seated there, having arrived unnoticed. One of them was grinning at him, while the other, with eyes as dark as ink, radiated a palpable aura of menace. He instinctively reached for the walkie-talkie in his hand, only to have a massive hand from the passenger seat suddenly pin him against the window, rendering him immobile. A dark green electric arc danced across the giant hand, causing involuntary spasms in Scorpion 3's body. His pupils constricted as he cast a fearful glance at Elysia. Elysia's deep voice resonated within the vehicle. Be careful not to electrocute him. This was merely an ordinary individual with slightly above-average physical resilience. Thus Elysia cautioned Fang You. Rest assured, I am quite measured in my approach, Fang You replied with a squint and a smile. It was then that Scorpion 3 shifted his gaze to the youth beside Elysia. Noticing the attention, the youth waved cheerfully. Hi, believer. What is that? After exchanging words with Fang You, Elysia turned his attention back to Scorpion 3. Pressed against the window by the giant hand, Scorpion 3 gasped for air, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, the massive hand constricted, and Scorpion 3 felt a sharp pain in his chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed within the confines of the car, distinctly audible to all present. I'm asking you a question. Fang Yu's voice rang out ominously. Seeing that Scorpion 3 could only emit muffled groans, Elysia furrowed his brow, and a shadow began to creep into Scorpion 3's pupils. An unprecedented agony surged through Scorpion 3's mind, akin to having a glowing red iron rod stirred within his brain, leading him to wail in torment. Under the dual torment of mental and physical suffering, Scorpion 3's psychological defenses finally crumbled. He divulged all that he knew, disregarding whether Elysia had even inquired about such matters. In no time, a preliminary model of the ancient God Church formed in Elysia's mind. From Scorpion 3's account, it appeared that the formal members of the ancient God Church were few, yet each possessed formidable strength. To compensate for their numerical shortcomings, the Church had created believers, attracting countless ambitious individuals under the guise of the gods, serving as peripheral members of Church. From this pool, sufficiently powerful individuals were selected to become believers. Each believer entered into a soul contract with a specific deity of the ancient God Church, promising that should the era of the gods ever arrive, these believers would be the rulers of all beings. Naturally, the majority of these members were coerced, brainwashed, or threatened into joining by the so-called gods. And upon signing the soul contract, they were left with no choice but to unconditionally obey the gods' directives. This time, the 2 individuals who had come to Cangnan were the agents of Medusa, known as the Snake Woman, and the agents of Harpy, referred to as the Harpy. Note, Harpy may seem unfamiliar, but it is also known as the Eagle-Winged Woman. Upon hearing that 2 agents from Cangnan had arrived, Elysia's brows furrowed slightly. If his memory served him correctly, it was these 2 who had infiltrated the missile base and obliterated the training camp. However, the Watchers had only confirmed the identity of Medusa's agent, the Serpent Woman. Were they targeting him and Fang You? With this question in mind, Lin Xie understood that Scorpion 3 had lost his value. He and Fang Yu exchanged nods, signaling that it was time to conclude. Fang Yu inclined his head, then exerted slight pressure on Scorpion 3's enormous claw, rendering him lifeless. There was no system enhancement. Fang Yu scoffed, indeed. He was merely an ordinary person with slightly better physical attributes. After disposing of Scorpion 3, Fang Yu opened 2 rifts. Below each rift, a sniper was poised, still utilizing their scopes to observe Lin Xie's residence, oblivious to the sudden emergence of a rift above them. The 2 men withdrew straight blades from their black boxes, exchanged glances, and one leapt into a rift. In the instant of landing, the blade pierced the back of the sniper's neck. They died without ever understanding the origin of their assailant. At that moment, through the window where the snipers had been stationed, members of the rampant Scorpion Mercenary Corps noticed the sudden disappearance of their teammate over the intercom. Soon, 4 individuals dashed toward the black sedan parked by the roadside. Fang Yu returned the straight blade to his black box and held the fleeting blossoms of the past in his hand. He drew back the bow, concentrating the arrow. Observing the 4 individuals below, Fang Yu held his breath, released his right hand, and an arrow was loosed. The crystalline shaft pierced through the swirling snow, swiftly claiming the life of a mercenary. Enemies. The remaining 3 instantly sensed peril, bracing themselves back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. However, under the cover of the falling snow, they failed to detect Fang Yu's presence. Where are the snipers? Quickly locate the enemy's position. One of them shouted frantically into the intercom, seemingly attempting to release his inner dread. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. They realized the snipers were gone. Fear spread among the 3. They did not know where the enemy was or when they had appeared, yet 4 of their comrades lay dead. Unbeknownst to them, another rift opened above their heads. On the opposite side of the rift, Fang Yu's arrows were already primed for release. Whoosh! An arrow descended from above, and another fell to the ground. With only 2 remaining adversaries, Fang Yu lost interest in entangling further. He casually shot 2 arrows out the window before directly pulling open the rift and joining Lin Xie's side, indifferent to whether the arrows had struck their mark. According to Scorpion 3, the rampant Scorpion Mercenary Corps comprised 8 members. Upon seeing Fang Yu approach, Lin Xie furrowed his brow and remarked, "We have only slain 7. Their leader has yet to make an appearance." Just as the 2 pondered the whereabouts of Scorpion 1, a vague luminescence drifted silently across the snow, settling into the corridor of a low building. The Apostle 16th seat, Elysia. He stood beside the window in the corridor, gazing down at the bodies gradually being buried beneath the falling snow, a frown unconsciously creasing his brow. How peculiar. He then let out a derisive chuckle, deeming them a bunch of fools unworthy of such embarrassment at this level of incompetence. Casually discarding his cigarette onto the ground, Liu Yang slid his hands into his pockets and slowly ascended the rickety staircase. Why not simply take action against the woman and the child directly? Instead, they foolishly lingered in ambush for so long. It was nothing short of a waste of Miss Snake Lady's time. As he spoke, Liu Yang had already reached the upper floor. He then paused, for at some point, a mangy dog had lain in his path. This dog was undeniably hideous. Upon seeing Liu Yang, a glint of menace flickered in its eyes. Chapter 85. The silence of the air of the atmosphere was eerily tranquil, and Scorpion 1 had yet to emerge. Upon spotting Fang Yu, Lin Xie furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the snowy expanse outside. For corpses lay concealed beneath the thick blanket of snow, indistinguishable from mere snowdrifts. At that moment, a man clad in white camouflage quietly entered Lin Xie's psychic range. He did not hasten to seek Fang Yu and the others, but instead approached the 4 snow mounds with deliberate slowness. Was that Scorpion 1? Lin Xie scrutinized the man's silhouette, his brow furrowing deeper. The man abruptly halted beside the snow mounds, shedding his camouflage to reveal a black tactical vest beneath. He carelessly discarded his firearms to the side and lifted a silver insignia affixed to his chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the snow mounds and the vehicle, flowing like a river. Observing Scorpion 1's actions, Lin Xie felt a sense of unease. What was he planning? Fang Yu pondered, but could not recall anything significant. Yet, Observing the man's movements, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Instinctively, he raised his bow, drawing the string. The motion was fluid and seamless. The arrow soared through the air, aimed directly at Scorpion One's nape. Suddenly, as if anticipating the attack, Scorpion One lunged sideways. The arrow pierced his shoulder, ultimately transforming into a burst of flowers. "Send me down," Lin Chia murmured, raising an eyebrow before addressing Fang You. He also retrieved the straight blade from behind Fang You. Scorpion One gazed maniacally at Lin Chia, who emerged from the fissure, brandishing dual blades. Forbidden object? Lin Chia noted the insignia in Scorpion One's grasp, which was steadily absorbing blood. Without hesitation, he swung his blade towards Scorpion One. Ha 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 ha. Too late. Scorpion One laughed maniacally, plunging the blood-stained insignia into his palm. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. This was blood boiling, sequence 209, capable of temporarily siphoning the blood of all deceased beings within its vicinity, thereby acquiring their strength and amplifying it. I never expected these fools to defeat the agent of the divine. They are seasoned mercenaries, brimming with vitality. 8 of them combined could elevate my power to the pinnacle of the pool realm, perhaps even beyond. Before Scorpion One could finish his proclamation, another arrow shot forth. "Damn it!" He cursed under his breath, dodging to the side. "Neither of you will escape today." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he turned towards Fang Yu's window. "If I can eliminate you, I shall secure my place among the followers." "Lord L, now was your optimal moment to intervene. I will hold off one agent for you." As Scorpion One shouted, Fang Yu instinctively glanced around, sensing an excessive calm enveloping the surroundings. "Lord L, you cannot possibly handle 2 agents alone." As time dragged on without any sign of El Yang, Scorpion One's voice began to tremble. Unbeknownst to him, just as he was reveling in his triumph, a scruffy dog atop a nearby, low building let out a contented burp. "Are you deceiving me?" Lin Chia frowned, wielding 2 starry knives as he swiftly darted towards Scorpion One. In response, Scorpion One hastily retrieved a folding knife from his tactical boots, struggling to fend off the oncoming assault. Before long, Scorpion One bore the marks of battle, droplets of blood falling onto the pristine snow, blooming into crimson flowers. Whoosh! Another arrow soared through the air, this time shimmering with an ethereal glow. A gaping wound erupted on Scorpion One's shoulder, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Observing the dire situation below, Fang Yu hesitated to unleash the flower seeds, instinctively firing a crystal bouquet capable of triggering their explosion. Soon, the gravely injured Scorpion One met his end at Lin Chia's blade. System notification: 5 awakening points acquired. Perhaps until his last breath, Scorpion One could not fathom why his final support, the 16th seat of the believers, Lord L, did not come to his aid. Did he truly believe he could confront 2 divine agents alone? Investing the acquired awakening points into the Mebius panel, Fang Yu noticed his progress stuck at 49 and couldn't help but smirk. It always ends this way. Now you intend to. As the mad Scorpion mercenary corps faced annihilation, Fang Yu teleported directly to Lin Chia's side, but before he could speak, an unexpected phone ringing interrupted him. On the other side of the mountain, beyond the sea, there's a group of Smurfs. Fang Yu glanced at Lin Chia's phone, maintaining his composure. "You have a call." Lin Chia first wiped the blood that had accidentally splattered onto his hands with his clothing before cautiously answering the phone and stepping aside. "Hello, Aunt." Watching Lin Chia leave a trail of bloodied footprints as he conversed with his aunt, Fang Yu felt a sudden pang in his nose. At that moment, a hand clapped onto his shoulder. "Let us wrap things up here. Today is New Year's Eve." Lung Xian's voice resonated from behind. Fang Yu turned to see Wu Xiangnan, and Lung Xian had appeared behind them unbeknownst to him. "Go take a look." Lung Xian gently nodded towards Fang Yu. "All right." The snow fell lighter and lighter, while the sky grew increasingly dim. In a small building within the city, Fang Yu emerged from crack. His footsteps were light, cautious not to trigger the motion sensor lights in the corridor. Glancing ahead at the door adorned with the character, Fang Yu wiped the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps made him instinctively hide around the corner of the hallway. As the door creaked open, warm yellow lights spilled out, illuminating the floor at Fang Yu's feet. Honey, what is wrong? Fang Yu's voice called from the entrance. I don't know why, but I feel a bit congested. It's Mom. Open the door to let some air in. Fang Yu replied. It might be the heating. Let me adjust it. Do not linger too long at the door, lest the cold wind cause you to catch a chill. It is nothing. I shall stand here for just a moment. As I listen to the nearby conversation, Fang Yu's vision gradually blurs. It seems something is dripping from the tip of his shoe, with a distinct tick. The sound resonates loudly to the heightened senses of Fang Yu. Fang Yu, do not feel lonely, for we are all here, always present. Indeed, yes. Both Sister Ailey and Sister Shi are here with us. Are they not, Sister Shi? I'm not that sentimental. Oh dear, Doctor, you seem to be blushing. I am not. Phyllis, look, am I not red? I should not have agreed to spend the New Year's Eve with you. I shall return to my experiments. Amidst the clamor surrounding him, Fang Yu knows without needing to enter the space that Ailey and Pato have certainly forced Mybius to stay. With this thought, warmth spreads within Fang Yu's heart, and he lifts his gaze toward the ceiling, a smile gradually creeping upon his face. Chapter 86. New Year's Eve Ding Dong. Welcome. Pushing open the door of the office, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Fang Yu is back. Upon hearing the sound, Hong Ying instinctively glanced towards the entrance and soon spotted Fang Yu, his eyes slightly reddened. Come quickly. Once Qi Yi returns, we can call the captain out for dinner. As Fang Yu listened to the continuous sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen, he raised an eyebrow at the table laden with dishes that were nearly overflowing. Is the captain still cooking? Hong Ying nodded, stating that he had been busy for over 2 hours, even with Xiao Nen assisting him. Seated at the dining table, Hong Ying gazed longingly at the delectable stewed goose before her, which was tantalizingly enticing her senses, causing tears to flow uncontrollably from her mouth. Each time she attempted to stealthily reach for the chopsticks, she was thwarted by Wu Xiangnan, who insisted they could not begin until everyone had arrived. This only intensified Hong Ying's craving. Before long, Chun Mai emerged from the kitchen with a large bowl of fish soup, followed closely by Si Xiaonan, who carried a bowl of vegetables. A moment later, Lin Shi pushed open the office door and stepped inside, only to be met with a chorus of hungry, eager eyes that seemed to devour him whole. You are finally back, Hong Ying exclaimed, her joy palpable upon seeing Lin Shi. After waiting with bated breath, they had finally welcomed the last person home. Hong Ying immediately sprang to her feet and hurriedly guided Lin Shi to the dining table. What's wrong? Lin Shi asked, puzzled by Hong Ying's urgency. The captain said we cannot start eating until everyone is here. Hong Ying replied wistfully as she returned to her seat, picking up her chopsticks. The night was as dark as ink, and outside the office, snowflakes drifted like goose feathers. Through the warm, yellow glow of the office windows, one could see 9 individuals seated around a long table. Chun Mai slowly raised his glass, the orange-yellow beer frothing at the top. He glanced around at everyone and reflected, this past year has seen many events. Therefore, I wish for us to gather here again, this time next year, all of us, without exception. Happy New Year! Everyone, as his words echoed in the air, everyone raised their glasses, standing to clink them together, shouting, Happy New Year! Just then, a series of firecrackers erupted outside the office, and the brilliant fireworks reflected off the windows, casting vibrant colors across the room. Meanwhile, in a certain hotel in the city, Bai Li Pang Pang handed a can of beer to Shen Qingzhu. Come on, let's drink a bit. After all, it is New Year's. No drinking during work. Shen Qingzhu replied, shaking his head as he gazed out the window at the dazzling sky. A little one tea hurt. Even Chao Yuan, that half-monk, is drinking. What are you afraid of? Bai Li Pang Pang curled his lips, then thrust the beer in his hand into Shen Qingzhu's embrace, gesturing towards the ceiling as he declared, My bodyguard entourage has arrived. Even if you were to drink yourself into oblivion, it would matter not. In Cangnan City, atop a bridge not far from the office, a woman casually rested her hand on the railing. The biting cold wind swept through, lifting her slightly curled black hair and revealing a face that exuded allure. Her peculiar vertical pupils were quietly fixed on the office in the distance, a smile playing on her lips. A gust of wind bore snowflakes that swirled above her. The serpent woman looked up just in time to see another mature woman with magnificent wings gracefully descend before her. The other was modestly covered in feathers at critical points. And the serpent woman's gaze flickered with a hint of jealousy as it roamed over the other's nearly nude form. "What brings you here in such haste?" the harpy inquired, her brow furrowed. Transforming her magnificent wings into arms and her talons into slender human feet, she perched on the railing, casually stretching her long legs closer to the serpent woman. However, the serpent woman interrupted with mild distaste, "Keep your distance." With a flirtatious smile, the harpy disregarded the serpent woman's evident aversion. "The few individuals we placed in the training camp have been exposed. Yuan Gang has already left the camp, and our time is running short. Is this where it ends?" A glimmer of intrigue crossed the serpent woman's face as she spoke. "I am not yet finished having my fun." The harpy regarded the serpent woman with a flicker of annoyance. "Serpent woman, I caution you. We did not come to Cangnan for amusement. Elysia and Fang You are unprecedented agents of multiple deities. If we cannot recruit them into the church, they must be eliminated. They cannot be allowed to exist in this world, or we will gain two adversaries more formidable than Wang Mian. What qualifications do you, a newcomer who joined the church after me, have to issue warnings?" A look of disdain crossed the serpent woman's face, followed by a sigh. "As for Wang Mian, I nearly met my end at his hands last time. He is truly a man devoid of charm, by virtue of my status as Chuan, while you are merely a chu waste." The harpy's countenance shone with arrogance. "Let me reiterate. Our plan is primarily recruitment. If that fails, we must have Han Xiaoyun intervene. We must eradicate them before they can grow. And what of you?" The serpent woman finally realized that the harpy's plan did not include her. Perched on the railing with her legs crossed, the harpy replied, "I shall divert the remaining sentinels for you. Otherwise, how would you manage to deceive two agents among so many?" She smirked at the office below, still aglow with lights. Dealing with a sentinel team in such a remote city should be rather effortless. Perhaps we could still have some fun with them. At this thought, she licked her lips, the corners of her mouth curling upward in what seemed like a smile. Just as she was about to take action, a sudden burst of flames erupted in the distance. The explosion didn't stand out too much amidst the continuous firecrackers. It seems those guys in the black market couldn't hold back any longer. The snake woman also turned her gaze toward the commotion and snorted disdainfully. "A bunch of money-grubbing fools. Only when the gods descend will they realize how worthless the things they pursue truly are." The siren turned her head. "All right, where has that fellow Han Xiaoyun gone? It's time to contact him. Currently in Cangnan, only he can hold back Yuan Gang. Oh, here, take this." The siren spoke as she handed a pocket watch to the snake woman. "This is World Stagnation, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 109. Whenever the watch stops ticking, it generates a gazing spacetime within a 50-meter radius. Within stagnant spacetime, all teleportation abilities are disabled. Remember, wait until I've drawn the Night Watch's attention before activating it. We must eliminate them with Han Xiaoyun before the enemy can react." Chapter 87. The Serpent Woman as Dawn Gradually Broke. Lin Xie pushed open the door of the office and stepped outside. He glanced at the sky, still resonating with the sound of firecrackers, before picking up the broom by the entrance to clear the accumulating snow. Through the ajar door, he could see the reception sofa inside the office, where Wen Qima and Wu Xiangnan lay sprawled like two lifeless pigs, surrounded by a chaotic array of scattered bottles. Hong Ying clutched an empty bottle, her head resting on the table as she giggled foolishly and murmured in her sleep. Si Xiaonan, having succumbed to a slight intoxication, had retreated to the dormitory below. Lung Xian had long since vanished. Zhao Kongcheng, somewhat unsteady on his feet, took the empty bottle from Fang Yu's grasp, muttering, "Hey, you think you can outdrink me?" Before he could finish, Fang Yu abruptly opened his eyes. Zhao Kongcheng was startled, patting Fang Yu on the shoulder. "You're awake. You should head back to rest soon. You drank quite a bit last night, don't want to be knocked out." With that, he made his way to the sofa, seeking a vacant spot to rest a little longer. Fang Yu shook his still dizzy head and slowly pushed himself up from the chair. He surveyed the disheveled office and the door that remained ajar. After a moment of confusion, he stumbled toward the entrance. Leaning against the doorframe, Fang Yu watched as the first rays of the sun emerged on the horizon, gently tapping his forehead. So this is what a hangover feels like last night. He and Lin Xie, as newly minted adults, experienced their first taste of alcohol. It was somewhat bitter, clearly. It was not enjoyable, yet he found himself tipsy. Rubbing his temples, he spoke with a hint of regret. It was then that he noticed Lin Xie, who had been busy for quite some time. "You're up early to shovel snow?" Lin Xie, hearing the question, instinctively paused and turned back. He then saw Fang You, his face still flushed, leaning against the doorframe watching him. Lin Xie nodded yes. "Just came out for some fresh air." As they conversed, Lin Xie quickly finished clearing the last patch of snow. Just as he was about to return inside, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Lin Xie squinted towards the direction of the rising smoke. That was where Pang Pang and the others were. Fang Yu's confusion vanished in an instant, the remaining alcohol in his system dissipating under a surge of energy. He picked up 2 black boxes from ground. After a moment of hesitation, he grabbed a handful of festive goods and stuffed them into his pocket. "Are you heading out?" Chun Mai emerged from the kitchen, glancing at Fang Yu, who had created a small opening in the door, then turned his attention to Lin Xie, who was holding the 2 black boxes. "Yeah, go to check on some friends." Lin Xie nodded, his mind still preoccupied with the recent explosion, though the portly Bali Pang Pang bore countless forbidden items, and was accompanied by the perilously high-risk Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu. It was unlikely that any significant trouble would ensue. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to take a glance. If all was well, it would also serve as a fitting opportunity to extend New Year's greetings. Moreover, the most pressing consideration was that tomorrow marked the final day of the holiday, and those lurking in the shadows were likely poised to strike. Thus, a leisurely stroll would serve to flush them out. With the safety net of Nikes at his disposal, and the ability to teleport courtesy of Fang Yu, he could confront any formidable adversary and swiftly demonstrate the harsh realities of society. After Fang Yu and Lin Xie departed, Wu Xiangnan, who had been reclining on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. After exchanging a glance with Chun Mai, he delivered a playful slap to the slumbering Wen Qimo, urging him to rise and get to work. Meanwhile, from a nearby bridge, a woman adorned with vibrant lipstick smirked as she observed the departing group of Chun Mai. She was determined to thwart their plans. With that, she leapt from the top of the bridge. Emerging from Fisher, Fang Yu and Lin Xie found themselves on a relatively tranquil street, observing the surrounding silence. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, while Fang Yu instinctively surveyed the area. Moments later, Lin Xie dipped his hand into the melting snow, gently wiping it against the dusty, moss-covered wall. In no time, a peculiar crack began to manifest on the wall, resembling a natural fissure resembling an eye upon closer inspection. Lin Xie immediately expanded his mental capacity, revealing a series of serpent-like eyes within his range. Even the branches of trees along the roadside, when viewed from a certain angle, appeared to mimic the form of serpent eyes. Fang Yu glanced up at the sun hanging in the sky, realizing that at some point, the resplendent orb had transformed into a serpent-eyed vertical pupil. Raising an eyebrow, he mused whether they had been drawn into the forbidden ruins. "Ah, my dear young man, this is the divine ruins." A woman approached them, her black curls undulating like twisted serpents as she moved. With an upward curl of her lips, her elongated eyes fixated intently on the two, a flicker of greed dancing within them. Members of the ancient god church, Lin Xie observed the snake woman, his brow furrowing. "Have you finally succumbed to action?" The snake woman's gaze roamed over them, and she covered her mouth, chuckling shyly. It seems the rumored agents not only possess an imposing reputation, but are also quite handsome. Ignoring her verbal jabs, both individuals retrieved their weapons. If his suspicions were correct, this was the assailant who had targeted them with missiles, the snake woman of the ancient god church. It appeared the bait had been taken. "Are you here to kill us?" Lin Xie's voice remained calm, while he quietly gathered strength within, ready to unleash the divine ruins at a moment's notice. "Kill you?" The serpent woman, with her slender waist, approached slowly, initially harboring a different intention. "After all, the unprecedented divine agent held no significance for me. To extinguish genius in its infancy is, to me, the most gratifying endeavor." She paused before the two, her enchanting serpent eyes curving into crescent moons. She reached out to caress Lin Chie's cheek. However, a change of heart struck her. Such a handsome visage as yours, if left untouched, would indeed diminish the pleasure considerably. Unfortunately, before her hand could graze Lin Chia, it was repelled by a dagger, and, simultaneously, an arrow shot forth with lightning speed towards the serpent woman. Chapter 88. Kill her just as the arrow was about to strike the serpent woman. Her figure abruptly twisted and then vanished into thin air. The arrow flew past the spot where she had been, subsequently veering in midair to pierce the branches of a nearby tree. With a soft chime, the serpent woman perched gracefully upon the tree trunk, her slit pupils devoid of anger from the attack, instead brimming with exhilaration. She casually tossed a handleless blade in her hand, her demeanor relaxed. Indeed, as the intelligence suggested, your arrows possess a tracking ability. However, as long as they hit their target beforehand, regardless of accuracy, they will cease. Alas, in a confined space, there is no need to employ my weapon for defense. In such settings, merely evading will cause the arrow to strike the terrain behind the intended target due to inertia. Having acquired tracking intelligence, the serpent woman was acutely aware that the short dagger in her grasp bore the risk of explosion. Nevertheless, how brutish you all are. Shifting her position on the branch, she continued, so impatient, unable to allow me to finish my thought. She licked her lips, declaring to become my slave. To submit beneath my feet, I shall use my noble and beautiful foot before she could complete her sentence. A crystalline arrow interrupted her. This time, the arrow struck the tree trunk, similarly inflicting no harm upon the serpent woman. This person is a pervert? Lin Chia and Fang You exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Not far from them, the serpent woman reappeared, leaning against the wall, her once fiery gaze growing icy. Are you rejecting me? Not only shall I reject you, but I shall also kill you, Lin Chia declared calmly, gripping his straight blade. However, at that moment, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the office. In this world teeming with serpent eyes, Chun Mai and his three companions stood atop a building, their expressions shifting as they glanced toward the source of the commotion. Oh no, Xiao Nan and old Zhao, Wen Qima, holding a sign, cast a grim look toward the office. You three return, I shall remain here. Chun Mai gritted his teeth and spoke. Since they intended to lure out the entity behind the ancient god church, they had not summoned Zhao Kongsheng, who lacked the ability to enter the forbidden ruins, nor see Xiaonan, who possessed only healing capabilities. Below, the serpent woman keenly observed the worry etched on their faces. Through the perception granted by the serpent eyes, she noted the three night watchers departing, leaving only one behind. Ha 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 ha. Your teammate will likely not witness tonight's moon, and neither shall you. With that, she produced a pocket watch, pressing a button with her thumb, accompanied by a ticking sound. In an instant, everyone felt the air around them grow thick and viscous. This is world stasis. Within the space it envelopes, all teleportation abilities shall be rendered ineffective. Fang You regarded the seemingly manic serpent woman with a puzzled expression, and then, in response to her astonished gaze, he tore open a rift in space. There's one thing I forgot to mention. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. My run when unable to win can bypass barriers to perform spatial jumps. Lin Chia, tugging at the corners of his mouth, found this to be the first time he had heard Fang Yu refer to his teleportation ability in such a manner. It was, to be fair, quite fitting. After speaking, Fang Yu stepped into the fray, met with the incredulous gaze of the snake woman. No, stop right there. Yet, stripped of her teleportation prowess, the snake woman was unable to pursue the two. As they departed, Fang Yu, prompted by Lin Chia, opened a door on the rooftop above. Since they were the bait, there was no need to worry about Chun Mai and the others failing to ensnare the target they awaited. After all, the two of them were the central targets of this battle. Emerging from a rift, Fang Yu surveyed the disheveled office ahead, his expression darkening as he observed the scars of battle strewn across the ground. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Old Zhao, Xiaonan. He spotted Zhao Kongsheng, battered and bruised, guarding the sorrowful figure of Xiaonan nearby. At that moment, he gripped his sword tightly, warily scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, he slashed in a certain direction, unleashing a massive black crescent from the blade, silently cleaving the air. This scene caused Fang Yu's heart to plummet, while Chun Mai, with reddened eyes, pounded his fist against the wall beside him. Having served as a night watchman for so long, he understood the implications of an ordinary person suddenly acquiring the power of a forbidden domain. Behind them, the recently arrived Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Hong Ying wore expressions as grim as the bottom of a pot. Old Zhao used the ghost god summon. Wu Xiangnan's voice carried a tinge of bitterness. Just then, a scream pierced the air, revealing an adversary engaged in combat with Zhao Kongqing. She had materialized from thin air, bearing a ghastly wound that nearly cleaved her in twain. After delivering her strike, Zhao Kongqing gasped for breath, supporting himself with his sword while Si Xiaonan, visibly distraught, tended to his injuries. The group rushed forward, encircling Zhao Kongqing. Chun Mai steadied the wavering figure of Zhao Kongqing, who sat on the ground, murmuring, "It's all my fault. If not for protecting me, old Zhao wouldn't have used the ghost god summon." "Xiaonan, don't be sad." Leaning against Chun Mai, Zhao Kongqing reflected, "As an ordinary person without a forbidden domain, I protected my teammates, and before my demise, I even experienced the sensation of possessing one. This transaction was worth it. Ha ha." I knew Zhao Kongqing was anything but ordinary. Despite the sorrowful gazes of his companions, Zhao Kongqing flashed a cheerful smile. "Captain, I have awakened the Forbidden Domain Sequence 083, Eclipse of Life and Moon." Fang You looked at the older man before him, feeling a pang of discomfort. He was well aware that Zhao Kongqing's greatest aspiration in life had been to awaken a forbidden domain. "Do not grieve for me. I am still breathing," Zhao Kongqing coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I demand her life in return." With a fiery glint in her eyes, Hong Ying's spear erupted in a dazzling blaze. She charged towards the severely wounded demoness, who, despite her massive wings, struggled to fend off the onslaught. Internally, the demoness cursed the serpent woman for her incompetence, lamenting the failure to detain the two divine agents. The opportunity granted by the time-space stasis seemed utterly squandered. In her dire situation, all she could do was stall for time until Han Xiaoyan and the serpent woman arrived to provide support. If assassination proved futile, then brute force would suffice. The commander of the Night Watch was already en route. After today, the chance to eliminate the agents would vanish. Observing Zhao Kongqing's waning energy, Fang You faintly heard the voice of Mobius whispering in his ear. "Ha ha ha, little mouse, he is not dead yet, is he? While he still draws breath, I can revive him." Though Mobius's words were not loud, they struck Fang You like thunder, pulling him from his sorrowful reverie. And the serpent's sister. She was already at 49, just a hair's breadth away from emerging. Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned toward the demoness nearby, extending his hand to envelop her in emerald lightning with his enormous claw. He did not anticipate that this strike would vanquish her. He merely sought to secure and assist in defeating the serpent demon. Eliminate her. Chapter 89. The infinite and the discipline my deity has revealed to me that as long as we slay her before the ghost god's curse expires, old Zhao shall live. The moment Fang Yu's voice faded, the surroundings fell into silence. Lin Xie and Chun Mai were the first to react. In an instant, the divine might of the seraphim descended with crushing force. The already grievously injured demoness felt as though her mind had been struck by a colossal hammer. Seizing the moment of her disorientation, Hong Ying thrust forward with her spear wreathed in crimson flames, aiming directly for the demoness' brow. She, too, had heard Fang Yu's words. The effects of old Zhao's ghost god's curse were gradually waning. Time was of the essence. Chun Mai's twin blades swept toward the serpent woman's neck with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a gunshot echoed from the distance. A bullet crafted from special materials spiraled through the air, arriving before the demoness' eyes in the blink of an eye. The demoness had barely recovered from the divine assault when she found herself facing certain death. For a moment, she was utterly bewildered. What had just happened? Why had they all suddenly become so ferocious? Just as Hong Ying's spear was about to pierce her, a sudden gale-force wind hurled Hong Ying aside, effortlessly deflecting the other's attacks. Chun Mai's expression darkened as he turned his gaze behind the demoness. A man in his 30s stood there. "Greetings," he said calmly, stepping forward with a halberd in hand. His tone was polite as he introduced himself. "I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the Believers." At the sight of Han Xiaoyan, the demoness exhaled in relief. Moments ago, under the relentless assault, she had been certain of her demise. "You may leave. The serpent woman has already departed Cangnan City," Han Xiaoyan said indifferently, glancing at the demoness. Nodding swiftly, the demoness' eyes flickered with resentment. "I nearly died cleaning up that useless fool's mess, and she fled first?" With a cold sneer at the group, she prepared to spread her wings. Then, a blade suddenly pierced through her heart, its tip emerging from her chest. Han Xiaoyan whirled around to see Lin Qiei standing behind the demoness, a spatial rift swirling behind him. Lin Qiei withdrew the straight sword from the demoness' chest, meeting Han Xiaoyan's gaze with icy composure. "Apologies," he said flatly, "but today she must die." With those words, Lin Qiei vanished into the spatial rift. A flicker of rage crossed Han Xiaoyan's face as he turned his attention to Lin Qiei and Fang You at the center of the group. Yet before he could act, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan blocked his path. "Well, can old Zhao be saved?" Hong Ying asked eagerly, spear in hand, as she rejoined the others. Her eyes fixed on Fang Yu, but Fang Yu had no time to respond. The instant Lin Qiei struck down the demoness, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "System notification, 5 awakening points." Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu directed a small portion of energy into the panel of Mobius. The system then announced, "The awakening level of infinite Mobius has reached 50. A new ability was granted, the Heart of Collapse and Oblivion. This ability allows the wielder to transform into the complete world-devouring serpent, unleashing a large-scale lightning strike based on the number of existing erosion scales on the battlefield, with the added effect of force paralysis upon detonation." The system continued, "The awakening level of infinite Mobius has surpassed its limit. The host may further enhance the awakening level of the heroic Mobius." Additionally, the system revealed, "The curse of immortality has been unlocked. This curse states that upon the host's death, they will transform into the world-devouring serpent, and after absorbing sufficient life energy, they may resurrect in a youthful form." The system informed, "There are 4 awakening points remaining. It has detected that the host has unawakened heroes and heroes not yet at 100 awakening. Please allocate the points accordingly." Without any hesitation, Fang Yu allocated all 4 remaining awakening points to revive a new hero. The system announced, "New hero regulation Apollonia has been added." He acquired the imprint, regulation, locked, and the ability. "In this life, all thoughts are forbidden, locked." The system continued, "Regulation Apollonia's awakening level has reached 4. With a playful chuckle, Mobius remarked, "Ah, little white mouse, I sense you." As Fang Yu opened his eyes once more, they revealed a mesmerizing gradient of green and pink serpent-like pupils. "Oh my, is this the essence of the outside world?" he mused, noting the absence of any unpleasant energy in the air. Mobius laughed, seated atop her mechanical form, observing the armor on her gloves. "I can feel it." Since she had merely come out to retrieve someone and would soon return to her experiments, she refrained from elevating Fang Yu's level, leading to her physical manifestation in the outside world. Observing Fang Yu's sudden transformation into a peculiar deity shrouded in an aura of melancholy, the onlookers collectively held their breath. Lin Qiei, as the representative of the divine, was particularly sensitive to the aura of divinity, and at that moment, the oppressive presence of Mobius nearly rendered him breathless. It was evident that this deity was not the same as the one he had encountered that fateful night. "Do not fret, little white mouse. I shall revive him." Mobius seemed to converse with someone before shifting her gaze toward Zhao Kongqing. This one. I shall take him with me," she proclaimed with a hint of a smile, and in an instant, Zhao Kongqing was engulfed by a viscous, dark fluid, disappearing from sight. Only after Zhao's departure did Fang Yu revert to his original form. Seeing Fang Yu, Hong Ying anxiously inquired, "Fang Yu, what about old Zhao?" Fang Yu responded with a reassuring smile, "Do not worry. He has been taken away by my deity for treatment." He then turned his attention forward, aware that they still had a formidable battle ahead. "Captain," Should we withdraw for now and wait for Instructor Yuan to counterattack? Lin Xie gradually approached Chen Mai, noting that the current rift was sufficiently wide to ensure a safe retreat for all of them. Confronted by Han Xiaoyun of the Sea Realm, Lin Xie could hardly conceive of any strategy to triumph beyond uttering a cry for his mother. After all, the highest realms present were Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, both at the river level. Meanwhile, amidst a cacophony of explosions, it seemed that your bodyguard team was on the brink of defeat. Observing the flames, water, wind, and earth elementalists faltering under the man's relentless assault, Chao Yuan stood beside the plump Bai Li, murmuring softly, "Cursed be your words. Silence your ominous predictions." Bai Li, startled, swiftly covered Chao Yuan's mouth, simultaneously muttering in frustration, "Damn it, where did this sea realm come from, relentlessly pursuing me to my death?" His 4 elementalists could barely hold their ground against the sea realm. It was merely a contest of endurance, not a declaration of victory. If things continued this way, they would all perish here. Chapter 90. Han Xiaoyan, the esteemed enforcer of the Bai Li family, is not as formidable as one might believe. Gripping the throat of the Earth Enforcer, he violently cast him to the ground, then strode through the swirling dust toward the concealed location of Bai Li Pang Pang and his companions. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when 3 disheveled figures appeared before him: Fire Enforcer, Wind Enforcer, and Water Enforcer. With a cold chuckle, the man scoffed, "You're already gravely wounded, yet you still wish to obstruct me?" The 3 enforcers remained silent, resolutely standing their ground. "Then I shall send you to your demise." The man's hand began to emanate a dark aura. Here await. Just as it seemed the 3 enforcers were to meet their end, Bai Li Pang Pang hastily emerged from his hiding place. His rotund figure stood defiantly before them. "Hero, might you divulge the sum paid by the one who hired you to kill me? I, Bai Li, shall offer double, triple the amount." Bai Li Pang Pang extended a trembling finger, his face as pale as a ghost. "Money? Do you truly believe I lack such trivialities?" The man replied, slowly raising his hand toward Bai Li Pong Pong's head. Suddenly, he froze, turning to look behind him. There stood a middle-aged man in military attire, exuding a domineering presence. It was Yuan Gang, the deputy captain of the night watch stationed in Cangnan City. "You have finally arrived," the man remarked with a sinister grin upon seeing Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes at the sudden ease on his opponent's face. "You have recklessly released your sea-level aura in the city to lure me here." The man grinned wider. "Now that you're here, you won't be leaving anytime soon." Yuan Gang scoffed at his smug expression. "So you think this gives you time for another sea level to eliminate Fang You and Lin Xie?" His gaze then hardened with disdain. "What makes you believe that in this city of Cangnan, only I, Yuan Gang, possess the power to vanquish a sea level?" With the demoness now deceased, Han Xiaoyan cast one last glance at her lifeless form before shifting his attention to Chen Mai. "So, you're the night watch station in Cangnan City?" he remarked, observing the group standing protectively before the 2 agents. "Alas, you are merely a team guarding a 3rd-tier city. You cannot protect them. The Night Watch operates under a system of 1 team per city, with the strength of the station teams increasing in direct proportion to the significance of the city. For instance, the 006 team stationed in the capital, Cangnan City, boasts members who are all sea level, their combat prowess surpassing that of certain elite teams. Thus, in a small city like Cangnan, Han Xiaoyun, as a powerful sea level, could easily dominate. Provided no special teams intervene to impose order, few could defy his will. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Chen Mai glanced at Fang You. Indeed, now that Fang You had ascended to pool level, facilitating their escape would pose little difficulty. Especially just now. His teleportation demonstrated an exceptional ability to remain undisturbed. Indeed, it is a remarkable skill for escape. However, Chen Mai slowly shook his head, dismissing the notion, merely a sea realm. Upon hearing Chen Mai's words, Lin Xie comprehended the captain's intent. It was clear they were prepared to fight to the bitter end. He nodded, his eyes shimmering with 2 distinct glimmers. The majestic might of the seraphim and the goddess of night achieved a sublime equilibrium within him. "You shall not hinder my path. There's no need for needless sacrifice." Han Xiaoyun gazed upon his increasingly fervent team, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. I recognize you. Suddenly, Chunmai spoke. Han Xiaoyan, former captain of the Suzhou Night Watch team. I have heard some tales of Suzhou. It is said that 5 years ago, the Suzhou team encountered the ancient god church's whispers, resulting in the demise of 3 out of 8 members, 3 severely injured, and 1 left with a lifelong disability. Following that incident, the captain, Han Xiaoyan, vanished, only to reappear 2 years later as a believer. Chunmai narrowed his eyes slightly. I wish to know, as the captain of the Night Watch team, why have you become a pawn of the ancient god church? You do not understand. Han Xiaoyan's fingers, gripping his lance, turned pale as he avoided Chunmai's gaze. His voice was hoarse. Perhaps one day, when you witness your comrades perishing before your very eyes, only then might you comprehend. Chunmai frowned, about to speak, but was interrupted by Han Xiaoyan. I will remind you once more. My objective lies solely with those 2 youths. Do not engage in futile sacrifices. The entire 136 team fell silent. After a moment, a subtle wave emanated from 3 directions. The sky appeared to be veiled by an invisible canvas, subtly pulsating. Han Xiaoyan looked up at the sky, seemingly grasping the situation. It is the boundless void. As a former captain of the Night Watch, he was all too familiar with it. The boundless void has already been set. Lung Xian observed the bloodstains on his hands and softly uttered a phrase. Then a flash at his waist revealed a massive grenade launcher, which he swiftly hoisted onto his shoulder. Standing atop the building, he quickly aimed at Han Xiaoyan below. As the trigger was pulled, a grenade was launched from Lung Xian's shoulder, hurtling towards Han Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Han Xiaoyan furrowed his Han Xiaoyan deftly sidestepped the thrust of the spear, his long halberd sweeping through the air like a tempest towards Hong Ying's waist. Just as the weapon was poised to descend, the figure of Hong Ying abruptly morphed in Han Xiaoyan's perception into that of a woman clad in green, seemingly in her 30s. His pupils constricted sharply, and the halberd in his grasp came to an abrupt halt. Ching-ching. His gaze grew momentarily dazed, yet swiftly regained its clarity. No, it was a mental illusion, a manifestation from the Forbidden Ruins. Not far from him, Wen Shima was weaving peculiar hand seals, his eyes glinting with an unusual light as they fixed upon Han Xiaoyan. In the next instant, Han Xiaoyan summoned his mental fortitude to shatter the illusion, and before his eyes, the green-clad woman reverted to Hong Ying. Wen Shima emitted a low groan, his complexion paling slightly. However, thanks to the time he had bought, Hong Ying had already redirected the spearhead, its tip ablaze with fervent flames, aimed directly at her opponent's brow. A storm of crystalline arrows surged towards him as well. Han Xiaoyan regarded the imminent spear point with a cold snort. He planted his foot heavily on the ground, unleashing a fierce blizzard that erupted from beneath him, effortlessly deflecting both Hong Ying and the arrows. With a slight elevation of his halberd, a series of whirlwinds materialized beneath the vaulted ceiling, stirring up the snow that blanketed the ground. As the tempest raged on, several fissures began to emerge in the dome above. Beyond that dome, within a radius of 10 miles, the blizzard raged fiercely. Sequence 079 of the Forbidden Ruins, Great Wind Calamity. Chapter 91. The black wraith beneath the tumultuous winds laden with swirling snow, the dome began to fracture, ultimately transforming into delicate pink motes that gradually faded away. Observing this, Fang Yu's expression turned grim. It was the first time the flawless dome had been breached by an external force. Rocks, lampposts, and even the towering trees flanking the roads were lifted by the furious winds, dancing erratically in the air. Within a radius of 10 miles, it felt as though the apocalypse had descended. Witnessing the devastation wrought by Han Xiaoyan, Fang Yu felt a twinge of relief for having activated the boundless domain. Otherwise, countless innocent bystanders might have been swept into the chaos. It is crucial to note that the agency was situated in the heart of the city, surrounded by ordinary citizens. Yet, beneath this spatial veil, no matter how fierce the battle raged, as long as the boundless domain remained, others would remain unharmed. The others struggled to stabilize themselves against the relentless gale by embedding their weapons into the ground, while Fang Yu transformed his lower body into a serpent's tail, coiling upon the earth. He fixed his gaze on Han Xiaoyan, who wielded a long spear, his vertically slitted eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. Was this the perilous realm of the sea? It was utterly terrifying. Elysia steadied himself against two embedded straight blades, furrowing his brow in frustration. As the snowstorm intensified, a faint white glow emerged from behind the group. In an instant, Fang You felt his body grow lighter, the force of the wind's onslaught dissipating. And even his vision, previously obscured by the flurries, became clear. Noticing the layer of white membrane enveloping him, Fang Yu turned to see Wu Xiangnan, who also radiated white light, standing unaffected by the tempest. He glanced at Si Xiaonan, exclaiming, "Well done." The fate-repelling veil could adhere to one's body, shielding against external environmental impacts and facilitating the healing of injuries, possessing a degree of defensive capability. Si Xiaonan, hands on her hips, let out a proud hum, asserting, "I am not merely idle." Under the protection of the fate-repelling veil, the group rose, undeterred by the great wind disaster. Chun Mai placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Han Xiaoyan. "I only wish to know, does your affiliation with the cult of the ancient gods serve another purpose, or are you a sleeper agent?" "There's no need to speculate." Han Xiaoyan interjected calmly. "Once you become a believer, regardless of your sincerity, you are merely a believer of the cult of the ancient gods, devoid of any other identity. No matter your intentions prior to joining, once the contract is signed, you are but a marionette in their hands." "Why?" Chun Mai's eyes flared with anger. "If one day your comrades are crucified, would you not make the same choice as I did?" Han Xiaoyan regarded the members of Team 136, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Chun Mai's expression hardened with fury. The cult of the ancient gods was capable of such heinous acts. His grip on the sword hilt trembled slightly, knuckles whitening from strain. "Then, I shall not return." As the words fell, Han Xiaoyun's aura, belonging to the realm of sea, erupted in full force. A terrifying pressure overwhelming the crowd, leaving them breathless. After a moment, Chun Mai's twin blades unsheathed from his waist, and I understood. His tone remained calm. "I shall show no mercy." In the next instant, a faint ghostly glow appeared in Chun Mai's eyes. A dark domain rapidly expanded outward from his center, while an icy chill descended upon the scene. Within the confines of the dark, forbidden realm, behind Chun Mai, the silhouette of a blood-red palace flickered into view. At the apex of the palace hung an ancient plaque, Yama's Hall. The moment the forbidden realm was unleashed, Chun Mai's presence took on an eerie quality. Feeling the surrounding cold, Lin Xie couldn't help but shudder. The captain's forbidden realm. Wu Xiangnan stood calmly at the forefront, the forbidden realm designated as Sequence 037, Black Wuchang. Before Yama's Hall, Chun Mai, wielding his twin blades, stepped forward toward Han Xiaoyan, who appeared momentarily stunned. "Black Wuchang, you are Chun Mai?" Upon hearing Han Xiaoyan recognize him, Chun Mai expressed surprise. "You know me? Who among the Night Watchmen does not know you, Chun Mai?" Han Xiaoyan huklid. The renowned talents of the Black and White Wuchang in Cangnan City are well known. Currently, the captain of the Night Watchmen in Cangnan City is none other than the White Wuchang. Unfortunately, a decade ago, the Black Wuchang suddenly vanished from Cangnan City, his whereabouts unknown. Some speculated that the Black Wuchang had perished long ago, while others believed he was confined within a fasting institution. However, Han Xiaoyan never expected that the prodigy from back then would become a captain in the third-tier city of Cangnan. Sensing the aura emanating from Chun Mai, Han Xiaoyan felt puzzled. "When you left Cangnan City, you had already reached the Chuan realm. Why, after 10 years, do you still remain in the Chuan realm?" "It is of no importance," Chun Mai replied after a brief silence, as he stepped forward, treading the dark river, inching closer to Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan paused, then chuckled. "Indeed, whether I know these things now is of little consequence." With that, he swung his long halberd, conjuring a tempest of wind and snow that forcefully tore open a rift in the underworld before stepping inside. The wind and snow froze the dark river as Han Xiaoyan landed upon the icy surface, thrusting his halberd toward Chun Mai, his eyes glinting with anticipation. If it were the Black Wuchang from Cangnan City, perhaps he could truly be defeated. The clash of blades and halberd resonated, producing a delicate sound. Chun Mai was momentarily pushed back, but in the next moment, he moved with a ghostly grace, slipping past Han Xiaoyun's halberd, delivering a swift strike with his straight blade. Han Xiaoyun, witnessing Chun Mai's approach, was taken aback. He retreated, while a fierce wind swirled around him, attempting to shield him from Chun Mai's blade. Yet, he was a beat too slow. Chun Mai's blade left a shallow wound upon his chest. Han Xiaoyun wielded his spear with great force, and in the blink of an eye, a tempest coalesced into a blade, grazing Chun Mai's body as it soared past. In its wake, it severed several dozen buildings in half. Observing the retreating Chun Mai, Han Xiaoyun shook his head with a hint of regret, exhaling a sigh. You are formidable, yet your realm is merely Chuan, an insurmountable chasm. I understand, Chun Mai replied calmly, nodding. However, I do not fight alone. As his words faded, a colossal hand suddenly emerged beneath Han Xiaoyun, attempting to grasp him. Yet, Han Xiaoyun deftly evaded it, disregarding the pulsating emerald lightning enveloping him, and scoffed. With such an attack, you could never defeat me. Before he could finish his thought, two more gigantic hands materialized, encircling him. The moment they appeared, they converged upon Han Xiaoyun. Just as he intended to retreat, a wave of tingling sensation coursed through his body, interrupting his movement. In an instant, the hands clasped shut, accompanied by a resounding crash. The arcs of electricity dancing across Han Xiaoyun intensified as he shook his head. I told you, such an attack cannot harm me. Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he observed the evil scale manifesting on Han Xiaoyun's forehead. I never expected it would injure you, he smiled. As the captain of the Chuan realm, with exceptional prowess capable of leaving only a superficial scar on the otherwise invulnerable body within the forbidden ruins, Fang Yu had never anticipated that a single strike from his realm would be sufficient to vanquish him. In the next moment, a pool of dark green liquid suddenly appeared beneath Fang Yu's feet. Standing upon its surface, he gradually dissolved, sinking into the liquid. Chapter 92. The Devouring Serpent of Worlds. In the next moment, a colossal creature with a serpentine tail and a humanoid form emerged from within. The Devouring Serpent of Worlds was cloaked in an abyssal black, reminiscent of a night sky steeped in darkness, shimmering with a subdued luster. Its body was adorned with luminescent green scales, while its neck and tail were embellished with a distinctive black exoskeleton, sharply defined. The head bore structures resembling golden antlers, accompanied by menacing fangs that exuded an eerie majesty. At this moment, Fang Yu, transformed into the Devouring Serpent of Worlds, wielded a staff entwined with dark green, serpentine energy, its top adorned with a serpent's head. He raised the staff high, and above the tempest, swirling clouds of inky blackness gathered, swiftly enveloping the daylight, flickering with faint green luminescence. As Fang Yu fully emerged from the liquid depths, a bolt of green lightning descended from the clouds, aimed directly at Han Xiaoyun's crown. In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck Han Xiaoyun, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably under the relentless electric assault. He yearned to escape the clutches of the lightning, yet with every movement, his body involuntarily halted, rendering him utterly incapable of controlling his own form. Simultaneously, a long spear, engulfed in raging flames, spiraled down from above. Just as the crimson-tasseled spear descended, an explosion erupted before Han Xiaoyun. Bang! From a distant rooftop, Lung Xian's firearm flared with blinding light as a bullet swiftly vanished into the swirling flames. As the crimson tassel slowly descended, it revealed a somewhat disheveled Han Xiaoyun once the smoke began to dissipate. From afar, Lung Xian clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, for his bullet had only managed to create a sizable hole in the opponent's left shoulder. Nevertheless, he offered no respite to Han Xiaoyun, swiftly firing another bullet. At this moment, the unceasing torrents of electricity cascading from above rendered Han Xiaoyun's movements severely impaired. Battling against the lightning, he struggled to raise his gaze towards Fang Yu. In the next instant, he hurled his long spear, but a spasm at the moment of release caused it to veer off course, narrowly grazing the Devouring Serpent of Worlds at its waist. Though it merely skimmed past, the wind blades that coiled around it swiftly tore through a significant portion of the serpent's form. Stung by the pain, Fang Yu abruptly ceased the discharge of lightning. and in the next moment, the grievous wound he sustained began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Moments later, witnessing his serpent form restored to pristine condition, Fang You once again submerged into the depths. The reason was simple. The form of the devouring serpent of worlds consumed an immense amount of energy, nearly draining half of his reserves in that brief span. However, Fang You had not anticipated that the devouring serpent of worlds possessed self-repairing capabilities. Unfortunately, the cursed scales were no longer available, and to regain control over Han Xiaoyan, he would need to strike him again with his massive claws. Free from the binding of lightning, Han Xiaoyan clutched his left shoulder, narrowly evading Lung Xin's bullet. The projectile grazed his forehead, leaving behind faint scorch marks. The continuous sound of gunfire echoed, each bullet seemingly guided by an unseen force, striking towards Han Xiaoyan with unwavering precision, compelling him to constantly shift his body to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, wielding two straight blades, directed a glance at Wu Xiangnan. "Aren't you joining?" Wu Xiangnan slowly raised his hands, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "I can no longer wield a blade, and my forbidden realm is rather unique. It only reveals its true efficacy under specific circumstances. Charging in now would merely hinder them." Lin Xie fell into silence for a moment, then nodded. "Then I shall proceed first." With that, a wave of darkness emanated from his feet as he swiftly advanced toward the battlefield. Not far away, Han Xiaoyan utilized the gusting wind to retract his halberd, gripping it in one hand. After evading Lung Xin's long spear, the fiery red spearhead grazed his chest as it passed. He then swung his halberd to deflect the flaming spear, just as Chun Mai appeared behind him like a specter. With a swift arc of his twin blades, he carved two deep, menacing gashes across Han Xiaoyan's back. As Han Xiaoyan barely managed to repel Chun Mai with his halberd, a sudden blurriness enveloped his vision. The faces of fallen comrades emerged before him once more. Dark tendrils extended from Han Xiaoyan's heart, coalescing into a massive cocoon, intent on ensnaring him. Heart demon enchantment. Han Xiaoyan sensed peril, striving with his mental prowess to break free from Wen Shima's grasp. In the next instant, Wen Shima shuddered from afar, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Yet, at the very moment the apparitions vanished, a colossal hand materialized beneath him again. As he attempted to flee, the enormous claw constricted around him. Clench, although it didn't inflict tangible harm. The sight of the dark scales appearing on Han Xiaoyan's forehead caused Fang You to smirk subtly. He then sank back into the ground. The ominous clouds once again shrouded the battlefield in darkness, lightning erupting from within. Seizing the opportunity, while he was momentarily incapacitated, the fiery spear charged forth once more. Lin Xie, too, brandished his blade, aiming for Han Xiaoyan's neck. On the opposite side, Chun Mai lunged forward with his twin blades, the roar of sniper rifles ringing out behind him. Amidst the lightning, Han Xiaoyan's consciousness began to blur, the pain from the blade piercing his back searing intensely, his strength waning significantly. With great difficulty, he glanced at the back of his hand, where the skin appeared dry and loose, a patch of age spots having emerged unbeknownst to him. Is this the essence of the Black Wu Chang? Han Xiaoyan pondered, gazing at the lightning that bound him, murmuring to himself, perhaps, I truly might perish here today. Before his words could fully escape, the others had already reached him. Moments later, the lightning dissipated and Fang Yu surfaced from the ground, pallid and weary. Sitting beside him, Si Xiaonan quickly extended a hand to support Fang Yu. Concern etched across her face. Are you all right? Fang Yu managed a weak gesture, just a bit drained. Damn it. The crumbling hearts of the Forsaken consumes far too much energy. However, as a skill that can be deemed as stringent control, this does seem to resonate. On the battlefield, a certain stillness enveloped the scene as Chun Mai and his companions gazed upon Han Xiaoyan, who was slowly succumbing to the ground, a flicker of compassion crossing their faces. Han Xiaoyan knelt, his head bowed. Gradually, he lifted his gaze towards Chun Mai. A faint smile graced his blood-stained visage, and in his once lifeless eyes, a spark of vitality emerged that had never been witnessed before. Be cautious. Murmurs, he will surely come to slay the two of them. Before he could finish his words, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Dark green lightning erupted once more from within him. Under the shroud of a black liquid, Han Xiaoyun gradually vanished from the sight of the onlookers. The atmosphere became increasingly eerie, and they all turned their attention towards Fang You. Oh. If I were to claim that I, too, am unaware of what is happening, would you believe me? Fang Yu timidly responded, meeting the inquisitive gazes of the crowd. Chapter 93. I am the rule Han Xiaoyun is not dead. At least, this much can be confirmed by Fang Yu, for his system has not indicated any awakening. However, faced with the questioning gazes of others, Fang Yu feels somewhat helpless. Sister Snake, are you certain that Zhao Kongsheng alone is insufficient for your research? Fang Yu can assert with absolute certainty that despite her claims of wanting to save Zhao Kongsheng after visiting Sister Snake's laboratory, he feels it would be disingenuous to say he has been there without having undergone a procedure. This is a realization Fang Yu has come to during his time with Sister Snake. Thus, barring any necessity, he generally refrains from visiting the lab to seek out Mebius. Has he also been taken by your deity? The assembled individuals are not blind. The recent events mirror precisely the circumstances surrounding Zhao Kongsheng's abduction. Chunmai has returned, looking at Fang Yu and inquiring. Fang Yu nods, affirming the likelihood. After a moment of silence, Wu Xiangnan sighs and pats Chunmai on the shoulder. I understand your desire to grant him relief, but now that he is in the hands of a deity, the chances of achieving that relief are quite slim. At this point, he turns to Fang Yu and asks, by the way, when will old Zhao return? As soon as Wu Xiangnan's words fall, everyone's gaze turns back to Fang Yu. I will inquire later. Chunmai nods. Well, you all still have another day off tomorrow, so there's no need to rush. However, Wu Xiangnan adds, I never expected that this time I wouldn't need to utilize this. He glances at the group, letting out a sigh before producing a bundle of explosives strapped to his body from beneath his cloak. Seeing the explosives in Wu Xiangnan's hands, Lin Qia's pupils constrict. You're not contemplating a mutual destruction with Han Xiaoyun, are you? What are you thinking? Wu Xiangnan shoots Lin Qia a disdainful look, then explains, my forbidden realm is rebirth, granting me 12 chances of resurrection within the Chuan domain. As he speaks, a hint of melancholy flashes in his eyes. Having lost the opportunity to wield a blade, he now relies on this method to support his teammates. Rebirth? Suddenly, Mebius, who stands before the operating table, lifts her head. She first glances at the man submerged in a transparent liquid chamber, his body marred with injuries, then looks through Fang Yu's perspective towards Wu Xiangnan. After observing him for a moment, she retracts her gaze and smiles. It's fine, there's no rush. There will be plenty of time in the future. For some inexplicable reason, Wu Xiangnan suddenly feels a chill rise within him. He wraps his arms around himself, wondering why he feels so cold all of a sudden. Just as he speaks, Lin Qia and Fang Yu turn their attention to the distance. A man clad in military attire has lifted a corner of the unrestrained void, his entire being radiating golden waves, stepping forward with a rather grim expression. Following him are Bai Li, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu, 3 small figures. Captain Chun, where's Han Xiaoyun? Yuan Gang first surveys the surrounding chaos before directing his question at Chunmai. With a steady expression, Chunmai replies, I killed him. And the body? Yuan Gang's pupils constricted as he instinctively pressed for more information. The dismembered remains are already gone, Chunmai replied casually. After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang said, Captain Chun, this seems to contravene the established protocols. His final resting place ought to be in the sanctuary. I hope you refrain from any foolish actions. It was evident that Yuan Gang believed Chunmai had intervened to spare Han Xiaoyun. Chunmai sheathed his twin blades, his tone unwavering. Rest assured, Han Xiaoyun no longer exists in this world. In the realm of the divine, how can he be considered part of this world? With that, he turned indifferently, leading Team 136 slowly toward the office. If you deem my actions inappropriate, feel free to lodge a complaint with Xiaoping Ge. In Cangnan, I, Chunmai, embody the regulations. Yuan Gang observed Chunmai's departing figure, exhaling slowly. His temper remains formidable. Complaining to Xiaoping Ge? Who would he be complaining about? Himself? He did not believe that lodging a complaint against his own captain would yield any results. Sighing, he hoped Han Xiaoyan truly was no longer in this world. After pondering for a while, Yuan Gang turned to leave. Captain, what exactly is the situation with Han Xiaoyan? After retracting the boundless void, Hong Ying followed closely behind Chen Mai, her curiosity evident. Chen Mai sighed, his expression complex. He is merely a pitiful creature controlled by the ancient God Society. However, it seems he genuinely wished to kill Fang You and Shi Yi. Si Xiaonan timidly interjected. The sight of Fang Yu sustaining a gaping wound in his torso from that strike had nearly terrified her. Thankfully, Fang Yu had healed himself. Before Chen Mai could elaborate, Wu Xiangnan interjected. It is due to the contract of the ancient God Society. Once signed, it binds directly to the soul, fundamentally altering the signatory's thoughts. In other words, even if they fervently resisted the task in their hearts, they could not prevent their actions. Lin Chiye's eyes widened. So they are mere puppets? Wu Xiangnan shrugged. More or less, though some willingly become puppets while others are coerced into signing contracts. Regardless, with Han Xiaoyan and Yuan Gang having dealt with that entity, they should have access to formidable combat strength now, allowing for a well-deserved respite. When Qima stretched languorously, Hong Ying, observing his languid demeanor, couldn't help but roll her eyes. When do you ever rest well? Even Fang Yu's been up earlier than you these past few days. Fang Yu muttered, well, there's no need to compare me at a time like this. However, he continued, speaking of which, Fang Yu and Shi Yi will be departing tomorrow night. Ong Ying sighed, her tone somewhat melancholic. The next time we meet will be in 6 months. By then, he will officially be our team member. Wu Xiaonan smiled, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the captain must personally take to the kitchen to celebrate. Hong Ying nodded, her eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. Chen Mai turned to face the group, a hint of fondness in his gaze, and assured them, no problem. By the way, it seemed Chen Mai had a new thought. He turned his attention to Fang Yu and Lin Chia. Why not invite your friends over for a meal tomorrow? Previously, due to the pursuit issues, it was inconvenient for you to gather, but now that it has concluded as hosts, it is only fitting that you entertain your friends at home. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Chia nodded. I shall inquire with them then.